Outside, the parade was happening again. We are going to the Star-Spangled Nation. We are going to build for the Star-Spangled Nation. The noise pierced through the sealed window, waking Li Xing from his sleep. He turned over, getting out of bed. The blonde illegal immigrant beside him was still fast asleep. She would spend the night with him for a piece of government-provided protein gel. Li Xing walked to the window and looked at the crowd on the street, wearing breathing masks, their emotions running high. He sneered, "Fools. 30 years ago, the Great War destroyed the world. The atmosphere was torn apart by high radiation, the rain, rivers, and air were all poisonous, plants and animals went extinct, and Blue Star became a dead planet. Countries sealed off borders, claiming to protect the people, but still, some treated going to the Star-Spangled Nation to rebuild as a lifeline, even causing riots." Li Xing bit into a piece of black gel-like food, a protein gel extracted from cockroaches. It was given for free, but was a luxury that many couldn't even get. He had been in this post-apocalyptic world for 5 months. His sense of taste had long been numb, and thick calluses had formed on his hands. In his past life, he was a military assassin from the Dragon Country, killing countless enemies, but in this world, he couldn't even touch a gun, and the country didn't need him. The only thing that came with him was a wilderness survival master system. He opened the system panel. Host, Li Xing. Age, 21. Survival achievements, 0. Environment conditions not met, system cannot activate yet. Li Xing cursed, worthless. At that moment, a cold mind broadcast suddenly echoed in the minds of everyone worldwide, as if it had come directly from deep space. The Blue Star ecological system has completely collapsed, and the Civilization Salvation Program is now activated. The new homeland nation migration to the wilderness survival begins officially. The program will randomly select 99 representatives from each country and teleport them to the original new homeland planet, to survive and establish a new world until the top 30 countries emerge. The food obtained by participants on the new planet will be distributed proportionally to the citizens of their country, helping them through the early phase of interstellar immigration. The final number of survivors from each country will determine its land area on the new planet. The top 30 countries will have their citizens transported to the new homeland to live, while the bottom 165 countries will be humanely eradicated. The mind broadcast ended, and the world was in an uproar. Li Xing froze for half a second, then the corner of his mouth curled up. This should be a humanitarian salvation from a higher dimensional civilization, right? Immediately after, all phones, computers, TVs in stores, and advertisement screens on the streets were all controlled by some kind of radio waves, displaying the same live broadcast. Nation Migration Survival. Now announcing the list of participants from each country. The Star-Spangled Nations list is as follows. Michael, Commander of the Elite Forces. Jackson, Leader of the Elite Forces Devil Squad. Lincoln, Devil Squad Member. It's the Devil Squad, the number 1 elite squad of our country. The Devil Squad, feared in hot zones, is sure to win. On Star-Spangled soil, everyone was celebrating wildly, as if they were already the champions. The Bear Country list is as follows. All members of the Poison Snake Unit, top 50 members of the Poison Spider Mercenary Group. Yura. Is this really random? Ha, we'll crush the other countries. Let's toast to our heroes. As we build a new homeland, we will be the biggest country on the new planet. The lists from African nations. The lists from South American nations. The list from the island country, Butterfly Love Flower, Ninja, Xiaojing Kai Quan, Samurai. Yo! It's our strongest female ninja, Butterfly Love Flower. And the strongest samurai, Xiaojing Kai Quan. Ha, we may not win against Dragon Country in exams, but this time, in survival, we'll absolutely crush those weaklings from Dragon Country. Then came the lists from India, Demon Country. Every list consisted of the strongest people from each country, either special forces or wilderness survival masters. Finally, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Dragon Country list. Across Dragon Country, military district screens, and the screens of 1.3 billion citizens, everyone held their breath, their eyes shining brightly, staring intensely at the moving list on the screen. Dragon Country list. Suya, Captain of the Border Special Forces. Suyao, Vice Captain of the Border Special Forces. It's the Border Twin Special Forces War Gods. We have all heard of their deeds. Once, they led a team of 10 and wiped out more than 200 drug dealers. Our chances of winning are great. Zhao Gang, Zhao Xiaobao, Wu Chuanjia, Master of the Palm Fist. Haha, not bad. They are martial artists, skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, recognize herbs, and are tough. Their punch could kill a tiger, right? Lu Yichu, artist, famous actress. Li Xing, a college dropout. When Li Xing saw his own picture and name, his anticipation finally landed. The wheels of fate were about to begin turning. At first, the people of Long Kingdom were still happy, but when they saw the last 2 people, everyone was pounding their chests and swearing. What is this? Why is our little goddess Lu Yichu on the list too? She is only 18, unable to even tie up a chicken. How could she play Xiao Longnu for wild beasts? And that dropout college student, what kind of garbage is this? Ha ha, luckily I have left the country. You fools, just wait to be erased. I've left too, ha ha ha. The experience of Long Kingdom soon became a laughingstock for other countries worldwide. High-ranking officials of Star Stripes Nation were sitting in the Pentagon, drinking strong liquor served by beautiful assistants, gulping it down. Long Kingdom's luck can only go this far. That college student will probably have nothing to eat when he arrives at the new homeland, not even cockroaches. And that actress, she will probably be eaten by wild beasts within half an hour. From now on, there will be no Long Kingdom on the new planet. We need to cooperate with Wogwogo to completely eliminate Long Kingdom and other hostile countries, establishing our own alliance. Many countries will rush to join us. Then, the top 30 countries will emerge. Right, at that time, all 30 of those countries will be ours, ha. The Wogwogo National Central Building. Their prime minister and officials were all smiling widely. Yo, Long Kingdom is finished. Without Long Kingdom competing, half of the territory on the planet will be flying our big Wogwogo flag. Star Stripes Nation has contacted us. Let's cooperate with them. When the list ended, the live broadcast room was divided into 195 rooms, each named after a country. The Long Kingdom live room had some angry comments, but more were words of encouragement. Come on. What's wrong with one or two random people? As long as the others are strong, we'll be fine. Our Long Kingdom will never easily admit defeat. But there were also some people who had gone abroad, swearing. I've already left the country, and my household registration isn't with you anymore. Don't send me to Long Kingdom. Me too. I don't want to be erased. At this moment, Li Xing's interface also changed. Detected the Universe Civilization Rescue Program. The Wilderness Survival Master System has been officially activated. Activation successful. Newbie package obtained. Would you like to open it? Open it. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability to identify plants, can effectively recognize the edible and medicinal value of various plants, but... Li Xing smiled with satisfaction. Being able to identify whether plants are edible or medicinal on an unfamiliar planet is the key to survival. He looked at the shabby street outside. Soon, he would be able to enjoy some delicious fresh roasted meat. Li Xing was almost drooling. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of anticipation about the changes in this world. Chapter 2, The Start of Killing the Emperor Crocodile. The chosen ones instantly disappeared from their spots. The next second, Li Xing felt a soft sensation under his feet, and the air was filled with the muddy, fishy smell. The dazzling sunlight blinded him for a while before he could adapt. The first thing that came into view was the tall reed thicket around him. Looking farther, he realized he was standing in a swamp covering about 1 hectare. Beyond the swamp was a wall made of dense forest. Looking down, he realized he was already wearing a camouflage suit. At this moment, the brain broadcast began again. Each person randomly gets 3 tools. This competition involves 195 countries, with a total of 19,305 participants. The environment here, you can understand it as the prehistoric world of Blue Star, which also contains most of the prehistoric creatures from your Blue Star. There will be an airdrop once every week. Every week, countries can send one message of 70 Chinese characters to their participants or the entire team. Participants can use the nearby teammate positioning feature once a day. The live broadcast floating ball will be off from midnight until 6 a.m., and you can also turn off the live broadcast freely, with a total duration of no more than 1 hour. Rankings are updated weekly, and the top 3 countries will randomly receive a privilege. The broadcast ended, and 3 bubbles floated in front of him, along with an almost invisible floating live broadcast sphere. Inside these 3 bubbles were 3 tools. A recurve bow, a tungsten alloy dogleg knife, and a military tent. Viewers from around the world flooded into different countries' live broadcast rooms. Some watched beautiful women, others watched strong individuals. Michael from the United States had a great start, with a military rifle, night vision goggles, and a water bottle. USA livestream. F***K. Our start is really good, we even got a gun right off the bat. This place is our Devil Squad's home turf, now we've got a gun, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Japan livestream. Ninja shuriken, survival knife, and flint. Our ninja goddess, Butterfly Love, has great starting tools too. As a ninja, she will soon kill nearby participants from other countries and grab even more supplies. Look at the map's red. That college student from Dragon Country seems to be within 10 kilometers, he better not lose his gear, or our goddess Butterfly Love will have wasted her trip. Russia livestream. Yura. Our Viper squad has a crossbow and a sniper rifle. With these things, this primitive planet will be like a playground for us. Suya only got an engineer's shovel, 100 packs of salt, and a marching bag. Suyao got a military coat, a military knife, and a military water bottle. Luichu got an ordinary knife, a spear, and a bundle of rope. Dragon Country livestream. Ichu, quickly find the Su sisters, they are nearby, and that college student is too. I hope you can survive. Be careful of people from other countries stealing your supplies. Although Luichu was a beautiful actress, many of the movies she starred in were martial arts films, so she had some physical fitness and psychological endurance. She panicked for a moment but quickly adjusted her mindset. Viewers in the live stream also cheered her on. Li Xing's live stream also had quite a few viewers, but they were mostly curious spectators, wanting to see how this dropout college student would meet his end. Li Xing carried the tent on his back, with an arrow quiver and machete at his waist, and a recurved bow in his hand. He glanced at his surroundings, the hot and humid environment, with tall reeds swaying in the wind, and the ground was damp with a rotten smell. In the primitive world, swamps were full of danger. Whether it was venomous snakes, insects, or wild beasts, they all came to such places to hunt. Li Xing's live stream had hundreds of viewers. This college student is so unlucky, he showed up in the swamp right away, he's about to die. Can you all stop being so mean? He didn't want this, if it was you, you'd probably pee yourselves out of fear. Li Xing stayed alert, watching the reeds that were as tall as a person. Triggered survival achievement task, hunt. Li Xing noticed the system notification. Suddenly, a large number of reeds in front of him began to fall to both sides, as if some giant creature was coming through. The viewers clearly saw that it was a giant crocodile, 13 meters long. This is the emperor crocodile, looks like it weighs about 10 tons, and its bite force is estimated to be 80,000 newtons. One bite could crush a small car. It's over, Li Xing is going to fall and become a box. Li Xing, run quickly, what are you waiting for? Li Xing did not run away, because he didn't know what dangers were lying in ambush under the surrounding reeds. It's better to face the current danger than to run blindly. He tightened the string. This recurve bow has excellent elasticity, and after 5 months of training, the strength of every part of Li Xing's body is almost as good as in his past life. So, the entire recurve bow was drawn into a full moon shape. He released his fingers, and the arrow instantly tore through the humid air, piercing into the reed bushes ahead. There was a thud sound. No one knew where it had hit. But in the next instant, the emperor crocodile rolled in pain on the spot. It crushed a large number of reeds, splashing foul-smelling mud everywhere. At this moment, the terrifying full appearance of the emperor crocodile was exposed in front of everyone. Li Xing's arrow seemed to have embedded itself in the enormous croc's head, stuck on it and couldn't be shaken off. The live stream audience exploded. He actually hit it? Li Xing is so calm, seeing such a giant creature, he doesn't panic at all. Why isn't Li Xing escaping now? With a whoosh, another arrow was shot. This arrow directly hit the emperor crocodile's chest area, a shot Li Xing took while the crocodile was rolling. It perfectly avoided its hard skin and bones on its back. The arrow directly pierced through the white skin and entered its beating heart. What kind of archery is this? 100% accuracy? Li Xing, you're a god, I was wrong about you, please accept my kneeling. Li Xing, I feel like our dragon country is going to make it now. Starting off by killing the emperor crocodile. Who else? Dragon country is mighty. Li Xing is mighty. The screen was filled with exclamation marks, and the heat of Li Xing's livestream was skyrocketing. From just over 100 people, it instantly rose to several 100,000. Audiences from abroad also flooded in. Oh my god, what happened in Dragon Country, what did I miss? Watch the replay. This Li Xing from Dragon Country is definitely not some weakling? It must have been a lucky shot, how could a college student have this kind of strength? Even shooting champions can't do this. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a survival achievement by killing a prey. You have earned a chance to draw a lottery, would you like to draw? Draw. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you've won super immunity, immune to most snake venom, insect venom, plant toxins, viruses, pathogens, bacteria, etc. Li Xing was overjoyed upon seeing this. In the wild, what people fear most is various toxins and bacteria. With super immunity, his survival chances increased by dozens of times. Li Xing moved forward, retrieved the arrow, and used a knife to directly slit open the crocodile, taking 10 pounds of crocodile meat, wrapped it in a waterproof tent cloth, and prepared to take it with him. Because the swamp was the most dangerous place in the forest. With water and food, it is the favorite spot for wild beasts, and one must not stay for too long. At this moment, everyone in Dragon Country suddenly had 10 pounds of crocodile meat in their hands. Damn, there's really food to share. I didn't expect the first person to share food in Dragon Country would be Li Xing, who everyone looked down upon. Finally, we don't have to eat cockroach meat anymore. Thank you, Star Brother. Long live Star Brother. The whole country was in an uproar. People on Blue Star hadn't had healthy meat for 30 years, let alone crocodile meat, such a delicacy. Audiences from other countries also began to panic. It's just a piece of crocodile meat, does it matter that much? We'll soon have better food to share. It was just a lucky shot. Baka. Why isn't it us? Appa. Our brothers, fight on. I also want to eat meat. And then there were those living in Dragon Country but not having Dragon Country citizenship, who could only watch others eat meat with envy, angrily cursing. Wait for my great Stars and Stripes country, we'll definitely have more food to share than you. That's right, my great Yamato country is the same. At this moment, Dragon Country suddenly announced that it would open immigration. Those who were blocking the immigration office door. They went to handle the procedures one by one, although Li Xing showed a bit of performance, in their eyes, it was just a fluke. The high-level officials of Long Nation could only sigh when they saw this situation. Let them be. It's as if Long Nation is doomed, I don't want our people to be erased with it, just let them do it. Yes, Minister. Chapter 3, Climbing the Mountain to Find Water? After entering the forest, Li Xing opened the teammate positioning function, and the floating ball immediately popped up with information. Long Nation teammate Luichu, distance, 3.2 kilometers, status, slightly dangerous. Suya, distance, 5.7 kilometers, status, safe. The distance is a bit far, and the danger information about this world is unclear, so I can't meet up with the teammates for now. The number of survivors in the team determines the territory size of the nation on the new planet. Moreover, the larger the area, the higher the priority for territorial rights and selection rights. This is also related to the future of the motherland and the people. Additionally, the more people there are, the higher the chances of surviving, so, absolutely no lone wolves allowed. But now, I must find a completely safe place with a water source to set up camp. After that, I'll find my teammates to meet up and, while fighting against other countries' contestants for resources, I can also reduce competitors. Li Xing quickly left the swamp and walked toward the forest. This area was a mixed forest with a lot of fallen leaves on the ground and soft soil. There were also many wild animal droppings and huge footprints. The livestream viewers were all amazed. There are all kinds of wild animal footprints around, it feels so scary. Brother Xing made a wise decision, he took the arrow and ran, this decisive action is something ordinary people can't do. Li Xing entered the primeval jungle, his military boots covered in swamp mud. He wiped the soles of his shoes on the tree roots, feeling a little lighter as he walked, and then continued deeper into the forest. Sunlight poured into the forest, like bits of gold scattered on the ground and on the green leaves of the shrubs. Li Xing looked around at the alien forest environment. There were a lot of shrubs, but they were sparse compared to a tropical rainforest. The trees grew very tall, with thick and clean trunks, and the tree crowns were shaped like ice cream. The unique smell of the forest made Li Xing feel like he had returned to his past life. Ahead, there was a small hill about dozens of meters high, and Li Xing immediately started to climb it. This action stunned the people in the live stream. Brother Xing, we are here to survive, not to climb mountains, why are you wasting your energy? Exactly, find a water source first. How could Brother Xing make such a basic mistake? The viewers from Wa Kingdom and Star Spangled Country all mocked. I thought he was some survival master. A noob, I overestimated him earlier. Ha, he just got lucky killing the Emperor Croc, scared me for a second, I thought Long Nation really had a master. But Li Xing kept climbing the mountain cautiously. The top of the mountain was full of rocks, and he glanced at the angle of the sun. It's around 7 in the morning. In the valley above the stream, water vapor will condense. Li Xing murmured to himself, gazing ahead. Soon, he spotted a misty valley about 500 meters away. Let's go check it out. Li Xing immediately headed toward the valley. The viewers in front of the screen had no idea what Li Xing was doing, but someone who claimed to be a Special Forces instructor was getting many likes. I am a Special Forces instructor, Li Xing is climbing the mountain to observe the mist, this is a method to find water, not random mountain climbing. What principle? Don't just trick people into liking your comment. Young people, read more books. This is valley water mist. Where there is mist above, there is usually a stream in the valley. Let me explain, everyone, like this. At night, the valley ground cools quickly, and the near-ground air temperature drops below the dew point, causing water vapor in the air to condense into small droplets, forming mist. The stream will keep evaporating, making the valley humid and full of water vapor. Wow, it seems we were ignorant. The viewers from Wa Kingdom and Star Spangled Country didn't buy it. You guys just keep boasting, anyone can pat themselves on the back. Let's see the results, find the water first. Li Xing continued moving forward, unaware that his actions had sparked a heated discussion among the viewers. At this moment, the brain broadcast sounded again. Warning! Contestant Adler was eaten by a Tyrannosaurus, current survival count, 19,304 people. Contestant Elec was pecked in the head by a terror bird, current survival count, 19,303 people. Contestant John was shot dead by a member of the Iron Tower Country team, current survival count, 19,302 people. The live broadcast room fell into panic for a moment. God, there really are dinosaurs. Members of the Tower Country team are killing people and stealing equipment. Everyone, be careful. Don't die. Li Xing didn't expect people to start dying so quickly. And there really are dinosaurs. Moreover, people from other countries were already openly killing each other. This also triggered resistance emotions among people worldwide. Many people were worrying about their contestants, after all, many of them were armed. Li Xing became more cautious, collecting vines, bush branches, and weeds to weave a camouflage outfit. What the heck, Li Xing isn't a Special Forces soldier, how does he know these things? I'm a Special Forces instructor. Li Xing's camouflage is absolutely top-notch, his technique is extremely skilled. It's you again, can we trust what you say? Although Li Xing attracted over 100 million viewers with the first wave of killing crocodiles, many still thought it was just luck, a blind cat meeting a dead rat. So, the popularity in the live broadcast room quickly dropped. Many people went to watch the Su sisters and Lu Yichu, the beautiful woman. The combined popularity of these three beauties' live streams exceeded 600 million, almost everyone with a phone was watching. The big screens on the streets were the same. Li Xing didn't know about these things and kept heading towards the valley. He observed the surroundings, with plant names and their uses flashing in his mind. Hookvine, decoction can treat stomach cramps. Mulberry vine, the leaves are rich in vitamins, and the bark fibers are tough enough to make ropes. Travel tree, chopping it open gives tree sap, which can be drunk to clear heat and detoxify. Li Xing stopped in front of the travel tree. He took out his machete and chopped it once, creating a V-shaped cut, then directly kissed it and began sucking. A large amount of sweet tree sap continually moistened his taste buds. This also invigorated Li Xing, reminding him of the cockroach meat he had eaten for the past 5 months, truly a moment of enjoyment. For the people of the original world, it was even worse for them, many were born drinking filtered nuclear wastewater. What's Brother Xing doing? Can that tree sap be drunk? Don't drink it recklessly, it might be poisonous. Japanese and American viewers mocked him again upon seeing this. A fool is a fool, can you just randomly chew on trees from another planet? It looks like he's not far from death. Luckily, I just got an immigration visa, soon I won't be a Dragon Country person anymore, huh? I feel sorry for you. Lunatics, Dragon Country might not be eliminated after all. The next moment, sweet tree sap slowly started appearing in empty bottles or plates in their homes. Some people accidentally discovered it. Oh my god, the tree sap Brother Xing is drinking is really delicious. Check your empty bottles. It's true, I tasted it too. So sweet, this is pure natural plant juice. Brother Xing, you're our rebirth parent. Brother Xing, I love you. Marry me. Japanese and American viewers still couldn't believe it. Keep pretending. When he dies from poisoning, he won't be able to pretend anymore. Li Xing's live stream room spiked again, and so far, only Li Xing had brought them food and tree sap. Li Xing's viewers increased to 30 million. And it was still rising. At this moment, Suya had already activated the function to locate nearby teammates. She didn't find her sister's location and was a little worried. However, she did locate Li Xing and Lu Yichu nearby. She intended to first solve her own survival problems, but realizing how dangerous it was here, she decided she couldn't leave Lu Yichu to die alone. If she didn't save her, Lu Yichu might be offline soon. To lose one person was to give up a portion of territory. This is absolutely something she cannot allow to happen. So, Suya took a military shovel and walked towards Lu Yichu's position. Chapter 4, Encounter with the Terrifying Bird. Lu Yichu had no survival experience, having a survival mindset alone was useless. She only knew to find a place with water to stay, but where water was, she had no idea. After walking about 100 meters, she noticed many snakes moving around her. There were also some centipedes as thick as thighs, disguised as tree bark, and if she wasn't careful, she would have reached out to touch them. She was so scared she didn't dare to move anymore, and hid under a rock, holding a spear, vigilantly watching her surroundings. Her eyes shimmered with tears, and her body trembled. No matter how strong she was still an 18-year-old girl, and being thrown into a strange planet's jungle, without any survival experience, keeping calm was already at her limit. Fairy sister, you must hold on. Suya will be there to pick you up soon. Hang in there, we believe in you. The total distance is 2.3 kilometers, it will take at least an hour to walk through the mixed forest. Li Xing had already arrived at the valley. He walked through the bamboo forest, and from a distance, he could hear the sound of the waterfall. We're almost there. Li Xing was happy. This place had bamboo and streams, and from the sound, the water flow was quite strong. There must be fish. At the very least, building a bamboo hut would be no problem. Just as Li Xing was getting a little too smug, a gurgling sound came from the bamboo forest ahead. He quickly crouched down. Peering through the gaps in the bamboo, he looked in the direction of the sound. Immediately, Li Xing was soaked in cold sweat. A pair of thick yellow bird legs appeared in his sight. The bird's legs were as thick as an adult's calf, straight and scaly. Its toes were terrifying. 3 forward-facing toes were like curved sickles, plowing into the ground. Near its feet was a fallen saber-toothed tiger, its skull split open. A huge yellow beak lowered, pecked at the tiger's flesh, and actually tore off a piece of tiger meat. Behind the beak was a black, eagle-like round eye. This is a terrifying bird. Just now, a guy was pecked to death by this terrifying bird. Don't run, you can't outrun it. Just look at the fate of the saber-toothed tiger under its feet. This thing is powerful in battle. The audience's tense emotions immediately tightened. Li Xing was also nervous. Although he didn't recognize the bird, judging by its size and body structure, he could guess that this thing was even more terrifying than the saber-toothed tiger. But the bird didn't seem to be leaving anytime soon. Who knew if any other wild beasts would show up if they kept waiting like this? Li Xing took out his recurve bow, looking for a position to shoot the bird in the head. Aside from the head, he wasn't sure if shooting elsewhere would result in a one-hit kill. If it wasn't a one-hit kill, he would be the one to die. The target was 30 meters away, and the bird's head was behind a huge beak like a shield. The real vital spot was through its eyes into the brain, and the target area was only the size of a palm. If the target stayed still, Li Xing was 90% confident. But the bird's head kept swaying, sometimes lowering to peck at its food, while making an annoying sound. Li Xing didn't have confidence in landing a one-hit kill. He put the bow and arrows away and took out his steel dogleg knife, crawling on the ground. This method would help avoid the bird's sight, but the ground was far from clean or safe. A large number of ants were moving on the brown bamboo leaf-covered ground. Li Xing accidentally crawled over an ant nest hidden underground, and a large swarm of black bullet ants burst out. Damn it! Brother Xing is out of luck. That should be bullet ants. They hurt a lot when they bite, and if you get bitten by a lot of them, I'm afraid there might be a risk to his life. The Dragon Country audience was also greatly scared upon seeing this. But Li Xing didn't immediately get up and run due to the pain, because doing so would expose him immediately, and he wouldn't be able to outrun the terrifying bird. Brother Xing is so tough. Damn, his whole body is covered in bullet ants. Is this the kind of endurance an ordinary person has? Li Xing endured the intense pain and quickly crawled towards the sound of the waterfall, and soon he crawled out of the bamboo forest. Outside the bamboo forest was a cliff where no bamboo could grow, only a few weeds. When Li Xing crawled out, his camouflage made it so he wasn't immediately exposed. However, his crawling movements still attracted the terrifying bird, which was highly alert while eating. It put down its food, like a hen that had noticed something, and curiously approached with its feet lifted. Li Xing also noticed this scene. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. He couldn't just lie still like he did with the bear. For this kind of bird, it didn't matter whether you moved or not. Once it noticed you, it would approach and peck you with its sharp beak. No one could survive a peck from it. Li Xing glanced at the creature rushing towards him. It was 3 to 4 times bigger than an ostrich. Its tall neck could reach 4 meters, like a thick tree stump supporting a large eagle head. When running, its neck stretched forward, and its short wings flipped up high. It was like a ferocious fighting rooster, 4 meters tall, charging towards him. Those with weak mental fortitude could faint at the sight. Brother Xing, is this the end? Damn, so unfortunate. Run, quickly. The audience in front of the screen was so nervous they forgot to breathe. The viewers from Japan and the Star-Spangled Country, on the other hand, felt schadenfreude. Hasn't this kid died from poison yet? But he's about to be eaten by the terrifying bird. He can't escape. The terrifying bird is very alert and runs incredibly fast. In prehistory on Blue Star, it once ruled all of South America with no natural enemies. That kid from Dragon Country is done for. I told you, it's a good thing we left the country, otherwise we'd be just as unlucky as them. I'm still waiting for my visa, don't want to watch the livestream right now. I'll watch it after I get to the Star-Spangled Country. Under the discouragement of everyone, Li Xing stood up, like a wild rabbit discovered by a lion, quickly running towards the cliff. Before reaching the edge of the cliff, a wave of cool mist rushed towards him. It turned out that on one side of the cliff, there was a waterfall with a stream over a meter wide. The cliff was about 8 or 9 meters high, and below the waterfall was a shallow green pool where large rocks could be seen at the bottom. Gulyolu. The sound of the terrifying bird running closer became more and more intense. Its strong toes made a clicking sound on the ground, like a galloping horse. Damn. Requesting the bullet screen for protection. This is too terrifying. The audience in front of the screen broke into a cold sweat, some were so frightened they fell out of their chairs. Li Xing didn't dare hesitate. Boom! The water was light green, and the bottom could be seen, proving that the green wasn't from underwater plants, but from the water's absorption of light waves at a depth greater than 3 meters. Li Xing had already assessed this before jumping down. The terrifying bird up above did a sudden break and began to scream at the bottom where Li Xing was, as if venting its frustration. However, it didn't stay up there for long. Its real goal was to drive away the intruders eyeing its food. Li Xing floated up from the water and quickly climbed up the giant rock slope on the shore, breathing heavily. The audience in front of the screen also began to breathe again. That was too terrifying, but luckily Brother Xing jumped down. Brother Xing! Go! Did you notice? Brother Xing didn't change his expression. That's right, it's like since he first encountered the Emperor Crocodile, nothing has scared him. What kind of psychological quality is that? Japan. Isn't it the trash from the Star-Spangled Nation and the ones who like to go abroad? Aren't you guys going to shout out? Exactly, you see? This is the true strength of our Brother Xing. Japanese audience, it's just luck. What's there to show off? Exactly, this kind of random jumping will eventually lead to falling. Using luck as a survival skill, stop making people laugh to death. Chapter 5, Killing Japanese People Like Livestock. Li Xing crawled out of the water, removed the tent bag from his body, and poured the water out of his military boots. He also took off his camouflage jacket and green military t-shirt. His strong muscles were exposed at once. Wait, is Brother Xing really a college student? Does an ordinary college student really have this kind of strong muscles? Those 8-pack abs are so tempting, Li Xing, I'm starting to be captivated by you. Even the military personnel doubted if they had made a mistake. From Li Xing's performance so far, it's clear that only a top-tier Special Forces soldier could have this kind of psychological quality. After wringing out his clothes, Li Xing spread them out on a stone to dry in the sun. His body had several red marks from bullet ants biting him. But he didn't care at all. Because he was immune to these toxins, it was just some skin-deep pain. This tiny bit of pain was nothing to him. He had once fought a white-knuckle battle with several enemies, had deep wounds all over his body down to the bone, yet he still killed all the enemies and stitched up his own wounds without any anesthesia. Real life-threatening danger he had experienced countless times, so how could he fear such a little pain? This place is not bad. Li Xing glanced around the environment. There was a stream, a waterfall, and green bamboo. The environment was so good. Trigger survival achievement mission, camp. Hee, that's exactly what I had in mind. Li Xing decided to clear a piece of land to set up a tent, then put some bamboo stakes around the tent to create a barrier. This would help defend against wild animals and save time by not having to build a bamboo hut. After all, survival time was tight, and he needed to focus on what really mattered. He just wasn't sure if this would count toward the survival achievement. At this moment, Japan activated the once-a-week contact feature for contestants, and they contacted the contestant closest to Li Xing, Xiaojing Kaichuan. Xiaojing Kaichuan, there is a small stream in the valley 700 meters to the southwest of you. The Dragon Nation college student is by the waterfall, with a tent, a Nepalese dogleg knife, and an excellent quality recurve bow. Kill him and establish a base there. Xiaojing Kaichuan received the information, and an excited look appeared on his face. The Dragon Nation college student has such good equipment, now it belongs to me. Hee. Li Xing found a piece of land about 20 meters from the stream. There was a tree here, big enough for 3 people to hug, about 40 meters tall, straight up to the sky, like a tree reaching for the heavens. He cut down the shrubs under the tree, cleaned up the small stones on the ground, and laid some grass to make the ground smoother and softer. After doing all this, he spent a few minutes setting up the tent. Li Xing crawled into the tent and looked around. The tent was 6 square meters, quite spacious. Next, Li Xing started cutting the surrounding bamboo. These bamboos were similar to the mozo bamboo on Blue Star, each one as thick as an arm, and the bamboo was harder than mozo bamboo. Li Xing cut down 10 bamboo poles in a row. Then he divided the 10 bamboo poles into 40 pieces and sharpened each piece into bamboo stakes. These bamboo stakes could make 4 chevaux de frise. The 4 chevaux de frise would perfectly surround the tent, but if there were wild animals or jumping beasts like dinosaurs, it would still be dangerous. So, Li Xing decided to make 3 layers of chevaux de frise around the area. Brother Xing is making so many bamboo stakes and bamboo poles for what? Could he be setting traps? You guys don't get it, right? He's making chevaux de frise to surround the tent, so it can block out the large, fierce beasts. The Special Forces instructor is upstairs, reliable. Li Xing spent the entire morning setting up a ring of barbed wire around the tent, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. If any beast dares to charge, its intestines will be torn apart. Ding dong! Congratulations, the host has achieved the survival achievement establishing a camp. You have earned a lottery chance, do you want to draw? Draw. Li Xing didn't expect to receive the second survival achievement so quickly. Drawing. Congratulations, the host has received God's view within a 50-meter radius. Li Xing received the reward, and suddenly his brain gained a God's perspective, with a 50-meter radius displayed without blind spots. This is truly a God's perspective. Li Xing was ecstatic in his heart, this ability was simply amazing. Just this move alone could make the enemy have nowhere to hide. As soon as the ability awakened, Li Xing immediately noticed an anomaly. A person was hiding in the bushes by the creek. The guy was crouching in the bushes, looking this way, camouflaged very well, with a red dot on the national flag on his camouflage uniform's chest. Japanese, hee, they want to take over by force, waiting for me to finish and then strike, huh? Li Xing took down his recurve bow and notched an arrow. What's Brother Xing going to do? Is he going to shoot some beast? Just as the audience was confused, Li Xing suddenly lifted the arrow. The arrowhead was aimed at the position where the Japanese soldier was hiding. The Japanese soldier widened his eyes, unable to escape in time. Whoosh, the arrow sliced through the hot air, knocking off a few leaves and precisely hitting the Japanese soldier's chest. The Japanese soldier fell straight back. Li Xing didn't approach to check, but instead shot 3 more arrows until the man was riddled with arrows. Player Xiaojing Kai Quan was shot dead by Dragon Country team member. Current number of survivors, 19,300. Li Xing walked straight to the body. The man died with his eyes wide open, clearly not knowing why he was discovered, thinking he had disguised himself well. That damn guy wanted to harm our Brother Xing. He got killed by Brother Xing, treated like a beast, right? But, how come Brother Xing isn't surprised or scared after accidentally killing someone? The audience was very puzzled. The military leadership had just finished their meeting, and they also began to focus on Li Xing. They realized that Li Xing was different from ordinary people. Whether it was his calmness in a crisis, his decisiveness, or even his patience, all were far beyond the average person. Killing a person seemed no different from killing a rat to him. This mindset, and the expression he showed, resembled a soldier who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield. There was no fear, no excitement over the enemy's death, just indifference, or even numbness. The Japanese and the Americans were closely monitoring Li Xing. Seeing that Li Xing easily killed their top warrior, they were furious. It was just luck. Xiaojing Kai Quan hid so well, there's no way he could have been discovered. Yeah, he got killed by a nobody with random arrows, it's really a huge loss. We will avenge him. Xiaojing Kai Quan won't die in vain. Li Xing pulled out 3 arrows from the body. Then he took off the man's clothes, not leaving even his shorts, and checked the equipment he brought. A survival knife, a sleeping bag, and a rope saw. Li Xing packed the equipment and then carried the body, throwing it onto a patch of grass by the creek downstream. Brother Xing is so skilled at handling bodies. Was Brother Xing really just a college student before? Wasn't he a pig slaughterer? Amazing, he killed a person and then placed the body in an obvious spot. Is he trying to lure beasts with it? Special Forces instructor, is what you said true? Can't be fake. Look, he's finding shooting positions. When the beast shows up, those spots will be perfect for hiding and shooting. Chapter 6, A Terrifying Mapulin. The military high-ups also understood Li Xing's actions. If it weren't for the investigation into Li Xing, one would truly suspect this guy used to be a killer. Li Xing is just an orphan. 5 months ago, he suddenly dropped out of school and rarely goes out, living in a rental. When we sent someone to check his rental, they found nothing but a mattress and a pull-up bar. Oh, right, also. The assistant paused halfway through as they held Li Xing's information. What else? Everyone couldn't help but feel curious. Also, according to neighbors, he often brings beautiful foreign women back. This. Could he be a spy who was turned? Let's hold off on that and observe for now. After doing all this, Li Xing also felt thirsty and decided to boil some water to drink. He lifted a dead tree back to the campsite and placed it on the open ground, then scraped resin from it and gathered a lot of firewood in preparation. After gathering everything, he began to make a fire drill. Bro Xing is going to make fire by drilling wood for lunch. While others are setting up tents and finding caves, hee. I'll go check on Ichu and the warrior goddess Suya. Will they meet Li Xing? The audience started to feel excited as well. Oh no, Ichu and Suya are in trouble. If no one goes to save them, they might be in life-threatening danger. It's true, that thing is too terrifying. It's forced them all the way up the trees. The high-ups in Japan were originally planning to occupy the nest, but they ended up getting burned by the rice they tried to steal. Now, one by one, their faces turned black. They had used a week's worth of intelligence transmission permissions to act. This also meant that the next 7 days would be very passive. At this moment, Japan received its first batch of food. Prime Minister. Our representative ate the bamboo shoots, which were poisonous, and now it's spreading to the people across the country. Many people are vomiting and having diarrhea, and the national healthcare system is almost paralyzed. Baka. A bunch of useless people. Someone else ate a poisonous fish, and it's spreading across the nation. Nationwide alert, everything eaten must be approved by the state first. The same thing was happening in other countries as well. Li Xing finished making his fire drill and quickly lit the fire. He also filled a bamboo tube with water and grabbed a few small stones from the creek. The audience in front of the screen didn't even have time to be amazed. Damn! I just went to take a leak, how did the fire get started? Bro Xing makes fire like he's borrowing it. Huh? What's Bro Xing doing? Why is he putting the hot stones in the bamboo tube with water? Before they could react, they saw the water in the bamboo tube was boiling. He's boiling water. Bro Xing is awesome. While others are drinking raw water, our Bro Xing is drinking boiled water. Earlier, a Japanese guy drank raw water and got diarrhea. This way of boiling water is a first. How did Bro Xing come up with this? People from other countries saw Li Xing's method of boiling water and his use of the fire drill. All of it was recorded and sent back to their members using the intelligence transmission capabilities. Li Xing set the boiled water aside to cool, then fixed several bamboo sticks and made a grill to place over the campfire. Then he sliced the alligator meat into pieces and laid them out on the grill. Soon, the pieces of meat turned into an enticing golden color. After eating 2 pounds of alligator meat, Li Xing hung the remaining meat over the campfire to smoke it. This would help preserve it. After finishing this, Li Xing began weaving a natural fishing basket. In less than 30 minutes, Li Xing had woven a fishing basket. He placed a stone and a piece of alligator meat into the basket, then sank it into the water. A vine basket was placed under a rock on the shore, so when there were fish in the basket, it could be pulled out of the water. Fishing was something to do during leisure time, but the fishing basket was best used when busy. Li Xing decided to go and bring Lu Yichu back, otherwise, she definitely wouldn't survive the night, leading to a huge loss of territory for the country, which would be a huge disaster. Moreover, he needed a woman to handle internal affairs and other trivial matters. Although she might be inexperienced, with training, she could become strong in the future. Recently, there had been occasional broadcasts in his mind, reporting that someone had died. Some were eaten by dinosaurs, some were bitten by poisonous snakes, and some fell into the nests of poisonous insects. Before, Li Xing didn't have the God's Eye reconnaissance ability, but now that he did, walking through the jungle had become much easier. He put on his gear and immediately headed toward the location of his previous teammate. People in Dragon Country's livestream were speculating about Li Xing's actions, but no one knew exactly what he was doing. Where is Brother Xing going? Why leave a good life and head into such a dangerous forest? Brother Xing has his own plan, you guys don't need to worry about it. But be careful of people from other countries. Li Xing wasn't worried about being ambushed again, what he feared most was that no one would come. If they dared to, it would be no different from delivering equipment to him. Li Xing opened the teammate locator function again. The floating ball popped up a screen, showing that, besides his own position changing, Suya and Lu Yichu's positions remained the same. Because the locator function only worked once. However, with this map, Li Xing could confirm how far he was from the original position of his target. This was also a very useful feature. He kept walking, and suddenly Li Xing noticed an unusual smell around him. Using the God's Eye view, he quickly detected a pile of dung. He walked over and found that this dung actually contained undigested animal teeth. Clearly, this was the dung of a carnivorous animal. But this dung was as big as cow dung, how large could this carnivorous animal be? Li Xing poked it with a stick and found it was still fresh. Damn, this is fresh. Li Xing couldn't help but feel some fear. A dog-leg knife and a bow in his hand certainly couldn't deal with a large predator. For safety's sake, Li Xing smeared the dung on his clothes. The purpose was to cover his scent to avoid attracting predators. Moreover, the smell of this carnivorous animal's dung could also scare away smaller predators. It was stinky, but it could avoid some deadly trouble, which was quite cost-effective. In the live stream, some people were eating, and they immediately felt nauseous. Brother Xing, what's your strange habit? Ha, you guys don't understand, this is to mask the scent on his body so predators won't find him. You're a special forces instructor, how come your comments are highlighted in red? I don't know, I received information saying that my comments were popular, so I earned the title of the live stream host. Yeah, I noticed that too in other live streams. While the people in the live stream continued discussing, Li Xing moved forward. After walking for another 2 hours, Li Xing found that he had arrived at Lu Yichu's original position. His God's Eye view was scanning the surroundings. After searching for half an hour, he suddenly heard the sound of a beast roaring from afar. Li Xing immediately ran toward the direction of the beast's cry. He crossed over a small hill and saw a dinosaur standing under a tall tree in front of him. This dinosaur was about 7 to 8 meters long, with a head resembling a horse's head, like it had been drained of all flesh by a zombie. It was staring up at the tree. Although its head looked like a horse's, its mouth was full of sharp teeth several centimeters long. Its body was dark green, without any obvious fur. At this moment, a woman standing on the tree didn't seem afraid of death at all. She squeezed her legs around a branch and flipped down, holding a spear, stabbing fiercely toward the ground where the horse-like dinosaur stood. Another girl lay behind the tree, with nothing in her hands to attack with. Only anxious. These two are none other than Suya and Luichu. Suya truly lives up to her title as the female war goddess. The 3-ton Marpulong jumped up repeatedly, almost trying to devour her as a snack. But she, with her agile skills, managed to quickly do a sit-up and dodge. Oh my god, I've finally seen a dinosaur. Suya's female tactics are truly amazing. She really is a woman who outshines men. This thing is so big, it's terrifying. Especially the roar, it's several times louder than a tiger's. I checked the data, this is just a Marpulong. Everyone, give me some likes, I want to be a host too. Li Xing immediately drew the bow into a full moon. This 80-pound bow could be drawn like this. It's not something just anyone can do, and it needs long time aiming. Hurry, hurry, stop moving. Li Xing silently shouted in his heart, hoping the Marpulong wouldn't move recklessly, otherwise, the arrow would miss. And at that moment, Suya saw Li Xing. Is that a comrade from Dragon Country? How great! Chapter 7, It's about to get dark. Suya knew that it must be a comrade from Dragon Country. But the Marpulong below was too active, and hitting the vital point with the arrow was very difficult. If it hit somewhere that didn't matter, it might even end up killing the comrade who was trying to save her. As a soldier, Suya absolutely would not allow a comrade to die because of her incompetence. Ichu, if I die, you must live well. Suya suddenly said to Luichu. Sister Suya, don't say such nonsense. We won't die. The 18-year-old Luichu said with tears in her eyes, hating that she wasn't a soldier, that she didn't have any survival skills. But she had to represent the country in this mission. She would rather it be her who died than Suya, someone who was useful to the country. So, she hugged Suya's arm tightly, not letting her do anything foolish. Ichu, do you see those people over there? They are our comrades. If I die, he will save you and live with you. Our Dragon Country soldiers should protect the people, even if we have to die, it's worth it. Suya said. No, I'm participating in this event as a representative of the country. Although I didn't volunteer for it, now that I've taken on this responsibility, this is my mission. I'm not a soldier, but I can still sacrifice for my country and family because my family is still on Blue Star. You are more useful than me, so please let me be the bait. Luichu was a smart girl. When she saw Li Xing, she already understood what Suya was planning to do. You girl, why don't you listen? From now on, you're my soldier. You are the new recruit of Dragon Country, and as an experienced soldier, I have the duty to turn you into a qualified warrior. Sister Suya. Alright, no more nonsense. New recruit, listen up. Yes. Luichu saluted with tears in her eyes. Hug the tree, don't move. Luichu immediately obeyed the order and hugged the tree tightly. At that moment, Suya also saluted Luichu, then turned and saluted Li Xing. Li Xing immediately understood what Suya wanted to do. This woman, she's too bold. Li Xing became anxious. Due to the distance and the Marpulong moving around, he couldn't aim properly. The people from Dragon Country in the live broadcast room were already teary-eyed. Everyone, don't die. Suya, the war goddess, go for it. Li Xing, go for it. At this moment, Suya had made up her mind. She immediately went down from the other side of the tree, completely exposing the Marpulong's chest to Li Xing's front. But, just this wasn't enough. She jumped down from the tree and ran toward Li Xing, and the Marpulong reacted quickly, chasing after her. This woman, is she out of her mind? Li Xing didn't care about anything else now. He immediately stood up from the dirt slope, making sure the arrow wouldn't be blocked by Suya's body. The people in the live broadcast room felt their scalp tingle at this scene. They knew that these iron-blooded soldiers were all fighting for their country, not afraid of death, just trying to give the country a glimmer of hope. For the people, striving for the opportunity to immigrate to a new planet. Go, brother Xing. Go, god of war Suya. We will always support you. Suya could already feel the stench behind her, and she suddenly lunged forward. The spear in her hand stabbed into the ground, with the other end raised at a 45-degree angle. The Marpulong rushed up, unable to stop, and its neck was instantly pierced by the spear. At this moment, Li Xing's arrow flew over with a whoosh and shot into the Marpulong's chest. The sharp arrow sank in like it was piercing through the soft mud of a swamp, and the Marpulong, startled, jumped up completely. It was a little off, didn't hit the heart? Li Xing gritted his teeth. Because he wasn't too familiar with the heart location of dragons, he was only guessing based on his understanding of large animals. The Marpulong still wanted to bite Suya, but Suya, lying on the ground, stabbed it again. With Li Xing, carrying the scent of predatory dinosaurs, charging in, the Map Yulong, already injured, finally turned and ran off, disappearing into the forest. It really worked. Li Xing let out a breath of relief upon seeing this. It seemed that the owner of that pile of dung was an even more terrifying existence than the Map Yulong. The viewers in the live stream almost wet their pants. Upon seeing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. God of War Suya, Brother Xing, you guys are amazing. That was so scary. This is truly our people's soldier, there is no fear in the bones of our Dragon Kingdom people. The senior military officials were also very satisfied with Suya's performance. This was the way Chinese soldiers should act. But Li Xing, who wasn't a soldier, was surprisingly so strong. Although that arrow didn't hit the heart, its force and accuracy were more than enough. Without 10 or 8 years of archery skills, one couldn't achieve this result. Li Xing's courage and determination are something ordinary people can't compare to. It seems that he's not a spy, but what's the deal with those foreign girls coming to his rented place? Ahem, sir, it's possibly another way of contributing to the country's glory. Senior, which unit are you from? Thank you so much for your help just now. Suya quickly stepped forward, extending her hand to shake, but her expression immediately became strange. Because the stench on Li Xing was just too pungent. She originally wanted to cover her nose, but thinking that it would be rude, she held it in. I'm Li Xing, not from any unit. The smell of blood here isn't suitable for staying long. At this moment, Luichu also came down from the tree, running to Li Xing's side. The tears in her eyes hadn't dried. These weren't tears of fear, but tears from worrying about Suya. Li Xing also glanced at the two of them. Suya had short, neat hair. She had double eyelids, phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, lips neither thick nor thin, and a face that was a typical oval shape. She was wearing a women's camouflage uniform, cinching at the waist to completely reveal her figure. She looked heroic and graceful, truly a flower of the military. Luichu, 18 years old, still had a bit of baby fat in her face. She wore a high ponytail, and her face was as exquisite and perfect as a sculpture. She took the initiative to approach without showing any disgust towards Li Xing's dirtiness. Hello, Brother Li Xing. My name is Luichu. Thank you for your help just now. Luichu said happily. Let's talk while we walk. It's rare to meet someone from home in a foreign land, we should catch up. Li Xing said with a smile, walking ahead. The two women quickly followed. Li Xing, are you really not from the military? Suya still couldn't quite believe it. Someone like Li Xing definitely wouldn't catch her attention. She only focused on those competitors who were beneficial to the country. In her memory, there didn't seem to be a special forces soldier named Li Xing. Sister, I know who he is. Luichu said, her voice extremely pleasant to hear. Ichu, how do you know him? Suya was curious. After all, Luichu was a star, and ordinary people wouldn't have the chance to interact with her. He's the dropout college student, at the very bottom of the list. I'm ahead of him on the list. Luichu said. What? Suya could hardly believe this was true. After all, how could an ordinary college dropout make it here? Not to mention confronting that monster just now, the journey alone would be fraught with hardships, both physical and mental. Yet, there was no fear at all on his face, only a kind of toughness and coldness, like an old warrior who had fought on the battlefield for years. This was far from the temperament one would expect from a college student. It's true, he was right behind me, I can't mistake him. Luichu said. Suya didn't know what to say at that moment, this was way beyond her reason. To navigate through the jungle and find them, while avoiding numerous dangers, even a king of a special forces team might not manage to handle it freely. Take herself for example, when she found Luichu, she had already gone through many battles and used her knowledge to avoid many dangers. And how could a blank slate college student do that? Unless his luck was extraordinarily good and he faced no difficulties along the way. But Suya had no idea that Li Xing had been a military assassin, navigating between terrorist groups and international killers in his past life. He could fight in the city and kill in the wilderness. He understood most of the killing skills. Compared to Suya's special soldiers from the post-apocalyptic era, he was far stronger. After all, the soldiers of that era operated in a collapsing ecosystem, only catching glimpses of true primitive jungles in textbooks. Where are you taking us? Looking at the sun's height, this planet might have 2 to 3 more hours of daylight. Once it's dark, night creatures might be even more, we must use these hours to set up camp. After walking some distance with Li Xing, Suya said anxiously. She had always been the leader, let alone that Li Xing was just a college student, it was impossible to follow him without reason. She even doubted Li Xing would get lost in the forest. To keep everyone alive, they could not rely on luck. I'm taking you back to my camp, I've already set it up near the stream, and I have a tent. Following me back won't be wrong. Li Xing said as he turned back. You have set up a camp? Suya was shocked once again. Luichu didn't realize how difficult this was, but Suya understood. After all, for Li Xing to set up a camp and then find the two of them, his survival skills were terrifying. Chapter 8, Stealing a Few Dinosaur Eggs. Yes, the camp is already fortified, just keep up, Li Xing said. Suya had serious doubts about Li Xing, even suspecting he might be a spy from another country, deliberately saying such things to deceive them. She knew once the two women were tricked away, the outcome was easy to imagine. She quietly pulled Luichu over to whisper. Check the teammate location feature, Suya said, and Luichu, not understanding Suya's suspicion of Li Xing, obediently opened the teammate location feature. A holographic ball projected the map. There were 4 red dots on it, 3 were Li Xing and his companions, and 1 red dot was 5 kilometers away, marked as Suyao. Suyao, 5.5 kilometers away, status secure. There's no time left, we'll find Suyao tomorrow, Li Xing turned back to say to Suya. Although Suya worried for her sister, she couldn't let everyone take that risk, so she nodded. At the same time, she also believed the person in front of her was indeed Li Xing. Her gaze toward Li Xing grew complicated. After all, the ability that Li Xing displayed had already surpassed that of a trained special soldier, let alone a college student. Li Xing, can I ask you a question? Suya asked curiously. Speak, Li Xing said blandly. Why do you know so much survival knowledge, and do things so decisively, with such a strong psychological quality? Suya asked directly, concerned that Li Xing might be a spy. Her question was also what the national audience wanted to know. After all, Li Xing's performance was simply too strong. Li Xing turned to look at her, a faint smile on his lips. It's inconvenient to say. Li Xing could not explain the matter of time travel, so he simply chose not to say. As your captain, I have the right to know about your situation for future arrangements, Suya said with a serious expression. Let's move first, Li Xing said helplessly. This made Suya feel even worse. As a female warrior, she couldn't even make a college student obey her. How could she lead the team in the future? What do you need to acknowledge me as captain? Suya asked Li Xing. I'll tell you next time, Li Xing said, quickening his pace. He had indeed thought about this issue himself. He was a lone wolf and wasn't really good at leading others, but Suya, she had experience in leading a team. If she could really be relied on, it wouldn't be bad to let her be the captain. Besides, he didn't want to worry about others' matters. Li Xing and the others hurried along the way. The ground of the mixed primitive forest was full of shrubs and ferns, hiding many poisonous insects and snakes. He held Luichu's spear and cleared the way in front, driving away the poisonous creatures hiding in the bushes. Wait, did you hear that sound? Suddenly, Li Xing stopped in front, and the two women behind him perked up their ears to listen carefully. It was an ethereal and long-lasting chirp. There is a sound, it seems to be coming from the open space ahead. Li Xing immediately moved forward and stopped at the top of a small hill, discovering a group of long-tailed dinosaurs in the forest below. They were startled at first, but quickly realized that these were all herbivorous dinosaurs. It's a herbivorous dinosaur, Luichu exclaimed excitedly. Li Xing and Suya also noticed this. The group of dinosaurs below had long and strong tails. The tails were 4 times the length of their bodies, incredibly strong. Their skin was like that of an elephant but had camouflage-like patterns. They weren't eating leaves but were directly munching on the bushes as well. The audience in front of the screen had never seen real herbivorous dinosaurs so clearly before. So shocking, this is a group of dinosaurs. Does anyone know what kind of dinosaur this is? Let me educate you, everyone give me likes. This is called a Tendontosaurus, weighing 1 to 2 tons, measuring 6 to 8 meters long, and is a running expert. By the way, its shoulder height is similar to that of a moose. Li Xing was also stunned by the wonders of nature, feeling a strange sense of affinity towards these creatures. Just like livestock he raised at home. Li Xing unexpectedly felt an urge to ride on it. Of course, this was just a feeling, and actually doing it was impossible. Although the Tendontosaurus was herbivorous, its strong tail could snap a tree as thick as a bowl in one swing. If it hit a person, they would definitely not be able to handle it. How far is it to your camp? You're not lost, are you? Suya asked. We'll be there in 500 meters, let's go. These herbivorous animals typically won't actively attack anyone, Li Xing said as he took the lead to walk down. The few Tendontosaurus quickly noticed Li Xing and the others. It might be because Li Xing carried the scent of predatory dinosaurs, causing those Tendontosaurus to stir a bit, but after seeing who the visitors were, they all stopped and continued to munch on their bushes. I'm going to sneak a few dinosaur eggs back, let's see if I can hatch them as pets, Li Xing suddenly said with excitement. Just then, his godlike vision discovered a dragon egg. Really? Let's not, that's too dangerous. Luichu was initially excited, but immediately thought of how dangerous this could be, and that she couldn't let Li Xing take the risk. I won't, I'll be back soon. Li Xing said, grabbed Suya's backpack, and dashed into the forest. The two women hid behind a rock, waiting. Suya looked in the direction Li Xing had left, wondering why he was acting like a soldier just now, and now was being so childish as to steal a dinosaur egg to impress a girl. This was just too unreliable. The audience in front of the screen could all see it. Xing really dotes on Ichu. So nice, I want brother Xing to dote on me too. Have you noticed? Suya seems a bit jealous. Ha ha. Brother Xing can take them all, we have no objections. Ha, why aren't those fake foreigners who left for overseas talking in the livestream? Those traitors don't dare to speak. Soon, these conversations led to a pot of fake foreigners who left for overseas. I'm just waiting to see how Li Xing dies, then we'll see how arrogant you all are. Exactly, what's there to be proud of? Just showing a little ability, drowning is for those who can swim. When Li Xing is dead, just wait for our celebration. In the end, victory will surely belong to us, the Star-Striped Nation. Li Xing quickly arrived at the location of the dinosaur eggs, nestled in a grassy nest under a large tree, arranged neatly in a circle. Each one was as big as an ostrich egg but a bit longer and thinner. Around the area, jerking dragons were moving back and forth, but Li Xing skillfully avoided their line of sight, squatted down, and quickly put 3 heavy dinosaur eggs into his backpack. I've never seen such big eggs. Li Xing was also quite curious. But at that moment, a jerking dragon noticed Li Xing's actions and immediately let out a loud trumpet-like call. Looking back, several jerking dragons were rushing towards him. What a mess! Chapter 9, bringing 2 sisters back to the camp. Li Xing quickly ran forward, and in the moment the jerking dragon was about to catch up, he dodged to the side behind a tree trunk. The massive body of the jerking dragon charged past him. But it quickly hit the brakes, its thick tail swung fiercely, slamming into the tree beside Li Xing. This tree, that one could wrap their arms around, shook violently as if hit by a heavy object. In an instant, leaves and bugs from the tree fell like a sudden rain, plopping down all around. If that force hit a person, it wouldn't just be bruises, it would be serious damage. At this moment, another jerking dragon charged out from the right of the tree. This jerking dragon was about 6 meters long, with a shoulder height of around 1.7 meters. Its gourd-shaped head reached close to Li Xing, blowing a gust of fresh plant-scented wind that made Li Xing's hair fly. Ha, serves you right for showing off. Now you're done for. What did I just say? You're in trouble so soon. Can't even leave the country, yet you hate us capable people, hilarious, dragon country folks, just wait to be eliminated. A group of traitors didn't miss a chance to mock. The dragon country folks didn't care about what they said, only worried about Li Xing's safety. Li Xing took his backpack in his hand and quickly took off his camouflage jacket. He tossed it over the head of the jerking dragon. Then he quickly hid in the bushes behind the tree. The jerking dragon, after shaking off the jacket over its head, looked like a lost lamb, wandering around for a minute without spotting the egg thief. Finally, it lost its patience and left with the other jerking dragons. The audience in front of the screen all breathed a sigh of relief. Egg. We now have 3 dinosaur eggs at home. I have some too. Ha, we can eat dinosaur eggs now. Thank you, my dear brother Xing. A kiss. Traitors, how's that? Hard to bring down our brother Xing, huh? Even the dogs won't leave the country, and you still treat overseas as a paradise? At the time of the national relocation, we'll see if they treat you as fellow citizens. Those who abandon their country and ancestors will not have a good ending. The number of people in Li Xing's livestream kept increasing. This time it rose to 300 million people. Li Xing returned to the rock where the 2 women were hiding. Li Xing smiled as he opened the bag, revealing 3 dinosaur eggs swaying inside. What beautiful dinosaur eggs! Lu Ichu unconsciously reached out to touch the egg. It felt rough to the touch, like feeling a stone surface, but gave an extremely comforting sensation. Suya also dropped her cool demeanor and reached out to touch it. Li Xing, you can't take such risks in the future, your life concerns the interests of the country. Suya often spoke in a commanding tone, but it also expressed concern. In his past life, he wandered alone, licking his wounds in solitude, never experiencing the care of others. He also regretted that for the country he sacrificed his youth and the time spent with family, especially after his parents left, leaving only him and his sister to live. He ultimately still missed the precious moments in his sister's life. No more talking, let's go. The 3 of them set off again, and after half an hour, they finally returned to the camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Suya was shocked by what Li Xing had built. The tents were set in a clearing under large trees, surrounded by wooden spikes, keeping wild animals at bay. Suya was truly astonished. In just one morning, he was able to create such a camp. You guys rest inside the camp, I'll check if the fish basket has any catches. Li Xing went to the stream, jumping into the water to wash off the smell of beast. Then he pulled up the fish basket that had sunk in the water. As soon as the basket left the water's surface, a big black fish immediately began to struggle wildly. Li Xing almost dropped it. He quickly tossed the fish basket onto the rocky shore and walked over to dump the big black fish out, which flopped and twisted on the ground. Li Xing picked up a dog-leg knife and struck down. The big black fish was instantly stunned and lay still. At the same time, a big black fish appeared in every household in the Dragon Kingdom. Brother Xing, I love you. If Brother Xing is always surviving on an alien planet, we'll never go hungry. The program probably doesn't allow pig farming. The active adversaries could no longer find anything to complain about and fell silent collectively. At this moment, the two women walked out from the camp and saw Li Xing scraping fish scales on a stone by the creek. Suya used her spear to scout the surroundings, while Lu Yichu approached Li Xing and handed him her dagger. Brother Li Xing, use this dagger, it's my supply, and it should be much more convenient to kill fish with it. Li Xing took a look. Although this dagger wasn't military grade, it felt heavy and was extremely sharp. Good. Li Xing accepted the dagger, splitting open the white belly of the fish and removing the warm internal organs. He didn't know if these organs were toxic, so he tossed them all into the fish basket to use as bait. Brother Li Xing, are we going to make grilled fish? Lu Yichu leaned in to ask. Li Xing glanced at the girl's face filled with anticipation. No, let's make some fish soup. This way, we can enjoy delicious fish soup and eat tender fish meat. But we don't have a pot. Lu Yichu said in surprise. No need for a pot. Do you see those bamboo over there? I'll make some fish soup for you. Li Xing said as he cleaned the fish and threaded it through the gills to hang it up. Then he chopped 3 large bamboo tubes, stood them up, and split them open from a quarter position to get 3 bamboo tubes with openings on the sides. By trimming the edges, he could place the black fish in thirds into the bamboo tubes. Then he put some stream water into 3 bamboo tubes. Suya finished her reconnaissance in the surroundings and returned with some firewood. She placed the firewood down and came over to observe the bamboo pot that Li Xing was working on. It looks pretty good. Miss Su, please pour some salt on these fish and meat. Li Xing said to Suya. Her supplies included 100 packets of salt, a military backpack, and an entrenching tool. This salt was a great thing. Li Xing dug a small pit in the dry wood he used in the morning, then took out the prepared tinder and resin. Like in the morning, he pulled the fire bow like he was working a bellows. Soon, smoke began to rise from the pit, and when sparks flew out, Li Xing immediately blew air over it. The tinder caught fire and grew bigger. He placed it into the pile of firewood and blew gently. The small firewood and dry leaves quickly ignited, and the campfire finally lit up. It took no more than 5 minutes. Suya watched Li Xing's skilled actions and was completely dumbfounded. Is this something a college student can do? Even she, as a soldier king, found it hard to start a fire since there was no such course in the military during the apocalypse. The viewers in front of the screen were already accustomed to this. Brother Xing lit a fire in the morning. It's nothing special. I'm just curious if the fish cooked in the bamboo pot is tasty. Brother Xing, did other countries sneakily include you in their textbooks again? I really don't know how many more surprises Brother Xing will give us. The high-ranking military officials were once worried that Li Xing would face difficulties in life, but now it seemed their worries were unnecessary. Sir, the cosmic program has sent information worldwide, and the airdrop is scheduled for noon tomorrow. There will be only one airdrop in each area. Organize the airdrop information and announce it to everyone. Chapter 10, A Spice Tree. Li Xing divided the flames into 3 piles, placing them in a line, with stones piled at both ends. Then he fixed the bamboo tube on top. In this way, all 3 piles of fire burned beneath the bamboo tube. You keep an eye on the fire, I'm going to find some seasoning. Li Xing said to the 2 women, and without waiting for their response, took his bow and knife and left the camp. Suya felt a bit uneasy. She couldn't let such a capable person like Li Xing get into any trouble. Yichu, you stay here and watch the campfire. I'm going to see what Li Xing is up to. It's better to have 2 people to look out for each other. Suya said to Lu Yichu. Lu Yichu nodded. She felt very safe in the camp, and besides, she was not the delicate type of girl. Okay, Sister Suya, you must be careful. Lu Yichu said, and Suya took her spear and left the camp to catch up with Li Xing. When Li Xing saw Suya following him, he smiled. Aren't you going to stay back to take care of the little sister? Hearing Li Xing's somewhat pompous words, Suya couldn't help but feel speechless. You're not much older than Yichu. Why do you act like you're a grown-up? Li Xing was taken aback for a moment, then realized he was only 21 years old in this life, and he did sound a bit old-fashioned. Where are you going? It's getting dark. Suya asked. You don't need to worry. When I was on my way to find you, I discovered a spice plant, and now I just want to chop it down to make fish soup. Li Xing said, pointing ahead. Suya was very shocked. This alien plant was unknown to anyone. Even if it was like the prehistoric blue star, there could still be differences. Before long, they arrived at a hillside gully. Li Xing stood by a bush that was as tall as a person. This is the one, Li Xing said, cutting down the bush with one stroke. Li Xing, don't eat just anything. This is not blue star. Some plants look very similar but are not necessarily the same as our blue star plants, Suya said worriedly. If Li Xing didn't have the ability to identify plants, he certainly wouldn't dare to eat recklessly. Smell it, doesn't it smell like pepper? Suya sniffed, and indeed it smelled like pepper powder. Let's go back, Li Xing said, plucking a leaf and chewing it in his mouth. The spicy taste of the leaf instantly excited Li Xing, his expression contorted as if he had eaten a chili pepper. Suya, seeing this, wanted to stop him but it was too late. Li Xing, hurry and spit it out. Suya was quite scared, rushing to pat Li Xing on the back, even trying to dig into his mouth with her hand. It's fine, I didn't expect it to be this strong. Li Xing cried tears from the spice, but Suya still did not feel completely at ease seeing him like this. You are so careless, you need to test if this thing is poisonous or not using the plant experimentation method from the army. Suya scolded Li Xing angrily. Seeing Suya angry, Li Xing, for some reason, felt a bit happy. Was he a pervert? At the same time, because Li Xing ate a leaf, the program determined it as food. A whole fragrant herb appeared in the hands of all the people in the nation. That green plant appeared in homes, making many people feel both excited and worried. Among them, except for the elderly, many people had never seen a plant before. Plants were no longer easily available and common but had become extremely precious. People from Japan and the United States started to mock again. Dare to put anything in your mouth, do you really think you are the lucky one? You will die from poison sooner or later. We will wait for that day, let's see how arrogant they still are. The young people of Dragon Country were not convinced and directly mimicked Li Xing, eating a piece of leaf. The intense spicy flavor surged straight to the top of the head, instantly captivating them. This is amazing. Is this the legendary taste of chili? It's not chili, my grandpa said it's pepper, but different, with a bit of soy sauce scent. This thing must be a spice. This is simply a delight. Brother Xing is really impressive, he actually got this thing, eating a leaf a day and we can soar to the sky. Japan and the United States, you guys can just envy us, huh? The people of Dragon Country were in an uproar. If not for the fact that the current land could not grow any plants, they would have loved to plant this spice. Surely, this would also be a precious spice on the new planet. Seeing that Li Xing was fine, Suya also felt a bit eager to try the plant, but she held back. If she got into trouble out of curiosity, it would be wrong to the country. So, she firmly did not eat even a little bit. Suddenly, a broadcast echoed in their heads. Dragon Country announcement, tomorrow at noon, airdrops will be made by area, please go to high ground to observe the airdrop smoke. Be sure to watch out for enemy sneak attacks, confirm identity first to avoid accidentally killing teammates. Lastly, each of you should quickly meet up with your teammates in your area. Li Xing, did you hear that? Suya asked Li Xing with wide eyes. Li Xing nodded, looks like there will be a fierce battle tomorrow at noon. I don't know what weapons the enemy has, we must be careful no matter what. Suya said with a worried expression. No need to worry, we Dragon Country have an old saying, when soldiers come, there are generals to block, when water comes, earth covers. Li Xing said with a smile, surprising Suya with his good attitude, but Suya couldn't, as she felt nervous thinking about the heavy responsibility she bore for the country and the people. At this moment, other countries also issued their notifications. Those countries that had used this privilege ahead of time had lost the right to be notified and were now filled with regret. Back at the camp, Luichu saw the plant in Li Xing's hand and could not help but feel curious. Brother Li Xing, what are you doing with that plant in your hand? Spice, add some spiciness. Li Xing said, plucking 3 leaves and tossing them directly into a pot of fish soup. Seeing this, Suya immediately took out the leaves. We haven't confirmed whether it's poisonous or not, you just contaminated the fish soup. Okay, you two don't use it for now. Li Xing smiled wryly, placing the leaves into his fish soup, then scraping some wood powder into it with a small knife. Soon, Li Xing's fish soup emitted a unique aroma. This made the 2 women drool at the delightful scent. Sister Suya, can I have a little of that leaf too? Is that okay? Luichu swallowed, asking Suya. No, you can't just eat this alien plant. If Li Xing isn't afraid of dying, let him eat first. He has nothing to do tomorrow, we can join in later. Just hold on a bit. Suya shot a glance at Li Xing, blaming him for tempting the obedient girlichu. Li Xing simply smiled and kept quiet, eating without a word. He took 2 fine bamboo sticks as chopsticks, they were hollow, letting him sip the fish soup after eating the fish. It smells so good. Li Xing picked a piece of fish, and the texture was incredibly good, soft and tender. With the fragrant spicy flavor, he felt this was the most delicious meal since he had crossed over. The 2 women also started to eat. Although they hadn't added spices, the fish was fresh and tender, and with the important seasoning of salt, the fish and soup were equally delicious. Brotherly Xing, Sister Suya, this is really too delicious. Luichu exclaimed with delight after tasting a piece of fish. Suya also took a bite and nodded, thinking to herself, if it weren't for Li Xing, not to mention eating fish, she might have to sleep in a tree with Luichu tonight. As long as it's tasty, finish up quickly and take a bath. Don't leave the campsite when it gets dark. Li Xing said. Chapter 11 Sharing a Tent. The two girls nodded, already feeling itchy. They didn't know what bit them, and their skin had red bumps, probably from something in the trees. They were also a bit shy to say anything. After all, Li Xing was a man. Li Xing wanted to take advantage of the daylight to make a toilet, otherwise, it would be too awkward for the two women. Although the livestream could be shut down to accumulate for an hour, such a privilege shouldn't be wasted easily. Sister Suya, let's turn off the livestream and go take a bath. Luichu quickly finished her fish and soup. She was itching so much that she had been wanting to bathe for a long time. Okay, I'll go with you. Suya nodded and glanced at Li Xing. Li Xing, don't wander around the campsite. Alright, I won't peek. I'll dig a toilet for you. Just be careful, and if anything happens, just call me. Li Xing could see through Suya's little thoughts. Upon hearing this, Suya's face turned red. I didn't say you would peek. Ichu, let's go. Suya grabbed Luichu's hand and headed toward the pond. Their floating orb stopped next to Li Xing, leaving only Li Xing's orb still beside him. Li Xing took his machete and went to cut some bamboo. He split the bamboo and woven it into a fence. This fence would be rolled up to form the walls of the toilet. He picked up a military shovel and started digging by the river downstream. Li Xing dug a sloped path, and at both sides of the slope, he placed 2 stones for people to squat over to relieve themselves. Ah! Help! Just as Li Xing finished digging the slope, a sharp scream came from the pond. Li Xing immediately dropped what he was holding, grabbing his bow and machete as he rushed towards the pool. Turn off the livestream. As soon as the livestream ended, the viewers in Li Xing's room were instantly confused. What happened? Could something happen to them? Pray. Pray for our dragon nation. Those people from the demon country came out to create trouble again. Ah, they must have encountered dinosaurs. It's the end. Let's open the champagne early to celebrate. Damn you, you dogs, Brother Xing will be fine, just wait for your fantasies to fall apart. The reason Li Xing turned off the livestream was that he saw from afar that the 2 women's clothes were still on the rocks. Clearly, they hadn't put on their tops. Li Xing ran upstream quickly. He suddenly discovered that the 2 women were still in the pond, with only their heads above the water, their bodies submerged. Their eyes were filled with terror as they looked toward the right side of the creek. The right side was the camp, where there had once been many bamboo plants, but all had been chopped down by Li Xing, leaving only the stumps. Nothing could be hidden there. 3 dinosaurs, the size of mountain goats, stood on the shore, glaring at the 2 women in the creek. The 2 women, other than being soaked in the water, couldn't get up at all, and the creek water was very cold. If they stayed in it too long, they would definitely not survive. The 3 dinosaurs were clearly smart. All they had to do was wait for the 2 women to freeze to death in the water or exhaust their strength to the point of no return before they could feast on them. However, they didn't expect there to be another person. It was a charging dragon. They weighed about 50 kilograms, were 2 to 3 meters long, had very sharp claws, and their diet mainly consisted of other dinosaurs. Dinosaurs larger than them, like the horned dragon, were also part of their menu. Moreover, they were as smart as a wolf pack, cunning pack hunters. Extremely vicious. Upon seeing Li Xing, they immediately roared, their voices hoarse, their eyes filled with murderous intent, but they did not rush at him right away. Li Xing noticed their fore and hind claws. They were long, curved, and sharp. If one of these claws caught him, it would surely tear him apart. In this situation, Li Xing was undoubtedly facing 5 fierce tigers. Li Xing! Don't mind us, quickly return to the camp. Suya knew that Li Xing alone could not handle such a situation. If it were just one wild beast, there would still be a chance, but now there were 3. Li Xing saw this and realized it was not a good time to fight here. He quickly turned and ran. Li Xing made a big movement, showing weakness, which immediately caused 2 charging dragons to chase after him, while one of the charging dragons remained on its spot. Li Xing knew his strategy was right. As long as he wasn't facing all 3 at once, he still had a chance to win. But Suya and Luichu couldn't help but worry for Li Xing. Li Xing reached the edge of the camp, and it was too late to move the wooden barricades. He immediately lay down and crawled under the barricade. The charging dragon behind him slammed into the barricade, injuring itself and quickly retreated. By this time, Li Xing had already crawled into the camp. The 2 charging dragons outside were roaring and unwilling to leave. Li Xing quickly grabbed his bow, pulled an arrow, and aimed it at one of the charging dragons. Let me show you the power of a 2-legged sheep. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out. The arrow sank into the chest between the front limbs of one of the charging dragons, almost completely embedded, except for the feathers. The charging dragon let out a whimper and immediately fell to the ground. Clearly, the heart had been hit. The other charging dragon, seeing this, immediately turned and ran into the forest. The charging dragon on the shore, hearing the cries of its companion and the signal to retreat, hesitated for a few seconds before finally turning and running away. The intelligence of these dinosaurs is probably comparable to that of wolves. Li Xing knew that the remaining two dinosaurs might not run far and might still be waiting for an opportunity. He pushed the barricade aside and walked toward the shore. He saw Suya and Lu Yichu coming out of the water. That snow-white skin, the perfect curves, made Li Xing's heart race. Li Xing! You, stop looking! Suya saw Li Xing standing on the shore, staring at them without any shame, and couldn't help but shout loudly. Triggering survival achievement task, medical treatment. Li Xing immediately understood that this survival achievement must be about healing the allergic reactions on the two women. Wait, don't put on clothes yet! Li Xing shouted loudly, causing Suya and Lu Yichu to jump back into the water in fright. Pervert! You don't want us to wear clothes, what are you trying to do? Suya angrily asked. Lu Yichu was also a little nervous, but seeing Li Xing turn his back, she felt that he didn't mean it. She just didn't understand why he didn't let them put on clothes. What are you thinking? I just wanted to say. The red bumps on your body should be caused by caterpillars, and there should still be poisonous hairs from the caterpillars on your clothes, so putting them on will still cause an allergy. Li Xing said. But we don't have any extra clothes, do we? Suya said. You wash your clothes and then get into the tent to wait for me to help you dry them before wearing them. Li Xing said. Fine, but you can't peek. Suya said, and she and Lu Yichu began to soak and wash their clothes. Li Xing scouted around in the woods and found the tracks left by the Qilu dragon when it escaped. However, he didn't have time to track down these two wild beasts now. He found a vine nearby. Red vine, stops itching and reduces swelling. Li Xing quickly chopped it down and brought the red vine back to the campsite. When he returned, he found that the two women had already gone back into the tent, and all their clothes were hung on the tree. Even the little shorts were hung up. Clearly, the two women hiding in the tent were indeed completely naked. Thinking about that tempting scene, Li Xing felt a rush of pride. This kind of life isn't bad at all. Li Xing squeezed out a small cup of red juice from the red vine, which smelled like red wine. Two beauties, apply this juice on the allergic areas, it won't itch after you apply it, and it will quickly reduce swelling. Li Xing said. Suya didn't want to accept it, after all, what if it poisoned them when applied to their skin? Lu Yichu, however, chose to trust Li Xing. Sister Suya, I believe brother Li Xing. She said as she took it, smelling the red vine juice that resembled medicine. Yichu, this is no joking matter, what if it causes a rash? Suya advised. I know, but brother Li Xing has saved us twice already, he wouldn't harm us, would he? Lu Yichu said. He wouldn't harm us, but I'm just worried about the foolishness. Suya still worriedly said. It won't happen, brother Li Xing is so good to us, and he knows a lot, there definitely won't be any problems. Lu Yichu was very determined, and after finishing her words, she dipped her hand into the juice and started applying it to the swollen areas on her skin. Seeing this, Suya couldn't say much more. But then again, didn't Li Xing eat spices before and was fine? Maybe he actually knew these plants well. After all, the plants in this world were not much different from those on Blue Star, even the evolution of species was similar. Moreover, humans could directly breathe here as well. Sister Suya, it really works, I'm not itchy anymore. Lu Yichu exclaimed in surprise, and Suya checked Lu Yichu's previously swollen areas, indeed, it had reduced a lot. Su's sister, let me help you apply it, your skin looks much worse than mine. Lu Yichu said. Although Suya was worried, it was hard not to be tempted to see Lu Yichu's obvious results, and her skin was indeed in bad shape. Okay. The two women began to help each other apply it. At this time, Li Xing also took a shower, naked, and hung up his own clothes to dry. Just then, the system panel reminded him. Achievement in medical care completed, gain a chance for a lottery draw. Do you want to draw? Drawl. Drawing in progress? Congratulations, host, you have obtained knowledge of the animal encyclopedia of this planet. Suddenly, many pieces of knowledge about animals filled Li Xing's mind. This is great, I'll know the habits and whether the beasts are poisonous when I see them in the future. Li Xing's gaze turned to the dinosaur lying on the ground. Immediately, information about this dinosaur appeared in his mind. Qilu dragon, also known as galloping dragon, flying gallop dragon. Single danger level T5, group danger level T3. Famous for its speed, it is a highly ferocious social animal with extremely high intelligence and endurance. Its meat is not poisonous, internal organs mildly poisonous. A large amount of relevant information continuously surged in Li Xing's mind. Li Xing picked up the dog-leg knife and dragged the Qilu dragon to the creek. He threw it on a rock. Then he brought 3 more horse bridges to surround himself in the middle. He wanted to slay the dragon here, to prevent being ambushed by the dragon again. At the same time, Li Xing opened a live stream, and there were only 30 minutes left of the broadcast time. As soon as the stream started, a large number of viewers flooded in. Wow, is Brother Xing slaying a dragon? How did he kill this dinosaur? I missed the exciting part. Man versus dragon, and I didn't get to see it. Hey! Why aren't those dogs talking? Our Brother Xing is killing a dragon, can you do it? Brother Li Xing, so pitiful, why is he not wearing any clothes? Brother Li Xing is really different from others, he has special skills. We really like him. Brother Xing, as a man, I am jealous of you. Haha, Brother Xing, I know you are strong, but can you please pixelate? In his past life, Li Xing was a top military assassin, living almost no different from a top killer. Having not interacted with ordinary people for years, he did have some peculiarities in his personality. For example, the sense of shame that ordinary people attach great importance to was nothing in his eyes. After all, they were in the wild survival mode, so elegance could be set aside for now. Viewers from the Woko Nation, the Run people, and the Star-Spangled people could not believe that Li Xing had actually survived and even killed a dinosaur. They really didn't know how he did it. This kid just turned off the livestream, I really don't know how he shot that dinosaur. He escaped again, this guy has some strength, but just a bit, he won't always be this lucky. Li Xing quickly emptied the dinosaur's insides. Then, like a butcher, he skillfully separated the dinosaur's flesh and bones. At this moment, the people of the dragon country added a piece of dragon meat in their hands. Brother Xing, you gave us meat again. We're going to become fat pigs. Ha, don't let those Run people see what you said, it's too hurtful. They've never had enough to eat. Get ready to hand it over to the country. Other countries' viewers were grinding their teeth in anger, thinking Li Xing would be eaten by the dinosaur, but he killed it instead and stockpiled a lot of food for the dragon country. The Run people were so furious that they dared not show their faces. Li Xing carried all the meat back to the camp. Using bamboo strips and a few bamboo poles, he planned to weave a cylindrical smoking cage. Then, he strung the cut dinosaur meat onto small bamboo stakes and set it in the smoking cage. Next, he stood the cage upright and burned some raw firewood under the smoking cage, causing the smoke to flavor the meat inside. This was also the simplest way to preserve it. However, it would take more than half an hour of work to possibly finish it. Hiding in the tent were 2 women, feeling the bumps on their bodies no longer itch, and heard Li Xing's busy sounds outside the tent. Suya couldn't help but peek out the window of the tent. The jumping firelight outside illuminated Li Xing's busy figure. This rogue! Suya saw Li Xing's appearance and quickly sat down, her delicate face turning red, but only a small amount of light leaked into the tent, making it difficult to see her embarrassment. Sister Su, what is Brother Li Xing doing? Luichu stood up and wanted to look out the window. Suya quickly pulled her back. Don't look, you'll get eye arthritis. He isn't wearing clothes. Suya hurriedly said. Luichu was stunned for a moment, imagining that scene, and couldn't help but blush as well. Brother Li Xing should also be washing clothes, but he can't hide like us, he has to work outside, being bitten by mosquitoes. Sister Su, please don't call Brother Li Xing a rogue anymore, okay? Luichu's words suddenly made Suya feel ashamed. Yeah, why did she keep calling him a rogue? If Li Xing were really a rogue, he would have already entered the tent, and this tent was his after all. He works outside while also getting bitten by mosquitoes without a word of complaint. Then thinking about how Li Xing didn't run away when the dinosaur attacked earlier. Just looking for a good position to attack them. The fact has proven that his method is effective. But why do I have such a big prejudice against him? What is Brother Li Xing doing outside? Luichu curiously asked Suya, and Suya's pretty face turned red again. Just now, she didn't have time to observe what Li Xing was doing, as she was attracted by Li Xing's bare body. I don't know either. Sister Su, you weren't just looking at Brother Li Xing's body, were you? Luichu smiled brightly. Of course not. If you want to know, you can look for yourself. It's not my business. Suya moved away from the position by the window. Luichu didn't have the courage, just thinking about it was embarrassing. Li Xing stood in the light of the fire, weaving a smoke cage, indeed attracting a lot of mosquitoes to bite him. If it were usual, Li Xing would definitely find a way to fend off the mosquitoes, but right now he didn't see the need. Because he had super immunity, being bitten only meant losing a little blood and nothing more. 30 minutes later, Li Xing had woven the smoke cage. This cage was layered. First, he placed the meat skewers on the bottom layer, then after securing it, he covered it with the second layer of cage, repeating this until he had a total of 5 layers, like a big chimney. Brother Xing is truly a weaving master. He can weave anything. This smoke cage is designed so cleverly. Yes, it not only smokes but also protects the meat inside from being eaten by other insects and birds. The Japanese, seeing Li Xing's survival skills so powerful, grew more anxious and angry, plotting how to eliminate Li Xing next time. The people from the Star-Spangled Country were the same. They had already started laying out plans on the map, deciding to seize Li Xing's camp at the right opportunity. That place was picturesque, with high terrain and no risk of flooding. It was simply a natural survival paradise. We have guns. Once we grab the supplies, the first thing is to get rid of Li Xing. You're strong in survival, but in battle, you're just a college student. You might not stand a chance against my devilish squad. A 5-star general from the Star-Spangled Country chuckled. It was as if he saw the dawn of victory. Chapter 13, Night in the Jungle. Li Xing started a smoldering fire under the smoke cage, with a lot of smoke rising up. Finally done, I'm so tired, time to wash up and go to sleep. Li Xing took his bow and knife to the creek, quickly took a shower, and then came back. He touched his clothes by the campfire. He found that the camouflage jacket, pants, and women's underwear were still not dry, only the t-shirt and shorts were dry. He put on the shorts and t-shirt, stuffing the 2 women's clothes into the tent. Your undergarments aren't dry, the t-shirts and shorts are dry, so wear those and get some rest. We have a lot to do tomorrow. Suya put on the t-shirt and shorts, feeling like she was just wearing pajamas at home. Sister Su, your figure is really good. Luichu couldn't help but praise Suya's curvy figure. How embarrassing, being too big affects my movement, it's not actually that good. Suya said with a wry smile. What she said was true, she indeed didn't like her figure. But Luichu sighed. Those who are dry are dead, and those who are flooded are dead. Sister Ichu, your figure is the best. Suya was envious of Luichu's standard figure, which hardly had any excess flesh. My small figure looks good in clothes, but when it comes to undressing, sister's figure is better. Luichu said with honesty. You little rascal, what are you thinking about? Luichu smiled mischievously. At 18, it was normal for her to start paying attention to her figure and how boys viewed her. Suya completely understood. But herself, she had never thought about significant matters in her life, always thinking that she would live alone. After all, having a man was of no use. Hey, is it done? I want to go in and rest. Li Xing shouted from outside. Come in. Suya replied. Li Xing pulled open the tent zipper and entered, the firelight filtering through the mesh, allowing Li Xing to see the beautiful faces of the 2 women. Unlike during the day, their hair was let down, adding a touch of mature allure. Brother Li Xing, what is that thing you were making outside? Luichu asked. It's a smokehouse. I dissected that running dragon, the meat weighed 25 kilograms, and the yield is pretty good. Li Xing said. Why smoke the meat? Doesn't that make it hard to eat? Luichu asked in confusion. It's a method of preservation. If I don't smoke it, the meat would spoil by tomorrow and be inedible, Li Xing explained with a smile. Suya knew about this preservation method but had never truly used it before. She didn't expect Li Xing to handle it so skillfully, as if he were a wild survival expert himself. Brother Li Xing, you're amazing. Luichu's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Li Xing smiled wryly. Wasn't this a simple task? Li Xing, which side are you sleeping on? Suya asked. It doesn't matter, I can sleep in between you two, Li Xing joked. In your dreams. You sleep on the left, I and Ichu will sleep on the right. Suya said. Li Xing replied with a no. He wasn't in the mood for any romantic matters right now, although it was relatively safe. As survival time extended, this temporary campsite wouldn't hold many people. Furthermore, people from other countries would also gradually enhance their presence. Most importantly, there would be an airdrop at noon tomorrow, and it was still unknown what would be in it. If there were powerful weapons, it would dramatically increase the survival odds of whoever got them. This airdrop must be obtained. Good night, brother Li Xing. Luichu said gently. Li Xing felt a surge of warmth in his heart, as if his own sister had come back to life. If his sister hadn't died, she would probably be the same age as Luichu now, right? Her words always so sweet, so delightful. Li Xing lay down and soon fell asleep. This was his habit for years. Being a military assassin facing harsh environments, he had to correct his mindset and fall asleep quickly to ensure the quality of his combat. As for the 2 women, due to the strange environment and psychological pressure, they simply couldn't sleep. In fact, this wasn't just happening to them, it was the same for others as well. At this moment, most people from other countries had found stable and relatively safe accommodations, while some others had not found a place to stay and could only hide in the trees to rest. Because of the differences in camps, the distance of survival widened, and almost every hour someone died. Some died from poisonous insect bites, some from venomous snake bites, and others were eaten alive by predatory beasts that roamed at night. Some were hiding in tree holes with empty stomachs, only to find they had crawled into a centipede's nest and were eaten by smaller centipedes. Due to the high number of deaths, the Universe program had stopped real-time brain broadcasts. Instead, it sent information to various live stream rooms, and in the contestants' minds, related information could only be seen when they wished to know it. In the middle of the night, Li Xing was abruptly awoken by the sound of the tent zipper. He quickly reached for his machete next to him and found it was Suya's figure crawling out. The light from outside was already very dim, almost gone. Li Xing could see because of a godlike perspective ability, which allowed him to see as well at night as during the day. Triggering survival achievement task, rescue. A system notification rang in Li Xing's mind. He didn't understand why it appeared at this time, but it was certain it had to do with Suya. Suya, where are you going? Li Xing asked as he followed her out. Li Xing? Did I wake you? Suya said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Are you going to the bathroom? Let me cover you. Li Xing said. No. My sister is in danger. I'm going to find her now. Suya said, bringing up the light screen of the floating ball, which displayed a map with 4 red dots, one of which was Suya, showing that Suya was in danger. We don't know how long it is until dawn. If you go blindly in the dark, you won't be able to help and might even put yourself in danger. Your sister definitely wouldn't want to see that situation. Li Xing quickly stopped her. I know, but how can I stand by when my family is in danger? Suya bit her red lips and said. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. Don't you want to be the captain? As a qualified captain, you should prioritize the country and the team. Leave the task of saving our comrades to me. Li Xing spoke with a sense of righteousness. He had godlike vision, and the night posed no threat to him as long as he avoided predators. Also, this action could earn him a survival achievement. If he didn't grab this achievement now, when would he? He was becoming more excited about the system's lottery. Hearing Li Xing say this, Suya's whole body trembled. She didn't expect him to say such a thing. After all, traveling at night in an unfamiliar jungle was extremely dangerous. He was actually willing to take such risks to save Suya. She had misjudged him. He was always a person of high character. It was just her bias about his identity as a college student. Why are you willing to do this? Suya asked in shock. Because. Li Xing paused. Of course, he was doing it for the country and its people, as the blood of the dragon nation flowed in his veins. Since he represented the country in this competition, he had to put the national flag first. But, in this life, he was just a college student, not a soldier, so saying such things felt too grand. You can think of it as me being attracted by beauty, haha, what do you think? Li Xing joked, trying to lighten the mood. Stop joking. What good am I? With how you're performing now, what girl wouldn't want you in the future? Don't throw away your future in life for something pointless. Chapter 14, The Fierce Woman in the Rocks. Suya remained very clear-headed. She directly denied Li Xing's intentions. Okay, Captain, I'll take on this mission. You take care of this little girl and wait for our return. As Li Xing spoke, he put on his pants. Aren't you afraid of dying? Suya felt shock at Li Xing's brave behavior. Of course I'm afraid. How about you give me a kiss to encourage me? Li Xing said with a smile. What time is it, and you're still saying such playful things? Suya naturally felt embarrassed to do such a thing. Li Xing was just teasing her. After packing his gear, Li Xing patted her shoulder. Captain, remember, don't act on impulse. The overall benefit is what a captain should consider. After Li Xing finished speaking, he immediately dashed into the forest. Suya stood there, stunned. She looked in the direction Li Xing had gone, feeling mixed emotions. She wanted to go find Suya, but she couldn't abandon her identity. She couldn't ignore the country. Li Xing, this is what I owe you. No matter what you ask in the future, I will agree to you. Li Xing entered the jungle and walked into a rocky valley. He looked up at the stars in the sky. There was no North Star or Southern Cross here. To use the stars to find the right direction, one must be familiar with the knowledge of the stars of this world. Clearly, nobody currently knew the starry sky of this world. Even the live stream had been turned off, which actually indicated that night was really not suitable for going out. He observed the surrounding plants. Due to the light conditions, in the northern hemisphere of Blue Star, leaves on the southern side grow more abundantly, while the growth rings are sparser. Although I don't know if it's the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere, as long as the plants are photosynthesizing, this rule definitely applies. During the day, when Li Xing went to find Suya and the others, he had marked the well-lit side as south. Li Xing first observed the condition of the plant leaves and then observed the growth of moss in the stone valley, and then he used his machete to chop down a tree with a bull-sized trunk. He judged the direction through multiple aspects comprehensively. Of course, Li Xing could also activate his teammate's positioning feature. But, he wanted to keep this function because he might need it for grabbing the airdrop tomorrow. Every time Li Xing advanced a distance, he needed to redetermine his direction. Li Xing himself didn't know how long he had been walking. On the way, he avoided many troubles using a god's eye view. However, the scent of his body was still detected by 2 raptors. These 2 raptors were the same ones that had ambushed the campsite earlier. They had been waiting for an opportunity. I should be near Su Yao by now. Li Xing estimated the distance he had walked based on his experience and the exhaustion of his physical strength. Now he was in a broadleaf forest, with fallen leaves and huge broken logs all over the ground, along with some tall trees that had been struck by lightning and burned to charcoal. Li Xing was sweating heavily and feeling a bit thirsty. He had not brought water with him because he found that travel trees were quite common. He opened a cut in a travel tree and greedily sucked the tree sap. At this moment, tree sap descended into the homes of the people across the dragon country. Bro Star is drinking tree sap again? Isn't there water? Ugh, I can't see the live stream, it's so annoying. It's still an hour until dawn. Just wait, as soon as it gets light, we will know what Bro Star is up to. After Li Xing drank his fill of tree sap, the 2 raptors suddenly appeared in Li Xing's god's eye view. Holy cow, they actually followed me here. Li Xing didn't expect these 2 raptors to be so patient. They couldn't possibly think that night was more advantageous for them, could they? Li Xing immediately tightened the bowstring, aiming at the raptor that was sneaking up on him. Just as Li Xing was about to shoot the arrow, the 2 raptors suddenly turned and fled as if they had seen an arrow. What's going on? I haven't even started yet. Li Xing put away his arrow and was about to leave when a massive creature burst into his god's eye view. Tyrannosaurus rex, a predatory dinosaur. One of the fiercest dinosaurs on this land, weighing 2 tons, measuring 4 to 5 meters long. Non-toxic, fully edible. Wow, I ran into a big shot. Li Xing didn't expect to encounter this guy. Its massive and agile body was racing through the forest, chasing after the 2 raptors that had just fled. And this little guy, Li Xing, was completely overlooked. Li Xing was frightened and immediately ran in the opposite direction when he saw the Tyrannosaurus rex getting further away, to avoid that giant coming back. To kill the Tyrannosaurus rex with the arrows in his hand, it would depend on luck. Because it ran very fast, with a large amount of movement and frequent jumps. It was impossible to hit its heart. Li Xing had just run a few meters when he heard the horrible screams of the raptors behind him, the sound echoing throughout the forest. Anyone who heard it felt a chill in their hearts. Li Xing also couldn't help but get goosebumps, unable to imagine what it was like for a 2-ton creature to hunt in the forest like a tiger. Li Xing was searching around here. Finally, the god's eye view allowed him to discover a woman who looked exactly like Suya. She was between 2 giant rocks, and indeed she had injuries. There was a gash on her thigh, her pants were torn, and she was lying on a military coat, looking weak and on the brink of death. Li Xing took a glance at the surrounding environment and found many tracks of Tyrannosaurus rex nearby. It seemed that she had just been chased by the Tyrannosaurus rex. This woman is a tiger, she actually escaped from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus. She rolled down from the mountain and into a crevice, thus evading the dragon's mouth. Li Xing hurriedly walked towards that direction and arrived at the entrance of the crevice, which was only wide enough for 1 person to enter sideways. Once inside, it widened to accommodate 2 people lying side by side. Above there was a skylight the size of an entrance, and Su Yao had fallen down from above. Hey, Su Yao, teammate. I'm here to save you. Are you alright? Li Xing shouted into the crevice. Su Yao thought she was hearing things. How could anyone appear in such a place at this time? Moreover, it was impossible for anyone to dare to risk coming to save her. So she didn't respond. Li Xing thought Su Yao had fainted and squeezed into the crevice. Once inside, Su Yao thought some animal had crawled in, so she held her military dagger tightly and prepared to fight. Why aren't you responding? I traveled a long way to save you, why do you have a knife pointed at me? Li Xing said, afraid of being hurt by mistake. Who are you? Su Yao asked in shock, really feeling it was unbelievable. I'm Li Xing, the participant from the dragon country. Anyway, I'm the one here to save you. If you're hurt, don't move, I'll get some firewood to light up the situation. Li Xing said as he squeezed back out. Su Yao still felt like this was a dream. How could anyone come to save her? If someone truly came, it must be her sister because no one else would take such a huge risk for her. Chapter 15, Women Don't Weaken Before Men. Li Xing soon returned with a pile of firewood, directly hugging it back to the front of the crevice and throwing it inside. Finally, Su Yao saw Li Xing. Comrade, thank you. Are you nearby? Why can't my teammate's location show you? Su Yao asked with great concern. Before Li Xing set off, Su Yao had used the teammate locator, thinking she would join up with her sister after dawn. However, she encountered the Tyrannosaurus. So naturally, her locator couldn't find Li Xing. "I'm Li Xing, your sister sent me to rescue you," Li Xing said while setting up the campfire. "You are Li Xing? The student who dropped out?" Su Yao was shocked. She had some impression of Li Xing, but she doubted it was the same person. After all, how could an ordinary college student dare to march here to save her? This was a jungle on an alien planet. This kind of courage was truly commendable. "Yes, that's right, you should rest for a bit. I'll get the fire going to warm you and then help you tend to your wounds," Li Xing said, using his survival knife to carve a hole in a withered tree about the thickness of his arm, then piling up the tinder he had collected, and using a drill stick to start the fire. Su Yao was still in a daze, not understanding how Li Xing dared to come over. Even for her, marching 5 kilometers at night would be tough enough. Moreover, the jungle was filled with poisonous creatures and wild beasts. "Your sister sent you, and you really dared to come?" Su Yao still found it hard to believe. If the person were a soldier, they would obey orders, but Li Xing was not a soldier. This kind of suicidal mission was not something Li Xing was obligated to undertake. She even thought her sister was a little selfish. How could she let a college student take such risks? "You are in danger, your sister, as the team leader, can't take risks." "Of course, I must volunteer to save you. We can't let the country suffer losses, can we?" Li Xing said calmly. This spirit made Su Yao's heart tremble. A college student actually had such courage and awareness, really quite rare. "Are you injured? Don't push yourself too hard," Su Yao asked with concern for Li Xing. "I'm fine, I just scratched my skin a bit while coming over, it's nothing serious. The most important thing is that you're okay, otherwise, your sister would worry about you." Li Xing smiled, and his hands kept moving. Su Yao couldn't help but feel touched by Li Xing. Li Xing was not afraid to risk his life to save her, and now he even cared about others. "Are you this concerned about my sister's worries for me, or are you worried I'll run into trouble?" Su Yao asked Li Xing with a bitter smile, feeling that he was quite foolish. After all, which university student would dare to march 5 kilometers in a place like this at night? "Ha, I'm worried about both. Who told you both to be so beautiful?" Li Xing joked. However, to Su Yao, his teasing felt like a confession. After all, they were indeed national idols, good-looking and with great figures. It was normal for many boys to like them. But the two sisters did not like ordinary men. Hearing Li Xing say this made her think he really took on this task to please them. "This is really reckless. My sister really shouldn't give such a dangerous mission to a university student." Su Yao was truly angry. Fortunately, Li Xing was okay. If not, she would have been really furious. "It's fine, I'm doing well." Li Xing laughed. "Silly little brother, I'll protect you from now on." Su Yao held back tears. It was the first time a boy risked his life for her. Him marching 5 kilometers alone at night was such a terrifying thing, yet he overcame it. For this alone, Su Yao admired him as a true man. "It's lit." Li Xing rubbed his palms until they hurt and finally started the fire. "You have the skill, not bad." Su Yao couldn't help but feel more fond of Li Xing. A university student with so many survival skills was clearly impressive. "I learned it from books," Li Xing casually replied as he completely ignited the bonfire. At that moment, the firelight illuminated their faces. Su Yao, like Suya, had neatly cropped short hair. Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Li Xing's face, trying to clearly see what this boy, who risked his life for her, looked like. Unexpectedly, he looked quite handsome. Li Xing had already noticed Su Yao's leg injury. A 5-centimeter wound on her thigh was cut by a rock. Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep, but it bled quite a bit. Her pants were soaked with blood, yet she didn't even utter a word, which made Li Xing feel both pained and impressed. She truly was a woman who wouldn't let a man down. "Miss Su Yao, could you please hand me your dagger?" Li Xing asked Su Yao, who immediately handed it over. This was a military dagger, with a compass on the back. Unscrewing the compass revealed a roll of thread and needle inside. Li Xing poured out the thread and strung it together. "Miss Su Yao, let me help you stitch up your wound, it's too large," Li Xing said. "Okay, go ahead." Su Yao nodded and picked up a stick to bite down on. Li Xing didn't hesitate, quickly disinfecting the hook needle, and held it over the fire. Though the disinfection effect was limited, it was better than nothing. Li Xing held the thread and needle, stitching with great professionalism. Each stitch made Su Yao tremble in pain, yet she didn't utter a sound. Li Xing didn't let her suffer long. In just a minute, he finished stitching, using a complex subcutaneous suture technique. After pulling the wound together, the line and needle holes were invisible. Su Yao looked at the wound in shock. "You can do subcutaneous stitches?" "Yes, I learned it before. How can a girl have scars like a centipede?" Li Xing smiled, and Su Yao's pale face broke into a smile, not expecting him to be so considerate and skilled. Li Xing, you're tired too, come, sleep next to me. It's warm here. Su Yao moved over to the left side. Li Xing was indeed exhausted, albeit he hadn't been running or carrying heavy loads, he hadn't really rested since arriving here. Okay, thank you. Li Xing was not polite and took off his camouflage jacket to prevent any poison or venom from getting on Su Yao. Li Xing wore a t-shirt that directly exposed his strong and powerful arms. Su Yao couldn't help but be shocked. How disciplined must a college student be to have such muscle mass? Miss Su Yao, I'm going to sleep now. Tomorrow I'll find some herbs to help disinfect your wound. Li Xing said as he lay down on the military coat, and Su Yao was also very tired. She knew she couldn't delay Li Xing and needed to rest well to ensure she could move normally tomorrow. So, she lay down as well. The two of them lay by the campfire, sleeping through the night in the rocky crevice. She didn't expect Li Xing would fall asleep shortly after lying down, and there were really not many boys with such good character and integrity. Su Yao couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. But more than that, she felt heartache. Such an honest kid, how could I bear to send him on a night mission? Thank goodness nothing happened, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to forgive my sister's actions. Chapter 16, Taming Ability. On the other hand, Su Yao couldn't sleep at all. She discovered a sleeping bag that Li Xing had hidden in the tent. Strange, why does Li Xing have another sleeping bag? Didn't he only have 3 survival supplies? A bow, a dog-leg knife, and a tent, but where did this sleeping bag come from? Su Yao couldn't figure it out. The only possibility was that he got it from other survivors. This meant Li Xing had killed someone? Su Yao thought of a certain possibility and was suddenly shaken. If Li Xing dares to kill, and has so many survival skills, he definitely is not just a college student. I really can't see through him more and more. How many secrets does he have? Su Yao was originally worried about Li Xing. After all, the nighttime mission was too risky. If not for the rescue target being her sister, she would never have agreed to Li Xing going out. Now it seemed, Li Xing was definitely not a simple college student. Relieving some of her worries about him, she was ready to wait for him to return to ask clearly. Maybe he is a spy trained by another country. Gathering the Longwa people to carry out assassinations against the Longwa people? The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. After all, this possibility was too great. Early the next morning, Li Xing felt the dew sprinkling on his face, cold and refreshing. He opened his eyes and found Su Yao sleeping, hugging him, covered with a camouflage jacket. Last night wasn't too cold, but without a blanket and without a tent, it was easy to catch a cold. Sleeping in an embrace was much warmer. She has a much better personality than her sister. Li Xing couldn't help but sigh, thinking, to find a wife, one should find someone who knows how to care for her husband. Ding! Survival achievement achieved. Rescue. You have gained a lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? Li Xing didn't expect to receive good news so early in the morning. This was really nice. Draw. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the taming ability. Ability description: you possess a strong affinity, enabling you to tame most herbivorous and omnivorous animals. Survival achievement task triggered, tame. Li Xing was so excited he nearly sat up straight. This ability was amazing, and he had triggered a new survival achievement task. Although humans can tame animals like wild cattle and wild horses over a long period, that takes a lot of time. But with this ability, taming such animals would become very simple. Li Xing immediately thought of those strong, swift muscle dragons. They were strong and could run, and most importantly, they had no bone spine-like structure on their back, which meant he could ride them and tie down some cargo. Hee, I'm going to become a dragon tamer. Li Xing felt a rush of excitement. Ever since he crossed over, there hadn't been anything worth getting excited about. Except for this matter. This might be related to the military dog he once raised. But that military dog died during a mission, and he felt heartache for a long time. Now being able to raise some pets could also be a comfort for his soul. Good brother, you are awake? Su Yao felt Li Xing getting up. She also opened her eyes. I need to hurry and find some medicine to disinfect your wound. Miss Su Yao, you should rest for a while. Li Xing said as he squeezed out, and Su Yao didn't know what to say. She only felt warm inside. Who wouldn't want such a warm-hearted, caring younger brother? Li Xing quickly found porcelain, which also had bioflavonoids that possess antibacterial properties. At that moment, the live broadcast from the Dragon Country began. They then discovered that Li Xing was already in another location. Brother Xing, where is this? It doesn't look like the campsite. Just check the map and you'll know. Damn, Brother Xing has made the night journey to Su Yao's location. Awesome. Brother Xing dares to travel at night, truly courageous. Countries in Europe and America closely monitored Li Xing, shocked to see that he had walked 5 kilometers to Su Yao's side at night. Who exactly is Li Xing? How dare he travel at night? He's the only one online. How infuriating, why isn't this guy a citizen of our star-spangled country? We're going to have an airdrop battle at noon, let's take this chance to eliminate Li Xing, or there will be endless troubles. Li Xing collected some porcelain and found a spring in the stone valley to wash it off. Then he came back and squeezed out the juice directly, dropping it on Su Yao's wound. How do you know about this? Su Yao asked in surprise, and Li Xing smiled. I read it in a book, this is porcelain, it's common on Blue Star, do you trust me? Upon hearing this, Su Yao smiled and nodded. Of course I trust you, otherwise, would I let you put the juice on my wound without asking? Why do you trust me so much? Li Xing didn't expect her and Suya to be completely different in nature. It's not that Suya was bad, her cautiousness made her a good leader, as she had to consider the group's interest. Su Yao was more emotional. No reason, the moment I saw you in the stone crevice, I knew you were someone I could trust. Su Yao said. Last night, she was really scared. In that environment, someone came to rescue her regardless of the danger. In her eyes, such a person was already worthy of entrusting one's life to. The Dragon Country audience didn't expect Li Xing and Su Yao to be so sweet together. Hey, why are they being so sweet? What happened last night? Did they develop feelings for each other? Don't both sisters like brother Xing now? How happy. At this rate, they'll be enjoying a shared romance. At this moment, Su Yao took out her military water bottle. Good brother, the water in this bottle is spring water that I filled. I wanted to boil it, but I couldn't start a fire. I drank a few sips last night and ended up with diarrhea, which attracted the hostile raptor. You can boil it and drink it. Su Yao said helplessly. Li Xing didn't expect her to reveal her embarrassing moment. Her straightforward nature was quite surprising. Li Xing took the ping-pong paddle-shaped water bottle. This kind of bottle could indeed be used directly over a fire to boil water. Does your stomach still hurt? Li Xing noticed her face was still a bit pale and asked. It hurts, but I can endure it. Wait, I'll go find some kudzu vine, it can treat stomach pain, and also some other herbs to boil in the water bottle for a medicinal soup. Li Xing said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Yao nodded, watching Li Xing squeeze out and busy himself, feeling warm inside. She never expected it could be so sweet being taken care of by a boy. If Li Xing really likes me, being with him isn't out of the question, it's just that I'm 5 years older than him. Su Yao thought shyly. Li Xing searched outside for a while and found the relevant herbs. He washed them all and stuffed them into the water bottle, then went to fill it with water from the spring. Holding some firewood, he brought it back into the crevice. Li Xing rekindled the fire to boil water. Su Yao was truly impressed seeing how easily Li Xing made the fire. And Li Xing making herbal medicine went viral in the live broadcast room. What the heck, could Li Xing be a local native? How does he know about extraterrestrial herbal plants? Is it possible that these plants are very similar to those from prehistory on Blue Star, and he just happens to have studied them? Otherwise, how could he possibly know? Chapter 17, Preparing to Tame the Tendon Dragon. According to the announcement from the United Nations, the environment of the new planet can be said to be the same as the prehistoric environment of Blue Star, and the plants there are all ones that once appeared on Blue Star. So, Li Xing might be someone who studies prehistoric plants. If that's the case, then it's not surprising. A wave of discussion among the audience directly connected to Li Xing's extraordinary abilities. Before long, Li Xing finished brewing the herbs in the pot, picked them out with wooden chopsticks, and set them aside to cool. Seeing Li Xing being careful and considerate, Su Yao felt warm inside. Good little brother, you shouldn't go for the airdrop at noon today, it will be a very dangerous mission. Although your survival skills are good, this might face a brutal battle that could involve killing. Su Yao said to Li Xing. Really? But you are injured and can't go either. Li Xing said with a smile. I definitely have to go, the airdrop must have very important items. If others take them, we will be very passive. Su Yao sighed. But your leg is injured, you can't walk far. Li Xing said. It doesn't matter, for the country and the people, what's the harm in enduring some pain? Su Yao shook her head and said, Li Xing thought, since Su Yao insists on going, why not tame a tendon dragon to ride over in advance? Sister, you can drink this herbal soup when it cools. I'm going out for some fresh air. I have some crocodile meat here, grill it if you're hungry. Su Yao took the 2 pieces of crocodile meat. Did you kill this crocodile? Su Yao asked curiously. I happened to kill a crocodile when I first arrived in the swamp. Sister, I'm going out first. Li Xing said, then squeezed out of the crevice. Outside, the sun was bright, the air fresh, and the sound of birds was continuous. Li Xing left the stone valley and headed into the woods, trying to find the tracks of the tendon dragon, but only found the footprints of the wrecks from yesterday. Soon, he arrived at a flat lowland forest where there were many low and dense plants. This kind of place should be favored by herbivorous dinosaurs, and there are tendon dragon tracks nearby. While waiting, Li Xing made himself a camouflage plant suit and then took down that bundle of rope from Luichu. He skillfully tied a knot for leading animals. At that time, he would directly slip it over its head like a rope cage to secure it, without a nose ring. This was the only way. Additionally, he would wrap another part of the rope around the tendon dragon's belly to make a simple saddle so a person wouldn't easily be thrown off. The people in the live broadcast room didn't know what Li Xing was doing. "Brother Xing, I can't understand the knot you made. Why does this knot look more and more like some kind of bondage art? Is he going to tie up Su Yao? How disgusting. Our brother Xing is not that kind of pervert." At this time, people from other countries were also closely watching every move of Li Xing, as he had created too many miracles. Their experts also began to analyze Li Xing's next move. However, no one guessed correctly. After all, taming a dinosaur is an extremely absurd act. They couldn't even begin to think that Li Xing would have such an idea. Li Xing patiently waited for 2 hours. Finally, he saw a herd of tendon dragons of various sizes slowly coming down the slope, walking while eating the bushes by the road. Li Xing was very excited. As long as he completed the taming action, he could draw a prize again. This was Li Xing's first time taming a dragon, but because he gained taming abilities from the last lottery, he had a wealth of knowledge about taming animals in his mind. It made him seem like a tamer with years of experience. The people in the live stream became excited. "Bro Xing is getting close to those dragons. What does he want to do? This is not the time to kill dragons. There is no camp here, and if the food isn't processed quickly, it will spoil. It will also attract other predatory dinosaurs." The audience from other countries was also puzzled by Li Xing's actions. However, one beast taming expert finally figured it out from Li Xing's knot tying movements. This guy is truly ignorant. He actually plans to tame a wild dinosaur. He doesn't know that taming a wild horse takes a long time. Trying to tame a dinosaur is simply looking for death. What did you say? He's going to tame a dinosaur? The audience from Japan expressed shock while also finding Li Xing's ignorance amusing. Experts and military leaders from the United States also showed sarcastic smiles. This is what underestimating oneself looks like. Given his previous displays, we treated him as an important research subject. But now, it seems utterly ridiculous. Such people rely purely on luck and aren't worth studying at all. The people from the United States appeared to be venting their frustrations at this moment. Having been offended by Li Xing's actions, they had been feeling suffocated. Now, seeing his foolish behavior felt exciting, as if they could see their own glory again. "You low IQ people from Dragon Country, your Li Xing is going to tame a dinosaur. Can you see it now? What an idiot. How did he even come up with such an idea? You still treat him as a savior, don't you? Luckily, we've already left, and those who stayed behind are all useless idiots. Now you know how to regret, right?" The audience from Dragon Country were all red with anger. "Curse away, just curse away. How many times have you been slapped in the face without learning your lesson?" "Exactly. I believe Bro Xing won't do anything without confidence. And you all, after leaving Dragon Country, there will come a time when you will regret it. You faux foreigners, even a mother can be mistaken for a fool." At this time, Li Xing had already reached one of the female dragons, which weighed about 1.5 tons, considered medium among the group of dragons. Male dragons were too aggressive. Although Li Xing had the affinity given by the system, it was safer to start with a female dragon. After all, being hit by its tail would definitely mean certain death. Li Xing gently touched the rough skin of the target dragon. It felt like touching scales on a lizard. There was not a single hair on the surface. This type of dinosaur was cold-blooded, different from the hairy small dinosaurs. Li Xing was very worried that these cold-blooded creatures, like crocodiles, could not be tamed. This dragon did not resist. It just turned to look at Li Xing for a moment. That glance made Li Xing's heart race. But soon, it ignored him again and continued munching on its bushes. Li Xing let out a sigh of relief. This was halfway successful. He then tied the saddle rope onto the dragon. This dragon felt something on its back and was a bit uncomfortable. It started shaking its body, trying to get rid of the saddle. But Li Xing had secured it to its forearms and hind limbs, using the knot structure to tie it tightly, so it couldn't get rid of it no matter how much it struggled. The dragon was still not used to it and began to rub against the trees. After half an hour of thrashing, it finally calmed down, accepting the burden on its back. With the system's enhancement, Li Xing could speed up the desensitization process. So, he was able to have it completely accept the saddle in just half an hour. Next, Li Xing was going to secure the dragon's head. This was also the most dangerous step. To first touch the dragon's head, and second, to completely cover its mouth, preventing it from eating. Only after taming it could Li Xing remove the muzzle to feed it. The method to control the beast is through food. As long as its ability to eat freely is taken away, it will quickly obey. Li Xing approached the dinosaur's head, continuously stroking the neck dragon. The neck dragon had already grown accustomed to Li Xing being nearby. Li Xing's actions shocked the audience around the world. He was the first person to come so close to a dinosaur. Moreover, he even intended to tame this neck dragon. Such bold behavior quickly attracted global viewers, and the number in the live stream skyrocketed to 1 billion. Chapter 18, A Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The bullet comments were no longer clear. The vast majority of people admired Li Xing's courage. If Li Xing succeeds, he will be the world's first person. I wonder if our country can cooperate with the Dragon Nation? Exactly, cooperating with the Dragon Nation would definitely be wise. Damn it, if we fall out with the Dragon Nation, and if Li Xing succeeds, it means we are in big trouble. Those fake foreigners who had fled abroad were also sweating, constantly praying for Li Xing to fail. If he succeeded, the chance of survival for the Dragon Nation would be even higher. After all, a person who can quickly tame even dinosaurs is simply a chosen one. In fact, many people regretted giving up their nationality, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. They could only brace themselves and keep cursing, as if that's the only way to protect their poor self-esteem. Li Xing moved slowly, but he took the opportunity while the neck dragon was chewing to slip the noose around its neck, all the way to the root, while also securing its front limbs so it wouldn't fall off. The muzzle was a different structure. Li Xing just needed to mount its back, and as he pulled the reins tight, the muzzle would automatically fasten on. To release it, he would need to push it away with a wooden stick. Li Xing did not dare to directly mount it, continually letting it get used to having a person nearby and making it feel safe. This was also desensitization training. Normally, it might take a week. But Li Xing didn't need that. He had the system's affinity support. He only needed half an hour. Li Xing stayed next to the neck dragon for about an hour, and even the other neck dragons had no reaction to Li Xing's presence. Clearly, due to the affinity, Li Xing had already been accepted as one of the neck dragon group. This phenomenon puzzled experts on Blue Star. They meticulously recorded all of Li Xing's actions, thinking that if he succeeded, they would follow his steps. What they didn't realize was that if they followed his steps, they would end up in a disastrous situation. Finally, Li Xing felt it was about time. He placed his foot on the stirrup. Although that stirrup was just a rope loop, it was sufficient. Li Xing pushed off and jumped up, landing right on the neck dragon's back. The feeling was extraordinarily wonderful, like the first time a person rides a horse. It felt even more fulfilling than that. However, the system had not yet indicated that taming was successful, so the next step was to control the neck dragon's forward and backward movements. Only by controlling its behavior could it be considered tamed. Thus, Li Xing pulled the structural rope of the muzzle, and the muzzle fastened onto the neck dragon's mouth. The neck dragon showed no reaction to Li Xing on its back, but as soon as its mouth was deprived of the ability to eat, it became agitated. The neck dragon began to shake its head violently and ran around wildly. Li Xing felt like he was riding a bucking bull, shaking vigorously. If it weren't for the saddle and reins, he might have fallen off already. "Baby, don't be scared. As long as you follow my commands, you can eat grass." Li Xing continuously stroked the neck dragon's neck to comfort it. After more than 10 minutes, it finally realized that struggling was futile. Li Xing pushed the muzzle away, letting it graze. After a while, when it paused, he immediately covered it again. If it struggled, the muzzle stayed on. If it didn't struggle, he would loosen it. After repeated actions, the dinosaur understood that it could eat grass as long as it didn't struggle. Next came the training to move forward. He pulled one side of the reins, and only when it walked the right way would he remove the muzzle. After more than an hour of repeated training, this dinosaur had completely come under Li Xing's control. The 10 billion viewers across the Dragon Kingdom were ecstatic. "My God, the first dragon rider has appeared. It's one of our Dragon Kingdom people. So proud. Where are those monsters now? Why aren't they yelling? Ha, Brother Xing is amazing. Brother Xing is invincible." The people of the Wa country and Star Stripe country were silent. They never expected such a miracle to happen in the Dragon Kingdom. How is this possible? So unbelievable, a dinosaur has been tamed just like that? This must be a very gentle dinosaur. Anyone could tame it. It just depends on the courage. Li Xing's success greatly boosted the confidence of other countries in the Dragon Kingdom. This would also make more countries try to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom, wanting to become its allies. As a result, their alliance would become looser. This Li Xing must die. It's almost time for the airdrop. We will kill him then. At this time, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom also breathed a sigh of relief. They never expected this college student, Li Xing, to create a miracle. Next, many people would surely want to kill Li Xing. But now, countries had lost their communication rights. So, for the time being, Li Xing was still relatively safe, but next week would be different. Li Xing rode the dinosaur step by step back to the rock crevice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taming and surviving. You have gained a lottery chance. Do you want to draw now? Draw. Li Xing curled his lips, full of expectation. Drawing in progress? Congratulations to the host for obtaining super smell. In the next moment, Li Xing suddenly felt that all the surrounding scents were extraordinarily clear, like a map woven from smells. He could clearly tell where each smell came from and where it was going. He couldn't help but be shocked. The powerful world of smells was indeed like this. So unbelievable. Li Xing was stunned, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Su Yao had finished her medicinal soup and was roasting meat, waiting for Li Xing to return to eat together. But she was suddenly startled to see a dinosaur outside. However, upon a closer look, she found a person riding on the dinosaur's back. That person was no one else but Li Xing. She thought she was seeing things. Only after carefully looking several times did she dare to believe that what was in front of her was not an illusion. Good brother, what's going on? How did you become a dragon rider? Su Yao could hardly believe her eyes, popping out in shock as she asked. I saw your leg was hurt and you were having trouble walking, so I went to tame a dragon. I didn't expect it to actually work. Now you don't have to suffer through painful walking anymore. Li Xing said. Hearing this, warmth surged in Su Yao's heart. She never imagined Li Xing had tamed a riding pet for her to make walking easier. That's so extremely thoughtful. What girl wouldn't like a dragon rider? A man who tames a dragon for the girl he loves, what a touching love. The female viewers in front of the screen were all moved to tears. Brother Li Xing, you are so touching. If someone did this for me, I would love him for a lifetime. Why are there no boys willing to do such a touching thing for me? Oh my god, does brother Li Xing like Su Yao the most? Everyone's in love, what kind of environment is this? Brother Xing definitely won't fall in love. Su Yao, for the first time in her life, felt such burning love and gratitude, she couldn't help but shed tears. But Li Xing did not think so in his heart, it was all a misunderstanding on their part. Training the dragon was purely a task and personal hobby. It just so happened that Su Yao was injured and needed to ride the dragon, while he had come here last night to complete a survival achievement. But in Su Yao's eyes, this was love. Li Xing did not know that the personality differences between Su Yao and Su Yao were so huge. She was actually a romantic. Good little brother, if you like your sister, just say it. Oh, you don't need to be so adventurous or romantic, and I'm a few years older than you don't mind, right? Su Yao asked with a smiling face, implying a younger boy and an older girl. Chapter 19, taking Su Yao back to the camp. For men, the most important things for women are being sexy, beautiful, and obedient. You think too beautifully. Su Yao laughed. Ha, is this thinking beautifully? What's even more beautiful is a buy one get one free deal. If you could also send me your sister, that would be perfect. Ha ha. Li Xing joked, lightening the atmosphere. You pervert, you dare to think about both. Aren't you afraid my sister will beat you to death? Su Yao huffed softly and stopped talking. No more jokes, I'll tie up the dragon, and when we are full, we will ride directly to the airdrop location. With the dragon, no one could arrive faster than us unless the airdrop lands right beside them. As Li Xing spoke, he rode the dragon to the side and tied it to a tree. When Li Xing returned to the rock crevice, Su Yao handed him meat and water. Good little brother, you eat the meat, here is the water I just boiled, it's not too hot anymore, you must be thirsty, have a drink. Su Yao said, seeing that Li Xing's hands were dirty, she directly brought the water to his mouth. Miss Su Yao, I can get it myself, you eat too. Li Xing smiled as he took the water and drank a big gulp, then started eating the roasted meat. Su Yao watched his rolling Adam's apple and handsome face, feeling more and more pleased. Was she about to get a boyfriend? Miss Su Yao, you eat quickly, don't just watch me eat, we need to hurry. Seeing that Su Yao was lost in thought, Li Xing reminded her. The two quickly finished eating and drinking, then packed their supplies and walked out of the rock crevice. The sun outside was bright. Su Yao saw the dragon tied by the stone valley again, and that dragon was as obedient as a horse. It was simply unbelievable. Li Xing carefully led Su Yao to the side of the dragon. Li Xing untied the dragon, then first climbed onto its back and reached out to help Su Yao sit in front of him. So wonderful, Li Xing, you're truly amazing, in such a short time, you actually tamed the dragon. Do you like it? Li Xing asked with a smile. I like it. Next time I have time, I will tame a few more dragons, so that you and your sister can ride the dragon around. Li Xing said with a smile. Does my sister have one too? Su Yao asked. Everyone gets one, it's fair, otherwise, how would you not be jealous? Li Xing joked. Good little brother, you really want to buy one get one free deal. So consider it for her. Don't be so flowery with your words, if we really married you, you wouldn't say that. Su Yao teased. If you and your sister agree, I will have no objections. Li Xing smiled, he was just a flirtatious boy, not caring too much. Beautiful women who throw themselves at him should not be passed up. Su Yao pouted. Daydreaming every day. One must have dreams, otherwise, how are they different from a salted fish? Li Xing smiled and said, tightening the reins, holding Su Yao in his arms, while talking, his face was almost touching her lips. This made Su Yao so nervous that her mind went blank. Go! Li Xing shouted, like riding a horse, returning in the direction he came from. The dragon ran quickly, leaping over any fallen logs in its way, making the two on the dragon's back feel as if they were on a roller coaster, thrilling and exciting. Su Yao screamed out of fright, while Li Xing held her tightly from behind, making her lie flat on the dragon's back so she wouldn't be thrown off easily. However, this posture is a bit like dragon shock. Moreover, the bumpy dragon's back caused Li Xing and Su Yao to inevitably have some awkward moments. Su Yao was so embarrassed, but knew Li Xing did not mean it. And anyway, they were still wearing pants, right? Thinking about it made her smile secretly. Su Yao felt she might be a bit too lecherous. Li Xing focused on the thrill of riding the dragon and completely did not notice the complicated interchanges of Su Yao. Until they were almost back at the campsite, Li Xing slowed down, and only then did he notice Su Yao's peachy bottom sticking up in front of him. Li Xing swallowed hard. Soon, the legged dragon arrived at the stream, and Li Xing jumped off, tying the dragon to a tree by the stream. Then he helped Su Yao down as well. At this time, the two women hiding inside the tent came out. They had just heard strange sounds and were frightened, thinking a dinosaur was coming. They never expected it was Li Xing and Su Yao riding back on the dragon. This was simply too crazy. Suya and Luichu thought they were seeing things. If it weren't for the repeated confirmation, they wouldn't dare believe what was in front of their eyes. They could only believe they accidentally ate something toxic and were hallucinating. Sister! When Su Yao saw Suya, she hurried over, called out, and then hugged her. Suya was stunned for a long time. Sister, what is this dinosaur? It's too unbelievable, right? Suya's speech was a bit stuttered. Sister, it's like this, let me tell you. Su Yao immediately started to explain, while Luichu excitedly walked up to Li Xing. Brother Li Xing, can you really ride this dinosaur? Of course, I have already tamed it well, how about you ride it with me now? Li Xing smiled, knowing Luichu loved dinosaurs. Can I really? Yes, I will protect you. Li Xing said, untied the rope, and jumped back onto the dragon's back, reaching out to pull Luichu up. Li Xing held Luichu like he held Su Yao, this shy girl. Luichu was completely lost in the excitement of riding the dragon. Wow, this is so much fun. Brother Li Xing, you are really amazing. Luichu said excitedly, and in her enthusiasm, she turned her head and planted a kiss on Li Xing's face. I am sorry, Brother Li Xing, I got too excited. Luichu explained, her pretty face flushed. She didn't know why, but being in Li Xing's embrace felt warm, happy, and safe, and she unexpectedly did something so out of character. How can it be like this? If you kissed the left side, you should also kiss the right side for balance. Li Xing said with a smile. Brother Li Xing, you're so bad. Li Xing thought, girls like Luichu, lacking survival skills, naturally rely on someone like him. This was an emotional inclination born from a survival instinct. There was nothing shameful about it. But Li Xing didn't want to take advantage of the little girl. Even though he was flirtatious, he was not vulgar. Although he was a rake, he was not lewd, and this was his bottom line. Moreover, his feelings for Luichu were entirely because of his sister from his past life. It was his guilt for his sister that led him to seek compensation from a girl with a similar personality to find solace for his soul, a redemption of his own spirit. He was quite clear about this. If he really had any emotional entanglements with a woman, with Li Xing's personality, that would be impossible. At least, he believed he would never allow it. Chapter 20, about to airdrop. Girl, we are going to grab the airdrop at noon, you stay at the campsite. Li Xing reminded, after all, Luichu was just an 18-year-old girl with no combat experience, bringing her along would only be a burden. I can't be of any help, I'm really sorry. Luichu said, feeling very ashamed. Don't worry, I'll teach you archery and trap setting in the future, as long as you are not afraid of hardship. You will suffer endless hardships. Li Xing said with a smile. I'm not afraid of hardship, I also want to contribute to the country. Luichu said with determination in her eyes. Li Xing did not expect that this girl had such awareness, she was truly remarkable. Li Xing's actions were not seen by Su Yao and Suya, but were watched by over 1 billion viewers. This airdrop, a lot of elites from the Star-Spangled Country and Japan have gone over, it won't be simple. Yes, both the Star-Spangled Country and Japan are well prepared. I hope Brother Xing doesn't get into trouble while flirting with beautiful women. Brother Xing is calm under pressure, he definitely has a plan. Everyone relax. Let's hope so. As the Jiaolong moved, it completely plunged Luichu into Li Xing's embrace. Li Xing pulled the reins, causing his body to lean forward, which made his chin rest on Luichu's fragrant shoulder, bringing their faces almost together. The girl's heart secretly promised, her heartbeat accelerating. The Jiaolong walked downstream along the creek, with water flowing gently underneath its feet. Suddenly, Luichu saw a corpse covered in flies on the bank. Ah! Brother Li Xing, what is that? Li Xing took a glance, and it was the corpse of Xiao Jingkai Quan. Last night, it was not known what had eaten it, the skin was gnawed off by insects, and wild flies were buzzing around, with many white fly eggs already on the corpse. It looked extremely disgusting. Close your eyes, Li Xing said, quickly controlling the Jiao Long to turn back. Brother Li Xing, what is that? Not important, probably some wild people's corpses, forget about it. Li Xing said, and Lu Yichu responded with an O. Are there really wild people here? Lu Yichu believed Li Xing and asked worriedly. Hard to say, after all, this planet has such a rich variety of species, it wouldn't be surprising to have primitives. Li Xing said. Aren't wild people scarier than dinosaurs? Lu Yichu said nervously. Li Xing smiled, yes, wild people kidnap women from other tribes just to help them have babies, you need to protect yourself. Brother Li Xing, don't scare me. Lu Yichu said pitifully, she was indeed scared. Her mental strength was stronger than that of ordinary girls, but after all, she was still a girl. Moreover, she had already distanced herself from her family. The strength she showed now was only because the emotional knife hadn't yet cut to her vital spot. As time passed, her homesickness would grow stronger. I'm not scaring you, reality is that cruel. You need to learn to protect yourself, only by mastering real skills can you safeguard yourself. Don't worry, I'll teach you when I have time. Li Xing said seriously. Lu Yichu felt warm seeing Li Xing's earnest gaze. Okay. I will definitely study hard. The two quickly returned to the camp, where Su Yao and Suya recounted everything that had happened yesterday in detail. Suya could no longer use looking at Li Xing with new eyes to describe him, he completely overturned her worldview. This guy was simply too mysterious. Li Xing, where did you go? Su Yao, seeing Li Xing so close to Lu Yichu, couldn't help but become jealous. The girl wanted to ride the dragon for fun, so I brought her to get familiar with it. Li Xing jumped down and then caught Lu Yichu, pulling her into his arms. Now, Li Xing's hands completely wrapped around her slender, soft waist. Su Yao couldn't help but stare in astonishment. But she didn't dare to show her anger in public and could only bite her lower lip. Li Xing, as if nothing had happened, tied the Jiao Long to a tree next to the tent. He couldn't tie it outside, if it got eaten by predatory dinosaurs, that would be too unfortunate. Now he just needed to prepare to be its caretaker. Li Xing went to chop a bunch of bushes to feed it. Suya also curiously came over to help feed. This Jiao Long had become a treasure in everyone's eyes, the more they looked at it, the more they liked it. Li Xing's warm personality made the Jiao Long equally gentle toward the three women, now resembling a well-trained elephant. Li Xing, let's head to the high ground and wait. Once the airdrop smoke appears, we can head in that direction. Suya said to Li Xing. No problem. When we reach the airdrop point, I will turn on the teammate locator and see if there are any teammates nearby. Li Xing's words shocked both Suya and Su Yao. You found Su Yao without turning on the locator last night? Suya asked in disbelief. Li Xing didn't know how to answer this. Good brother, how did you manage not to get lost without the locator? You don't even have a compass. Su Yao asked, puzzled. This shouldn't be very hard. It's only 5 kilometers. There are a few ridges in between. After climbing each ridge, just observe from the top. When uncertain about the direction, chop down a tree and check the rings, the sparse rings indicate south. You can also look at the moss on the tree, the shaded side has more moss than the sunny southern side. Li Xing explained. Not just the two girls, but the audience in front of the screen was also stunned. They never expected Li Xing to possess such obscure knowledge. Brother Xing is amazing. He can find Su Yao at night without using the locator. This difficulty level is hellish. Hearing Li Xing's professional explanation, the people from the Japanese and American teams gritted their teeth. This Li Xing is truly a treasure. It's infuriating, he's even more professional than our Devil Squad. Our Devil Squad wouldn't dare to enter the forest even during the day, yet he goes out at night. And without the locator. People increasingly doubted whether they had picked the wrong side. If this continues, Longguo will undoubtedly become the strongest presence on the new planet, and will then become the #1 power on the new planet. At that time, it would be hard to gain Longguo's citizenship. Don't get too proud, being strong in survival doesn't mean having combat power. He's just a college student, learning survival knowledge from books is understandable. I don't believe he can fight against professional troops. That's right, everyone, don't worry. Countries led by the United States have already joined the alliance. Starting next week, all alliances will find gathering points and target Longguo. They can't show off for much longer. Chapter 21, The Dangerous Airdrop Site. While it was still not noon, Li Xing made 2 bamboo water bottles and hung them on the steed. It should be almost noon. Li Xing, can you take us to the high ground to observe? Suya said worriedly, fearing they would miss the time. Okay, let's get ready to set off. Li Xing nodded, leading the steed out of the camp. Suya and Su Yao also brought the necessary equipment and stepped outside. Good brother, how do the three of us sit? Su Yao asked. I'm the heaviest, so I should sit at the center of gravity. You both can sit one in front and one behind. Li Xing said as he climbed onto the steed's back. Li Xing pulled Su Yao up to sit in front, followed by Suya. With nothing to grab onto behind, Suya could only hold tightly onto Li Xing, while Li Xing leaned forward to hold the reins. Su Yao directly lay down and grabbed onto the net rope around the steed's neck. Seeing her sister's shy posture, Suya was a bit speechless. But now was not the time to worry about that. Lu Yichu waved at Li Xing and the others from the camp. Sisters, brother Li Xing, you must return safely. Li Xing smiled and nodded, giving a few words of encouragement, then urged the steed to climb towards a nearby hill, which had a gentle slope. Although carrying 3 people, the steed was still within its capacity. After reaching the mountaintop, Li Xing gave it some water to drink, like caring for his own horse. Under Li Xing's friendliness, the steed had completely submitted, resembling a racehorse trained for several years. This truly astonished Suya, even making her and the audience feel as if the steed was naturally easy to train. The higher-ups from other countries also developed this illusion and even decided to inform their nations about this matter next week. Little did they know, this could potentially cost their participants their lives. The Japanese and American spectators began to comment in the chat. Data shows that the tendon dragon has a gentle temperament. Li Xing is just a bit bolder than others, and it's just as easy to tame for anyone else. Exactly, we were just shocked by him, we were the ignorant ones. I thought Li Xing was extraordinary. By then, we'll all have a tendon dragon. The supporters of the ruling party relaxed their previously tense hearts upon seeing this. So that's how it is, I thought Li Xing was special. I was scared, turns out everyone can tame this dinosaur, there's nothing particularly special about it. The Dragon Country audience was speechless upon seeing these comments. You all, if you can do it, then go ahead. Right, I want to see if you're really that amazing. Is it that hard to admit our brother Xing is excellent? Li Xing and the others did not have watches, so they could only estimate the time. After a while, they suddenly saw a plume of yellow smoke rising in the distance. Over there. Look. Suya pointed at the yellow mist in the distance. Li Xing and Su Yao saw it too, estimating it was about 6 kilometers away. At that moment, the brain broadcasting began to sound. Attention all participants, the airdrop is in position. The first 5 national representatives to enter the airdrop zone within 500 meters will gain communication privileges in that area. Note, all airdrops are at the center of the zone. And will never change. If we can be among the top 5 to enter the airdrop zone, we can contact our other teammates. Also, once we occupy the airdrop zone, others won't be able to take it again. This is a huge advantage, we must secure the airdrop point. Su Yao exclaimed in shock. Right, quickly check the direction, let's get moving. Su Yao shouted. Su Yao immediately took out her military dagger and looked at the compass on the back of the handle. The airdrop point is in the 60-degree direction. Quick, get on the dragon. Li Xing immediately mounted the tendon dragon, and the 2 women also quickly got on, with no hesitation. Li Xing pressed his feet against the tendon dragon and immediately headed towards the yellow mist. In this area, there were participants from over a dozen countries, and at that moment, they all saw the yellow mist and rushed out. Japan's Dai Lianhua saw the airdrop was only 3 kilometers away, and the corners of her mouth almost reached her ears. This airdrop is mine for the taking. Dai Lianhua sneered and immediately sprinted towards the airdrop. Michael from the Star Stripe country was the best equipped participant around, armed with an M16 rifle, a night vision device, and a water bottle. He was only 2 kilometers away from the airdrop. The audience from the Star Stripe country popped champagne in excitement. For them, having firearms and being closest to the airdrop was like a gift from heaven. Other smaller country participants also hurried over. However, the journey was not smooth. Several participants encountered terror birds, falling and being chased to their deaths, while others were pecked to death. Many others were ripped apart by smaller predatory dinosaurs. It was truly a sight that was hard to bear. Michael, with the rifle in his hand, had shot 5 rounds yesterday, killing a terror bird, and he wore a cape woven from terror bird feathers. Along the way, the scent of the feathers scared off many predatory animals. The audience from the Star Stripe country erupted again in excitement. Michael truly is a commander of elite forces, his survival skills are so strong. Without wasting a single bullet, he has driven away several predatory animals. Those feathers really paid off. Who says otherwise? When he encounters the Li Xing from the Dragon Country, he will surely teach him a severe lesson. Everyone soon noticed that someone was closer to the airdrop, less than 600 meters away. That was a participant from the Barley Country. As an indigenous person from the Amazon rainforest, surviving in the wild was a piece of cake for him. He immediately held his spear and homemade bow and arrow, quickly rushing towards the airdrop zone. Entering the airdrop zone in first place, Barlow Country. 4 positions remaining. As the brain broadcast sounded, everyone became tense. Damn, first place appeared so quickly. Li Xing cursed in his heart, and could not help but quicken the pace of his mount. Other contestants were also very tense, desperately rushing towards the center point. A large number of people surged into the live broadcast room of the contestant from Barlow Country. They discovered that in front of him was a cliff, and below the cliff was a river about 100 meters wide. That red square big box landed on the riverbank, about 40 to 50 meters from the edge of the forest. The riverbank was full of moving imperial crocodiles. And some huge pterosaurs were flying over the river, occasionally plunging their long beaks into the water, catching big fish and then flying up to eat. Meanwhile, monsters occasionally leaped out of the river, snapping at some small pterosaurs. The contestant from Malay Country turned pale, never having seen such a terrifying place. Why did the airdrop land here of all places? The whole internet exploded. Oh my god, are these pterosaurs really that big? They don't seem that big flying in the sky, but they are terrifying when they land. Their wingspan is about 14 meters. Standing on the ground, they're taller than a grown giraffe. Look, even the little crocodiles have to dodge them. You don't know, this is the wind god pterosaur, it dares to prey on baby Tyrannosaurus. That contestant from Barlow Country found it impossible to cross the river to the other side. Although it was only 100 meters away, it felt like an unreachable distance. He decided to contact his other teammates to enter the airdrop zone. Chapter 22, The Crisis-Ridden Riverbank. The ground of this broadleaf forest was covered with fallen leaves, and the scent they smelled riding the mount was that of decaying forest floor. The heavy footsteps of the mount left a clear trail on the ground. On the way, the 3 of them swayed as they advanced, and as a man, Li Xing became the biggest beneficiary. The 2 amazing sisters were in front and behind. However, while enjoying himself, Li Xing's nose was constantly working. Every time they entered an area, he sensed all the smells in that area. The scents intertwined in the forest allowed Li Xing to clearly know which areas were safe and which were the territories of predators, like an animal. Thus, he avoided many potential dangers. Half an hour later, the brain broadcast rang again. The second country to enter the airdrop zone is Star-Spangled Country. 3 positions remaining. How much longer until we arrive? There are only 3 positions left. Su Yao was very anxious. At this time, Li Xing opened the teammate locator. The floating ball projected a positioning map into the air, and the Su sisters couldn't help but look over. Aside from the 3 of them and Lu Ichu at the camp, they couldn't find any other teammates. There are only we 4 within a 6-kilometer radius. Li Xing said with some regret, because there were too few people, he couldn't protect the other teammates. However, Li Xing noticed that the positioning map had been updated. It divided into zones, with each zone being a large circle with a diameter of 35 kilometers. There were a total of 100 zones. And they were now located in the middle of one of those circular zones. The third country to enter the airdrop zone is Dragon Country. Only 2 positions left. Note, within 200, can communicate with enemies. As this brain broadcast sounded, the 3 of them suddenly rejoiced. We finally caught up. Great. Su Yao happily turned around and kissed Li Xing. Li Xing, it's all thanks to you, without the mount, we would never have made it. Cough, cough, stop kissing now, let's see how to operate the communication. Suya said without much kindness. They immediately utilized the floating ball's permissions, and indeed a list was projected. There were a total of 35 contestants from Dragon Country in this area. Above, the hovering ball will project the communication panel into everyone's view, invisible to outsiders. The principle is to communicate with brainwaves. This means using consciousness to control the hovering ball panel. The hovering ball will transmit information, which is then sent to teammates' minds by their own hovering balls. Teammates can then hear the voice in their heads. Suya immediately operated with her mind, broadcasting to 35 competitors from Long Country. Hello everyone, I am Suya. To make a long story short, I and 2 other teammates have entered the airdrop zone. The airdrop zone is located at the center of the area. From now on, try your best to get close to the center area every day, because the airdrop zone will never change. Getting to the airdrop zone means occupying the high ground. Received. Captain. Received. Captain. At this moment, Li Xing focused instead on the enemy list. The enemy communication list had only 5 people, which proved that these 5 were within 200 meters. Although this display could be turned off, it could only be actively turned off after the airdrop opened to avoid revealing the location. Currently, the airdrop had not opened. Therefore, all enemies within 200 meters would appear on the screen. Just as Li Xing was studying this, the enemy sent a message. Hey! Long Country contestants, I never expected you to also enter the top 5, but you should be ready for death. The speaker was Michael from Star Stripe Country. This message was also received by the Sioux sisters. At this moment, the brain broadcast sounded again. The representative country that entered the airdrop zone in fourth place is Japan. When this message rang out, the people in Japan's live broadcast room erupted in celebration. The person who entered this area was their own Dai Lianhua, who was now sending messages to all nearby enemies. Hey, contestants from Starstripe country, your country is allied with ours, let's work together to deal with Long country. No problem. Ha, is this really okay? We haven't even blocked Long country, and we're just chatting about them. Jackson, you're here too? That's right. Get ready to ambush, wait and see my performance. It's infuriating, these guys actually want to team up against us. Su Yao's face turned green with anger. Don't pay attention to these people. We are very close to the airdrop point, everyone needs to move quietly. Su Yao said, immediately descending from the Dragon Ridge. Being so high makes it too easy to be exposed. Su Yao gritted her teeth and jumped down with Li Xing. About 200 meters ahead should be the river. Look at this map, it's very dangerous to get close to the river. Li Xing pointed at the floating map. We need to get close despite the danger, if we let others get the airdrop first, we will be at a disadvantage. Su Yao said, looking at her sister and then added. Sister, let's go over first. Li Xing, you stay here and wait for us to get the airdrop before coming back to find you. Okay, good little brother, you stay here and wait for us to return. It's too dangerous over there for you to follow. By the way, we need to borrow this bow and arrow. Su Yao said with a smile. But Li Xing's words were not finished, the bow and arrows were taken by Su Yao, along with the dog-legged knife. However, Su Yao left him a survival knife. This survival knife is shorter than a dagger and is the one from that little Wells vegetable spring. Li Xing didn't mind, as he had a means to save his life, and they did not. Good little brother, fighting is the duty of soldiers. You are not a soldier, so you cannot participate in this. Be good and wait for me to come back. Su Yao said, even kissing Li Xing on the cheek. Su Yao, beside her, looked on in shock. Alright, just be careful. Li Xing shrugged, saying he didn't care about this, he just needed to ensure they got the supplies. It was even better to operate without any women around. The two women put on camouflage plant cloaks and crept towards the riverbank. Li Xing could only tie the tendon dragon to a dense thicket, letting it eat its fill here. He followed with that small survival knife in his hand. As he walked, he caught the scent of a person, not the two women's, he used his divine vision to observe the trail of the smell. He discovered large footprints on the ground. Li checked the shoe print on the ground. This person is about 188 centimeters tall, weighs around 90 kilograms, and has most of their weight leaning forward, indicating that this person is moving quickly while bending over. Obviously, this is a strong soldier. Li Xing just took a glance and immediately analyzed the information of the shoe print's owner. He followed the footprints silently. Soon, he arrived at the riverside woods, seeing the wide river from a distance, along with a large riverbank. On the riverbank, the Emperor Crocodile, Pterodactyl, and even the heavy-clawed dragon were all active. Upstream, there was an airdrop box with a side length of 1 meter, emitting yellow smoke, surrounded by several curious crocodiles. Following the smell, Li Xing soon discovered the man. This man was none other than Michael from the Star Stripes Nation, crouched behind a rock, holding an M16 rifle, his eyes carefully surveying the surroundings. It's certain that this guy had been here for a long time, waiting for others to open the airdrop and then move into the woods to take a shot. Unfortunately for him, he met Li Xing. Li Xing pulled out his survival knife and crawled forward, moving extremely slowly. Moreover, he had camouflage plants on him. If he still had the bow and arrow in hand, the opponent would have already been a corpse. The audience in the live broadcast room was all frightened. This guy Li Xing actually dared to use that little knife to attempt to assassinate the commander of an elite unit? Let alone that Li Xing was just a college student, even an elite special soldier wouldn't dare to do this. Because Michael himself was a retired member of the Devil Squad. He had once been an excellent sniper. Brother Xing, you are overestimating yourself. Hurry up and leave. Chapter 23, The Bullet on the Cliff. If I leave now, Michael will definitely notice me. What if Brother Xing didn't even notice Michael? After all, we saw him using the floating ball, which has infrared capabilities. That would be worse. Michael is disguised so well that Li Xing might not even notice him crawling nearby. At this moment, the military of the Star Stripes Nation also discovered Li Xing's actions and couldn't help but hold their breath for Michael. Although Li Xing was just an untrained college student, if he succeeded in a sneak attack, it would be a problem. Don't worry, Li Xing hasn't discovered Michael at all. There's a possibility Michael's camouflage is too good, and the floating ball is invisible, so it's impossible to discover Michael because of it. This kid is charging straight towards the muzzle. This way, we won't have to find someone to kill Li Xing. Ha, that really is a blessing from the heavens for our Star Stripes Nation. The butterfly love flower from the land of the rising sun also arrived at the riverside, seeing the red airdrop box by the river. However, she had no weapon, only a survival dagger and a ninja shuriken. She also planned to wait for others to take risks and retrieve the airdrop before making her move. At this time, the viewers from the land of the rising sun flooded into Michael's live broadcast room. Seeing Michael crouched behind the rock like a wooden statue, he resembled a bush growing between the rocks. Even if the floating ball hit him, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to quickly discern his outline from the disguise. With such top-notch camouflage, even an ordinary person standing nearby might not notice him. Because of this, almost everyone felt that Xing wouldn't notice Michael, but rather wanted to carefully crawl towards that rock to sneak a peek at the river's condition. However, they were unaware that Michael's disguise was completely ineffective in front of Xing. Even if he didn't have super sense of smell, the situation was still dire. With Xing's strength, he could easily sense his presence. It's just that he might not discover it so quickly. Xing's movements were very slow, every step taken with extreme caution, making not a sound. When he was still 2 meters away from Michael, Xing stopped. Michael was slightly lower than Xing's position. Amidst the tense breaths of all the national audience, Xing tightly grasped his survival knife and suddenly leaped towards Michael. The audiences from the Star-Spangled Country and the Japanese country were startled. They all believed Xing hadn't noticed Michael at all, and with this sudden movement, they realized how foolish they were. In that moment, nearly all the audience held their breath. Upon hearing the noise, Michael hurriedly turned his head, but it was already too late. Xing was like a lurking beast, pouncing on the target only when he got close, leaving no chance for resistance. Xing's survival knife accurately pierced his neck. Michael didn't even have time to let out a whimper before Xing's knife swiftly circled his neck. Like bleeding a chicken, Xing extended Michael's neck to let the blood flow out. He tried to make sure the blood didn't splatter onto himself or his clothes, as the clothes were important supplies, and he didn't want them soaked in blood. Such skilled killing moves. Such calm bleeding behavior. Even the top assassins couldn't do it so perfectly. Let alone a college student? The audience in front of the screens fell into collective silence. It was the first time they witnessed a close-range kill. Not a distant gunshot, but close-up, bloody throat slashing. The comments flooded with exclamation and question marks. People were almost speechless. The higher-ups of the Star-Spangled Country, in the conference room, looked pale, their fists tightly clenched. They never expected to lose such a fierce general like this. Damn it! This Xing. General, the Devil Squad has arrived in the area, they will avenge Michael. I just don't believe we can't kill a college student. What's going on? I just got my green card, I'm no longer a citizen of the Dragon Country. If they rise, I can't come back. Ha, serves you right for abandoning your homeland. Don't get too proud, you've just gained a small advantage. The viewers from the Japanese country and high-ranking government officials also completely changed their views on Xing after this scene. They dared not make reckless comments about Xing anymore. Meanwhile, those fake foreigners who slipped out of the country placed huge hopes on the Star-Spangled Country, hopes that Xing extinguished as easily as blowing out a candle, so simply that they hardly dared to believe. This Xing has no morals and engages in assassination. Still talking about being a moral superpower, bah, it's just the actions of a petty person. Such a treacherous person won't live long. The observers from the Dragon Country saw these comments and fiercely countered. Do you think we're fools? Our morals are for the good, not for the enemy. You people just wait to regret. Day by day, now you know our Xing is powerful. After draining Michael's blood, Xing took off his clothes, even leaving him in his shorts. Xing hid these supplies and then checked his rifle. Ah, finally got my hands on a gun. Xing felt a wave of pride and then chose to directly close the livestream. He relentlessly used his sense of smell to search for other targets nearby. Soon, he caught the scent of sweat from several others and, using his godly vision, quickly discovered another member of the Star-Spangled Country. This guy had a crossbow in hand and was covered in camouflage. Xing picked up his gun, without a word, directly shot at his head. Bang! A gunshot startled all the birds in the forest. At that moment, a bullet shot over from the cliff on the opposite bank. It grazed directly over Xing Tian's head. Scared, Xing quickly rolled to the side of the rock shelter. If he hadn't purposely raised the camouflage on his head by a few centimeters, the bullet would have directly blown his head off. His experience saved his life. There's a sniper on the high ground across the river. Damn, what kind of gear do they have? Xing gritted his teeth, realizing he was pinned down behind this rock, unable to escape in any direction. Fuck, I ran out of ammo. The sniper on the cliff was none other than Jackson, a member of the Devil Squad. He had just killed a contestant from the Iron Tower Nation and picked up a silenced M21 sniper rifle. In Jackson's livestream, a large number of viewers from Star-Spangled Country were watching closely. Especially the higher-ups of Star-Spangled Country, who didn't expect Jackson, the perfect sharpshooter, to miss. Jackson's target should be Li Xing. That Li Xing actually dodged Jackson's bullet, it's unbelievable. Surely Jackson's shooting skills have dropped. No, it's because Jackson just got the gun and couldn't zero the trajectory. Regardless, that kid is hiding behind that rock. If he dares to pop his head out, he's done for. Chapter 24, Captive Butterfly Love. Suya and Su Yao were crouched behind a pile of rocks, 50 meters away from Li Xing. Sister, the gunfire just now came from our left. There might be enemies on our left. Su Yao guessed. The enemy has guns, we have to be careful. It's best not to attack recklessly, hiding is the most important thing. But if the enemy gets this close, it'll be trouble if they come this way. Don't worry, they have guns, and others might have guns too. Otherwise, they would have come out to get the airdrop by now, but no one dares to take the airdrop, which means they are very cautious too. Sister, so you mean that the person with the gun might want to clear the nearby enemies before going for the airdrop? That's possible, so we have to hide well. Once we find someone approaching, just shoot them. Li Xing is waiting for us behind, so there won't be any mistakes, shoot whoever you see. Okay. Su Yao nodded. Unfortunately, Butterfly Love had already spotted them. But since there were two of them, she didn't dare to throw her ninja star. After all, if she killed one, the other would immediately retaliate. She was waiting for an opportunity. Once it came, she would take one down first. Li Xing also sensed Butterfly Love's presence, but she was out of sight, and the dense forest was full of obstacles, plus the rolling hills made it impossible to observe her position. Someone just came from Butterfly Love's livestream to the Su sisters' livestream. It's bad, the Su sisters have been spotted by Japanese Butterfly Love, and other Japanese members are also rushing over. At this rate, someone will die. Butterfly Love is a ninja, her camouflage skills are terrifying. If it weren't for her livestream, we wouldn't have noticed her at all. It's so tense, I wonder how things are going for Starbrother. Starbrother turned off the livestream, you can watch Jackson's. He's aiming at Starbrother's shelter, I wonder how Starbrother will escape. In an instant, a large number of viewers flooded into Jackson's livestream. At this time, Jackson didn't dare to relax for a moment, his gun was always pointed at the rock where Li Xing was hiding. No one knew what Li Xing was doing behind the rock. But just as everyone was worried, smoke suddenly began to rise from behind that rock. And the smoke was getting thicker. This was not the end. Soon, they saw Li Xing throwing out bundles of fallen leaves. The inside of those bundles of leaves began to emit a large amount of smoke. This is simply a bunch of smoke bombs. This action once again refreshed the understanding of the audience and various military forces from different countries. How did this guy do it? Making smoke bombs on the spot? This kind of tactical awareness, there's no way a college student could have it. This Li Xing might actually be a killer. Looking back at his previous actions, there is indeed a possibility, but he's only 21, could he have been a killer since his first year of high school? That's not impossible, the data shows he often sneaked out of school and stayed out all night in high school. That must have been due to internet addiction? Going to an internet cafe might have been a disguise. What if that cafe is actually the killer's base? For a moment, the comments were filled with various doubts about Li Xing's identity. Li Xing did not expect that even after shutting down the livestream, people were still discussing him. Truly, fame brings more trouble. Li Xing had just torn some fine line from his body behind the rock and tied up a bunch of leaves the size of grenades. He rubbed them to start a fire and lit these smoke bombs. Soon, the area around Li Xing was covered in smoke. Anxious, the sniper on the cliff fired a few blind shots, the bullets hitting the dirt behind the rocks, causing small puffs of mud to explode like stones hitting a muddy pond. It's time to act. Seeing that the smoke density was almost enough, Li Xing immediately got up and entered the forest. The sniper on the cliff couldn't see the situation at all, everything was shrouded in smoke, making him grit his teeth in anger. In this situation, he could only conserve bullets. Li Xing entered the forest and quickly felt his way past the cluster of taro plants. The bushes by the river were very dense, with some taro plants and reeds, but there were considerably fewer towering ancient trees. This was also a very well-hidden place. Dai Lianhua was right in front, under a cluster of taro plants, camouflaged with plants. At first glance, it was impossible to notice her. However, Li Xing could see clearly, he was 30 meters behind the Su sisters. If I don't take action now, it seems that only she from Japan has reached here. Li Xing sneered, pitying this great beauty. He picked up his gun and aimed at Dai Lianhua's head. Dai Lianhua, throw away your weapon and take off your clothes to come out. I can spare your life. Li Xing directly sent a message to Dai Lianhua. Dai Lianhua received Li Xing's message in her mind, and it opened up. She directly heard Li Xing's words in her mind, translated into a language she understood. You know where I am? Of course, you are under the taro leaves, hiding Su sisters. I advise you not to move and throw away your weapon. Hee hee, so what if you found me? Do you have a weapon? Dai Lianhua asked with a cold laugh, constantly scanning her surroundings, but no matter what, she could not find Li Xing. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet hit the ninja star in Dai Lianhua's hand. That star flew out, landing in the grass. The gunshot made her realize Li Xing's position. Aren't you moving faster? Within 20 seconds, I want to see your clothes come off, hands raised, walking out and standing on the stone in the valley. The gunshot also shocked the Su sisters ahead. Li Xing hurriedly contacted them, fearing they would turn back and kill Dai Lianhua. Don't shoot Dai Lianhua, I have already controlled her, and she is now preparing to surrender, located on the dirt slope 30 meters behind you. Li Xing's voice drilled into their minds. Did you fire the gun? Where did you get the gun? Su Yao and Suya asked in unison. I accidentally ran into Michael earlier, I killed him and took his M16 rifle. Li Xing said casually. Both women were shocked. He spoke so lightly about killing, and he had killed a commander from an elite unit. The sisters' eyes showed complex emotions, making them increasingly unable to see through Li Xing. At this moment, Dai Lianhua stood up completely naked with her hands raised and walked onto the stone down the slope. This figure is quite good. Li Xing praised, and the audience in front of the screen feasted their eyes, not understanding why Li Xing did this. Some believed it was an insult to women. But those who truly understood knew that this was to prevent her from hiding weapons on her body. Moreover, the other party was a ninja, and hiding weapons was indeed possible. Is this Li Xing lecherous, or does he truly understand how to capture? Suya couldn't help but doubt. My good brother is not lecherous, he must know something about this. However, as a college student, he is really too fierce. He definitely has problems, but now is not the time to interrogate him. You must not get dazzled like a love-struck fool. Suya reproached. Chapter 25: A Slave Mission. Li Xing saw that on the enemy list within 200 meters, there was only a Jackson left. It must be the sniper on the cliff across. As long as we kill him, we can collect the airdrop. After analyzing, Li Xing immediately contacted the Su sisters. Ladies, now only the sniper on the cliff remains. The members of the Barley Kingdom who entered here earlier have left. Li Xing said. That's right, don't move around. I'll deal with the captive Dai Lianhua first. Li Xing said as he walked out of the ambush area. Only then did Dai Lianhua realize Li Xing's hiding place. The people in the Japanese live broadcast room were also greatly shocked. After guessing for a long time, they still couldn't figure out Li Xing's position. This Long Kingdom's Li Xing is really a master. It's understandable that Dai Lianhua lost to him. Baka. This Li Xing is simply a disaster. Others, hurry to the airdrop point. The first group of the Ru party to take the opportunity to go abroad had just arrived in their long-for-star-spangled country. As soon as they got off the plane, they saw these messages and were extremely angry. They all rushed to the Long Kingdom live broadcast room to curse Li Xing and cheered them up in the Star-Spangled Country live broadcast room. An ugly face was displayed vividly. Li Xing was also streaming live at this moment. The audience from the Long Kingdom poured in, and the screen was filled with bullet comments. Brother Xing, you are truly a killer. But Brother Xing, you are really a good person. Knowing we like this, you made her strip. This figure, this skin, this beauty is really too beautiful. Brother Xing, quickly take care of her, bring glory to the country. Brother Xing, avenge our Long Kingdom. Li Xing came to Dai Lianhua's side, and Dai Lianhua saw that Li Xing was a young guy. A moment of shock hit her. But soon, she smiled charmingly, deliberately putting on a captivating pose. Li Xing's eyes went wide. The audience was drooling. This woman was truly too alluring. The Su sisters were speechless. Li Xing wouldn't be so low-level, would he? He got confused by this? The other party is a ninja. Even without weapons, they can kill up close. Suya immediately became anxious. Su Yao even pulled back her bow directly. If I had known my good brother was so easily tempted, I should have trained him well last night. Su Yao said. Suya couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Yao, clearly asking how she intended to train him. To wear his skin off into calluses? The audience sighed one after another. Don't blame Brother Xing, we can't hold back either. Brother Xing, you need to stay calm. She is a ninja, she can really kill you up close. Don't be fooled. Li Xing wiped his mouth, revealing a look of pride. I have to say, you are very charming, but my heart only belongs to the party and the people. Li Xing said as he picked up Dai Lianhua's clothes, searching and finding a survival dagger and flint, but no other weapons. Li Xing threw the clothes back to Dai Lianhua. Put it on. Li Xing said. Dai Lianhua looked confused but still complied. Seeing Li Xing's action, the Su sisters were very perplexed, but at the same time, they were glad that Li Xing was not tempted by beauty. What do you want me to do? Dai Lianhua asked while putting on her clothes. Of course, I want you to help me with something fun. Hearing this, Dai Lianhua intentionally revealed the white skin at her neckline, thinking Li Xing wanted to do something serious with her. Li Xing smiled, taking down a bundle of ropes from his body. Then he walked towards Dai Lianhua. "Stretch out your hand," Li Xing said as he approached Dai Lianhua, who immediately lifted her foot to kick at him. Everyone was shocked. Li Xing was being foolish. If she grabbed his gun, the Dragon Kingdom would be finished. The Su sisters were also quite scared. But Li Xing easily dodged, landing a knee strike on Dai Lianhua's chest, and she instantly crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. Li Xing knocked her down, then swiftly tied her up with ropes. "Li Xing, what are you trying to do?" Suya quickly asked in her mind. "You two don't move, the sniper is on the other side of the river. I will go back to bring the muscle dragon, and then have Dai Lianhua tie one end of the rope to the airdrop. We will use the muscle dragon to pull the airdrop into the forest." The Su sisters were in shock. This was to use Dai Lianhua as a human target. How could this person think of such a cruel method? But they didn't say anything out loud. The people in the livestream didn't know what was happening. They only saw how amazing Li Xing's skills were just now. He controlled an expert like Dai Lianhua with a single move. Li Xing tied Dai Lianhua to a tree and quickly returned to where the muscle dragon was. The muscle dragon was already full and lying down, resting. Li Xing untied it and mounted it. He immediately rode towards the rocky valley at the river bank and soon reached Dai Lianhua's location. Dai Lianhua was shocked to see Li Xing riding the dragon. Her pupils shrank in disbelief, unable to believe someone just arrived in this world and could control a dinosaur. Yet, she had to accept reality. Activate survival achievement task, slave. Li Xing didn't expect to receive a survival task at this moment, slave. As the name suggests, did it mean he had to tame Dai Lianhua into a slave? But taming a person into a slave was not an easy task. Because Dai Lianhua was not a primitive person. Wait, primitive. Li Xing suspected the system's task wasn't targeted at Dai Lianhua but at primitive people. But where were there any primitive people around? Li Xing looked around, and beyond the divine vision on the dirt slope, a few faces like mountain cave dwellers were looking over here with fear, holding spears. They really are primitive people. Li Xing was greatly shocked. It seemed the intelligence of primitive people on this planet had not yet fully evolved. Seeing they didn't dare to come closer, Li Xing decided to ignore them for now. Instead, he jumped off the muscle dragon and untied the ropes from Dai Lianhua. Behave a little. Now take the rope and approach the airdrop. Tie the rope to the airdrop and pull it into the forest. Li Xing said, and Dai Lianhua didn't resist anymore, taking the rope and walking ahead. Don't look back, just keep walking to the airdrop. Otherwise, don't blame me for blowing your head off. Li Xing said, already holding the gun in his hand. Once Dai Lianhua walked out of the forest, she immediately contacted Jackson on the other side. "Jackson, do you see Li Xing behind me? Shoot him. Where is there anyone? Why are you running out?" Jackson looked around and saw no sign of Li Xing behind her, but Dai Lianhua didn't dare to look back. She knew Li Xing was a very professional person. If she looked back, she would surely die. "I am being controlled by him. If you shoot at me, he will shoot and kill you." "Don't shoot," Dai Lianhua said. "I'm not an idiot, I know that. Are you trying to risk your life? Those imperial crocodiles are staring at you." "I don't want to either." Dai Lianhua picked up a wooden stick from the ground, shouting as she swung it at the crocodiles in front of her, trying to scare them away. After all, they had never seen a human and were hesitant to attack easily. Li Xing hid with his gun, carefully observing the situation on the cliff, trying to find Jackson's position. Jackson was well hidden, and Li Xing couldn't find him for a while. Unless he fired his gun. It was fine if he didn't fire, as long as Dai Lianhua secured the rope and brought it back, he had a way to get the airdrop. Chapter 26, What's in the airdrop box? Dai Lianhua, with the stick in hand, managed to reach the airdrop box. The surrounding crocodiles took a few cautious steps back, watching her closely, while Dai Lianhua quickly tied the rope to the airdrop box. At that moment, the other end of the rope was tied to the Jianlong by Su Yao. She swiftly climbed onto the Jianlong's back, controlling its movements. The power of the Jianlong was no joke, stronger than even an elephant. The airdrop box was slowly being dragged toward the forest. Seeing this scene, Jackson instantly felt anxious, but he couldn't do anything from across the river. If he fired, he would be in danger too. The viewers from Starstrike Nation began to curse loudly. "Jackson, you coward, shoot the rope. If you pull the trigger, Li Xing won't know how to aim, he can't hit you." "That's right, he's just an ordinary college student, you're a member of the Devil Squad. Hurry." Jackson wasn't sure of Li Xing's skills, but he did kill Michael and captured Dai Lianhua. Thinking and worrying, he aimed at the taut rope. Whoosh! The silenced M21 sniper rifle hit the rope, and it snapped back. But at that moment, Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets almost simultaneously shot toward Jackson's direction. Jackson's body jerked back violently, 1 bullet shattered his scope, another grazed his scalp, and a third hit his shoulder. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jackson cursed angrily, retreating into the forest. He never expected that Li Xing's shooting skills were so amazing. The M16's 3-round burst could effortlessly hit a hidden sniper. Suya also witnessed this scene. Although Jackson had fired, the sound of the gun was barely heard, and the flame at the muzzle was almost invisible. The only flaw was the heat wave generated by the bullet flying out of the muzzle, blowing the grass in front. It was such a small flaw that allowed Li Xing to discover it in milliseconds. This was definitely a skill only top snipers possess. What's more, he wasn't using a sniper rifle. Li Xing's livestream went crazy. They could hardly believe that his shooting skill was so extraordinary. Brother Xing hit Jackson, this guy ran away. It's a bit of a pity, he didn't kill him. What does it matter? In this environment, suffering a gunshot wound means he won't last long. Li Xing quickly commanded Dai Lianhua to secure the rope and repeat the previous operation. After Dai Lianhua secured the rope, she also saw Li Xing's position and deliberately hid to the side of the airdrop box. Then she quickly dashed into the forest, trying to escape. But just then, Li fired a shot from a distance, hitting Dai Lianhua in the back. Dai Lianhua fell to the ground, unable to stand up in pain, while a crocodile that had been sleeping nearby crawled over and bit her. At that moment, Li Xing rushed over. He shot the crocodile dead. He dragged the barely conscious Dai Lianhua out of the crocodile's mouth. Then he immediately started to remove her clothes. Su Yao and Suya watched this scene, somewhat confused. Was this guy being tempted by her beauty? She was Japanese. If they lived together, she might poison everyone. Viewers in front of the screen began to worry. Don't say Brother Xing, not even I, this kind of heroic man. I can't just watch a beauty perish like this. Come on, which Su's sister isn't prettier than her? It's just that she isn't as charming. Xinggui, you must hold back. Soon, Dai Lianhua's clothes were completely stripped away. A smug smile appeared at the corner of Dai Lianhua's mouth. She didn't expect her beauty to still have its use. Why not take this last chance to kill Li Xing? Li Xing, come on, let me satisfy you. As Dai Lianhua said this, she reached out to wrap her arms around Li Xing's neck while secretly feeling for the survival knife at Li Xing's waist. Xinggu, even heroes struggle in the face of beauty. It's over, it's over. The audience was anxious, while the people of Xingjiao country, Hua country, and the runners became delighted. This is Dragon Country's trash, isn't he going to fall in front of a woman? I must say, this Dai Lianhua is truly enchanting. I believe there is no man in the world who can resist her. Suya and Su Yao also wanted to stop Li Xing from doing something beastly. Finally, Dai Lianhua found the survival knife. She immediately pulled it out and thrust it towards Li Xing. But at that moment, Li Xing grabbed her hand. Don't mess with the knife, also, I'm not interested in you at all. I just want the clothes on your body so that my woman has something to change into after her bath. As Li Xing said this, he snatched back the survival knife and then punched Dai Lianhua right in the face. Dai Lianhua fainted instantly. Su Yao and Suya watched the scene, and their faces couldn't help but turn red. This guy, who does he think is his woman? Both women couldn't help but think this. Their views on Li Xing had already changed. Li Xing was deep and unassuming, and he could resist the charm of a beauty like Dai Lianhua. This was no ordinary man. Every woman loves a man who can resist temptation. The audience from Dragon Country breathed a sigh of relief. Xinggu, I've already taken off my pants, show me this? Exactly. The senior officials of Dragon Country really let out a long sigh of relief. They didn't know when it started, but Li Xing had become an important figure in their hearts. He also resonated with the people of Dragon Country. This kid, just now I was really worried he would do that with Dai Lianhua. After all, he often brought those blonde women back to his rented apartment. A general said, breathing a sigh of relief. The female generals also shifted from disgust to delight. After Li Xing took the clothes, he shut down the livestream, then returned to cut Dai Lianhua's artery. After finishing, he reopened the livestream. They extinguished the smoke device on the airdrop box and dragged it about 40 meters away from the riverbank. Quick, let's open it and see what supplies there are. Also, the parachute silk and rope should be collected, they'll be useful in the future. Li Xing said. The Su sisters nodded in agreement. Although they wanted to ask Li Xing how he understood gun skills, and how he managed to kill without blinking. After all, he was just a college student. But now there were more urgent matters. It wouldn't be long before more enemies would approach. So, opening the airdrop box to get the supplies inside was the most important thing right now. Everything else could wait. The outside of the airdrop box was wrapped in a layer of waterproof clothing. After opening the waterproof clothing, there was a box made of some sealed unknown material inside. The lid and the box were sealed tightly together. If it weren't for the markings, you wouldn't be able to tell where the lid was at all. According to the instructions, Suya placed her hand in the designated area of the box to identify her fingerprint. Congratulations to Dragon Country for receiving the airdrop. The brain broadcast sounded, and an opening appeared in the lid of the box. The three of them pried it open. No country can inform others. Li Xing also agreed with this. Then let's see what this alien has airdropped for us with the whole audience. Li Xing said with a smile. Suya and Su Yao's faces were filled with anticipation and joy. As soon as the lid was opened, the three couldn't help but lean in to take a look, and their eyes widened instantly. The stuff sent by this cosmic program is really amazing. Su Yao couldn't help but exclaim. Li Xing also took a deep breath. A wave of fresh scents from new supplies surged up, all marked with the names of the materials. Among them was a thick, bulletproof tent. 3 folding shovels. 10 super antibiotics. A first aid kit. A survival box. 10 physical enhancement agents. In total, there were just 6 items. Each one was extremely essential and could save lives. Especially the 10 super antibiotics, which could treat 99.999% of bacterial infections on this planet. And the 10 physical enhancement agents could double one's original physical condition. Li Xing didn't look at the other supplies, but directly picked up the box of physical enhancement agents. The instruction manual said, the principle of physical enhancement is to develop genetic potential. The stronger the physique, the more resilient the life force and the stronger the antibodies. Strength, agility, and endurance will also be enhanced twofold. Usage method, directly inject intravenously. The viewers in the live broadcast room were envious of these high-tech products. Will one injection turn you into Superman? Is this the genetic technology of aliens? Now our dragon nation can instantly pull ahead of other countries. Those who went abroad couldn't contain their resentment, it was nearly overflowing their chests. And there was something even more difficult for them to bear. The Star-Spangled Country introduced a new policy stating that half of the supplies acquired by new members must be surrendered, or face imprisonment. Now, their tears and cries were useless. And there were over 1 million people back home completing immigration procedures. Upon hearing this news, they still resolutely decided to go to the Star-Spangled Country. Major airports across the country were crowded with people. They were still laughing and celebrating at the airport for the upcoming arrival in the land of freedom. Even though they saw that the Dragon Nation had obtained the first airdrop box in the survival competition, they remained unfazed and continued to mock. A little achievement makes you think you're capable. Just with a few of you, can you survive? Yeah, this airdrop doesn't even have a gun, it relies on people to butcher each other. You can't hold on to this airdrop. Jealous, are you? You so-called free people will regret it one day. Regret? Even if I have to beg abroad, I won't come back. No matter how hard you try, you can't catch up to us in 100 years. Li Xing took out 3 physical enhancement agents from the box. Let's not worry about the others, let's inject one immediately to see the effect. If you're worried, I'll go first. Li Xing said. Su Yao directly took it. What's there to be afraid of? If there were problems, why even have this competition? Just kill us directly. Su Yao said, and Su Yao also took one. The 3 of them injected the physical enhancement agents into their arm veins. At first, they didn't feel anything, but gradually, a few minutes later, their bodies underwent some miraculous changes. They could hear the sound of bones growing if they plugged their ears. The density and strength of their bones were increasing, they could even clearly feel their bodies getting taller. Their muscles became more perfect. The 2 women's figures approached perfection infinitely. A visible youthful transformation. Li Xing squatted down nearby and lifted a rock weighing nearly 300 pounds with great strength. This scene left the people in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Damn, this physical enhancement agent is really strong, it directly reaches the level of national top-tier athletes, or even stronger. The key is not just the strength, but the inner aspects, like immunity. Incredible, incredible. Li Xing threw the stone to the ground, exhaling deeply. Not only has my physical strength reached its limit, but my endurance, agility, and vitality are also no longer comparable to before. Having a strong body is very important for fighting in the wild. Good brother, you have become much more handsome. You also seem a bit taller. Su Yao walked over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Xing. You guys too, it seems this physical enhancer is truly amazing. Let's bring some back for national research. When everyone's enhanced, it won't be hard to open up new lands on the new planet. Li Xing said. Both girls were stunned, this was something they never expected. Even the high-level officials in the country never thought Li Xing would have such an idea. After all, the feedback is just food, not all materials. So, how would this thing be fed back to the nation? How do we do this? Su Yao asked. I don't know. If I drink a syringe of enhancer as if it's water, will it appear in the hands of the people of Dragon Country? Li Xing speculated. Li Xing, don't mess around. If something goes wrong after you drink that, it'll be a big trouble. Suya worriedly said. There definitely won't be any problems. Things that can be injected into the veins cannot be harmful to eat. I'm just worried about wasting a syringe of enhancer. Li Xing said. The audience in Li Xing's livestream were all emotionally moved. Brother Xing, you are my father. You think of us whenever there's something good. Woo woo. Father Xing, let me bow to you. From today on, Brother Xing, you are my forever god. The high-level officials of the United States and Japan turned pale when they learned of Li Xing's idea. They initially thought receiving this airdrop of supplies was nothing special. As a result, Li Xing's thinking instantly expanded the significance of these supplies. Wouldn't that mean everyone in Dragon Country would be enhanced? I'll try it anyway. We'll know if it works next week. Li Xing said, taking out a syringe. Then he faced the floating ball and said, people of Dragon Country, pay attention to check your collection. If it's effective, you don't need to mention it in the information communication next week, and if it's ineffective, just write a blank in front. Li Xing knew the information communication had word limits, which is why he said it this way. Suya and Suya watched as Li Xing drank a syringe of enhancer. Li Xing showed no reaction. But in the next moment, at homes across Dragon Country, cups suddenly filled with over 10 milliliters of the enhancer. In the national livestream, all the empty test tube bottles also gained some enhancer. It actually came, ha, great. With this enhancer, maybe we can directly breathe in the air from the outside. I'll inject it first and see the effect before telling you. Me too. Can't wait. The entire Dragon Country was in a festive mood, while the United States and Japan were all gloomy. Although those from the foreign nations had not yet left Dragon Country, they had already completed departure and immigration procedures, so they had not fed back any materials. Chapter 28, New Camp. Only 6 syringes left. Li Xing felt a bit regretful, hoping this action would be effective. Let's quickly gather these supplies and leave here, find a safe place to set up camp, and return tomorrow to pick up Sister Ichu. Suya said, stuffing things into her bag as she spoke. Included were a first aid kit, survival kit, super antibiotics, and 6 syringes of physical enhancers. Li Xing tied 3 folding shovels and a tent pack to the back of the tendon dragon, then went to collect the umbrella clothes and ropes, tying them to the shoulder of the tendon dragon, so when Suya lay in front, she could have a soft object like a pillow. I'll go get Michael's equipment first. Li Xing said, then went alone to find the hidden supplies, a terrifying bird cloak, a night vision device, and a military water bottle. After dealing with these, the 3 of them remounted the tendon dragon. Li Xing, where should we set up camp? Suya asked Li Xing, feeling that she had no good suggestions herself, and Li Xing's performance unknowingly gave both women a strong sense of security. In times of trouble, they instinctively thought to ask him. Let's go upstream. Li Xing said, and Suya looked a bit confused. Why not leave the riverbank? It's too dangerous here. You don't understand, there are so many creatures here because the terrain is gentle and the river is wide. Look upstream, there are high mountains, there won't be that many beasts, and besides, have you noticed? The river isn't rushing. Li Xing explained, and the 2 women didn't quite understand. So what? Suya asked, confused. This proves that although this river is wide, its flow is not strong, it is formed by many tributaries converging here. Look at the map, this is actually a long lake. Li Xing said. The 2 women then looked at the map. Indeed, it was a long lake, very long, but not a rushing river. Also, they realized they were close to the source. The 2 women were surprised that Li Xing observed so carefully, they truly had to admire him. Li Xing, you are really amazing. Even if all this observation and knowledge is from books, what about your marksmanship? Suya said. Hee, do you believe I'm just guessing? Li Xing smiled bitterly. Do you think I believe it? Suya gave Li Xing a white look. If you don't believe it, then there's nothing to be done, just pay attention to your surroundings and stop asking so many questions. Li Xing said, smiling. Just as they left, the corpse of the butterfly-loving flower was eaten by another imperial crocodile. Li Xing and the others walked along the lakeshore, and along the way, many pterosaurs tried to get close. However, for such a large animal as the tendon dragon, the various pterosaurs posed no threat. Even when they encountered a clawed dinosaur on the way, it did not attack the tendon dragon. Because the food supply in this area was rich, they would rather not provoke the large herbivorous dinosaurs unless necessary. In nature, being injured means hunger and death. Thus, they would choose the lowest cost option for hunting as long as they could. Along the way, Li Xing and the others enjoyed the magnificent mountains and rivers of this planet, and after walking about a kilometer, they arrived at the source. This source had more than one. The surrounding valley had many small streams, all flowing water into the lake. they followed one of the 3-meter-wide small streams upstream. In the dense forest, the birds sang, and flowers bloomed, with fierce beasts occasionally appearing, keeping their distance while tracking them. Li Xing spotted 3 fearsome wolves quietly following them. "Good brother, I think I just saw 3 very large fearsome wolves," Su Yao exclaimed. "I know, they should be a reconnaissance team, tracking us. When we stop, they'll call other fearsome wolves over tonight to deal with us," Li Xing said. "What should we do?" Su Yao couldn't help but worry. "No worries, I still have 25 bullets in my gun." Li Xing smiled, saying that with the gun, those creatures were no threat at all, they would just be delivering food. What they should really worry about now was finding a good piece of land and setting up camp. After walking for a while, they quickly arrived at a 20-meter-wide stream pool. A tree large enough for 3 people to embrace had fallen down, like a bridge spanning across the stream pool, and many hard bamboos grew on both sides. Above the stream pool was a large stone slope, and the stream flowed down from the stone slope, not making noise like a waterfall. Li Xing immediately liked this place. "Let's stay here. The scenery is nice, and most importantly, that large log will make it much more convenient for us to squat and do our business," Li Xing said with a grin. The 2 women's faces blushed slightly. "No way, this water source is for our drinking, we can't do our business here," Su Yao firmly denied. "You 2 stop with the poop and pee, 2 of those 3 wolves have already left. There is still a guard here," Su Yao said, her eyes looking towards the terror wolf behind the bushes. Li Xing smiled and pulled back his bow. After his physical strength increased, pulling this 80-pound bow was surprisingly easy for him. Swoosh! A sound of the wind broke, and the arrow sank into the terror wolf's chest, which whined once and then fell to the ground, unable to rise again. "Good brother, your archery is amazing." Su Yao was filled with admiration for Li Xing. Archery was much more difficult than shooting a gun. "I will teach you next time," Li Xing said. "Okay." Su Yao clapped her hands in delight. Su Yao had already jumped down from the dragon ridge, still feeling a bit wary of Li Xing. After all, everything he showed was too fierce. If he really was a spy, gathering all the Dragon Kingdom's competitors here and launching a sudden attack would cause the kingdom to fall from heaven to hell in an instant. Seeing her sister walk towards the terror wolf, Su Yao turned and lightly kissed Li Xing on the lips. "You?" Li Xing widened his eyes, shocked at how bold this girl was. "Good brother, let's go down and clear a piece of land to set up a tent. Otherwise, it will be dark soon," Su Yao said as she jumped down from the dragon ridge, and Li Xing also picked up the dogleg knife to head into the bamboo forest. He didn't chop the bamboo right away, but swept the dry leaves at the bottom of the bamboo forest into several piles. Then he used a flint from the butterfly love flower to ignite the dry leaves, creating smoke to drive away the wild animals and venomous snakes around. This way, he could chop freely. He had super immunity, but the 2 women did not, so this work couldn't be neglected. The Su sisters cleared a piece of ground on the opposite bank and set up the new tent. They found that this tent actually resembled a yurt. The material of the tent was also very good, waterproof and warm, with an air cushion that, when inflated, was 10 centimeters thick. Lying inside felt like sleeping on a mattress at home. It was so much more comfortable than the previous one. It really deserves to be airdrop supplies, nothing can compare to initial supplies. "We can finally have a comfortable sleep tonight," Su Yao sighed. "You can't sleep comfortably, look at this guy Li Xing. He's being foolish, lighting so much smoke, as if afraid others wouldn't know he's camping here," Su Yao said with a speechless expression. Only then did Su Yao realize Li Xing was burning a fire on the opposite side. She was also very shocked. Usually, Li Xing was very cautious and fierce, so how could he make such a mistake at a critical moment? "Good brother, why are you sending up a smoke signal?" Chapter 29, Are Eaten. "I'm driving away the snakes and insects near the bamboo, so when we chop the bamboo later, we won't have to worry about snakes falling on us," Li Xing said with a smile. Su Yao walked cautiously along the log from above the creek. The log was covered with moss and small weeds, and she was careful not to slip. Su Yao jumped down from the log. "Good brother, please stop burning, this thick smoke can be seen from several kilometers away," Su Yao said, both laughing and crying. "Don't worry, it will be dark in about 5 hours, and the activity rate of wild beasts will increase in 3 hours. If they don't mind dying, let them come, I'll make sure they come back without success," Li Xing said with a smile. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he hoped they would come. "What you said makes some sense, but if you keep this up, we're visible while they're in the dark, which makes us easy targets for ambush." Su Yao was still worried. "This is unavoidable, the sound of chopping bamboo will echo in this valley, and it will have the same effect. If you're worried, just keep watch later," Li Xing said, pulling out his machete to chop at the hard bamboo. Sure enough, each chop echoed. Those who had never chopped bamboo in the forest would never know that the sound travels far and loud, completely different from what one hears on sight. Alright then, I'll keep watch. Su Yao said, but Li Xing held her hand. No, let your sister keep watch. Your leg injury hasn't healed yet. Stay here and help me cut the ropes from the umbrella, 50 centimeters each. We'll use them to tie up the barbed wire later, Li Xing said. Alright. Su Yao looked at Li Xing holding her hand, a blush creeping onto her face. She didn't expect Li Xing to be so thoughtful, always remembering that she couldn't move around much because of her injury. Most of the viewers in the live stream had already injected the enhancement serum. Now, they were lost in delight. Thank you, brother Li Xing. After my husband got the serum, he's really amazing now. Exactly. My husband too, he used to struggle to hang on the bar for a minute, but now he can do it for 10 minutes straight. Are you all joking again? I'm a single guy and I even have an 8-pack now. That girl has a pull-up bar at home, I want to go hang on it. In the military, after 1 million soldiers used the enhancement serum, everyone's physical condition doubled. One enhanced soldier could easily fight 10 ordinary soldiers with bare hands. The Star-Spangled Country and Japan were both trying to find spies to buy enhancement serums, and this action had already caught the attention of the country, seizing the opportunity to root out those high-ranking spies. Over 1 million people waiting for immigration paperwork couldn't leave the Dragon Country temporarily due to limited flights, so they had to stay home and wait. These people were neither getting food support from the Dragon Country nor from the Star-Spangled Country. Because the Star-Spangled Country hadn't officially processed their visas yet. Despite this, they were still unwilling to give up immigration, saying that good things take time. If everyone could easily get a green card from the Star-Spangled Country, then it wouldn't be worth anything, right? Some clever individuals worried that the Star-Spangled Country might not accept them later. They intended to go online to withdraw their immigration applications and temporarily regain their Dragon Country nationality, so they could receive food support. As a result, the country directly closed the withdraw channel. The worst part was that Dragon Country issued an ultimatum. Everyone had to leave within a month, those who continued to stay would have to pay hefty fines. These educated, elite, and small capital individuals flooded the live stream, cursing loudly. They used the harshest words they could think of. Meanwhile, whenever a contestant from the Star-Spangled Country achieved a little bit of success, they praised them to the skies, afraid others wouldn't know. Due to the enhancement, Li Xing cut bamboo at lightning speed. In no time, he chopped down dozens of perfectly sized bamboo stalks, but this was still far from enough. Li Xing decided to enclose the stream as well. This way, when the women bathed in the stream, they wouldn't have to worry about any danger. Li Xing chopped down most of the bamboo on both sides of the stream and shaved a lot of strips for later use. After this flurry of activity, it was already dusk. Their new camp was once again surrounded by bamboo stakes, except for the entrance. All the bamboo stakes were tightly connected, so if any wild men came, they would take time to cut the connections. This would give Li Xing and the others a warning. While Li Xing was busy, Suya had been gathering firewood. Bundles of firewood were carried back to the camp bit by her. Suya was preparing the wolf meat, cleaning up the bamboo branches in the camp, and dealing with the dire wolf they had shot today. Now, the wolf's skin had been peeled, and Suya came over to help. They hurried to cut the dire wolf meat into chunks and smoke it. Suya had seen Li Xing's smoking cage at the old camp. So, she planned to learn how to make one. After working hard for several hours, Li Xing jumped into the stream after stripping off completely from the log bridge, the cool stream water splashing onto the two women sitting on the rocks at the stream's edge as they were killing the wolf. Suya glanced at the stream, then looked at the clothes on the log bridge, realizing even his shorts were there. Good brother, you're such an exhibitionist. So embarrassing. Hearing this, Suya couldn't help but look over too. Of course, they couldn't see Li Xing's body in the water. They were all left speechless. Li Xing chuckled. If you were men, you would understand. It's not right to hide such capital. Li Xing was not the least bit shy, and it wasn't because of his nature. It was due to his past as a military assassin, to put it simply, a killer, living a life that could end any moment, making him free-spirited and eager to enjoy life to the fullest to avoid regret when death comes. A rogue is a rogue. You don't consider there might be kids watching in the livestream. Suyao blushed and scolded. This interstellar program is filled with violence and bloodshed, kids are not allowed to watch, so don't worry. As Li Xing said this, he plunged into the water to play for a bit. After strengthening his body, even in such cold stream water, he could completely adapt. This feeling was truly intoxicating. However, Li Xing wasn't one to play for too long. After washing for 5 minutes, he stood up and climbed the log bridge to watch the sunset, drying off in the process. Their camp was about 70 meters above the lake surface. Standing on the log bridge over the stream, he could see the scenery at the lake's entrance. He could clearly spot the pterosaurs, clawed dragons, and imperial crocodiles that roamed around. Suya could not take Li Xing's free-spiritedness any longer and turned her back to him, while Suyao saw freedom and openness in Li Xing's eyes. That gaze was not lewd at all, it felt as though her body was merely a part of the natural world. There was no shame in that. If there was shame, that meant one's thoughts were evil. Li Xing glanced at the two women at the stream entrance. Su Yao occasionally looked at him, and their eyes met. Li Xing's roguish smile made Su Yao's face flush deep red down to her neck, her ears also turning a rosy pink. Li Xing did not care about the two women. Instead, he gazed into the distance, thinking about life on this new planet in the future. After all, this competition surely wouldn't end soon. Even if it did end, how would so many people survive after migrating to this primitive planet? Would the cosmic program provide urban infrastructure? Or would people have to live completely primitively once they arrived? This could lead to many problems, especially since there wouldn't be enough grain reserves. They needed to secure more reserves for the country. At that moment, Li Xing suddenly received a message sent by Luichu. "Brother Li Xing, how is everything on your side?" Luichu asked with a trembling voice. "Little girl, we've already received the airdrop, but we won't make it back tonight. I'll come back to take you over tomorrow morning. MHM. Li Xing could clearly hear Luichu was scared but didn't dare to say it. Li Xing understood that leaving her alone in the alien wilderness overnight was indeed terrifying. After all, she was just an 18-year-old entertainer, not a soldier. "Oh, I just remembered, I need to go back and get something. I'll come back to keep you company tonight and we'll come over together tomorrow morning," Li Xing said with a smile. "Ah? Isn't that very dangerous?" "It's fine. I dared to find Su Yao even when there were no tendon dragons before, so going to find her now with the tendon dragons around is no problem." "Brother Li Xing, please be careful." "Yeah, I'll head back now, wait for me." After saying that, Li Xing directly told the Su sisters, "Two beautiful ladies, I won't be sleeping with you tonight, I'm going back to the old camp to pack some things, I'll come back tomorrow morning. By the way, you can keep this gun for your use, I'll just take the bow and arrows back with me." "You're going back now and coming back tomorrow? Why not just go back in the morning?" Su Yao raised her eyebrow, clearly suspicious of Li Xing's motives. "I'm bringing a strengthening agent for Ichu, and it's not safe for her to be alone in the old camp without any weapons," Li Xing said with a serious expression. Although Su Yao felt uneasy, Li Xing's reason was very valid. How could Lu Ichu be left behind? "Li Xing. Be careful when you go back, don't get into any trouble." Suya turned to look at Li Xing and saw him getting dressed, so she turned back to finish her words. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. You all need to be careful." Li Xing quickly finished dressing, packed away his machete and bow and arrows, then took a booster and rode his dragon down the mountain. Using today's teammates' location map, Li Xing plotted a convenient route. By the time the sun set, he had traveled part way, and the forest became pitch black, but the dragon had night vision, which didn't matter. However, the dragon's droppings caused some trouble. Since it was just one dragon's droppings, it was easy for fierce beasts to think it was a lone, injured dragon, which could lead hungry predators to track him down. As they walked, the dragon grew tense. Li Xing became alert as well. But nothing was found around them. "Jian, don't be nervous, Dad is here." As Li Xing said this, he took his bow and arrow in hand, ready to deal with any sudden crisis. Viewers in the live stream shivered in fear at the dark forest surroundings, getting goosebumps, let alone daring to walk in such a place. And Li Xing had already marched at night twice. This was not something an ordinary person could do, even the military was sweating for him now. "Awah!" A deep sound echoed in the valley. As soon as Li Xing heard it, he knew it wasn't the howl of a terror wolf but a low call similar to that of a tiger. However, large dinosaurs could also produce similar sounds. Viewers with good sound systems jumped in shock, the sound felt like a roar coming from hell. "Xinggu, run! That sound is terrifying. So scary, I almost wet myself. Is this a horror movie? I don't even know where that thing is. It's probably nearby Xinggu. Please don't let anything happen. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have brought a gun, the bow and arrows are useless." At that moment, Li Xing's knowledge of animals was triggered. Shark-toothed dragon. Adult body length can reach 14 meters, weight 6 to 11.5 tons, its head is slightly longer than a T-Rex's, brain capacity is smaller than T-Rex's, teeth resemble shark teeth, arranged in a neat serration, suitable for cutting skin and muscle tissue, forelimbs short, snout relatively narrow, eyes look like skull eyes, body long and thin. Danger level T3. A series of animal information appeared in Li Xing's brain. Li Xing realized he had encountered a fierce beast, this guy was several times stronger than his dragon. Moreover, it was a rapidly moving giant predatory dinosaur. Li Xing immediately urged the dragon to move faster. Up ahead is the open stone valley. Li Xing lowered his body to help the dragon run more easily, and just as they were about to reach the open stone valley, a louder roar sounded behind them. Quickly, a giant figure rushed into Li Xing's line of sight. Then, he heard a loud sound of broken branches behind him. In his view, it charged towards the dragon like a speeding train. Li Xing's face turned dark. "Hurry! Run forward!" seeing a triangular stone opening about 70 meters ahead, supported by 2 large boulders. The ground of the stone valley was filled with pebbles and depressions. The dragon raced forward recklessly, its legs covered in mud, reaching maximum speed. But the shark-toothed dragon was faster, covering 3 or 4 steps for every step of the dragon. Li Xing only glanced back, his mind shaking. This was not a mere beast, it was practically a train speeding toward him. He could hardly believe such a giant existed in this world. He was about to freak out from fear of giant creatures. The viewers in the livestream were so scared their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Especially those with weak hearts fainted from fear. This monster, those skeleton-like eyes made it look eerie and terrifying. Li Xing was stunned for a second from fright, and then immediately turned around to tighten his bow and arrow. However, the arrow's killing power was very limited, and as the opponent charged, its huge head came forward, making it impossible to shoot at its vital points. Li Xing had no choice, he tightened his legs around the saddle strap and then lay back. This way, his shooting position was lowered by almost a meter and 20 centimeters. When the shark-toothed dragon was about to bite the tendon dragon's tail, Li Xing finally made his move. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. The arrow flew like a bolt of black lightning, piercing straight into the shark-toothed dragon's chest. And because the distance was so close, the bowstring was pulled to a full moon, and the entire arrow instantly pierced through its flesh, completely embedding itself in the shark-toothed dragon's body. But the shark-toothed dragon did not stop because of this, it merely hesitated for a moment, and its massive body continued to charge forward due to inertia. The tendon dragon also did not back down, although it was scared to the point of urinating, it still burrowed into the crevice of the triangular giant stones. Li Xing was lucky to lie down, otherwise, he would have crashed directly into the stones and suffered a serious injury. The shark-toothed dragon crashed into the stones from behind, not knowing if it was dead or alive, with its entire head wedged into the crevice. Li Xing watched as the crisis was resolved and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A feeling of survival after disaster surged from his heart. That was so scary. I hope I don't run into such a creature again. Li Xing couldn't help but shiver and then check the distance. Walking down this rocky valley for another kilometer would lead him close to the new camp. At this moment, the livestream audience finally let out a long breath. Just now, they almost forgot to breathe. Until Li Xing escaped, they didn't react at all. Brother Xing, you are our hero. How much pressure have you endured for us? Brother Xing. You are our hero. The screen was filled with the same sentence. In the military hall, several 5-star generals, although in an air-conditioned room, were already drenched with sweat. They almost thought Li Xing was going to fall here. Unexpectedly, he performed such an advanced archery skill to escape a dangerous situation. Li Xing, how many more shocks and surprises are you going to give us? Chapter 31, Mysterious Identity. High-ranking military officials from Star-Striped Nation and Japan could not help but tremble their pupils upon witnessing Li Xing's formidable combat strength. They were certain that Li Xing could not possibly be some university student, his identity must be fabricated, and his true identity was likely that of a military assassin cultivated by Dragon Nation from a young age, aimed at eliminating dangerous spies from other countries. But such gray area soldiers would never be exposed to the public. And it would forever remain unknown. They guessed right, but only half true. Li Xing was not an armament assassin from this world but from another world. He silently killed enemies for his country behind the scenes, even in death, he would be an unpublicized soldier. He wouldn't even have a gravestone. Find a water army to publicly reveal Li Xing's identity so that other countries can condemn Dragon Nation. Yes. General. Soon, various live streams from Dragon Nation began to publicly disclose Li Xing's identity. They portrayed Li Xing as a national killing machine, a trained assassin since childhood, cruel and inhuman, deserving of humanitarian condemnation. As a result, Li Xing's identity became a global hot topic. Some people who genuinely knew Li Xing wanted to vindicate him but struggled due to their low status. No one could hear their voices. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of Dragon Nation didn't respond much, simply denying the facts in front of the media. The rest was up to whatever public opinion they wanted to spin. Because they had no evidence, and if they tried to prove themselves, it would be very difficult. Even if all the witnesses and evidence of Li Xing's upbringing were brought forth, conspiracy theorists would still deny it, ultimately falling into a trap of self-justification that they couldn't escape. After all, Li Xing's extraordinary strength truly defies explanation. However, this public sentiment was quickly pushed towards a positive direction by the people of Long Country. The live broadcast was flooded with a single message in the comments. Hiding one's achievements in name, bleeding and sweating for the country, this is a people's hero, what is there to be ashamed of? This action also inspired people from other countries, and they expressed their agreement one after another. The military of the star-striped country did not expect that instead of creating public pressure, they would promote Li Xing and elevate him to a noble status, turning a military assassin living in dark sewers into a people's hero. This infuriated them, turning their faces ashen. Li Xing still didn't know that in just 1 hour, his situation on Blue Planet had changed so drastically. Meanwhile, he was cautiously advancing in a valley on another planet, finally returning nearby. He climbed over a mountain and finally returned to the camp. There was still a flickering fire in the camp, and Li Xing moved towards the light, using the floating ball to contact Luichu. "Girl, what are you doing?" Li Xing asked, preventing anyone from luring him back for an ambush. "Brother Li Xing, I'm making meat soup. When you come back, you'll have something to eat and drink." Upon hearing this, Li Xing felt a warmth in his heart. This girl is so thoughtful. Li Xing quickly approached the camp, and with his divine vision, he observed everything around him, finding no enemies. "Hey, girl!" Li Xing called out to Luichu by the bonfire, and she, thinking she might be hallucinating, paused for a moment before looking up to see Jianlong and Li Xing, her smile blooming on her face. "Brother Li Xing!" Luichu did not expect Li Xing to return so quickly. Furthermore, she had already guessed that Li Xing was not back for any items, but rather out of worry for her fear. Otherwise, what was the difference in retrieving things the next day? Luichu hurriedly moved the barricade aside and led Jianlong in. As soon as Li Xing jumped down from the dragon, Luichu jumped into his arms, her beautiful apricot eyes brimming with tears. "Brother Li Xing, thank you for coming back." "Silly girl, I'm thirsty, bring me some water." Li Xing smiled as he patted the girl's head, and Luichu happily brought over the water that had been cooled for a long time. Li Xing drank it all in one gulp. "Brother Li Xing, are you hungry? I've also made some meat soup. It has meat, soup, and bamboo shoots." Luichu pointed to the meat soup she cooked in bamboo. Li Xing originally thought it was crocodile soup but unexpectedly found it was blackfish soup. "After you left, I found fish in the basket in the pond, but I wanted to wait for you all to come back to eat together, so I just cooked it now," Luichu said. "Then let's eat quickly." Li Xing didn't expect Luichu hadn't eaten anything either, and she must be starving. The two sat by the bonfire, eagerly enjoying the fish and bamboo shoots from the bamboo pot, quickly finishing the fish. "Brother Li Xing, did you encounter any danger on your way back?" Luichu wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth and asked with concern. "No danger, I just encountered a little dinosaur chasing me, but I sent it to the afterlife with one arrow." "How about you, any interesting happenings in the camp?" Li Xing chuckled. "There wasn't much fun in the camp. After you all left, I missed you so much, but I was worried I'd disturb you, so I didn't dare contact you. It's just so great that everyone is safe now," Luichu said, her face filled with joy. "Right, don't you care about what we got from the airdrop?" Li Xing asked with a smile. "I just hope everyone can be safe and sound." Luichu shook her head. Li Xing smiled and took out the physical enhancement agent. This is a high-tech product from the airdrop, called the physical enhancement agent. After the injection, it can strengthen the body and immunity. "Come, let me give you a shot," Li Xing said. Luichu glanced at the syringe. The medicine was connected to the needle. Seeing Li Xing unwrap the package, she unconsciously swallowed. Li Xing noticed her micro-expression and couldn't help but smile. "Afraid of needles?" I'm afraid of but shots," Luichu said with a flushed face. "Ha, this is not a but shot, it's an intravenous injection, just extend your hand," Li Xing said, and Luichu gently breathed a sigh of relief, extending her hand. Li Xing patted the vein on her arm, rinsed it with clean water, and then inserted the needle. Soon, the medicine inside was pushed in completely. "You should lie down for a while, there will be a brief discomfort, but changes will come in a few minutes," Li Xing said. Luichu responded and crawled into the tent. Li Xing drank the remaining fish soup alone. Not long after, Luichu came out. Her aura had improved significantly compared to before, her face was rosy, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her body proportions were even more perfect. She walked up to Li Xing with a look of surprise. "Li Xing Gij, it's amazing. I feel completely different, my energy and stamina have gone up a level, and there's this wonderful feeling, like... I can't describe it. In short, it feels very comfortable and natural." Li Xing's lips curled up. He knew that feeling, it was an enhancement of perception. Before the injection, ordinary people's awareness of their surroundings was gray and murky, always chaotic and unclear. After the injection, they could sense the vibrant life of even the smallest flower and grass. That feeling was like the untainted childhood. "You are stronger in every way than before, of course it feels good. You'll have that feeling after exercising too." Li Xing nodded. Seeing that it wasn't early anymore, Li Xing said. "Alright, we need to get up early tomorrow. Let's rest." Li Xing Gij. "I haven't taken a shower today," Luichu suddenly shyly said. Clearly, after the last incident, she didn't dare to run to the pond alone to wash, so she had been holding it in until now. "Then I'll cover you while you shower." Li Xing saw this and nodded. Luichu smilingly went to get a set of clothes to change into. Those were from the little wellspring. The two arrived at the rock by the stream. They turned off the live stream, and Li Xing helped Lu Yichu hold her clothes. I'll hold your clothes so that no little bugs crawl inside. The water is cold, so you need to be quick. Today you won't wash your hair. Li Xing told Lu Yichu. Lu Yichu agreed, and when she saw Li Xing turn around, she quickly stripped down and began to wash in the water. While washing, she looked at her own body. She found that her figure was even more beautiful than before. She appeared more feminine. Li Xing lay on the rock watching the night sky. He couldn't help but wonder, among the countless stars, which one was his hometown. This planet had no large moon like the Earth, but it had two small moons, reflecting a brightness that barely reached half the luminosity of a full moon. Li Xing, I'm done washing, Lu Yichu said, rising from the pond while hugging her chest. Li Xing handed over the clothes in his hand, and upon seeing her shy appearance, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Although this girl was beautiful and cute, Li Xing regarded her more as his own younger sister from a different father and mother in his past life. After all, their temperaments and personalities were quite similar. The two returned to the tent. Lu Yichu, wearing a camouflage t-shirt, looked like a girl who just finished bathing, her boyfriend's oversized shirt draping on her frame since the shirt size was large, and the tight clothes underneath were washed. Li Xing, can I hug you to sleep? Lu Yichu weakly asked. Li Xing was stunned for a moment. Before he could speak, Lu Yichu quickly explained. I used to sleep with a pillow or a stuffed toy. It was easier to fall asleep this way. That's fine. Li Xing nodded upon hearing this. In this alien wilderness, most girls simply could not sleep, and Lu Yichu was doing pretty well. Although Lu Yichu was a little shy, she still turned over and hugged Li Xing. Li Xing immediately felt the softness and fragrance of the girl. This girl, how old is she, and still needs to hug to sleep? Li Xing smiled bitterly and closed his eyes to rest. Lu Yichu pressed her face against Li Xing's strong arm, feeling a special warmth towards him. Hugging Li Xing while sleeping felt very safe, without any messy thoughts. But the viewers in the live stream were no longer calm. Our star brother remains calm, truly a gentleman. If it were me, even wearing a chastity belt, I could still mess it up. My idol, star brother is my idol. The high-ranking military officials once again confirmed Li Xing's character. He truly was not a person to be compared to ordinary folks. Although he was a bit reckless when showering, he truly didn't have any bad intentions, right? Those female officers who previously cursed Li Xing as an exhibitionist or a rogue were now secretly lamenting. They realized they had blamed the wrong person and felt very ashamed. After all, Lu Yichu's beauty and figure were widely acknowledged and even synonymous with beauty, yet Li Xing had not acted inappropriately at all. This truly made people admire him. Moreover, the Su sisters had already cut the wolf meat into chunks and skewered it, taking out 2 pieces to roast, while the rest was set aside for smoking. When making the smoking cage, Suya had put in quite a bit of effort. But they finally got it done. They ate while occasionally contacting Li Xing to ask how things were going. Just as Li Xing was about to fall asleep, he heard Su Yao's message and could only reply before trying to sleep. Li Xing has safely returned. How could he not report his safety? Su Yao complained. Sister, I advise you not to have feelings for this Li Xing, his background is very suspicious. Seeing Su Yao care so much about Li Xing, Su Ya reminded her. Sister, you're being too suspicious. Although I can't explain why he is so skilled, he did save us and killed the enemy soldiers from the country of Woku and the Star-Spangled Country. He can't possibly be a spy. Su Yao said firmly. Who knows if he's using some trick or another? Su Ya replied. Sister, what does Li Xing gain from doing this? Su Yao argued. Who knows? In any case, as long as his identity is unclear, we must stay vigilant. Su Ya said. Sister, you really are unreasonable. If Li Xing were a bad person, would he risk his life to save me? Besides, this time he returned to protect Ichu voluntarily and even left the gun for us. If we still think of him with a malicious heart, that would be really too much. Su Yao said very seriously. Suya bit her red lips. She also knew that everything Li Xing did was truly touching. Moreover, he thought of everyone at every turn. But he was just a college student. How could he possibly be a survival expert in the wild who was both cautious and fierce in killing enemies? No matter how it was explained, it was all unexplainable. Suya could not say more to avoid upsetting her sister. After all, her sister was very straightforward, and once she decided on something, it would not easily change. She definitely had already developed strong feelings for Li Xing. In addition, other survival zones also saw people receiving airdrops. But the airdrop areas were too dangerous, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The Star-Spangled Country, Bear Country, and Dragon Country held the most airdrops among the other 99 competition zones. Among them, the Star-Spangled Country occupied 30 airdrop zones, Bear Country 28, and Dragon Country 29, leaving the remaining 13 zones to be divided among other countries. Although other countries all received airdrops, they kept the enhancers for themselves, thus missing their chance to strengthen. After one night, over 3,000 people had died. There were still more than 16,000 people remaining. The country with the least deaths is Bear Country, followed by Star-Striped Country, and then Dragon Country. However, the difference between Star-Striped Country and Dragon Country is not very big. The 4th place is German Country, the 5th place is Iron Tower Country, and the 6th place is Japan. Every day there will be a ranking from yesterday until the week ends, and the top 3 countries will gain a privilege. No one knows what the privilege will be, but it must be something good. So, next, the backward countries will definitely hunt the countries in the top 3. If the number of people in the top 3 countries falls behind, they will have a chance to enter the top 3. This also means that in the coming days, all participants will find life no longer easy, and will think of ways to kill the participants from other countries. Moreover, every participant must move closer to the central area, so fierce battles will inevitably occur constantly. Early the next morning, Li Xing woke up from deep sleep. The hoverball projected relevant competition information. After reading it, Li Xing understood that every airdrop point in the competition circles would turn into hell. He needed to hurry back to help the 2 women, or they might not be able to handle it. He glanced at Luichu, who was sleeping soundly beside him. She looked quite peaceful. Li Xing had no time to enjoy more sleep, so he got up, grabbed a piece of charcoal, and crushed it for brushing his teeth, then began cutting shrubs to feed the dragon. At the same time, he had to untie the ropes binding the horse and gather other supplies to bring to the new camp. "Brother Li Xing, I'll go make breakfast." Just as Li Xing returned from cutting shrubs, Luichu also woke up. The morning was chilly, so she put on a camouflage jacket, but she didn't wear a fitted shirt. The t-shirt always gave a soft feeling. Li Xing nodded, but at that moment, he saw the figure of a primitive person again. He was perched in the trees far away, clearly having slept there the night before. Am I being followed? Chapter 33, The Plan to Tame the Pterodactyl. If it were a usual day, Li Xing would have shot that wild man with an arrow long ago. After all, just thinking about a wild man watching him was alarming. However, if this guy belongs to the same group as those wild men by the lake, then since he hasn't attacked him yet, the other party might not harbor malice. Besides, he had a task of slavery to complete. If he eliminated the other party and instilled hatred in their group, then this task might never be completed. His taming ability does not work on intelligent humans. There is an essential difference between slavery and taming. Taming wild beasts changes their behavior through rewards and punishments. However, humans have intelligence, living habits, thoughts, cultural groups, etc. To enslave such a group, the history of slave societies has already given a clear answer. The means are intimidation, suppression, violence, destruction of dignity, and changing their lifestyle and values. The entire process is inhumane. If he did this, it could very likely provoke opposition in the society of Blue Star. It could lead to a bad reputation for his homeland. Li Xing hesitated. If he could enslave some wild men and have them do things, it would make things much more convenient. For example, in logging, transporting, planting, and harvesting. These tasks are difficult for just a few of them to complete, but with slaves, it would be different. Of course, aside from solving these issues through slavery, there is another method, which is economic activity and trade. This was another approach Li Xing thought of. In a sense, controlling them through economic activity and having them work for him also counts as slavery. He should be able to complete the task. It's just that the time for this task might be a bit long, but the task itself has no deadline, so he doesn't need to worry. After breakfast, Li Xing dismantled the base, packing everything he could carry onto the pterosaur. "Girl! The dragon is here!" Li Xing shouted, and Luichu walked over. Li Xing quickly lifted her onto the dragon's back. As they left, Li Xing took out a piece of crocodile meat and waved it towards the tree where the wild man was. The wild man shrank back in fear, but when he saw that Li Xing didn't do anything, he peeked his head out again. Li Xing speared the piece of meat with a bamboo stick and placed it at the tree roots. He hoped this would show friendliness. "Go!" Li Xing rode the dragon and quickly disappeared into the forest. In his arms, Luichu bounced around and couldn't sit straight, and the dragon's shoulder was lower than her hips, making her body slide forward without control. She had no choice but to lay down like Su Yao. As she lay down, she felt a bit ashamed. Even though Li Xing's feelings for her were pure, she felt differently about him. She really liked Li Xing. Li Xing was the only man on this planet who could give her a sense of security. However, she didn't intend to be a vase. After her physique improved, she wanted to learn archery, because before, she couldn't even pull a bow, but now she could pull it back, and she could draw it 5 times without fully pulling it. This already provided a solid foundation for learning archery. "Li Xing brother, when we get to the new camp, you have to teach me archery when you have time. I want to learn some skills quickly," Luichu said. "Okay, then I'll take you as my little apprentice," Li Xing joked. Luichu giggled, "But you must not call me stupid, otherwise I will cry." He. Li Xing smiled, having this girl around felt pretty good. Li Xing had not turned on the teammate locator today, and without a map to check, he decided to take the same path they came last night. That shark-toothed dragon must have been seriously injured after taking his arrow. If it wasn't dead, other predators shouldn't get close to that area, so the route should still be safe. If the shark-toothed dragon was dead, it might attract many predators, but with such a large piece of meat like the shark-toothed dragon, they should not be hungry for the two of them. Along the way, Luichu was full of curiosity and awe for the alien landscape and plants. She still hadn't fully accepted that she was in an alien world. Li Xing, on the other hand, remained vigilant. Occasionally, they would see small raptor-like creatures with feathers jumping around in the bushes. In the sky, massive pterosaurs could be seen. These pterosaurs would go out hunting during the day, primarily near lakes, rivers, and coastlines. At night, they would return to the cliffs. In Li Xing's mind, taming a pterosaur as a means of transport would be ideal, but this was very difficult, as they were predatory animals and often soared through the skies. It was possible to use food to control them on the ground, but not so easily in the air. However, it wasn't entirely impossible. With the system's support, his affinity was extremely high. Pterosaurs primarily ate fish and would not be interested in such large humans, so approaching them could be possible. But this also posed a problem. To tame a massive pterosaur, one would need enough food to feed it. Although he could hunt, as the master, he needed to bind the food to the relationship with humans. The methods of taming were not complex. It was similar to how one would tame a hawk. So the first problem to solve was food. How to catch enough fish every day to feed it continuously. Li Xing, brother, look over there by the rocks. There are many dinosaur eggs. Luichu pointed to the edge of the stone valley and said. Li Xing glanced over and indeed saw circles of dinosaur eggs. These were smaller than the dinosaur eggs they had stolen before. As dinosaur eggs hatch using sunlight and temperature, their eggs were mostly exposed to the sun. It was precisely because of this that some dinosaurs often appeared around the eggs, protecting their eggs from being stolen by egg-thieving dinosaurs. Shoo! Li Xing made a gesture for silence. Look over there, behind the tree is a feathered velociraptor. These eggs are its. Li Xing said. Luichu indeed saw the fully feathered velociraptor, which was less than 2 meters long and only 0.6 meters high at the hips, a relatively small size. Although it was also a predatory dinosaur, they were quite intelligent and wouldn't easily attack larger creatures, preferring to protect their eggs instead. However, if someone showed any intent to harm its eggs, it would become as fierce as a honey badger. Therefore, Li Xing urged Luichu not to make any noise to avoid misunderstandings. After walking for a while, Li Xing began to share tales with her. Big brother Li Xing, how do you know so much about dinosaurs? Luichu asked in surprise, turning to look at him with her big almond eyes blinking. Boys generally like to read dinosaur encyclopedias when they are young. Li Xing replied with a smile, thinking that without the system's rewards for biological knowledge, he wouldn't understand so much at all. Luichu looked at him with admiration in her eyes. The audience in front of the screen felt the same way. Big brother Xing really knows everything, his brain is so smart. Big brother Xing must have gone through a lot during his years as a military assassin. Otherwise, how could he have learned so much? Brother Xing, you are simply a fighter among men, our role model. If we had just 1/10 of your abilities, we wouldn't still be single. Li Xing didn't realize that his image had become so towering in the hearts of the people. He was still thinking about how he had taken care of the girl last night and missed the chance to be close with Su Yao. It was a little regrettable. Tonight he definitely couldn't miss it. Chapter 34, Summit Surveillance. Soon, the two of them arrived at the rocky valley where they fought the shark's tooth dragon last night. The rocky valley was filled with a chilling wind, blowing a fishy smell on their faces. Big brother Li Xing, ahead lies a big dinosaur. Luichu pointed nervously at the big dinosaur lying in the rocky valley. Don't panic. Li Xing had already seen it. It was probably the shark's tooth dragon that had chased him in Ajian last night. Luichu nodded, gripping the reins tightly. As they got closer, Li Xing's divine vision quickly recognized the dinosaur's full appearance. It was indeed the shark's tooth dragon he had fought against last night. It lay motionless in the rocky valley. Big brother Li Xing, should we get closer? Luichu asked worriedly. It's dead. Last night, it was chasing us to eat. I shot it with an arrow, and unexpectedly, it died like this. Luichu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Big brother Li Xing, didn't you say last night that you only encountered a small dinosaur? How could it be this big? Don't pay too much attention to these details, the important thing is that I'm back by your side. Li Xing replied as he put away his arrow. Luichu's eyes instantly turned wet. She hadn't expected that Li Xing risked his life for her, so that she wouldn't be scared, almost losing his life. She felt a deep sense of guilt in her heart. Li Xing quickened the pace of the raptor and arrived at the side of the shark's tooth dragon. With just a glance, he knew that his arrow from last night had pierced its heart. However, due to internal bleeding, it might have still lived for a few more days. Li Xing immediately jumped off the raptor and took a machete to cut at its legs. Luichu was in shock as she observed the shark's tooth dragon. Its entire head was at least the size of half a car, its open mouth stiffened, filled with sharp, dense teeth, with flies buzzing around, flying in and out of its mouth. She couldn't imagine the horror that Li Xing had faced last night. The audience in the livestream was also frightened for the first time to observe the shark's tooth dragon so closely. This shark-toothed dragon is really terrifying. I almost peed my pants. If it chased me, I think I'd crap myself. How could I even escape? Use civil language. I'm having breakfast. Li Xing constantly swung the machete in his hand. Each chop hit the shark-toothed dragon's flesh until it reached the bone. He then cut along the dragon's bone joints. He just wanted to quickly take away some meat. When other dinosaurs discovered the shark-toothed dragon's corpse, countless predatory dinosaurs would flock here. Especially the fierce ones like the raptor in packs. Soon, Li Xing chopped off one dragon leg, and then he realized that the entire dragon leg definitely weighed over a ton. The leg was far too heavy for the tendon dragon to carry. He then split the dragon leg, cutting off 200 kilograms of meat, rolling it up with the skin on the outside and the meat inside. He tied it up with rope and secured it on the back of the tendon dragon. Fortunately, this bundle of meat had stopped bleeding. Li Xing rinsed his hands and machete with water, then mounted the dragon's back. Go! Li Xing immediately urged the dragon to run. At the same time, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom received another 200 kilograms of dragon meat. The families didn't have refrigerators big enough to preserve such a large amount, so the National Food Factory opened purchasing channels to process the dragon meat. Some people even used it to make ham. In any case, these resources would be useful when the nation migrated to the new planet. Without sufficient resources, life on the new planet would be difficult, so the country also needed to stockpile food. Li Xing entered the forest. He still felt regretful about the dragon meat. If only he could turn this 10 tons of dragon meat into dried food, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for at least a year. Moreover, this meat could also be used to feed the pterosaurs. However, some things are destined to be wasted. Unfortunately, it doesn't help. Survival is the most important thing. Just 10 minutes after Li Xing left, the stench of blood in the Stone Valley attracted a large number of raptors and terror birds, who tested each other but did not fight. Instead, they surged forward and tore into the shark-toothed dragon. Li Xing and the others quickly returned to the new camp. The Su sisters were roasting meat at the camp, and when they saw Li Xing and the others coming back with big bundles, they hurried over to help. Sister Suya, we are back. Luichu got off the dragon and greeted the Su sisters. You guys didn't run into any trouble last night, did you? Suyao asked while holding a tent, actually trying to find out if anything inappropriate happened between Li Xing and Luichu. Luichu didn't understand her implied meaning. Sister Suyao, brother Li Xing killed a super huge dinosaur last night. Look, this bundle of meat is cut from it. Luichu pointed to the bundle of meat and said. Suyao and Suya's eyes widened upon seeing this. This bundle of meat weighs at least 200 kilograms. Li Xing, what kind of dragon did you kill? How big was it? Suya asked with a frown. That's not important. Hurry up and take this meat to process, otherwise it will spoil soon, and all my work will be for nothing. Li Xing said, shouldering the piece of meat down from the dragon's back. Back at the camp, Luichu saw the environment and instantly felt cheerful. This place is much better than the old camp. The view is also wide. Luichu walked onto the wooden bridge, joyfully examining the surroundings. I'm glad you like it. We need to build a large shelter here in the future to accommodate as many people as possible, but this means we need to consider a long-term food supply, such as starch, vitamins, and other essential nutrients. Li Xing said. Hearing this, the Su sisters looked at each other. They were still thinking about immediate food and clothing issues, yet Li Xing was already considering such long-term problems. A large shelter was a massive project, and with just the few of them, they probably couldn't handle it. We must gather other team members as soon as possible. When Luichu saw Li Xing pick up the gun and knife, she jumped off the wooden bridge and walked toward Li Xing. Brother Li Xing, where are you going? I want to climb to the top of this mountain to see the terrain around here. Little girl, take the 3 eggs you brought back and put them in the sunlight to dry. When they hatch into little dragonlings, you can keep them as pets, so you won't be too lonely. Li Xing laughed. He knew that living here would take a long time, and having 3 pets could help the women relieve their boredom, preventing them from becoming mentally lonely. Okay. Brother Li Xing, be careful. Luichu went to get the dragon eggs. But Suyao handed the task of processing dragon meat to Suya and walked towards Li Xing. Good brother, I'll go with you. 2 people work well together. Li Xing wanted to refuse, worried that someone might attack the base, but he realized that leaving Suyao here wouldn't help, just making another captive. Alright, Miss Suya, watch closely at the camp, and don't let anyone sneak attack. Li Xing reminded her. He picked up the knife and went over to cut off a dozen pounds of dragon meat, tying it up with a vine and hanging it on the dragon's body. Where are you taking this meat? Suya asked. Of course, it's useful. Li Xing smiled, not saying much more. Chapter 35, Sky Beasts. The slope was not steep and there were some gymnosperms growing. The fruits on these gymnosperms were not yet ripe, but small animals could be seen jumping around on them. Winter is probably just 2 months away. We need to build the shelter well and store enough food. Li Xing said as he stopped. Good brother, how do you know winter is in 2 months? Su Yao asked, confused, just like the people in the livestream and the military personnel. Miss Su Yao, look, these pine cones are not ripe yet, but in 2 months they will mature. Once they are ripe, winter will come. According to the rules of plants on Blue Star, it shouldn't differ much here. Li Xing said. I see. Then can we hunt in the winter? Su Yao asked. Yes, but there will be very few prey, and the environment will be harsh. It will be dangerous for us. However, it shouldn't snow heavily around here since this area is a mixed forest land. What we fear is a long winter. If we run out of vitamins, we'll be doomed. Li Xing said. Good brother, you know so much? Li Xing thought, isn't this common knowledge? Li Xing used his knife to scrape off the resin from the pine trees, with pieces of resin looking beautiful like amber. Good brother, why are you collecting this resin? We have flint, starting a fire is easy. Su Yao said, and Li Xing smiled bitterly. Don't be too naive, the weather won't always be this good. We won't always be lucky to find tinder. We need to prepare as much resin as possible. Later, we can melt it and mix it with reed fluff to make a fire-starting material that can ignite at any time. Li Xing explained. Only then did Su Yao understand that Li Xing was making preparations for rainy days. She also began to collect resin around her. The collected resin was all put into bamboo tubes. After finishing the collection, the two of them continued to climb to the top of the mountain. About half an hour later, they finally reached the peak. When they reached the top, Li Xing and Su Yao were stunned. They had expected the surrounding area to have similar continuous mountain ranges, but unexpectedly, behind this mountain was a vast plain. The plain was boundless. This plain was filled with huge cedar trees, as well as patches of swamp and grasslands. On the grassland lived herds of herbivorous dinosaurs. From a distance, it looked like a herd of wild buffalo. Those massive herbivorous dinosaurs, standing out like cranes among a flock of chickens, stretched their necks to eat the tender leaves at the tops of the trees. For humans with guns, killing these dinosaurs was not a difficult task. But when such a huge dinosaur falls, if it's not quickly cut and transported, it will definitely become someone else's profit. To make transportation easier, more herbivorous dinosaurs must be tamed. For example, the Triceratops, which resembles a rhinoceros, is also a great candidate for domestication. However, the more dinosaurs are tamed, the more people are needed to herd them, but there is already a shortage of people now. Li Xing felt a little troubled just thinking about the pile of things that still needed to be handled. Scree! Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the sky. Li Xing and Su Yao immediately looked up. A huge pteranodon was swooping down towards them. Quick, hide under the trees! Li Xing shouted loudly, pulling Su Yao as they quickly ran into the forest. Just as they hid in the woods, the spot they had just been standing at was covered by a huge shadow. Immediately after, a strong wind rushed into the forest, causing Li Xing and Su Yao's hair to be blown up. The massive pteranodon landed on the rocks at the top of the mountain, its sharp cry piercing their eardrums, causing them pain. Li Xing and Su Yao looked at the giant beast in front of them, their faces pale. This is just too big. Li Xing was shocked in his heart. Seeing it from a distance was already shocking, but seeing it up close was even more terrifying. Danger level T5. Li Xing immediately evaluated the danger level with his encyclopedia. At first glance, it looked like a giraffe with huge wings. But its appearance was nothing like the beloved giraffe, its long beak like a giant cone stuck into the ground. When its wings were folded, if you ignored its long beak, it looked like a bat magnified by 100,000 times. When it crouched down, its grayish fur made it look like a gigantic, hunchbacked witch wearing a pointed hat. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe such a terrifying creature could exist in the world. The viewers in the live stream were all stunned and frozen in fear. This was their first time witnessing such a huge creature. If it were viewed using VR or other reality simulation tools, the sense of oppression would be even more terrifying. I can't imagine, this thing is so huge, it's absolutely shocking. They can't even film something like this in a movie. I bet Starbrother and them at the scene are probably shocked into silence. Viewers from other countries also rushed in, and Li Xing's live stream room went from 1 billion viewers to 10 billion in an instant. Even the military personnel were sweating for Li Xing and Su Yao. Why did this giant beast fixate on them? Soon, everyone realized that the place where Li Xing had been standing was directly above the pteranodon's nest. There were 7 dragon eggs neatly placed there. Oh my, will it swallow us whole? Su Yao swallowed nervously, asking. Don't worry, we were just standing above its nest, causing it to misunderstand. Many highlands are pteranodons' territories, we were just careless. Li Xing slowly walked towards the tendon dragon tied to the tree, took a 3-pound piece of shark-toothed dragon meat from its back, and threw it over. Before the meat even hit the ground, the long beak quickly snapped it up, its movements so agile it was unbelievable. Li Xing's action immediately reduced the pteranodon's alertness and even made it more friendly. Li Xing knew this was a good opportunity to approach it. From now on, he would bring it food every day, build a good relationship first, then tie it down and forcefully tame it, otherwise, it would never recognize its owner. Taming a falcon works like this: first, you burn the falcon, then you tame it. And burning the falcon means controlling its freedom, not letting it hunt for itself, and forcing it to associate food with its master. Next, you prevent it from sleeping to drain its energy and make it fully adapt to the existence of its master. It's at its most vulnerable when it is most reliant on its owner. At that time, feeding it becomes the key, and when feeding, you must whistle. Let it recognize that this is a signal from the master. Over time, it can form its muscle memory. At that time, a whistle will make the dragon fly over. Li Xing already had a complete taming program in his mind, now the most crucial thing was to prepare enough food. It really ate it. Su Yao was very excited to see this. Li Xing then took out a piece of dragon meat and threw it. It also caught it in its mouth and ate. After repeating a few times, it completely relaxed its vigilance towards the two of them. Li Xing knew his friendliness had worked, but he couldn't be too rushed, and to bind such a large pterosaur would probably not be easy. We'll return immediately, I want to bring back the meat of that shark-toothed dragon. Li Xing gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk of transporting dragon meat. After all, such opportunities were rare. Moreover, if this pterosaur left, it would be very hard to find another one of the same level in the future. Chapter 36, The Wild Man in the Ambush Camp. Good brother, don't be crazy. The shark-toothed dragon's meat you cut will surely fill the valley with blood, it's too dangerous there. Su Yao quickly denied Li Xing's plan. I know. But right now, we also urgently need food. Li Xing said. We already have 200 kilograms of dragon meat and 60 kilograms of wolf meat, that's enough for a while. Su Yao replied. No, I want to tame this pterosaur. Li Xing gazed passionately at the divine winged pterosaur in front of him. To Li Xing, it felt like seeing a limited edition super sports car in the wild, and he believed no man could refuse. Just thinking about soaring in the sky would be such a joyful thing. The audience in the live stream became excited and jumped up. Brother Xing, you can't be serious. You've only been on that planet for 3 days and you already want to be a dragon rider. If you really become a pterosaur rider, that would be amazing. Damn, I'm getting more and more excited. If Brother Xing can tame such a pterosaur, wouldn't he be invincible? It must be. Are the people from Run regretting it? Those waiting to emigrate from Run also saw Li Xing's live content and the comments from Dragon Country's audience. They sneered in unison. Do they really think it's so easy to tame? Even an eagle takes more than 2 months to tame, let alone such a large divine-winged pterosaur, which is inherently fierce. Although it mainly eats fish, it is still a predator. Exactly, such an unrealistic guy will surely fail. He tamed the tendon dragon and thought he was a genius, that was just luck. Not every dinosaur has such a good temperament. The military of Dragon Country was also anxious because of Li Xing's decision. They understood Li Xing's desire to tame the dragon, no man could resist becoming a dragon taming master. Especially a flying pterosaur. That would mean conquering the sky and being able to find teammates in other areas anytime. This would bring a lot of convenience. This matter cannot be rushed, besides, there is no experience in taming pterosaurs. He is going to be a pioneer in taming pterosaurs. We also have no way to inform Li Xing, we can only hope he stays calm. That's all we can do. Countries like the Star-Spangled Nation and Wokoku paid great attention to Li Xing, this popular figure. They never expected that Li Xing wanted to tame a pterosaur, that was simply too arrogant. People often die from arrogance and being overly clever. So when they heard Li Xing say this, they couldn't be happier. While Li Xing and Su Yao were on their way back, Su Yao still urged Li Xing to think seriously about it. After all, this trip could not only cost him his life but also risk losing the tendon dragon. Li Xing truly regretted the 10 tons of dragon meat, he was troubled by not having more tendon dragons. Now, taming a whole day could only result in taming one, and the rope woven into a saddle would only be enough for one. Before long, they finally returned to the vicinity. Suddenly, they heard gunshots ringing out. What happened? Is someone ambushing the camp? Li Xing and Su Yao immediately became tense, and Li Xing jumped down from the raptor. Miss Su Yao, wait here for a moment, I will go down to see what happened. Li Xing had no time to put on camouflage and rushed toward the camp with his bow and knife. At the same time, he contacted Su Yao. What happened? Li Xing asked. I just saw a wild man, he attacked us with a blowpipe, and I killed him. Suya said. Were you hit? Li Xing asked nervously. No, it was very close. Good, I'm back at the camp now, I will check on the wild man, you all stay inside and don't shoot. Li Xing reminded them, and with his godlike vision quickly found the wild man who had fallen from the tree. The wild man's body had indeed been hit by a bullet, with a blood wound oozing, and his body was fractured multiple times. His blowpipe fell beside him, which was 2 meters long. This wild man had lost all body hair, but his facial features were still somewhat similar to a non-degraded gorilla face, with high brow bones, a large nose, and forward-facing nostrils. The difference from a gorilla was that he had no hair on his face. Looking at his height, he was about 1.68 meters, with slender muscles, the kind that was very resilient, and almost no visible fat. He was still breathing, with a pair of shiny black eyes staring in terror at Li Xing, but his body couldn't move. His spine had already been broken. The wild man let out a gorilla-like roar upon seeing Li Xing, and then a howl similar to that of a wolf. This was a signal to his teammates. Li Xing immediately chopped him dead with a knife. The viewers in the livestream saw an alien for the first time, unexpectedly realizing this alien looked just like their ancestors. It seemed the cosmic program had found a planet almost identical to their ecosystem. This is too much like our ancestors, maybe our ancestors were also sent from other planets. Is the cosmic program God? Who cares? As long as we are alive, have good food and drink, and have women, that's all that matters. These niche discussions were quickly overshadowed by other voices, as the country did not focus on these issues. After all, this could be said to be an unsolvable philosophical issue. The most important thing right now was survival. Ants discussing what is beyond the sky is meaningless. After killing the wild man, Li Xing immediately called Su Yao back to the camp, and then everyone went into the tent for a meeting. It's my fault, I actually saw these wild men a long time ago. I didn't want to provoke a tribal conflict and create trouble, so I didn't act. It seems they regarded us as easy prey and actually provoked war. Li Xing said, already deciding in his heart that he must capture a wild man to tame as a slave. This is much better than killing them. Good brother, are you still going to fetch pterosaur meat? Su Yao asked worriedly. Not going back, it's dangerous here, and other matters must be put aside. Li Xing said, about the issue of taming pterosaurs, it could only be postponed. First, he would enslave a few wild men and secure survival achievements. So how should we deal with these wild men? Su Yao asked. These wild men have been tracking me for a long time, they probably already know how to move these barricades, so we must be doubly cautious. We need to take turns keeping watch at night to avoid being ambushed. Should we kill every wild man we see? Su Yao asked again. No, if other wild men come, just shoot their leader, or kill whoever charges forward. Death will make them understand that although we are few, we definitely have enough strength to kill them. This will save bullets. Li Xing stated. He was thinking that these wild men were probably very curious about his equipment, which is why they had observed for so long. Moreover, there was another possibility, when there were men in the camp. They didn't dare to attack, but when only women were present, they dared to strike. In their tribe, women were completely powerless, leading him to make a fatal misjudgment, which resulted in his death. I'm going to set up some early warning traps nearby. There may be wild men coming today. Li Xing said. Chapter 37, King of Traps. Li Xing had the 2 women sharpen bamboo sticks, each only 10 centimeters long. These sharp bamboo sticks were about as thick as a finger. Li Xing wove them into a small fence, pointing straight up. What are these for? Suya couldn't help but ask. In a moment, I'll bury them in the ground nearby, covering them up. The wild men don't wear shoes, so if they step on them, the tops of their feet will definitely be pierced. When they scream in pain, it will serve as an early warning. Li Xing explained. Suya and Su Yao were both shocked. Li Xing had just glanced at the wild man's body and come up with this early warning trap. The 2 of them didn't even know how to use the bamboo sticks, and here Li Xing was already thinking of such a solution. Truly, some people were just too amazing. The livestream viewers also suddenly realized, like a crowd that had just figured out the trick behind a magic act. This thing is really useful. If a group of wild men comes, just one stepping on it will give us a warning. Yes, and it will scare the other wild men, making them hesitate to charge ahead. This will give Li Xing and the others enough time to react. At this moment, Suya spoke up. Li Xing, what if those participants wearing shoes come near us? Is there any way to warn us? After all, she was most worried about the participants. That's easy too, but let's turn off the live stream first. Li Xing said, still busy with his work, laughing as he spoke. The 2 women nodded, turning off the live stream, and Li Xing did the same. Alright, little brother, tell us, how do we set up a warning? Su Yao asked eagerly, she was growing more and more curious about Li Xing. Li Xing smiled, picked up a bamboo branch shaped like the character from the ground, and inserted it into the ground to form a circle, with the branches pointing inward, creating a funnel shape. The two women looked at him in confusion. "What is this?" Suyao asked, completely puzzled, and Suya was also baffled. "Don't you understand yet? Replace these bamboo branches with bamboo tubes, replace the branches with bamboo sticks, and bury them in a pit. When the enemy steps on it, their foot will go all the way down. When they instinctively lift their foot, the surrounding bamboo sticks will stab into their ankle from the shoe opening." Li Xing explained, and the two women's faces turned pale. Clearly, they had imagined the scene, how painful it would be to have those sharp bamboo sticks stabbing into their feet from the shoe opening. It was something no one could bear. "Good brother, what kind of monster are you to come up with such a trap?" Suya was speechless, secretly relieved she wasn't Li Xing's enemy, or she couldn't even imagine how she would die. "Hee, you should hurry up and keep sharpening the bamboo. Later, I'll mark each place, then turn the live stream back on and guide you to recognize them. If you forget, you can't blame me." Li Xing laughed. "We'll definitely remember this," Suya said confidently. Li Xing glanced at Lu Ichu, who was processing dragon meat on a rock by the pond. "Good brother, are you worried Ichu won't remember?" Suyao asked. Everyone needs to remember. When the time comes, I'll leave the troublesome part to you to guide that girl." Li Xing nodded. After teaching the two women how to make the shaped traps, Li Xing grabbed a shovel and went into the forest to dig. Li Xing was a master of traps. He knew exactly where enemies were likely to pass and where they wouldn't go. With the folding shovel, digging the pits was easy for Li Xing, much more convenient than that small soldier's shovel. After an hour, Li Xing had already dug 25 pits. Each pit was almost at a place that was sure to be passed. The two women also brought over the assembled bamboo sticks. Li Xing personally taught them how to set the traps. The Su sisters, being former special forces, learned quickly. This saved Li Xing a lot of effort. Meanwhile, Li Xing was digging holes on the other side, and he dug 25 more pits. The two women worked a bit slower. After all, every trap needed to be well disguised, so it took them 3 busy hours to finish laying the traps. Luichu also cut and cleaned the dragon meat in the camp and placed it into the smoking cage. She really had no attitude of a big star at all. When everyone returned, she had also cooked 4 pots of dragon meat soup waiting for them. Only her face was covered in sweat and dirt, giving her an adorable silly look. "Li Xing brother, 2 sisters, I made dragon meat soup for you, you worked hard," Luichu said politely, and the two women smiled back. They understood very well that Luichu had never done much heavy work, yet she took the initiative to handle it and process 200 kilograms of dragon meat. They really had nothing to say. "Sister, you also worked hard." Suya came over to show her concern. "Remember to notify the other teammates, don't let them rush in carelessly," Li Xing said to Suya. I notified them just now. The supplies for the teammates were limited, making progress very difficult," Suya responded. "Tell all teammates to stop advancing and find a safe place nearby to build a shelter. We will go to get them later," Li Xing instructed. "Li Xing, do you have a plan?" Suya asked. "They are too far from us, their survival is already a problem. Every day they face enormous risks while traveling, only managing to move for half a day before needing to find a place to rest. If the resting place isn't safe, more people will die," Li Xing explained. That's indeed the case. Yesterday, over 1,000 people died on the road. Some were attacked by wild beasts, while others died from insect or snake bites because they had no place to sleep at night," Su Yao added. Li Xing noticed this issue too, which was why he decided not to let them continue their journey. Moreover, before winter arrives, many wild animals will be hunting more actively every day in preparation for hibernation. After hearing Li Xing's explanation, Suya agreed to his request. She immediately broadcasted the message to all the teammates. Once everything was arranged, the 4 of them began to eat. The viewers in the live broadcast room also started enjoying the fragrant dragon meat at home, each one feeling grateful to Li Xing. If it weren't for Li Xing, they would still be eating protein jelly. Although other regions also had food to replenish, most of it consisted of small animals or fish, birds, and worms. There were virtually no plants, as very few dared to eat them indiscriminately. People from other countries were in a similar situation, basically starving, and survival was a serious issue, let alone competing for airdrops. Only Li Xing's side had the most abundant survival supplies. However, life was not all rosy for Li Xing's side. Last time, Jackson was injured, and he knew he wouldn't live long. Using his communication abilities, he contacted all teammates in the region, urging them to unite with teammates from Japan and move toward the airdrop area at all costs. No matter how strong Li Xing was, they had to seize the second week's airdrop. Injured Jackson, despite his pain, was now making his way toward Li Xing's camp. He decided that before he died, he must bring Li Xing along. Only in this way, the nation's chances of winning would be greatest. Chapter 38, An Arrow Through the Skull. After lunch, Li Xing melted the resin in a bamboo tube and poured it into small bamboo tubes. Then, he soaked the collected cattail fluff in the resin. He quickly made over a dozen such fire-starting resins. When needed, he could use a rope saw or a knife to cut off a small piece. Then, he crushed the solidified block with his hands and used a flint to ignite it, instantly ready to catch fire. Suyao didn't believe it and sawed off a piece to try it out. Luichu also gathered around, as if to watch some interesting experiment. Hiss! The sound of flint striking echoed, and sparks fell onto the kindling pine resin. The resin instantly ignited with a small flame, just like a cotton ball soaked in kerosene bursting into fire. Wow! It really works! That's amazing! Suyao clapped her hands in excitement, feeling quite accomplished, as part of the resin was from her collection. Luichu was also very happy. From now on, we won't have to worry about starting a fire. Yeah, but we still need to build a wood shed. Otherwise, if it rains, we won't have any dry firewood. As Suyao spoke, she carefully placed the newly lit piece of resin near the smoke oven. Suya was also very pleased to see this. With the resin, life would become much more convenient. Sister, where is my good little brother? Suya glanced around the camp and didn't see Li Xing, so she asked. He went to gather some hemp and bark. He said he needs to make more ropes for future use. Soon, we'll need to use these bamboo sticks to build a wood shed. Suya replied. Starting from scratch really isn't easy. Suya thought about how a whole pile of difficulties was queuing up to come their way. Although it was frustrating, solving each problem through their own efforts was, after all, a kind of happiness and success, right? Moreover, their lives carried the future of their country. Li Xing, relying on his plant knowledge, quickly found a type of fiber-rich agave plant. Dragon sword hemp. Looking at the dozens of dragon sword hemp plants 2 to 3 meters tall in front of him, Li Xing felt a rush of excitement. Because this thing, when made into hemp rope, is incredibly tough. It could definitely tie up a pterosaur. In the Blue Star, there is a plant called sword hemp, usually used to make ship cables, known for being the strongest among all hemp ropes. Li Xing hurriedly cut down all the long leaves from the dozen or so dragon sword hemp plants. He bundled them into 2 large bundles using rattan strips and used a wooden stick as a shoulder pole to lift them up. Many viewers in the live broadcast understood what Li Xing was doing. But some older viewers didn't quite understand, so they began to comment in the live chat. You guys don't know what this is for? Let me tell you, this is for making rope. How do you make rope with this? It breaks right away, it's not better than tree bark. Young people, you don't understand. The fibers can be extracted and used to compete in tug-of-war with elephants. But it just takes some time to process. People in the military also began to understand Li Xing's intentions and couldn't help but sigh. This young man, Li Xing, understands such primitive methods of making hemp rope. That's impressive. Yes, it seems he really intends to tame a dragon. General, what's the connection between hemp rope and taming a dragon? Isn't it used for building a shed? This is not for building a shed. You don't need such good rope for that. It will take at least 10 days to make this rope. Li Xing wouldn't waste so much time on making this for just a shed, it's for tying a dragon. Once this was said, the surrounding commanders and advisors couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even if the dragon can be tamed, can the rider really control it? He's not a pilot, and the chances of falling and getting hurt are very high. Someone worriedly said. Li Xing has already given us too many surprises. I believe this time will not be different. Although everyone felt that taming a pterosaur was almost impossible, if Li Xing was the one doing it, it would be hard to say. After all, he tamed the tendon dragon in just 2 hours, almost like he had cast a spell on it. As Li Xing was about to return to the camp, he caught a whiff of a human scent. This scent was different from what he had smelled before, it carried a hint of blood and a sickly odor. Li Xing set down his load and immediately followed the direction of the smell. Soon, Li Xing discovered that someone had stepped on a trap. On the ground, there were many leaves stained with blood, and Li Xing reached out to touch them, they were still fresh. He chased after it, and soon his god's eye view spotted a poor guy, one leg covered in blood, with sharp bamboo sticks pierced into his ankle, causing several cuts like 3 utility knives slashing through flesh. The wound looked frightening. Jackson, poor thing. How miserable. You should be thankful I didn't poison the tip. Li Xing smiled, but this guy was tougher than most because he had been trapped and didn't even scream. The Sioux sisters had long since notified him. Unfortunately, such a well-mannered warrior was his enemy. As a mark of respect for a warrior, I won't torture you. Li Xing pulled the bowstring back to a full moon, this 80-pound recurve bow was already at its limit on Blue Star. Very few people could draw it to such a state. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air, shattering many bushes and leaves in its path, and it struck directly into Jackson's head. Jackson didn't even have a chance to react before he fell straight to the ground. The people in the livestream had no idea there was an enemy because the distance was too far. Moreover, Xing suddenly drew his bow, leaving them confused. It wasn't until everyone zoomed in on Xing's gaze that they realized, 45 meters away, a white man disguised by plants had been pierced through the head by an arrow. The live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, what's going on? Brother Xing's observation skills are too strong. Exactly. We shot the target, and we hadn't even spotted the target's shadow yet. How did he find it? Brother Xing is simply a genius. The military personnel were also greatly shocked. 45 meters away, through some bushes, he had shot through the target's skull with a single arrow, and it was an extremely well-camouflaged target. They realized on playback that Xing had discovered the bloodstains on the ground. However, just that alone made it hard to spot a target 45 meters away. Of course, it's not that it's impossible, but it's very challenging. Only a very small number of top snipers could achieve this. Because such observational talent can't really be trained, it is innate. Truly a genius. A blessing star for our dragon country. The Star-Spangled Country had lost another major general, and it was a sniper from the Devil team, who had gone offline just like that. He died without even seeing the enemy's shadow. This was a huge humiliation. The high-ups in the Japan country naturally noticed the technical quality of this arrow, and they were already certain that Xing was a military assassin. As for the ordinary people from the Star-Spangled Country and Japan, they didn't understand the true technicality of this arrow. Jackson was so unlucky to have been discovered by Xing like this. This kid is just good at archery and he got lucky, otherwise, he would have died long ago. Damn it, I just came to this country, and you're telling me there's a lucky guy in Dragon Country? The goddess of luck won't favor you all the time. Everyone, don't worry. They can't shake the world with just Xing in Dragon Country. Those who had fled were all unwilling and kept belittling Xing in the livestream. Chapter 39, I will go out for a few days. Brother Xing, is this thing you picked used to feed Ajian? Luichu saw Xing carrying a load of green plants and hurried over to help. This is not for feeding Ajian, this plant is called dragon sword hemp, which will be used to make ropes in the future. Xing placed the dragon sword hemp at the camp. I need to handle some matters first, girl, dig a ditch by the pond so that you can soak all this dragon sword hemp, he instructed Luichu. Okay. Xing handed the shovel to Luichu and turned to look at the Su sisters, who were building a shed. They had basic skills in building, but their practical ability was quite unusual, making them appear somewhat clumsy. Half a day passed without making any progress. However, Xing had no intention of stepping in to help, these trivial matters would have to be handled by them in the future. No one could be of ace. Xing walked out of the camp and came to Jackson's body, picking up the M21 sniper rifle in his hand. The scope was already damaged. It seems my last bullet hit the scope, what a waste. Xing checked the magazine of the M21, it was a 20-round clip, and there were only 11 rounds of 7.62mm bullets left inside. Although there's no scope, this gun has a silencer and is still very accurate, so it is quite useful. Within 500 meters, Xing was fully confident he could kill his target without a scope. His record for iron sight shooting was 700 meters. Xing also found two other supplies on Jackson's body. One was a thin outdoor sleeping bag, rolled up to the size of an arm, but it could allow him to rest safely outdoors. This item was very important, it would be essential for his outdoor assassination missions. The other item was a windproof lighter, this thing was practically a cheat for him, no wonder he made it to the airdrop point. The windproof lighter couldn't be used carelessly, it would be saved for when he went out to hunt down enemies. After putting away the items, Xing removed Jackson's blood-stained clothes. The viewers from the Star-Spangled Nation in the livestream were furious at this scene. How insulting. Michael was stripped, and now Jackson too. This Xing won't die, the hatred in my heart is hard to resolve. Ha, he's just not wasting resources, you can't blame others for that. Hey, who are you? Are you defending Xing? I used to be from the Star-Spangled Nation, but I have already got a Dragon Country green card. Pa. You people will end up badly, the Dragon Country is just a backward nation, and he won't win this competition. Those who had already reached the Star-Spangled Nation felt anxious about this situation. They didn't want their choice to turn into a regrettable mistake. Moreover, they were ashamed to return to the Dragon Country now. Now they could only wish for the Dragon Country to be the worst in everything, but the reality was the opposite. People from other regions did not dare to imbibe the potions to enhance their own country's people, unlike Xing. They all kept the potions for themselves. Those still in the homeland who hadn't left yet saw Xing's strength, plus the fact that the Dragon Country in other regions was not lagging behind, and they couldn't help feeling worried. But it was too late to turn back now. They could only hope to leave quickly by plane. If they stayed in the Dragon Country, they would be discovered. Because even an old lady from the dragon country could lift 100 pounds, without the enhancing potion, they were just ordinary people. A sense of inferiority began to rise in their hearts. Going to the Star-Spangled Nation was no longer glorious, instead, it felt like a shame. However, they quickly renewed their confidence. Because members from the Star-Spangled Nation and the Japanese nation were gathering in this area and approaching the airdrop center. Next week they would definitely capture the airdrop location. At that time, Li Xing and his companions wouldn't have any chances left. The viewers from the Dragon Country were also worried about Li Xing's safety due to these two alliances moving closer to the airdrop point. After all, Li Xing had already kept his other teammates away. At that time, the four of them might be surrounded. The military was also concerned about this issue. No matter how strong Li Xing was, he was just one person. The Su sisters did have strength, but compared to the elite numbers of the enemies, they were simply not enough. However, they could not communicate with Li Xing and could only leave their fate to chance. When Li Xing returned with his clothes and gun, the Su sisters' eyes widened. "Good brother, where did you get this gun?" Su Yao quickly put down her work and walked over. With a face full of surprise, she asked. "Jackson from the Star-Spangled Nation just tried to ambush the camp, but his target seemed to be me. He hid outside the camp for a long time, and I just happened to discover it when I came back." Li Xing handed what he had in his hand to Su Yao. "Oh my god, we were just at Jackson's gunpoint?" Su Yao's face turned pale. Su Yao was also frightened and felt goosebumps all over her body. "That's right, but he didn't dare to shoot at you because he was injured. If he shot, he couldn't escape, and his target was me, so you two have actually saved your lives," Li Xing said. Su Yao's face felt a bit hot because her enemy, a female warrior, actually looked down on her death. But the reality was right in front of her. Li Xing had indeed become their target, and she seemed to pose no real threat to them. That was fine. If the enemy didn't target her, she could secretly deal with them. "This M21 sniper rifle will be left for me to use. You can use the M16 rifles," Li Xing said. Upon hearing this, Su Yao became a little worried. "Okay, little brother, but this is a sniper rifle. It's not as easy to use as an ordinary rifle, it's a semi-automatic rifle," Su Yao said, concerned that Li Xing wouldn't be able to use it. After all, Li Xing was only 21 years old and had too little experience with guns. Even though he had played with guns before and had shooting talent, it was far from enough. Su Yao also stepped forward to persuade him. "Yeah, Li Xing, this gun is semi-automatic, and without a scope, it's useless for you. Your archery skills are so good, just use a bow and arrow. Don't waste bullets, every bullet counts." Li Xing smiled slightly. "Don't worry, no man doesn't know how to use a gun." Li Xing's words made the Su sisters' cheeks turn red. "Shameless. We're being serious," Su Yao reproached, though she couldn't help but secretly laugh. Su Yao could no longer stand her sister's infatuated appearance. "All right, do as you wish. This gun is captured by you, it's only right for you to handle it." Su Yao didn't want to argue anymore. After all, the gun wasn't captured by her. Moreover, both guns were obtained by Li Xing. Even though she was the captain, it really wouldn't be right to distribute the spoils he brought in. "The camp will be left to you, I need to go out for a while." Li Xing really wanted to stay in the camp, especially since he hadn't been with a woman for 2 days. He wanted to stay and be close to Su Yao. But, he wanted to tame the wind god pterosaur as soon as possible. To tame the wind god pterosaur, the environment certainly needed to be safe. Right now, there was the threat of wild people, and there were threats from the Star-Spangled Nation and the Yamano Nation. He wanted to take the initiative to find the wild people and finish the survival achievement task of becoming a slave as soon as possible. "Li Xing, where are you going? How long will you be gone?" Su Yao quickly asked. "I need to go to the plains behind the mountain to tame another herbivorous dinosaur." "Don't worry, nothing will happen," Li Xing said as he took out an outdoor sleeping bag. "See, with this, I'm very safe in the wild." Su Yao looked towards what Li Xing held in his hand. She opened it and took a look. This sleeping bag was indeed safe enough, warm, waterproof, bug-proof, and could be hung in a tree, being high-end equipment for solo operations. "Li Xing, we aren't so desperate for other dinosaurs. You taking this risk? I'm very worried about you. I mean, your death would be a huge loss for the country. I disagree with you doing this," Su Yao said seriously to Li Xing. Seeing Su Yao actually blushing, Li Xing thought, could this cold and beautiful female warrior actually like me? "So, it turns out I am this important in your heart," Li Xing smiled and said, and Su Yao glared at him with her almond eyes and then looked at Su Yao beside her. Fearing her sister would misunderstand, she quickly added, "Don't think too much, I'm worried about the country's loss." "Alright, I was teasing you, but I do need to do some things. You two be careful in the camp, especially since the Star-Spangled Nation has already exposed this location, they might come here," Li Xing said seriously. Su Yao saw that she couldn't stop Li Xing, so she bit her red lips and had no choice but to give up. Then let Su Yao accompany you. The two of them can take care of each other. This side of the camp will be left to me and Ichu, okay? Suya said. Yes, sister. Su Yao quickly agreed. Wait, are you really okay with leaving your sister with me? Li Xing weakly asked Suya. What's there not to be at ease about? Are you afraid my sister will eat you? Suya retorted with a slight smirk. That's not it, but I'm not exactly a good man. If something happens, you can't blame me, I won't take responsibility. Li Xing said, making it clear that he had never been responsible for any woman. You! A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Suya was furious and cursed. But Su Yao giggled, I won't blame you, good brother. Li Xing was a bit speechless, but it was fine, Su Yao coming along could help with some heavy work. Alright, Miss Su Yao, go tidy up some things and pack them in the backpack. I will go say a few words to the girl. After Li Xing finished speaking, he walked over the wooden bridge to the other side. The pit was still being dug, and Lu Yichu's hands were already calloused, but she didn't show any sign of pride. Li Xing brother. Lu Yichu put down the shovel in her hand and called out to Li Xing. Girl, I will be out on a mission with Miss Su Yao for a few days. During that time, you should learn more survival skills from Suya. By the way, once the pit is dug well, put the long jianma in there to soak for 10 days or half a month. I will handle it when I come back. Li Xing said. Li Xing brother, are you going to be gone for that long? Lu Yichu's eyes widened, and fear crept into her heart. She was afraid that Li Xing would be unsafe outside. No, I just said that. If everything goes well, I should be back in 2 or 3 days. Li Xing reassured her. Then you guys must be careful outside. Don't worry about us. Lu Yichu said. She was afraid Li Xing would take risks to come back for her like last night, and she was determined not to trouble her brother Li Xing at all. Li Xing smiled and nodded, taking her hand to look. It was already covered in blisters. Your hand. Li Xing brother, I'm fine. When I get thicker calluses, it won't hurt like this. Lu Yichu said optimistically. Li Xing felt moved, and it reminded him of his stubborn sister. He remembered when she was in middle school, that winter, he bought her a pair of fleece-lined shoes because she was poor and had no relatives, and was bullied by classmates in the dormitory. The shoes were thrown away, and she didn't tell her soldier brother, fearing he would spend money on her again. The entire winter, she wore a pair of sandals. Li Xing only found out much later. By then, he had become a military assassin, or he would never have let those little bullies off. Being a military assassin meant living in disguise, even canceling his registered household, and obtaining a death certificate. His sister didn't know he was still alive. His sister lived on her own until the moment she was killed by drug dealers when she finally learned that her brother was not dead. Instead, he killed the evil in the underground world for the country. Because of that incident, Li Xing stormed into the drug dealer's lair and burned down the plantation. But in the end, he couldn't escape, killed his enemies, and died himself. Then he came to this world. Li Xing brother. I'm fine, you. Lu Yichu noticed tears in Li Xing's eyes and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable pain in her heart. It's nothing, just thinking of a relative who looks a lot like you. From now on, just call me brother. Li Xing said, regaining a slightly unruly smile. Lu Yichu was very happy and nodded repeatedly, brother. Hearing Lu Yichu's sweet voice made Li Xing feel his heart melting. She was going to be his sister from now on. Brother, don't be gone too long, I will worry about you. Okay, I'll just go for 2 days. Remember, if something happens, you must contact me immediately, or I will be angry. Li Xing said seriously. Lu Yichu nodded seriously. She looked at Li Xing and always felt very close, as if he really was her brother. But she was an only child, so where did the brother come from? Perhaps it was because she had always wanted a brother to pamper her since she was young? When they returned to the tent, Su Yao had already packed everything, and Li Xing checked that the gear and medicine were all very complete. They also took the tent from the old campsite. No wonder he was a soldier, he was reliable when it came to preparing gear. The gear is good, but you don't have your warm stuff, wear more clothes to sleep at night, Li Xing said. Good brother, can't I squeeze in that warm outdoor sleeping bag with you? I looked, it's big enough. Li Xing was stunned for a moment. The sleeping bag could fit 2 people, but the other person had to lie on their side. Are you sure? Sure. Su Yao said. Li Xing swallowed hard, he had important things to do on this trip. If he wasted his energy doing something bad outside with her, that would not be good. Too lazy to talk about it, let's go, keep up with my pace. Li Xing said as he slung on his rucksack and walked ahead, with Su Yao following, carrying a spear and the M21 sniper rifle. Sister, Yi Chu, goodbye. Su Yao turned back and waved to Suya and the others. Li Xing also turned back and waved. He first arrived at the spot where the wild man's body was and picked up a feather crown from the wild man's head and sniffed it. Good brother, why are you smelling this? Aren't we going to find dinosaur taming? We are going to find herbivorous dinosaurs, but it's hard to get out once, shouldn't we do more things? Li Xing said. Oh, good brother, aren't we riding the ankle dragon? Su Yao asked again. She was used to riding the ankle dragon and felt a bit uncomfortable walking through the wilderness. This time we go out, it's best to catch two herbivorous dinosaurs. You can ride one, and I can ride the other. If we bring the ankle dragon, that won't work, and it's actually quite unsafe to tie the ankle dragon in the woods while we rest. Li Xing said. True, the ankle dragon is already our property. If it gets taken by a beast, that would be a big loss. Su Yao nodded. Li Xing smiled. Let's go. Li Xing said and walked around to the back of the mountain. Su Yao closely followed behind. Because the surroundings were primitive terrain, there were many shrubs and ferns, along with all sorts of unknown plants. No one knew if there were hidden dangers among them. So, Su Yao was constantly nervously surveying the surroundings. If there were ankle dragons here, she wouldn't have to worry about these things, because riding on an ankle dragon would keep her away from the ground dangers. Li Xing's ability to identify plants kept identifying as they walked, and after a while, he discovered a cluster of shrubs with many thumb-sized dark purple berries. Wild fruit, sweet taste, non-toxic, rich in vitamins. Without a word, Li Xing directly reached out to pick the berries. Good brother, what are you doing? Can you eat these things casually? Su Yao was startled and hurriedly stopped him. Don't worry, these fruits are edible. Look, ants are eating them, they must be full of sugar. Li Xing said nonsense. Ants really wouldn't eat highly poisonous berries, but they could tolerate some mildly toxic berries rich in alkaloids. People eating them would definitely get poisoned. However, Li Xing couldn't just say he had a system that sends plant identification, right? The people in the live broadcast room in Longwood couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Was this really reliable? But as Li Xing ate the first berry, people in Longwood's crowd got a berry in their hands, but the country had not yet announced whether it was poisonous, so some people were afraid to eat it. Especially for those with families, their lives were not just their own. If they died, they would feel sorry for their families. But those young people were different. They admired Li Xing very much and directly started to eat. So sweet, just like honey, this can be refined into sugar. Sure enough, it's delicious. Eating berries with Brother Xing is truly romantic. Experts at the national level quickly studied whether the berries were poisonous, preparing to make an announcement. This matter could be serious. After all, the whole family was holding such berries. If they ate the wrong ones, it would be disastrous. Soon, the official website announced that the berries were non-toxic. Now, the elderly and children all over the country were overjoyed. Most of them had never eaten any berries, not even seen a tomato. No one could resist such temptation. Li Xing picked berries while eating, quickly gathering 3 pounds and putting them into his backpack. Good brother, let me eat too. If I die, we can be a pair of sweethearts in the underworld. Su Yao swallowed hard, unable to resist the temptation any longer. She picked a plump purple berry, wiped it on her clothes, and took a big bite. As soon as she bit down, she was shocked by the sweet taste. This is way too sweet. Oh my god, it's the first time I've tasted such a sweet fruit. Su Yao was so moved that she almost cried. Don't eat too much, save some for later. Such good stuff isn't something you can find every day. Li Xing said, and Su Yao nodded but still stuffed 5 or 6 into her mouth. Berries continued to appear in the hands of people across the nation, making those who hadn't traveled abroad feel incredibly envious. They wanted to buy berries from the people, but the people were unwilling to sell. Because the common folks knew this was what Li Xing had risked his life to bring back from another planet. It wasn't for those who had abandoned their country in times of crisis to eat. Some people in the livestream couldn't help but feel sour. What's so delicious? Eat it. Sooner or later, it will poison you all. Yes, it will definitely kill you. I wouldn't eat it even if you offered it to me. This wild fruit must be poisonous, it just hasn't shown symptoms yet. After eating the berries, Li Xing and Su Yao set off again. Walking was a bit tiring, but Su Yao found that going out with Li Xing always brought surprises. This was much more interesting than staying at the camp. Moreover, Li Xing was a man. Where in the camp could they find a man? Men were quite appealing. Su Yao thought about this and couldn't help but break into a silly smile. Hey, what are you smiling at? Hurry up, I've found the tracks of wild people. Li Xing turned back and shouted, making Su Yao tense up and pick up her gun to look around. Don't be nervous, there are only 11 bullets, and I only have 8 arrows left. Li Xing reminded her. Oh, the surrounding environment is so complicated. If we go further in, we'll reach the canyon. If the wild people have set traps or ambushes there, won't we be doomed? Su Yao said worriedly. After all, this was the wild people's planet, and as a modern person from Blue Star, how could she dare to compete with them? If you're afraid of dying, why did you come out? Li Xing mocked her. It's not that I'm afraid of dying, I'm afraid of dying without value, cough, plus I don't want to die without a boyfriend. Su Yao said, looking rather embarrassed. Li Xing used his god's view to continuously observe, and the wild people scent around them grew stronger. But at the same time, it was accompanied by a strong fishy smell. They soon arrived at the canyon, but the vines by the creek made it hard to advance. The wild people's footprints disappeared by the creek. Clearly, the wild people took the water route. Viewers in the livestream followed Li Xing and Su Yao as they navigated through the primitive forest. It's over. I just came from the Japanese livestream. There are 3 Japanese self-defense soldiers nearby. They encountered a wild person here, and one of the soldiers was injured in the abdomen by the wild person's spear. Damn, looking at the map, it's true. Brother Xing is about to enter their site. They have crossbows. I'm so anxious. Brother Xing, don't go there. Viewers from Long Nation were jumping up and down, while the Japanese and American viewers were excited to the point of bursting. I told you, Li Xing can't always be favored by Lady Luck. Ha, is it finally time to die? Li Xing. Great. Hurry up and kill this Li Xing. Let's see if those people from Long Country are still so arrogant. I'm waiting for my flight, about to leave this poor country. Ren's words instantly ignited the livestream chat, and the people from Long Country couldn't help but fight back. Pa. If you're so brave, don't take our Long Country's plane. Hypocrite. So what if I do? I wouldn't even bother taking this broken plane if I had a choice. Heh, you really can't argue with a dog. Your Li Xing is about to die, get ready to burn paper money, huh? A bunch of poor folks who haven't even left the country. How can you pin your hopes on a university student? True strength lies in national power, understand? Just you wait. If Brother Xing dies, I'm going to the airport to deal with you. Let's see how arrogant you are then. Count me in. I'm close to the airport. I'm a taxi driver, whoever wants to go, I'll take you. I'm near Nandu. The Ren people at the airport were suddenly scared into silence. Dog. Remember, you are still on the land of our Long Country people, don't speak too arrogantly. Li Xing was still unaware that his actions had already sparked a change among some of the people back home. He even noticed that a large number of people were heading towards the airport. Chapter 42, 1 bow, 2 arrows. Inside the airport, security personnel, in order to maintain order, stopped the crowds trying to rush in. The airport management spoke with them until they calmed down. I assure you, if they dare to speak again, without your help, I'll detain them myself. You better do that, or I'll smash your airport to pieces, yelled the leader of the group. I promise. Alright, everyone disperse. The crowd outside the airport quickly dispersed. They were reasonable people, just filled with anger. The most important thing now was to watch Li Xing's live stream. At this moment, Li Xing followed the smell of blood, feeling his way forward, while Su Yao cautiously stayed close behind. Ever since being chased by the violent dragon last time, she had a psychological shadow and feared that a dinosaur would crash out of the woods at any moment. Stop. Li Xing halted, and Su Yao, focused on what was behind her, bumped into him. Good brother, what's wrong? Su Yao asked softly. There's movement ahead. Li Xing's godly vision had spotted a man with an abdominal injury. His upper clothes were removed, revealing just a military t-shirt that looked like a Long Country person. But Li Xing wasn't sure if he was really from Long Country. Li Xing directly opened the team member location feature. Soon, he could tell from the location that the person ahead was definitely not from Long Country. Su Yao followed Li Xing's gaze and spotted that person too. Good brother, that guy isn't one of our teammates, right? Su Yao asked worriedly. No, I checked the teammate location and if he's not from the Wa country, he's likely from Han country. Li Xing said. That person looks badly hurt. If we don't kill him, he should die soon anyway. Let's just go. Su Yao said. His clothes and survival tools are gone, someone must have robbed him. That person could still be nearby. Li Xing said. It really is gone. Su Yao realized this issue and wondered how she had missed it before. Li Xing slowly moved forward, and Su Yao followed him closely. Before long, Li Xing spotted 2 more guys. The 2 were hiding behind a rock not far from the injured man. One held a strong crossbow while the other had a shotgun. Both of them were from Wa country. With such good weapons, it was no wonder they could find this place. But why were these 2 ambushing here? Did they know that the 2 of them were coming? Impossible. If that was the case, they would find it easier to sneak into the camp and kill people. Li Xing observed around and found 2 wild men nearby, one of whom was also injured, with an arrow stuck in his shoulder, hiding under some bushes. The 2 wild men had not moved, their eyes fixated on that rock. Don't dare to act rashly. Miss Su Yao, don't move around. I'll be back soon. Li Xing whispered. Su Yao nodded and squatted down in the weeds. Li Xing quietly crept to the back of the two Japanese men. Before long, he spotted the two guys hiding behind the rocks. They were fully focused on their injured companion in front of them. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xing had already snuck up behind them. The viewers in the live stream were thrilled and cheering. Told you not to worry. Our great hero Li Xing will definitely find them, their disguise is too poor. Look at them, do they look like two mice? Ha ha ha. Brother Xing is magnificent. The screen was filled with voices of admiration. The high-ranking officials of the Star-Spangled Country in Japan were utterly baffled. How did Li Xing always manage to spot his targets? He could see the people behind the rocks, did he have heavenly eyes? It's not heavenly eyes. Look, they have taken their teammate's gear and even stripped off his coat. Li Xing will definitely suspect an ambush nearby and will check around the rocks. Unlucky for them, they just wanted to kill the wild man to eliminate a threat, but didn't expect to run into Li Xing. So close. If it weren't for this wild man, we Japanese would have reached Li Xing's camp. Baka Yoru. The Japanese were furious. These two wild men were originally with the wild men in the camp. 3 of them formed a reconnaissance team, 1 stayed behind, while 2 went back to report to the tribe. They never expected to encounter these 3 Japanese men. The wild men initiated the attack first, which led to the current situation. The wild men did not leave because they wanted to seize the strong crossbow from the Japanese. Such an item would surely earn them rewards from the shaman and the clan leader if taken back to the tribe. Moreover, they mistakenly believed these 2 were also from Li Xing's camp. If they let them return, what if the camp moved? Wouldn't their effort be in vain? The wild men may lag behind, but they are not stupid, they have plenty of survival tactics as well. As for why the injured man was under the tree, it was not because he was abandoned by his companions or used to lure the wild men, but because the 2 Japanese were scared by the wild men and had thrown down their teammate to hide behind the rocks. The guy under the tree, besides having a spear wound in his abdomen, was also hit by blow darts, and now he was beyond saving. Li Xing pulled out 2 arrows in his hand. The people in the live stream widened their eyes in disbelief. Brother Xing, are you going to shoot both arrows at once? I've only seen this kind of thing on TV. Brother Xing, now is not the time to show off. Killing one at a time won't work. Kill the one with the gun first, the strong crossbow can kill you. If you kill the one with the strong crossbow, the one with the gun will kill you, and there won't be time to pull 2 arrows. The Special Forces instructor sent a message in the chat. Alright then, Brother Xing, you must do your best. May you hit those Japanese bastards for sure. The Japanese viewers were also getting anxious, cursing loudly in their live stream. These 2 fools, don't they know to look back? Exactly, someone is behind them, ready to shoot. Baka Yoru. Whoosh. The arrows in Li Xing's hand flew out. With a thud, both arrows struck their bodies, and before they lost all their combat ability, Li Xing pounced on them from behind like a beast. The 2 Japanese men, struck by the arrows, didn't react immediately, they only felt their bodies had been hit hard, like a stone crashing down. Then they heard a sound coming from behind. The 2 of them turned their heads at the same time and discovered Li Xing, dressed in terrifying bird feather camouflage, charging at them like a wild beast, scaring them as they hurriedly tried to grab their weapons to defend themselves. But their bodies had not been hit by stones, they had been struck by arrows. Their organs were already injured, and their muscles were in spasms. They had no strength to lift any weapons. The act of turning around was purely a reflex. Baka Yoru. The 2 Japanese men widened their eyes and could only curse once. The dagger in Li Xing's hand, along with a machete, was directly chopped down onto their necks. This move was something he had practiced thousands and thousands of times, no matter if it was left hand or right hand, every strike could accurately hit the enemy's vital points. Only a master could understand, while regular spectators could not see the hidden depths of it. The high-ranking officials of the military held their breath at this scene. If they didn't know there was no one in their assassin ranks like Li Xing, they might really think he was one of their soldiers. These 2 guys fell to the ground like puppets, twitching, their blood gushing from their necks, soaking the fallen leaves below. The 2 men in the Japanese live broadcast room immediately went offline. Their eyes turned dark with anger. Baka Yoru. Baka Yoru. This Li Xing. What a stroke of luck he has. I'm going crazy, letting a mere Dragon Country person kill so many of our Japanese competitors. At this moment, Li Xing wiped the blood off his knife on the dead bodies' faces. Anyone who has seen my ghost soldiers is never alive. Li Xing snorted and then drew another arrow until the bow was drawn full, then suddenly stood up from behind the rock. The 2 wild men didn't have time to react when, whoosh, an arrow instantly flew past, piercing the heart of the unharmed wild man. The arrow's power was so strong that it went straight through his body. The wild man looked down at the wound on his chest as blood sprayed out uncontrollably, and with his vision going dark, he fell to the ground. The other wild man, who had been hit in the shoulder by the strong crossbow, was so frightened that he turned to run. Li Xing could have drawn another arrow to kill him, but he didn't, intentionally letting him escape. The good show is about to begin. Li Xing's lips curled slightly. Miss Su Yao, come quickly. Chapter 43, Enslavement. Su Yao felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing Li Xing's call from afar. Isn't there a floating ball for consciousness communication? Isn't he afraid the enemy will hear him? Su Yao was so scared that she really wanted to find a place to hide to feel a little safer. She didn't dare to get up, fearing that if Li Xing got captured, he would be threatened to call out and expose her hiding spot. However, she soon saw Li Xing walking towards the injured Japanese man under the tree, carrying a large bundle of clothes and several pieces of equipment. Su Yao couldn't help but swallow. What on earth happened? How did my good brother find so much equipment behind the rock? Once she confirmed there was no danger, she stood up from the thicket and bent down to run towards Li Xing. Good brother, where did you find all this equipment? Li Xing looked at her speechless. If the equipment was so easy to find, why didn't she bring some back? Baka. The injured Japanese man saw the equipment on Li Xing and immediately knew his teammates had been killed. He cursed angrily. Li Xing kicked his throat, and he let out a croaky sound like a dying duck. Then he fainted immediately. Help me hold this stuff, I'll take off his clothes. With these clothes, we'll have enough to change into. Li Xing handed the items in his hands to Su Yao. Su Yao glanced at the equipment in her hands: 2 sets of camouflage uniforms and combat boots, a shotgun, a strong crossbow, a bundle of rope, a pressure cooker, a military dagger, and a pair of binoculars. The equipment of these Japanese people is really great. Su Yao couldn't help but exclaim. The Japanese men in the live broadcast room were so angry they were about to faint. Suddenly 3 more had died. Their hatred for Li Xing was already overflowing. Baka Yoru. This Li Xing is driving me crazy. We must kill this Li Xing. Why is he always so lucky? Ah. At this moment, Li Xing had already removed the clothes from the Japanese man and was tying up all 3 sets of clothes. He looked at the supplies, there were simply too many. It's definitely not possible to take it out. Miss Su Yao, we are not far from the camp, you take these things back first. Li Xing only left behind a shotgun and a bundle of rope. Su Yao glanced at the gear here and nodded. It really is inconvenient to carry all this equipment, the military pack can't hold that much. Alright, will you wait for me here? Su Yao asked, and Li Xing shook his head. No, I have to track that wild man, or else I won't catch up. Why are you going to chase the wild man? Su Yao inquired. Are you out of your mind? Of course, to kill him, unless you want him to bring his tribe's warriors to deal with us? Li Xing said, but of course, his real aim was not to kill the wild man but to enslave him. That way, he could complete his survival achievement task and avoid the wild tribe bringing people over. Fine, then I'll go back first. Su Yao knew the way, and as a soldier, she naturally had the ability to act independently. Li Xing didn't have to worry about her anymore. It's just that the opportunity to be close to Su Yao would have to be pushed back again, but being close is not as important as achieving survival. The audience in the live broadcast room was ecstatic. Brother Xing is amazing, 1 bow, 2 arrows, double kill. The Japanese are just here to deliver equipment. With this equipment, Brother Xing and the others will become stronger and stronger, and then Brother Xing will really have the time to tame pterosaurs. I really want to see Brother Xing flying in the sky with our dragon country's glory. It will happen, don't forget, when has Brother Xing ever disappointed us? Exactly, Brother Xing is our dragon country's great savior. The high-level officials of the Japanese country and the Star-Spangled country had already held several video conferences because of Li Xing's matter. They had decided that if Li Xing survived until next week, the collective goal for that week would be to kill Li Xing. As long as Li Xing died, the confidence of the dragon country would collapse. Other competition areas could be dealt with slowly later. The military of the dragon country also held a meeting. They knew the Star-Spangled country and the Japanese country would definitely target Li Xing, so they decided to see if they could help Li Xing using communication rights next week. Su Yao returned to the camp with things in hand. Suya and Lu Ichu saw her dressed in equipment and couldn't help but approach. Sister Su Yao, where is brother Li Xing? Lu Ichu looked into the forest but couldn't see Li Xing. He went to chase the wild man. These things were picked up by Li Xing. Look, we have a pot now, and it's a pressure cooker. Su Yao chuckled. Hearing this, Suya was somewhat speechless. She untied the bundle of clothes to take a look. These clothes all had dried bloodstains on them, and there were arrow holes in the fabric. Obviously, this couldn't have been picked up by Li Xing. She was unaware that Li Xing had killed someone right under her nose. This Li Xing is truly unbelievable. However, he is now alone chasing that wild man, and Suya couldn't help but feel worried for him again. At this moment, Li Xing followed the scent to track the wild man. The afternoon sunlight scattered in the forest, casting spots on the ground, turning the fallen leaves golden. Li Xing had his military pack on his back, with a terrifying bird feather cloak billowing behind him, like a fast-moving beast. Before long, Li Xing caught up with the injured wild man. The wild man, in his panic to escape, had lost the few blow darts and spears he had left. The arrow that had been stuck in his chest was pulled out and thrown to the ground. Li Xing picked up the bloody arrow, stuck it into the ground to clean off the blood, and tucked it into the side of his backpack. The wild man had already seen Li Xing chasing him from behind. He was letting out a terrified wail while stumbling forward. Seeing the wild man slowing down, Li Xing also slowed his pace, casually cutting a thorny branch to make a whip. Why doesn't Brother Xing kill him with one arrow? Why make a whip? Could it be that Star Bro wants to pack him up and take him back? As they were discussing, the livestream was suddenly turned off. Why did it turn off? Star Bro wouldn't do something inappropriate to this wild man, right? Star Bro, you have 3 beautiful girls in camp, why are you interested in this wild man? He's a male wild man. Star Bro, don't. At this moment, Li Xing was unaware that the audience was joking about him. He didn't want to turn off the stream, fearing that his next actions might affect the image of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, he was representing the Dragon Kingdom now, not just himself. Li Xing dashed forward and struck the wild man's back with a whip. Ah! The wild man let out a dreadful scream and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Li Xing constantly used methods to help him understand his commands. As long as the wild man acted correctly, Li Xing wouldn't hit him and would even reward him with some food. These wild men still belong to the Stone Age, their intelligence lower than a monkey's. So they quickly understood Li Xing's requests. After an hour of training, the wild man was wearing a collar made of rope by Li Xing. He would move forward when told and backward when directed, obedient even more than a dog. However, the reward for completing the achievement still hadn't come, which left Li Xing puzzled. Could it be that this wild man wasn't completely enslaved yet? Chapter 44, From now on, you will be called Wednesday. As soon as Li Xing started his livestream, billions of viewers flooded in. They quickly saw Li Xing controlling the wild man. But they didn't know how Li Xing managed to control him. So-called humanitarian organizations from the Star-Spangled Nation gathered in Li Xing's livestream to criticize him. The high-ranking officials of the Star-Spangled Nation seized the opportunity to initiate international public opinion, aiming to put pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. The people of the Dragon Kingdom temporarily remained silent. They watched Li Xing's actions closely, realizing that if he could enslave the wild man, he could accomplish many things. But this matter not only faced public opinion pressure but also the risk of being retaliated against by the wild man. After all, no one understood these wild men. As for Li Xing, he couldn't care less, he was puzzled about why he couldn't complete the survival achievement. Is the role of a slave usually to create economic value? Could this be the issue? Li Xing thought to himself, he had to give it a try. He glanced around and noticed some strange fruits growing on a tree. The system indicated that they were starchy brown fruits. Go! Pick them! Li Xing pointed at the coconut-sized brown fruits on the tree. The wild man quickly understood Li Xing's command. Li Xing loosened the collar around his neck. The wild man didn't dare to escape and climbed the tree, enduring the pain in his body. Soon he was 7 or 8 meters high. He wrapped his legs around the trunk and used his hands to pick the brown fruits, throwing them down. The moment he dropped one, Li Xing's system gave a notification. Achieved the survival achievement, enslavement, earned a lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Draw. Li Xing could hardly wait. He was eager to find out what he would win, especially since it was becoming increasingly difficult to achieve survival milestones. Every draw was crucial. Drawing. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Wildman language. Suddenly, some simple language syllables and understandable gestures filled Li Xing's mind. The Wildman language system was very basic, but to fully learn it, one had to live long in the Wildman tribe. Clearly, Li Xing didn't have that condition. With this Wildman language, it would be much easier for him to enslave more wild men in the future. Come down. Li Xing made a gesture and emitted some strange syllables. The wild man hesitated for a second before hurriedly climbing down from the tree. The wild man obediently approached Li Xing, standing over a head shorter than him. Although his body hair had mostly receded, his chest hair was still very thick. The hair, matted and filthy, was thick and dense, and its pair of black, bright eyes looked at Li Xing like a gorilla, timidly waiting for his command. From now on, I am your chief. You must completely follow my orders. Otherwise, I will kill you. Li Xing spoke in the language of the wild men. As soon as he said this, the wild man clearly understood, nodding repeatedly. Li Xing then gave it a piece of roasted meat. The wild man picked it up and started eating, while the viewers in the livestream were utterly confused. Brother Xing isn't speaking in wild man language, is he? This wild man seems to understand. But where did Brother Xing learn wild man language? I am a linguist. These wild men probably don't have a complete language system, but they have some expressive sounds and gestures. If Li Xing is a language genius, he can easily master it. Brother Xing is a genius. Did he close the live stream for an hour just to learn wild man language? Li Xing's performance shocked people both domestically and internationally yet again. The military high-ranking officials were overjoyed by this, thinking that Li Xing had surprised everyone once more. Was there anything he could not do? The wild man was eating happily. In the tribe, if these warriors could not find food and returned empty-handed, they would also be beaten and starve. Moreover, food was scarce, sometimes the entire tribe had to go hungry. Yet Li Xing could meet its food needs. Adding to this, the violence Li Xing inflicted made the wild man completely submit. Li Xing noticed that this young slave was quite clever, and it would be a shame if it died from an infected wound. Also, he wanted to teach it as many human languages as possible so that it could do more things for him. So he took out some antibiotics in gauze. He told the wild man not to move and forced it to swallow the antibiotics, then started bandaging its arrow wound. As for the whip wounds, they were nothing serious, just some cuts on the skin. With the wild man's immunity, it could easily withstand infections from small wounds. Though the wild man was not smart, the shamans in the tribe used herbs to dress wounds, and Li Xing's bandaging seemed similar. Plus, Li Xing told him that this could heal wounds. Thus, the wild man began to show respect for Li Xing, feeling something akin to what they felt for the tribe's shaman. Li Xing understood that the wild man had no concept of freedom. As long as there was food and a sense of respect was instilled, betrayal was impossible. In simple terms, it was like raising a pet dog. The so-called humanitarian groups in the livestream had nothing to say upon witnessing this scene. Viewers from the Dragon Kingdom also began to fight back. Our brother Xing is helping the wild man heal, you killed him directly, why don't we see you condemning your participant? Exactly. Is killing more humane than enslavement? It's really nothing at all. Our brother Xing is here to civilize the wild man, not to enslave him. Helping it is to prevent it from harming others. Exactly. Wicked hearts think of wicked things. If you and the Star-Spangled Nation are so humanitarian, then stop migrating to others' planets, you're occupying wild men's land. Ah, yes. Dying on Blue Star is the greatest respect for the wild man. The humanitarians from the Star-Spangled Nation were scolded back. Those media in the Star-Spangled Nation that were preparing to create public opinion pressure also urgently stopped the news broadcast they had ready. The high-ranking officials of the Star-Spangled Nation and the Yamato Nation were furious, their faces changing from green to white. They never expected that Li Xing could coexist with the wild man. This was too incredible. After bandaging, Li Xing stood up. He thought for a moment, this wild man should have a name. Today should be Wednesday. Hey! From now on, you will be called Wednesday, got it? Li Xing said seriously. Hearing this, the wild man nodded repeatedly and smiled happily because having a name in their tribe was something very respectful that only warriors could have. Wednesday. Take me to find a dragon, the kind that eats grass. Li Xing gestured as he spoke. The wild man nodded repeatedly, and Li Xing tossed him a piece of roasted meat, making the wild man dance with joy after eating it. Then, he walked ahead while Li Xing held onto him, ensuring he wouldn't run off or wander into dangerous places. Li Xing's enhanced body was much stronger than the wild man's, and he could easily keep up with his pace. After an hour, they arrived at a wide grassland. This grassland had low hills with no tall trees, only some low bushes and weeds, where many herbivorous dinosaurs were munching away. With Wednesday guiding the way, we're certainly much faster. Li Xing felt delighted as he spotted a triceratops. These triceratops were like rhinos, but their heads had an open bony shield, also known as a neck shield. Their skin was similar to that of the tendon dragon, adorned with green and brown stripes, and their mouths resembled parrot beaks, but they had two horns like cow horns and a nasal horn at the front of their neck shields. Triceratops had a shoulder height similar to that of a rhino. They might not run as fast as the tendon dragon, but looking at their thick legs like tree trunks, they certainly had astonishing carrying capacity, perfect for transporting dragon meat. Once I tame a triceratops, taming a pterosaur won't be far away. Li Xing felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Chapter 45, Chasing to the Canyon. Li Xing glanced at the glaring sun in the sky. There should still be enough time to tame a triceratops, then find a place to rest. Thinking this, Li Xing turned to the wild man and said, Wednesday, go gather plenty of firewood and bring it back, just put it there. After speaking, Li Xing loosened the wild man's collar, and he quickly entered the forest. Li Xing wasn't worried about him running away, since he had already received his survival achievement reward. Li Xing took down the bundle of ropes on his body and began crafting a saddle specifically for the triceratops. After half an hour, Li Xing had woven the saddle together. All he needed to do was throw the saddle over and secure it with its front and back limbs, preventing it from sliding forward or backward. However, riding on the dragon's back was not easy because its spine was 2 or 3 centimeters higher than its back, making it quite uncomfortable. For women, riding for too long might be a problem too. After all, the dragon's back swayed like a horse's, but it wasn't as smooth, which could embarrass them. Li Xing couldn't help but recall the times he rode the dragon with two women. They always seemed to have flushed faces, looking quite embarrassed. Damn, I should have realized this earlier. It seems getting a proper dragon saddle is urgent. Li Xing decided to tame the Triceratops first, then design a more comfortable saddle that wouldn't embarrass women. Li Xing took the rope saddle and approached the herd of Triceratops. The herd of Triceratops did not pay much attention to Li Xing's arrival, confident in their powerful bodies and sturdy defensive horns. With the system's affinity boost, the dragon herd completely ignored him as Li Xing chose a robust male Triceratops, which seemed to weigh around 2 to 3 tons. This mature Triceratops had 2 long, curved horns, and its thick neck shield was a display of its majesty. Among the herd, it must have considerable mating rights. You're the one. Li Xing slowly approached this Triceratops. It was grazing grass and glanced up at Li Xing before returning to its meal. Li Xing smiled slyly. He extended his hand to gently touch the Triceratops's body, helping it get used to the presence of a human. Li Xing continued this, even cutting some grass to feed it. Thus, they interacted for an hour. The Triceratops had completely lowered its guard against Li Xing, and he was ready to put on the prepared rope saddle, slowly tightening the binding ropes. The reins and muzzle are another set of systems. They need to be placed on its mouth and secured by a neck shield. Everything is going smoothly. The people in the live room were watching Li Xing tame the dragon, feeling a great enjoyment. People from other countries have already detailed the process of Li Xing's dragon taming, hoping to teach their competitors as well. However, just as Li Xing was about to mount the dragon, suddenly, this group of horned dragons rushed into the forest. Hey! Hey! I haven't mounted yet! Hey! Li Xing chased after the horned dragons, running and shouting, not knowing what was happening. But 2 legs really can't outrun 4 legs. Li Xing found that this group of horned dragons runs incredibly fast. He couldn't let them just run away, and his hard-earned dragon saddle would be taken away. He only had one last bundle of rope left, and homemade rope would take at least 10 days to make. Li Xing grabbed a bunch of smelly grass on the ground, rolled it into a ball, and then rushed to catch up with the horned dragon, applying it all over the dragon, especially smearing it all over the saddle. Until the smelly grass in his hand was completely used up, Li Xing finally stopped, hiding behind a tree to avoid getting stomped by the horned dragons behind him. Soon, all the horned dragons had run off. And the undulating grassland over there also returned to calmness. At this moment, the wild man on the tree kept making dangerous calls, and Li Xing immediately understood that a pack of predatory dinosaurs had appeared over there. Li Xing quickly climbed onto a large rock to look out, and sure enough, 300 meters away, dozens of running dragons were like a pack of fierce lions, tearing apart those plant-eating dinosaurs that couldn't escape in time. Wednesday. We have to run. Li Xing knew they couldn't stay here. It was definitely a hunting ground for running dragons. The wild man reluctantly looked at the pile of firewood, walking over to pick it up. Forget about it, hurry up and leave. Li Xing shouted, chasing after the smelly grass sent on the horned dragon. The wild man could only reluctantly throw down the firewood he had picked up to follow Li Xing. The people in the live room started discussing. Brother Xing is a bit unlucky this time. He actually lost a bundle of rope. Not necessarily. Brother Xing might have a way to get it back. It's too late. Even if we look for the lost cow, it would take a long time. Not to mention, there are only 3 hours left until it gets dark. They have to prepare for accommodation. The viewers from Star-Stripe Country in Japan were finally balanced in their hearts when they saw Li Xing encounter a setback. Li Xing and Wednesday walked for half an hour. They entered a canyon, with steep sides rising more than 30 meters, filled with fallen rocks and landslide debris. This canyon seemed to have been formed by a split during an earthquake. Li Xing also saw some tall trees fallen, scattered in all directions, which should also be related to that earthquake. However, the earthquake probably happened decades ago. Still, Li Xing felt a little worried about whether this world experiences frequent earthquakes. If so, they would need to be prepared in the future. The 2 of them walked deeper into the canyon because Li Xing smelled that the horned dragons had gone this way, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to enter such a place. After all, there were no trees, no food, only low shrubs and weeds, and the risk of a landslide. The viewers in the live room were also puzzled about why Li Xing had to enter the canyon. In such a place, there was no cover besides stones. If they encountered predatory dinosaurs, there would be nowhere to run. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country couldn't help but sigh, wondering how Li Xing could make such a mistake. There might be other ferocious beasts in this canyon. And viewers from Star-Stripe Country in Japan were overjoyed to see Li Xing suffer a setback and soon make another mistake. They could hardly contain their excitement. This Li Xing. Finally, good luck is about to run out. Without this guy, the spiritual pillar of Dragon Country will also collapse. The live stream is filled with comments from people of both countries, almost none of them are nice. The audience of Dragon Country can only fight back while silently praying for Li Xing, hoping he won't be unlucky this time. Li Xing continues to advance deeper with Wednesday. Wednesday, feeling scared, warned Li Xing, but Li Xing signaled him not to be nervous and just follow. Li Xing doesn't want to miss this set of triceratops, and he has a shotgun and a recurve bow. If he encounters ordinary predatory dinosaurs, handling them shouldn't be a problem as long as they aren't in groups. Moreover, he believes that since this herd of triceratops has entered here, it should be relatively safe inside. He just doesn't understand what this group of triceratops is doing in the canyon. That's what makes Li Xing curious. Soon, Li Xing finally smelled a stronger odor of foul grass. It should be right ahead. Chapter 46, Collective Greeting. In the canyon, the yellow earth on both sides is overgrown with weeds and bushes, with some blackberries clinging to the ground. There are also large amounts of dead wood and hay blown here by the wind. Li Xing knows those berries are also edible, but he has no time to pick them. The deeper he goes, the less of this environment he sees. It seems that the soil here doesn't grow plants. In the low-lying area below the canyon, there is standing water, and dinosaur footprints are clearly visible. Following the footprints deeper, after half an hour of walking, he suddenly sees an open cave entrance. The smell is coming from inside. The footprints on the ground also point towards the cave. Oh. Wednesday keeps making sounds, pointing at the cave. Shut up, I know they've hidden inside. Li Xing quickly walks toward the cave. The entrance is about 10 meters wide and 4 or 5 meters high, a rock cave. When Li Xing arrives at the entrance, he discovers traces of dinosaur traffic. Clearly, this herd of triceratops often comes to this cave. Li Xing cautiously steps into the cave, his godlike vision clearly revealing the terrain inside the dark cave. The cave is vast and complex, and the triceratops only follow one path among many. Wednesday, gather some firewood and come back. Li Xing tells Wednesday he has decided to spend the night here since it will be dark soon, and setting up a tent outside wouldn't be safe. Wednesday agrees and runs out to collect firewood. Li Xing enters the cave alone. It's not completely dark inside because he notices many cracks above the cave, allowing sunlight to filter down. The Tyndall effect makes the sunlight in the cave look like beams of angelic light shooting down from heaven. The cave is vast and rugged but gives off an ancient and mysterious feeling. Li Xing merely touches the smooth rocks inside, appreciating the cave's charm. For millions of years, this cave has been here, but no human has ever reached it. It exists silently. Though Li Xing isn't a cave explorer, he feels the extreme allure of cave exploration while gazing at the light filtering down. Li Xing doesn't linger too long and continues deeper inside. The audience in the live stream is getting anxious. Brother Xing, don't go in any further. Cave exploration is one of the most dangerous sports in the world, especially a cave where no one has ever been. Right, there are dangers everywhere inside. If you're not careful, you could get lost and never find your way out. Getting lost is one thing, but the floor inside the cave might be hollow. A careless step could lead to a bottomless abyss. The viewers are not being ridiculous. Cave exploration is indeed extremely dangerous, especially in unfamiliar caves. Li Xing is heading in unguarded and without marking his way. This is clearly the cave Little White, and 9 times out of 10, once you go in, you won't come out. Cave explorers from the Star-Spangled Country are also flooding the screen with comments. Li Xing is really reckless, entering the cave without any preparation, not even a light. After 10 minutes inside, there's no way he'll come out. This cave is too complicated, intricate and interconnected. Even someone as skilled as me in cave explorations can't guarantee I'd make it out. People haven't dared to speak up since they were cornered last time. Now they finally have the courage to say a few words. Li Xing, a poor college student, even if he learned a lot about survival from books, cave exploration is a rich man's activity. He can't just talk about it. Hey, don't say it so loud. Be careful, we might get surrounded again. I didn't say anything offensive. When I get to the Star-Spangled Country, I'll have freedom of speech. Yeah, that's a country of freedom. The high-level officials of the Dragon Country are also helpless about Li Xing's risky behavior. It seems this time he might really be finished. For ordinary people entering a complex natural cave over 100 meters deep, the chance of getting lost is almost 100%. Even if Li Xing has many skills, in a cave, one must be well prepared. It's impossible to go in without any tools and expect to come out. Moreover, Li Xing has almost no markers on the way. Just based on that, they know that Li Xing probably doesn't know anything about cave exploration. That's the most deadly problem. Sir, Li Xing is being too reckless this time. For a Protoceratops, he might really be done for. Sigh, there's no helping it. What's the current mood of the public? They are all very anxious about Li Xing. He has become their spiritual support. If Li Xing falls, who knows if it will cause social issues. Let's just watch. Hopefully, Li Xing can overcome this crisis. Li Xing doesn't know that his actions have touched so many hearts. He really hasn't gone cave exploring before, but he has a god's eye view, able to see clearly anywhere, with no worry about getting lost. Because everywhere his god's eye view has gone will be recorded. Moreover, a trail he has walked forms a map in his mind. In addition, he is also following the route of the Protoceratops, so if such a large group of Protoceratops doesn't get lost, how could he possibly get lost? He also doesn't have to worry that the ground might be empty, only covered by a layer of mud. because the path he walks is one that the Protoceratops have traversed. After walking for another half an hour, the light from the cracks above has dimmed, but Xing still does not want to give up. He has tracked for so long, and if he gives up now, he will truly lose the trail of this Protoceratops. Because the scent will disappear, and this cave has countless exits. He doesn't know if those Protoceratops have already left. The audience in front of the screen, witnessing Xing's determination, slowly shift from worry to being moved. Brother Xing. Keep going. I believe in you. Brother Xing, you will be fine. Our hero, you will surely succeed. Our dragon country cannot be without you. It seems God has heard the people's prayers. When Xing turns the next corner, he discovers it's a vast expanse of brightness. This area is a spacious underground space, where dozens of Protoceratops are licking the white minerals on the walls. Xing is stunned for a moment. He realizes that the surrounding walls are white. The ground is also white. He reaches out to touch it and then tastes it. Salty. It's a salt mine. Xing is greatly shocked. He never expected this place to be a salt mine. Xing quickly remembers that the encyclopedia mentioned that many plants eaten by Protoceratops are toxic, so they often need to consume large amounts of salt to counteract the toxins. Great. The pollution-free salt mines in Dragon Country are already very few, now there are so many salts here. The Dragon Kingdom no longer needs to worry about salt. Xing thought, immediately taking out a piece of clothing and a shovel, directly shoveling up the salt and packing it in his clothes. In an instant, he packed up 30 pounds of salt. At the moment he lifted it up, people from the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star each appeared to have 30 pounds of salt in their hands. Oh my god, it turns out Brother Xing already knew where the salt was with the horned dragon. So he risked his life to come into the cave to find salt for us. Woo woo. Brother Xing, please stop taking such huge risks for us, we can't bear it. In the live broadcast room, there was a wave of touching voices. The high-ranking officials of the country also silently shed tears of gratitude. They collectively gave Xing a standard military salute. So heavy. I wonder if it will make it into the hands of our people. No matter, I'll have the horned dragon carry it out in a while. It's a pity there aren't extra bags, otherwise I would have gotten more salt. Xing sighed as he spoke. Just as Xing was sighing, the horned dragons began to move. Chapter 47, Finally Taming the Horned Dragon. Xing pressed his body against the wall, watching as the horned dragons lined up to leave, but clearly not taking the original path out. Where are they going? Xing didn't know, but he knew he had to control one of the horned dragons now. Xing entered the line of horned dragons, quickly grabbed the saddle for taming, then flipped and jumped onto the dragon's back. The hard dragon's spine was a bit uncomfortable against his perineum. Xing could only endure it, quickly grabbing the reins to bring the horned dragon to a sudden stop. However, the natural herd effect of the animals made the horned dragon beneath Xing continue to follow along, unable to stop himself, so he could only temporarily lay down and follow the group of dragons in another direction. Xing's taming steps were not yet complete, he still needed to deprive it of its right to eat. So, he was now unable to completely control the horned dragon. The group of horned dragons moved at a slow pace, like a herd of cattle and sheep gently moving outward. After half an hour, Xing finally saw the exit. This was an uphill exit, clearly no longer the cave's entrance. Outside was the top of the canyon. The people of the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast room let out a long sigh of relief. But the people from Star-Spangled Country and Yamato were not happy. Is this Xing too lucky? Not only did he get the salt mine, but he also easily walked out of the cave. And he even managed to catch a horned dragon. He's really too lucky, you won't be so lucky next time. A group of envious people in the live broadcast turned sour. This Xing just stumbled upon a dead rat by accident and managed to get out. What a wasted effort. Isn't that right? Above was a vast plain, growing dense vegetation. Especially with abundant shrubs and bamboo. Xing found an opportunity and immediately separated this horned dragon from the group, while beginning to control its eating behavior. At first, it resisted violently, constantly bumping and rubbing against the rope muzzle on its mouth. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get it off. Finally, it gave up resistance. Gradually, it discovered that if it moved in the direction of the reins being pulled, the muzzle would loosen. If it resisted, it would be put back on again. After countless repetitions, this horned dragon was finally completely tamed. Of course, without the system's affinity, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to achieve this in just a few months, it would even take longer. The live broadcast room cheered once again. Brother Xing is truly amazing. This is Brother Xing's second dinosaur tamed, soon there will be a third, fourth. Our Dragon Kingdom's lucky star. The cheers had drowned out the other sour voices. By now, dusk had fallen. Xing once again took this horned dragon into the cave. The horned dragon also had night vision abilities. As long as there was still a bit of light, it could walk in the dark. Xing returned to the cave to retrieve the salt mine and continued forward. The people in the live broadcast no longer worried that Li Xing would get lost. After all, riding a dragon. Finally, before the sunset, Li Xing returned to the cave entrance where it all began. Wednesday was already waiting there. Probably scared after such a long time without seeing its master, hunger and thirst, along with the surrounding darkness, made it feel completely insecure. Until it saw Li Xing riding back on the ceratopsian. Its eyes were filled with worship as if it had seen a god. The most respected shaman in the tribe could not control the giant dragon, yet Li Xing could easily command it. Li Xing's image in its heart was towering and magnificent. Li Xing jumped down from the dragon's back, rubbing his painful perineum, and then tied the ceratopsian to a rock. The ceratopsian obediently sat down, waiting like a water buffalo. Wednesday, you gathered firewood and patiently waited for your master's return. This is your reward. Li Xing tossed a piece of roasted meat over, then brought the water jug to its head, making it kneel and tilt its head back to drink. Wednesday was very happy, feeling an increasing sense of security inside. Li Xing piled up the dry firewood collected by Wednesday and made a bonfire. Then he took out a piece of resin and rubbed it in his hands. Immediately after, he pressed a lighter, and with a pop, the resin instantly burst into a beautiful golden flame. This scene once again shocked Wednesday. In its eyes, Li Xing was like a wizard performing magic, its eyes filled with admiration, and its hands constantly making gestures of reverence. Li Xing smiled, his actions seemed like miracles in the eyes of the wild man. When his injury healed, he might be able to find others in the tribe and use him to persuade them, instigating a rebellion. Then he could show his might and enslave a group of wild men, which was not impossible. But compared to enslaving someone like Wednesday, Li Xing preferred to achieve mental control through miraculous actions. In that case, those wild men would support him. They would completely obey him. Wouldn't that be delightful? Li Xing took out the food he had brought and skewered it on a stick to roast it, then began to eat it himself. Wednesday had to keep a distance from Li Xing, not daring to overstep. This was also the result of Li Xing's training. This helped avoid unnecessary trouble. At the same time, it increased the psychological pressure on Wednesday, instilling a sense of respect and distance. After Li Xing was full and satisfied, he prepared to set up a tent. He found a platform about 20 meters inside the cave from the entrance. He climbed up and set the tent up there. Wednesday, you sleep next to the ceratopsian and sound the alarm if anything happens. Li Xing shouted to Wednesday. Wednesday bounced and made sounds to indicate it understood. It approached the ceratopsian, still a bit scared, and reached out to touch its skin. Finding that the ceratopsian did not attack, it immediately became excited, its eyes wide open, and lay down close to the ceratopsian. Realizing it was safe, it finally understood that the master's dragon would not harm it. It was absolutely thrilled. Thinking about riding the dragon back to the tribe in the future, wouldn't that frighten them? Following its master, it felt an infinite sense of honor. Li Xing lay back down in the tent, with his gun and bow beside him. As soon as he lay down, he checked his teammates' messages and found that Su Yao and the others had left him notes. Li Xing opened them one by one to listen. Brother, where are you now? Are you safe at night? There's nothing happening here, please be careful. Good brother, do you have any new findings now? I really look forward to your return to the camp. When can you come back? Li Xing, be cautious, don't take too many risks. Come back soon. Li Xing felt that this life was actually quite interesting, he could bring glory to the country. It is possible to do practical things for the common people, and there are people who care, so there is no need to hide one's name. It is just to hide a little strength. Did not enjoy the blessings in the past life, but finally came in this life. Everyone, don't worry, I'm fine, I will go back tomorrow, and there will be a surprise. Li Xing replied one by one. The 3 women in the camp all received Li Xing's reply. They all breathed a sigh of relief. I really want to know what my good brother has experienced. If he didn't send me back, I could be adventuring with him now. Su Yao sighed and said. Suya smiled, seeing that Li Xing was okay naturally made her very happy. Although she always kept a doubt about him, Li Xing's safety also constantly affected her mood. Lu Yichuan felt warm in her heart, too. Looking forward to Li Xing's return and the surprise he will bring to everyone. The viewers in the live broadcast had adventured alongside Li Xing for a day and were also tired. Most of them left the live broadcast room to hand over part of the salt they obtained today to the country for reserves. Preparing for the future new star. To build a new home, everyone has the responsibility to contribute, so the people of Long Country basically donated a large amount of supplies for free. The united spirit made people from abroad envious. There are always some who want to feed everyone poisonous chicken soup, to divide the hearts of Long Country, and then achieve the goal of destroying Long Country's unity. Since it was still early, Li Xing lay down but could not sleep. He was thinking about what the next survival achievement would be and how to trigger it. Chapter 48 New Changes on the Panel. Li Xing was also tired after a day, and as he thought, he gradually fell asleep. Wednesday and the Triceratops gathered around the campfire at the cave entrance, preparing to rest. Wednesday had placed a lot of dry grass underneath and loosened the animal skins around his lower body. It was half a tiger skin, spread out just enough to cover the body. Wednesday listened to the flames crackling, looking at the deep and brilliant starry sky outside the cave. His dark black eyes seemed to have some unusual changes. At the same time, participants from other countries, except for those approaching the central area, had basically established their own fixed shelters in the outer areas. Many of them, knowing the risks of traveling, decided to stay where they were. After all, living is more important than anything else. Participants from Japan and the United States collected supplies in the morning, traveling in the afternoon to find places to stay. It was reported that currently, 30 participants from the two countries were heading to the central area to gather. The high-ranking officials in Long Country were still in the conference room. They were analyzing intelligence. Although there were 100 competition areas, among the 99 people from Long Country, 35 were in Li Xing's area. The remaining 64 people were distributed across the other 99 competition areas. Some areas had no one, and those with people had only a few. Despite such a difficult environment, Long Country's warriors still obtained 29 airdrop points. In this competition area, the United States had 17 participants, while Japan had 13. If these two countries unite to kill Li Xing and then clear out the remaining Long Country participants in this area, then Long Country basically has no chance of victory. Because the other areas had only a few scattered soldiers, and many warriors were guarding the airdrop points. In this way, it would be very easy to be wiped out. Chief, it appears that if the United States and Japan unite against Li Xing and succeed, other countries will also join their alliance, which is extremely unfavorable for us. Advisor Zhou, what do you think we should do about this? The chief looked seriously at Advisor Zhou beside him, who sighed. We should prioritize collective interests, but most people are too far from Li Xing. They are not far from teammates in other areas. My suggestion is to let the 31 teammates in this area expand outward. In cooperation with the surrounding areas, a guerrilla force was formed to successively defeat the weak powers of the Japanese and the Star-Spangled countries. This way, other nations waiting for an opportunity to ally would lose their confidence. I also agree with Chief of Staff Zhou's strategy. What about the rest of you? We all agree with Chief of Staff Zhou's strategy. But if that's the case, Li Xing might be in danger. His victory or defeat is crucial for our dragon country. The leader still hesitated. Leader, Li Xing is highly skilled, and with the Su sisters, I believe they can handle it. Moreover, as long as we fight well on the outside, they won't form an alliance, and we will have more allies. When the time comes, the allies will help Li Xing. After listening to Chief of Staff Zhou's opinion, the leader finally nodded. Then let's formulate a detailed combat plan and prepare to implement it next week. The next morning, Li Xing woke up. He crawled out of the tent and saw Wednesday and the Triceratops still sleeping outside. It began to drizzle outside the cave, and the wind blew in, making it chilly inside. Li Xing got dressed, packed up the tent, and put it in his backpack. Then he took out 2 bamboo tubes. The bamboo tubes were filled with smoked meat. He brought them to the cave entrance, and Wednesday woke up. Li Xing rekindled the fire and took out the smoked meat to roast. Wednesday was also given a piece, and he was very satisfied. Rarely did he get to eat the same meal as his master, and the portion was the same as well. He knelt in front of Li Xing like a loyal dog, his eyes full of gratitude. Li Xing held the roasted smoked meat, eating while observing the hazy weather outside the cave. The weather was getting colder day by day. He really wanted to stay in the camp and rest with the 3 beautiful ladies. Li Xing wanted to hurry back, but the weather was not suitable to go out now, otherwise, the salt he carried would be drenched. And the Triceratops couldn't go hungry, he still had to send Wednesday out to chop some bushes to feed the dragon. However, Wednesday had no raincoat and had wounds on his body, so even a drizzle could lead to infection. It seemed he could only let Michael's terrifying bird cloak be worn by him. Put this on, go out and collect some bushes to feed the dragon. Li Xing handed the cloak to Wednesday. Oh. Wednesday was astonished, repeatedly making excited sounds. Take this dagger, and make sure to bring back as many bushes as you can. Li Xing gave Wednesday a dagger. Wednesday picked it up from the ground, excitedly glanced at it, then knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing. The wild people used stone tools, they had never seen iron products. To them, this was high technology, even a magical item. He was naturally full of gratitude towards Li Xing. Go! Li Xing waved his hand. Wednesday hurried out, draped in the terrifying bird feather cloak, running through the canyon like a beast. Li Xing, feeling bored, sent a message to Suya and the others. Soon, Suyao replied to the message. Good brother, when are you coming back? We miss you so much. I'll come back when it stops raining. Did anything happen on your side last night? Li Xing asked. Nothing happened. We have a pressure cooker now, so we can have delicious soup. The meat has been cooked until tender, it's much better than roasted meat. What about you? Where did you sleep last night? Su Yao asked. I slept in a cave. Good brother, do you have any plans for today? My plan is to kill a dinosaur and bring back the meat. You tamed a dinosaur? What kind of dinosaur? You'll know when you return. Be careful, the star-spangled country in Japan will surely try to find the camp again. Li Xing and Su Yao chatted back and forth. Half an hour later. Feeling bored, Li Xing checked the system panel and suddenly found that the panel had changed a bit. Host, Li Xing. Age, 21. Survival achievements, sex, reach 10 to gain a title. Title, 0 titles, for every title gained, you can obtain the corresponding ability and 10 points of influence. Influence, 0 points. Li Xing was very shocked. What titles are there? What abilities do different titles have? And what can this influence do? None of this had any hints, yet it made Li Xing feel a strong expectation. Oh. At this moment, outside came Wednesday's call. Li Xing hurriedly took his bow and walked out of the cave. He discovered that Wednesday had a long spear in his hand, and one end of the spear was spearing a 5-pound white-bellied fish. Ding dong! Achievement task triggered, one-time fishing, 3 tons. Chapter 49, After the Rain in the Jungle. Li Xing heard the system's prompt and couldn't help but be speechless, 3 tons of fish, and all at once. That at least requires a boat, then fishing nets, and a safe fishing environment. Now, none of that is available. This task is too difficult, right? System, are there any other tasks I can choose? Li Xing asked helplessly, but he also knew that the system would not answer him, he was just venting his frustrations. Yes. Damn. You can talk? Li Xing was shocked by the system's response. Why did it not react at all when he asked before? When 6 survival achievements are completed, the system will switch from trial to official version. The system responded, and Li Xing did not expect it to be this way. He had always assumed the system only had one panel. What can I exchange? As Li Xing asked in his mind, 3 options appeared on the system panel. A. Catch 3 tons of fish. B. Make 1 ton of starch. C. Tame a thunderwing pterosaur. When Li Xing saw them, the difficulty of the 2 options was extremely high apart from making 1 ton of starch. I choose B. Li Xing made his choice directly. Task locked. At this moment, Wednesday returned to the cave entrance. He placed the bundle of bushes he was holding in front of the ceratopsian, then took the fish and kneeled on the ground with both hands offering it to Li Xing. Oh. Wednesday called twice, signaling Li Xing for distribution. Although Li Xing was full, as the master, he could not let him eat alone, to avoid losing respect for the master and possibly behaving inappropriately in the future. You can go roast it first. Li Xing didn't ask where he speared the fish since he couldn't explain it either. Right now, Li Xing was not concerned about the fish issue. Instead, he wanted to know more about the changes in the system. He needed to take the opportunity to learn more information about the system. As Li Xing continued to communicate with the system, he understood some things about the tasks. Starting now, every task can be chosen from 3 options, no longer needing to passively trigger tasks. About how the system came to be, the system kept it confidential. It could answer very few things. It was like a dumb version of AI. Aside from talking about some meaningless stuff, it provided task choices, rewards, and some necessary answers. However, there was one very useful function that allowed it to tell the time. This solved Li Xing's problem of not knowing the local time. Li Xing sat at the cave entrance while outside the rain was still drizzling. The ceratopsian lay inside the cave chewing on bushes like a big water buffalo. Wednesday was roasting the fish on a fire with the spear. Half an hour later. A fish full of smoky flavor was ready. Wednesday watched it drooling but did not dare to eat it first, squatting on the ground waiting for Li Xing's distribution. Li Xing sprinkled a little salt on it, then took a few bites of the tender, juicy fish meat. The taste couldn't be called delicious, but it was definitely better than the roasted meat from earlier. Li Xing nibbled a portion and then handed the rest to Wednesday to eat. Wednesday munching with great enjoyment, especially the salted meat, which he usually finds hard to enjoy in the tribe. At noon, the rain finally stopped. Li Xing immediately called the ceratopsian up, riding it out of the cave. The ground in the canyon was all puddles, muddy and difficult to walk. Wednesday walked alongside the ceratopsian, resembling a shabby groom. After walking out of the canyon, Wednesday excitedly pointed in one direction and told Li Xing that the fish came from over there. Li Xing was not interested in looking, because he wanted to hurry and gather a ton of starch. The fruits he had asked Wednesday to pick were full of starch, but to get a ton, he might need 1,000 brown fruits, or even more. That's not a small amount. Hurry up! Li Xing shouted, then he controlled the ankylosaurus to walk towards the camp. At the same time, he used the rope on him to weave a net bag, which could at least hold 30 brown fruits. In the rain-soaked forest, a large number of various snakes and insects appeared, including big spiders, big fleas, big centipedes, and so on. Those fleas were the size of a child's fist, jumping out of the grass and bushes, biting the legs of the ankylosaurus and Wednesday directly. Wednesday grabbed one and cursed as he picked up a stone to smash it and throw it back into the grass. Then he helped the ankylosaurus clear the fleas off its body. Besides these annoying things, there were also some leeches camouflaged in the bushes, biting onto branches, stretching their bodies like fallen leaf stems. Whether it's a person or a dinosaur, once they come across it, they would immediately be bitten. It would only drop off after sucking the belly full and round. Wednesday kept busy cleaning these things while also being vigilant about the surroundings. He really was a very competent servant. The viewers in the live stream, seeing these spine-chilling scenes, also expressed their discomfort. This rainy day is too terrifying, those leeches and fleas are shockingly numerous. If we spent the night outdoors without protection, we would definitely be drained of blood. This is no joke, hundreds of people woke up in the morning with leeches crawling in their ears and noses because of poor shelter. I even saw an injured guy, with several leeches crawling into his wound. The scene of him pulling them out makes it impossible for me to eat now. Fortunately, our brother Xing has good living conditions, otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Indeed, besides those with tents, sleeping bags, and well-built shelters, the vast majority of people suffered varying degrees of harm because of this rain. Fortunately, these bugs are not poisonous, they just like to suck blood and burrow in to lay eggs. As long as they are cleaned up, they generally won't threaten life. An hour later, Li Xing returned to the place where he had picked brown fruits last time. Li Xing ordered Wednesday to pick the fruits from above again. There were still quite a few brown fruit trees around. He estimated that picking them all would be enough, but now he could only take about 30. The common people of the Dragon Country immediately received about 30 brown fruits. Brother Xing, what kind of fruit is this? How do we eat it? Don't eat it yet, let's see how Brother Xing eats it first. Brother Xing must have a use for bringing it back. Other countries now noticed that Li Xing had a writing beast in slaves, which made many things very convenient, quickly widening the gap in survival. If this develops further, Li Xing will become invincible. This has truly panic-stricken the countries of Star-Spangled and Yamato. Those here also noticed this and cursed Li Xing inwardly. They didn't want their immigrants to become regrets. From the moment they decided to leave the Dragon Country, they didn't plan on coming back. Even being a beggar abroad is better than returning home. How could they accept that the country they abandoned is better than the one they chose to rely on now? Li Xing quickly returned near the camp. After shutting down the livestream, he walked along a reserved safe path into the camp. After entering the camp, he started the live stream again. The Su sisters and Lu Ichu were already waiting outside. Good brother, what's up with this dinosaur? What's going on with this wild person beside you? Suya stared wide-eyed at Li Xing and asked. Suya also cautiously raised her gun. Lu Ichu, however, was not afraid and directly walked over. Brother, you're back. Quickly tell me, what did you experience during this trip? Lu Ichu asked with wide eyes. Like a girl eager for adventure, she clung to the brave warrior who had returned from an adventure, wanting to hear their thrilling tales. Chapter 50, The Confidence That Nourishes. Li Xing jumped down from the dragon's spine, signaling Wednesday to unload the supplies from the horned dragon, then he tied the horned dragon up near the tendon dragon. Throughout the process, Li Xing spoke in the language of savages. This left the three women stunned in awe. Brother, how can you speak the language of savages? And how does this savage listen to you? Lu Ichu's almond-shaped eyes widened as if she were witnessing a magician casting a spell. Suya and Suyao looked just as astonished. The audience in the live broadcast laughed cheekily, as if they saw their own naive and shocked expressions on the faces of the three women. Xing brother is a godlike man. Xing brother must have completely captured the hearts of the three women. A good show is about to unfold tonight. It's called Wednesday, my savage assistant, and from now on, it will help us take care of Ajin and Akai. Yes, this horned dragon will be one of us from now on. Li Xing pointed at the horned dragon and Wednesday. The women couldn't help but swallow hard when they looked at Wednesday. God. Good brother, how did you make the savage listen to you? Suyao asked, puzzled. This was also what Suya and Lu Ichu wanted to know. You don't need to know that, it won't harm us. I'll make a small bamboo shelter for it so it can sleep with the dinosaurs. Li Xing said. Brother, isn't that a bit much? Lu Ichu said kindly, and the other two women had the same thought. Don't be overly compassionate, it's just a slightly advanced animal and cannot be considered human. It has no concept of freedom, as long as it has food and shelter, it's fine. If you treat it too well, like you would a person, it will scorn you and even harm you. This has nothing to do with human rights, keeping it alive is the greatest kindness I can show it. Li Xing said. Although the three women felt a bit heartbroken, Li Xing made sense, this was merely an uncivilized primitive being, not a human. They couldn't let their kindness harm everyone. I understand, but how can you speak the language of savages? Suyao asked curiously. It's simple, if you want to learn, I can teach you, but only at night when you go to sleep. Right now, I need to make a small shelter for Wednesday, Li Xing said. After speaking, Li Xing walked towards Wednesday and told it that these three women were also its masters, and it was not to look directly at them or come close, but to listen to their commands. Abba Abba. Wednesday quickly knelt, making a somewhat comical sound to show submission. The three women, educated in human rights, felt a bit uncomfortable. Alright, the clothes wrapped are salt mines, and the net bag contains the sago palm fruit, which has a lot of starch. Don't worry about the palm fruit for now, I'll handle it later. You all take the salt to the tent, Li Xing said. Oh. The three women responded in unison. They were already shocked by Li Xing's actions. Li Xing found some bamboo, tied it together to make a bamboo raft as a bed frame, then stood four woven rattan fences as walls, and used half-cut bamboo interlocked on top for a waterproof roof. Wednesday, this will be your home from now on. You are responsible for feeding the dinosaurs. Also, you can only enter and exit from the direction we come in, other areas are dangerous. Understand? Li Xing continued to instruct, using savage language and gesturing, making it look to outsiders as if he were speaking to a deaf person. Wednesday nodded while listening. Li Xing thought to himself that the savage language provided by the system was truly useful. Go inside and try it out. Li Xing pointed to the bamboo shelter. Wednesday couldn't believe this shelter was for it. It and the tribe all lived in caves or thatched huts, never knowing how to make bamboo shelters. Oh goo. It cheerfully called out, crawling into the bamboo shelter to try it, then ran to gather some weeds, piling them thickly inside, feeling warm and comfortable as it slept in there. The dinosaur shelter was quite a distance from the tent, one could say they were two separate camps, and not close to the pond. Without Li Xing's permission, Wednesday dared not cross into the camp. This would not affect Li Xing and their lives at all, just like the difference between a cattle shed and a residential building. Li Xing now had to process those coconut fruits, extracting the starch inside, to see how much starch could be extracted from over 30 coconut fruits. Extracting starch was quite simple, the key was to have enough bamboo tubes as containers, and the extracted starch had to be dried quickly and stored sealed. This was a huge project. But this project had no real risk, the only danger was in picking the fruits, fearing to encounter a fierce beast. Next time, they could directly send Wednesday to pick them, which could avoid this risk too. Li Xing peeled the fruit skin off, revealing the white flesh inside, then wrapped it in cloves to crush and beat it, pouring in water to filter repeatedly, turning the water into a milky white color. The milky white water would settle down to produce starch. Finally, just pour it out to dry. The women watched Li Xing operate and quickly learned how to do it, leaving the remaining labor to be done by the three women. Li Xing asked Wednesday to go pick more fruits. To gather more at once, Li Xing wove another net with vine and made a shelf on Wednesday's body to tie the goods. The whole afternoon was busy with this task. Until the camp was filled with fruits. The people in the live stream didn't expect Li Xing to produce starch so quickly, it wouldn't be long before they could even eat dumplings, right? Looking at others, they caught leeches, fleas, and big bugs to roast and eat. Some were hungry, with 4 days and 3 nights not having anything good to eat. Many hadn't even started a fire, gnawing on tree bark, eating ferns and grasshoppers raw. Truly, comparison brings no harm. Li Xing's progress was not something they could compare to at all. Especially the participants from the Star-Spangled Country in Japan, who had looked down on Li Xing at first, now slapped their own faces in return. Those who had been supportive were all silenced, filled with regret, waiting to kick Li Xing when he was down. And the 30 participants from the Star-Spangled Country in Japan who got closer to the airdrop point would probably arrive one after another by tomorrow noon. This also gave these two countries and their supporters some confidence. Each one suppressed their thoughts to send a few messages. Just wait, Li Xing is just making wedding clothes for us, so what if he's good at survival? He'll still lose his camp. Exactly, let them be proud for a while. Li Xing can't amount to anything, he has no battle strategy, making himself a surrounded target, and those from Dragon Country won't gather. This time we'll turn the tables. Li Xing didn't know what the viewers were saying, but he was not without preparations. As a military assassin, jungle combat was just routine. And he had a divine viewpoint and an extraordinary sense of smell, leaving him nothing to worry about. He already guessed that many people would come looking for him tomorrow, as the airdrop time was nearing. He decided to take the initiative to strike tomorrow, playing a wave of guerrilla tactics to show them what a lone soldier king meant. Dusk. Li Xing stripped off all his clothes and jumped into the pond for a bath. Luichu took Li Xing's clothes to the slope to scrub them, while Su Yao brought Li Xing clean clothes and laid them on a clean log bridge. Good brother, aren't you ashamed, always bathing with your bottom naked? Ichu's sister is so embarrassed she can't even lift her head to walk. Su Yao stood on the shore, hands on her hips, scolding him. Hee, what clothes to wear for a bath? The ones who need to avoid are you all. Doesn't it seem like you should be the one feeling shy? Are you purposely trying to peek at me? Li Xing asked with a smile. I don't want to look at you. There's nothing to see. Even if it's good looking, I won't look. I'm just fetching you clothes. I'm being kind, but you're ungrateful, Suyo said, running away while hiding her true feelings. Li Xing noticed Suyo's face turning red, and he couldn't help but smile softly. Life is getting more interesting. Chapter 51, the task is not that easy. Li Xing got up from the cool pond, his body dripping wet. He picked up a t-shirt he used as a towel to wipe his body and hair. Suya and Suyo were preparing dinner and couldn't help but feel speechless seeing Li Xing standing on the narrow bridge. Sis, don't look. You might get a needle in your eye. Suyo exclaimed as she saw Suya glancing over. Suyo quickly turned Suya's head away. Suya swallowed hard, her eyes flickering. I'm not looking at him. What's so interesting about men? I'm looking at Ichu, but that guy Li Xing isn't afraid of influencing a little girl. Really? But Ichu is almost 19. Suyo said, her eyes also drifting towards Lu Ichu, who's seriously washing clothes on the slope below the bridge, completely unaware. However, it was clear her pretty face was flushed red. Looking at Li Xing, he appeared unfazed, standing on the narrow bridge putting on his clothes. Li Xing wasn't deliberately trying to show off, he wasn't an exhibitionist. But in the wild, there were no changing rooms or showers. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't wait until night to wash up, it would be dark, and there could be snakes in the water. Plus, the temperature was dropping significantly. One must learn to adapt to the environment when in the wild, there's no need to be too particular. The female viewers in the live stream, usually modest, were now screaming wildly. Li Xing bro, I love you. Your chest muscles, your 8-pack abs are just perfect. Upstairs, you're missing the point. As a woman, don't I know you? Come on, stop pretending. You're all glued to the screen, right? Li Xing bro is the best, the live stream occasionally gives out rewards. At this time, male viewers were mostly focused on the female special forces from Bear Country, Eagle Country, and Iron Tower Country. These Western female soldiers are bold and never hide anything good. After dinner was ready, Li Xing filled a bamboo tube with meat soup and brought it to Wednesday's bamboo hut. This meat soup had meat, palm fruit, bamboo shoots, and ferns rich in nutrients. Wednesday clucked in thanks for the master's gift. You must not leave the dinosaur camp at night. If you find danger, send a warning. Li Xing reminded Wednesday. Wednesday nodded repeatedly, and Li Xing did not linger in the dinosaur camp. The dinosaur camp was too dirty, filled with dinosaur droppings and urine. It was not much different from a cattle barn. However, this dinosaur dung could be collected and dried for fertilizer later. Who knows how long he would need to survive here? It's possible he might have to plant some crops. After all, hunting long-term comes with too many risks and inconsistent returns. Wow, you three didn't wait for me. Li Xing exclaimed when he returned, seeing the three women already eating. Bro, we were too hungry. Come eat. Lu Ichu smiled, patting the log beside her, inviting Li Xing to sit down. The four of them chatted and laughed while eating. Those who didn't know would think they were having a picnic in the wild. The other competitors from different countries either worried about water or flames, completely looking like they were escaping. The differences in living conditions were huge. Li Xing, I estimate that starting tomorrow, enemies will come one after another to deal with us. We need to reduce how often we go out. Suya said. Li Xing nodded, he didn't want to discuss this matter with Suya. Under normal circumstances, Suya's conservative tactics might be useful. But this was not a normal situation, they needed to take the initiative. Because the enemy is rushing over, unfamiliar with the terrain, lacking advantages in stamina and other aspects. Since I am familiar with the surrounding terrain, when is the best time to take them out? Li Xing did not correct her tactics to prevent them from going out, allowing him to protect the camp. And he could take the chance to conduct guerrilla warfare, launching one-by-one assassination attacks on them. In this way, it would create a mutual support effect. After dinner, the sun went down. The three women took their clothes to the pond, turned off the livestream, and hurried to wash up. Li Xing was not idle either, he was weaving 5 bamboo winnowers to dry the starch. By the time the three women finished their baths, Li Xing had already peeled quite a few strips of bamboo, but weaving 5 large winnowers was far from enough. All three women washed their hair, gathered around the campfire, and used the warmth to dry their hair. By the time their hair was dry, Li Xing had already woven a winnower that was 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. Lu Ichu voluntarily came over to help. She spread the fragrant bamboo winnower in a ventilated area, then poured out the settled starch from the bamboo tube, gently spreading it layer by layer on the winnower. Seeing this, Suya also went to help. Suya wanted to come over to learn how to split the bamboo strips and weave the winnowers. Li Xing taught this skill to Suya without holding back. Together they worked until 11 o'clock at night. 5 winnowers were already completed and filled with chunks of starch. Li Xing thought he would have to wait until tomorrow to know how much starch was dried, but when he checked the system, he found the taskbar displayed the weight of the starch in kilograms. After so much effort, the task showed there were still 970 kilograms to go. This means that after working for more than 10 hours, they had only produced 30 kilograms of starch. And the consumption of palm nuts exceeded 100. Calculating this way, to gather 1 ton, they would need 3,233 palm nuts. That was far more difficult than he had imagined. Damn, I underestimated the difficulty of the task. It would be better to go for 3 tons of fish. The so-called one-time 3 tons doesn't mean that casting the net brings in 3 tons, it's enough to accomplish it before the fishing operation ends. Li Xing couldn't help but feel a bit downcast. System, can I change the task? Li Xing asked the system helplessly. No, but you can choose another task to carry out simultaneously, which can reduce the task quantity by half. So you mean I only need to gather 500 kilograms of starch and 1,500 kilograms of fish, right? Li Xing asked. Yes, non-quantity related tasks do not count. Li Xing felt speechless. Even so, he still needed over 1,500 palm nuts. There were only about 500 palm nuts available to gather from that area. I need to think of a way. Li Xing decided to be smarter this time. He wouldn't choose so quickly, otherwise, he truly would have no way out. He decided to take time to look for other starch-containing plants as replacements. Just as Li Xing was worrying, Su Yao, who had already entered the tent to rest, suddenly sent him a message. Why send a message so close? Li Xing checked Su Yao's message. Good brother, when will you come in to rest? I'm sleeping beside, can I lie next to you when you come in? I want to repay you for the last time you risked yourself to save me. Hearing this, Li Xing felt a little better. I will go in after the livestream ends at 12. You rest first. After replying, Li Xing took the extra bamboo strips to weave a fish basket, planning to cook some fish soup tomorrow. Before he knew it, the time came to 12 o'clock. In the meantime, Suya got up to go to the bathroom once, and Su Yao, too tired, fell asleep and rolled over to sleep in Suya's original spot. Suya had to lie down next to her. Li Xing had no idea about this. Moreover, since the 2 sisters were twins, it was difficult to tell who was who without speaking. After setting down the fish basket, he crawled into the tent. Chapter 52, Beautiful Misunderstanding. Entering the tent, Li Xing directly lay down next to Suya. Are you asleep? Li Xing asked softly, seeing that Su Yao did not respond, thinking that Su Yao was waiting for him to take the initiative. As an adult, he understood. Li Xing turned to embrace Suya's delicate waist, causing her to shiver in surprise. She wanted to speak, but found that Li Xing was breathing in her ear, making her whole body feel weak. No, don't. Suya swallowed, softly refusing. Li Xing smiled, not caring about her pretended modesty, and turned to kiss her soft lips. Suya felt as if she had been electrocuted, her desire to refuse vanished completely, and she instinctively responded to Li Xing. As a military assassin, Li Xing had no concept of love, only knowing to enjoy the moment. Under Li Xing's advances, Suya had no strength to resist, and with such great pressure to survive, she needed an emotional outlet, a man's warm embrace, a broad chest, and a burning heart. Moreover, Li Xing had saved her sister and saved her as well. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Isn't that right? Suya was completely lost in Li Xing's tenderness, her mind buzzing, unable to distinguish east from west. Not knowing how long had passed. Li Xing let out a long breath and gently bit Suya's soft ear. Miss Su Yao, you were really amazing just now. Upon hearing this, Suya shivered all over, her spirit instantly revitalized as she returned from her dreamlike state. How could this be? Could it be? Suya thought that this position was originally meant for her sister, and Li Xing was treating her like Su Yao. She bit her soft lip, feeling very flustered, not knowing what to do. Why aren't you talking? Is it still not enough? Li Xing asked with a smile. You, rogue. Suya wanted to escape, but her body did not obey. She never thought that Li Xing would really be such a big rogue. Is it possible to do this without feelings? Are all men like this? After a moment, Li Xing let Suya go. He was tired after a long day and fell into a deep sleep as soon as he closed his eyes. But Suya carefully got up and pushed Su Yao over, returning to her own position to sleep. Su Yao turned around and hugged Li Xing, waking up groggily. Good brother. Seeing that Li Xing ignored her, Su Yao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, doubting whether her charm was enough. It doesn't make sense. My figure is not bad. Could it be that my good brother is bad on the outside, but a gentleman on the inside? Thinking of this, Su Yao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. A man who can withstand temptation is a good man. What is a good man? Li Xing did not know. Li Xing only knew that if a youth does not have romantic adventures, he will suffer in old age. The next morning, Li Xing woke up first, crawling out of the tent to see the starch drying outside, already wind-dried. Grouped together, they were light beige, and when squeezed, felt cool and soft. This is great. With this stuff, I can add some to everything I eat, and I won't have low blood sugar. Li Xing found some dry bamboo slips to pack the starch first, then planned to find time later to carve a few wooden plugs to seal them. In total, he packed 6 large bamboo tubes. Li Xing set the bamboo tubes filled with starch aside, then went to the pond to retrieve the fish trap. As he pulled the fish trap up, Li Xing felt a strong force pulling on the rope in his hands, and as the fish trap surfaced, he was instantly overjoyed. It was a 6 or 7 pound red belly fish. Using this wild red belly fish to make soup will definitely taste delicious. Just what I need to replenish my body. Li Xing grabbed the red belly fish from the trap and carried it straight back to the campfire. At this time, Su Yao also crawled out of the tent. Seeing the lively red belly fish in Li Xing's hands, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Good brother, you really caught a fish, and it's such a big one," Su Yao said excitedly, and Li Xing smiled. "Miss Su Yao, this is just right for you to recover your strength. You had a tough time last night." "What are you talking about? I slept like a dead pig. Also, don't call me Miss Su Yao anymore, just call me Su Yao," Su Yao said. "Okay, if you like it." Li Xing smiled. Now that they had developed a close relationship, it indeed felt odd to use such a formal address. Moreover, Li Xing suddenly found that he quite liked this girl, Su Yao. In his previous life, he was a lonely wolf without a home. In this life, he suddenly longed for a woman's home. It was a luxury in his past life, but in this life, it didn't seem difficult. "You chop up the fish and make soup with it." Li Xing handed the fish to Su Yao. Su Yao happily took the fish, while Li Xing picked up his bow and M21 sniper rifle and went to the dinosaur camp. Wednesday had already woken up and greeted Li Xing. "Wednesday, go cut some bushes to feed the dragon," Li Xing reminded. After going out multiple times yesterday, Wednesday should know where to go. Then Li Xing left the camp alone. At that moment, Suya in the tent finally came out. She had been awake for a long time but was too shy to face Li Xing and her sister. "Sister, look, what a big fish. Li Xing is truly our lucky star. Being with him means we always get big fish and meat," Su Yao said to Suya. "Yes, indeed, what a big fish." Suya looked at the fish, somewhat distracted. "Sister, didn't you sleep well last night? Why do you look like you have dark circles under your eyes?" Su Yao asked. "No, not at all. I slept quite well." Suya sat down next to Su Yao. "Sister, are you serious about Li Xing? Or do you just want some excitement?" Suya asked this because she guessed that Li Xing's bold move last night wasn't just playful, but rather, Su Yao must have hinted at him. "Sister, I don't know. Anyway, I feel very happy with him, and I also feel very safe." "Sister, why do you suddenly ask this?" Su Yao's face turned red as she asked. "It's nothing, I just find Li Xing a bit strange, and I'm worried about you." Suya avoided eye contact and looked towards the campfire. "Sister, stop having prejudice against Li Xing. Ever since he risked his life to save me that day, I've been wanting to be with him, but alas, he just talks a lot. When it comes to doing something real, sigh." Su Yao sighed. Suya's face, however, turned crimson. Li Xing wasn't incapable. In fact, he was quite capable. The audience in the livestream who woke up early saw this scene and began to guess. "Brother Xing can't be defective, right? That shouldn't be, he looks so strong, and could he be a good-looking but useless Microsoft programmer?" Li Xing didn't know he had become a Microsoft programmer in the viewers' minds. He walked down the mountain for about 100 meters and started a campfire by a stream. This was a baiting tactic. The place was convenient for access. If there were enemies within a kilometer around, they would definitely see this spot. Although the main camp was also smoking, this was below the main camp, closer to the foot of the mountain. If enemies came, they would first scout this area. Now, Li Xing just needed to find a sniping position and wait for the arrival of the enemy. Chapter 53, Fear and Tremble. Li Xing found a high ground, overlooking the area surrounding the fake camp. His disguises made him look like a small bush. Even his gun was disguised so it couldn't be seen. His clever camouflage and choice of sniping position impressed the military. They even planned to include this in textbooks for military personnel to learn, as it would certainly be necessary when they arrived at a new planet. It was very important for soldiers to learn in advance and train to adapt to the new planet. However, the audience in the livestream didn't quite understand the tactics of Li Xing's fake camp. After all, they were neither professional snipers nor soldiers and found it hard to comprehend Li Xing's actions and purpose. However, in less than half an hour, 2 Japanese men sneaked around the fake camp. They were about to head towards the bonfire. The people in the Japanese livestream were stunned, finally understanding what Li Xing was doing. "This is a trap. Damn, we're finished now. Don't panic, we have 30 people, we're about to surround here. Li Xing only has 11 bullets and 8 arrows, and his shotgun only has 5 rounds. He can't win." The viewers in Li Xing's livestream, upon understanding his intentions, were not proud, but worried that he couldn't face so many people alone. Why not call the Sioux sisters? After all, their strength is quite impressive. Trust Brother Xing, he must have his own plans. Now we can only believe in him. The military personnel from the Dragon Country were sweating for Li Xing. Li Xing is strong, but this time he is facing elite soldiers, and among them, 7 have crossbows, 3 have M16 rifles, and 4 have handguns. The others have homemade bows and arrows. This is probably going to be trouble. Once Li Xing fires a shot, he will be exposed. He can't shoot too many times. As the contestants from the two countries got closer, the viewers were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe. Moreover, they noticed that the 2 Japanese men had reached the bonfire, and behind them was a gunman lying in ambush, obviously extremely cautious and having some strategies. However, they had no idea how terrifying their enemy was. As an arms assassin, those he wanted to kill were extremely sinister and had private armies of drug lord leaders. Once, he had battled for a whole day and night against 300 drug dealer mercenaries in the jungle. In the end, all 300 drug dealer mercenaries were annihilated. That was when Li Xing gained his reputation, but it also exposed his identity information, putting his sister in danger from enemies seeking revenge. The 2 Japanese men at the bonfire picked up the roasted meat and sniffed it. Too hungry, they started to eat it directly. Fools. Li Xing smiled but raised the barrel of his gun a bit, aiming at a cluster of bushes in the back forest. Although the gunman was well disguised, Li Xing saw through it in one glance. Because the plants he used for disguise were one aquatic plant and one terrestrial plant, these 2 types of plants could not possibly grow together. This was just a superficial disguise. Real camouflage must blend into the ecological environment. Li Xing didn't rush to shoot, he checked the position on the other side. He also discovered another gunman. This gunman's disguise was passable, but he was too lazy. The disguise he wore was made yesterday, and some plants had already dried up due to lack of water, the leaves drooping as if asleep. Although it was not easy to notice in the shade, it couldn't escape Li Xing's eyes. 2 gunmen, one on the left and one on the right, a nice tactic. Li Xing adjusted his position, using the stone on his right to cover his entire body, and brought the terrifying bird cloak closer to the right, hiding the stone. He aimed at the enemy on the left. The Dragon Country viewers clenched their fists, knowing that Li Xing had 2 gunmen lying in wait. The moment he fired, the other gunman would spot him and kill him. Although Li Xing's M21 had a silencer, the silencer only reduced the sound by about 30 decibels, the gunfire would still be loud, and in this not-so-open environment with no other noises, it would be very obvious. The audiences from Japan and the Star-Spangled Country could hardly contain their excitement. It was as if at that moment, Li Xing had become the prey under their guns. Li Xing indeed has some skills, he actually spotted one of our gunmen, but another gunman will take him out the moment he fires. Yes, solving Li Xing means that Long Country basically won't pose a threat. Hurry and shoot, 1 for 1, we still profit. Bang! With a gunshot, the shooter hiding under the left bushes had his skull blown off by the bullet. When the huge gunshot rang out, another shooter immediately looked towards Li Xing's direction. With his keen sniper's observation skills, he quickly spotted the Li Xing at the gunshot location. That was a terrifying bird camouflage cloak filled with green plants. After the shot, it moved a little. This was the noise Li Xing deliberately made, fearing that guy wouldn't see it. Bang bang bang! The shooter on the right used an M16, firing 3 rounds, all bullets hitting the camouflage position. Li Xing immediately leaned out his gun from the left side of the rock. The shooter, seeing this, widened his eyes in shock, but it was too late to shoot again. Bang! This bullet instantly drilled into his forehead, rolling out from the back of his head, creating a fist-sized hole of blood. The 2 Japanese people below, eating barbecue, were so frightened they rolled and crawled away. But Li Xing didn't care at all, because what they were eating was poisoned, and that kind of poison couldn't be extinguished by just roasting fire. The audience in the live broadcast room went crazy instantly. Brother Xing is too awesome. He took down 2 shooters at once. Scared me to death, I thought Brother Xing was hit. I didn't expect the stone under that cloak was to block bullets. Exactly. That cloak looked like a person in the enemy's view, it tricked him. The sweat on the faces of the high-ranking officials from Japan and the Star-Spangled Nation kept dripping. Now there was only 1 shooter left in this area. That was the shooter in the direction of the Sioux sisters. If this shooter also died, then there would be no shooters left. The excitement and pride of the audience from these 2 countries instantly disappeared, their expressions uglier than if they'd eaten flies. In the live stream, no one could say a word. And those from the Ru people, who once relished the situation, now also had frozen expressions. From this moment on, they had realized Li Xing's terror. This person wasn't relying on luck or chance but truly had horrifying strength. This belated realization made them start to fear. Fear that leaving their own country would mean jumping from paradise into a pit of fire. But they didn't want to bow down, didn't want to admit their mistakes, because they looked down on Long Country deeply, feeling shame from the dragon blood flowing within them. Even the makeup on their faces and the clothes on their bodies had to lean towards the star-spangled country, with their character, cognition, and thoughts aligning with them to feel superior. This deep-rooted inferiority complex made them still unable to see reality clearly. It's useless, Li Xing has exposed his position, so what if he has some strength? He will die all the same. Today he is undoubtedly going to die. The Star-Spangled Nation is hundreds of times stronger than Long Country, even Japan is more developed than Long Country. What can a single Li Xing change? That's right, there's no need to panic at all. Chapter 54, He is a devil, absolutely a devil. The Su sisters heard the gunshots and immediately contacted Li Xing. Li Xing had already arrived at the position of the shooter on the right. He saw the messages from Su Yao and Su Ya. I'm fine, there might be shooters heading to the camp. You two be careful, it's best to hide inside the bulletproof tent and observe. Only attack when you spot the enemy. Li Xing reminded them. Okay, don't come back now, otherwise, you will expose yourself to the enemy's gunfire. Su Yao also replied, okay brother, I'm going to support you now. You all guard the camp well, this is easy for me, the camp is the hardest task, so it can only be entrusted to elite warriors like you. Li Xing said seriously. At this time, he had already searched the supplies from the shooter. An M16 with 20 rounds left, and a retractable high-strength fiber fishing rod. This damn thing has such good equipment. Li Xing cursed and went to the gunman on the left. Over here, the gunman had a flint, an ultra-thin high-strength raincoat. And the same model of rifle. He took out the magazine, which still had 15 bullets in it. Li Xing hid these supplies, taking only an M16 rifle and filling one magazine. After hiding the supplies, Li Xing immediately followed the scent to catch up with the two poisoned Japanese men. The two guys, weakened by poison, had collapsed by a tree root. Li Xing walked over and flipped them over. Only one of you can live. Whoever wants to live should answer my question. As he spoke, Li Xing held a dagger to their necks. The two were terrified. I'll talk. One of them was the first to speak, the other was about to say something when Li Xing punched him unconscious. Tell me, how many of you are there? Li Xing asked in Japanese. The guy hesitated for just 2 seconds, and Li Xing's dagger cut off one of his fingers. Ah! The man screamed, almost fainting from the pain. Do you want to make up a story to fool me? Answer immediately. The people in the livestream were stunned, this interrogation was too terrifying. He just cut off the guy's finger without waiting for an answer. But this is exactly how Dragon Kingdom people should be domineering. There are 30 of us, a total of 30 people. How many gunmen? 7, 3 rifles, 4 pistols. Which direction did they go? By the stream. Very good, you can hit the road now. Li Xing finished speaking, thrusting the dagger up into his chin, ending this guy's life. The other one met the same fate, but this time the knife went into his eye. The dagger was inserted at an angle into the frontal lobe, then twisted, and the brain matter slid out like tofu. The people in the livestream were dumbfounded at this scene. Brother Xing, killing enemies is like slaughtering pigs for you. Thank goodness Brother Xing is one of us from the Dragon Kingdom, otherwise it would be a huge problem. The Japanese men, seeing their two compatriots die tragically at Li Xing's hands, were furious, their veins popping. Baka Yoru. These two beasts actually betrayed their comrades. They deserve to die. The people from Star Stripes country watched Li Xing's livestream, feeling chills down their spines. This killer had a mature method of killing and no psychological burden at all. Why wasn't such a top-level assassin from their own country? If they could communicate, they would definitely tell their people not to provoke Li Xing. This guy was so much more terrifying than they had imagined. But it was all too late, they just hoped Li Xing would blunder and not slaughter all their people. Li Xing quickly walked toward the stream. At the same time, his sense of smell locked onto 5 enemies, stalking them like a beast tracking its prey. He soon discovered the 5 guys. They were like 5 timid guinea pigs, squatting by the rocks with simple camouflage, peeking around. Bang 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 bang. Li Xing switched his rifle to single shot and fired 5 times in quick succession. The 5 guys didn't even have time to realize they were dead, collapsing directly into a pool of blood. 9 people went offline in just a few minutes. This made the other enemies present tremble. If they hadn't heard the gunfire, they might have thought they encountered something unclean. They began to quarrel among themselves. We should leave. We must have fallen into an ambush. Damn it, don't panic. I've already reached the camp and haven't found anyone there. There are traps around, everyone be careful. As long as we take down the camp, they can't survive outside. Bob. It's a matter of whether we can survive now. Exactly, they took out 9 of us in just a few minutes. 2 of them were gunmen from your devil squad. Trash. Stop talking nonsense. If anyone dares to retreat, I will make sure to feed him a bullet. The Japanese men dared not speak anymore. As dogs of Star Stripe's country, they had no right to speak. But they were truly afraid of death. The people in the livestream could see every person's position near Li Xing and could freely enter their live rooms. Li Xing darted into the flock like a lone wolf. Wherever he went, the red dots representing lives went out. Brother Xing, you are amazing. It's like he's cheating. Those people's disguises are nothing in front of Brother Xing, he always manages to shoot before the enemy spots him. Long live Brother Xing. The high-ranking officials of Long Country were all shocked, unable to close their mouths. This was not a battlefield, it was pure hell. They had trained so many soldiers but had never seen such a fierce warrior. The key was his observational skills and reaction speed, he always shot before the enemy. Who trained this Li Xing? He can't possibly be self-taught. I don't know, we can't find him in any confidential files. He's just a clean-cut university student. If he hadn't killed people from Star Stripe Country, I would suspect he was a spy. The people from Star Stripe Country in Japan were all slumped in their chairs, not daring to look at the big screen. This was simply their worst mistake. If this continued, everyone in this area would die by Li Xing's hands. Quick, retreat. Idiots, don't you realize death is approaching? Their military leaders were wiping sweat from their brows. With each gunshot from Li Xing, someone died. Their officers were on the verge of a heart attack. Contestant Ming Rijing, shot dead by Long Country contestant, remaining survivors 16,015. Contestant EECI, shot dead by Long Country contestant, remaining survivors 16,014. Contestant Benjamin, shot dead by Long Country contestant, remaining survivors 16,013. They watched the list of deaths popping up non-stop, their faces darker than ever. Bob, the commander of the Demon Squad made up of 30 allied soldiers, was drenched in sweat as he saw the names of his teammates flashing on the death announcement. He was scared out of his mind. He didn't know if he was dealing with a god of war or an invisible ghost. Quick, retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately. Bob urgently notified the remaining 10 teammates, hardly hesitating. No matter how glorious they used to be, in this moment, it all meant nothing, they had already lost 20 people without even seeing the enemy. If this continued, they would all die here. We underestimated the enemy, he knows this environment well, and his strength is above all of us. He is a devil. Absolutely a devil. Chapter 55, We Kicked a Steel Plate. While Bob desperately retreated, he was sending frantic messages in his mind. The others had long wanted to retreat. If they weren't sure the hoverballs wouldn't malfunction, they would have suspected that the disappearing names were errors. Suya and the other two were hiding in a tent, also checking the death list. They were terrified of seeing Li Xing's name, but the names that kept appearing were all from Star Stripe Country and Japan. They found it quite strange. Did these people really get killed by Li Xing? Or was it that others from different regions happened to be killed by Long Country people? Contestants from other regions, including those from Long Country, Star Stripe Country, and Japan, were also watching the continuously disappearing names. Everyone was confused about what was happening. But it was clear, Long Country had an incredibly powerful fighter who had killed 20 people in a short time. Other contestants from Long Country were speculating in their hearts. Who is it that's so powerful? Could it be the Sioux sisters? Other than them, is there anyone else so strong in Long Country? But are the Sioux sisters really that strong? Their victories at the border were mostly due to bombing tactics. Where's the bombing here? It's clearly single kills. Then who else could it be? No one expected it to be an unknown university student, after all, this sounds too shocking. Li Xing felt extremely sorry for his cheating behavior, but it really felt great to kill. Especially when killing those Japanese, one shot for each, to avoid soiling their clothes, Li Xing preferred to aim for the head. Li Xing discovered that the smell of the remaining 10 people was no longer on the mountain, they had scattered and fled. However, Li Xing had no intention of letting them go. Sniffing the scent of one person, he chased after, that person ran for his life, rolling and crawling to the cliff by the lake. There were many pterosaurs over there, seeing someone daring to intrude, they swooped down, grabbed him in their beak, and threw him into the lake. A large number of imperial crocodiles crazily chased after, but before the crocodiles got close, that screaming guy was dragged down by mysterious creatures from beneath the water, never to resurface. Li Xing changed targets and chased another person. This time he was chasing an American. That guy, holding a handgun, saw someone chasing him from behind and scaredly shot backwards. However, he was met with Li Xing's scorching bullet hitting him right in the forehead. Since you're here, as a guest I should greet you, how can you just leave without saying a word? That's really rude. Li Xing shook his head and said. The people in the livestream were speechless. Bro, you're greeting him with bullets. The Americans and Japanese were so furious they could hardly breathe. With this, all participants in this area would be wiped out. And if the Americans and Japanese still wanted to enter the weekly rankings to gain privileges, they could only go kill participants from other countries. Baka Yoru. We shouldn't have challenged the Dragon Country right from the start. The Dragon Country has a saying called crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and another term sweeping monk. This kid is that kind of person. We underestimated the Dragon Country. Now the most important thing is to rank in the top 3 for the week, and there are only 2 days left. If you're smart, don't provoke this Li Xing again. Other regions' American and Japanese participants, by checking the death list, could easily see what level their current ranking was. Now the Dragon Country was ranked first. Because the Dragon Country hadn't lost a single person. This was already a bit beyond reason, but it was the truth. Only that people from the Dragon Country were seriously injured, yet those who received the airdrop didn't care about danger and delivered antibiotics and medicines. Some even crossed into other regions to find fellow comrades. People from the Dragon Country, especially the soldiers, seemed to each be an army. Although they didn't have Li Xing's terrifying lethality, each one had an iron will, always able to resolve danger with their wisdom. The high-ups in the American side suddenly realized. The Dragon Country once fought 10 against 16 on the land of the Morning Kingdom. They only had outdated equipment yet managed to drive all the enemies away. They didn't even have food, eating raw potatoes harder than stones. People from the Dragon Country, they are sleeping lions. Each one, once facing a national crisis, can burst forth with super strong willpower and fighting spirit. We have kicked the iron plate. Meanwhile, the Japanese still hadn't woken up. They just felt unlucky and now could only avoid the Dragon Country's sharp edge. They would deal with the Dragon Country later when they developed. Warriors from other regions of the Dragon Country saw Li Xing's accomplishments, each feeling their confidence surge, tears streaming down their faces. Not everyone among them was surviving well. Some still lived in damp tree holes, with injuries on their bodies, but when they thought that if they died, their country would lose a piece of territory, something more important than their lives, failure was absolutely not an option. So, with strong willpower, they persevered. Covered all over with dinosaur dung, they avoided numerous dangers to gather with their teammates. Every scene moved the audience from the Dragon Country. At this moment, Li Xing had already hunted down the last 3 members of the Devil Team. They even opened the communication channel with the enemy, actively sending Li Xing messages begging for mercy. However, from the moment they launched their attack up the mountain, Li Xing had regarded them as dead men. The tears of an invader are crocodile tears. They are not regretting their offense, but are afraid of dying. Li Xing's hunting skills were so superb that even the top brass of the Star-Spangled Nation couldn't believe it. In some places where there were even no footprints left, he was able to quickly find them. They even thought that the physical enhancement agents had the ability to enhance the sense of smell. Bob. What's going on with this Li Xing? He's already chased us for a kilometer. We've met a devil. His physical ability seems to have no limit. We're exhausted to death. Could it be because of airdrop supplies? It's possible. We don't know what he picked up in the airdrop. Then what should we do? John, Lewis, you guys go back to his camp. Let him chase after me. That way, when you take the camp, at least we won't lose so miserably. Bob said. The other 2 heard this and felt it made sense. Who knows, there might still be other airdrop supplies in the camp. Got it. So, John and Lewis immediately changed direction and headed back to the headquarters. Meanwhile, Bob kept running, deciding to lead Li Xing away. As long as he led him far enough, even if Li Xing discovered this scheme, it would be too late, and the women in the camp would think the crisis had passed and would come out. At that time, wouldn't it be 1 shot for each of them? And this action surprisingly made those long silent people collectively excited again. No wonder it's the Devil Team. Once we take the headquarters, ambushing Li Xing there, won't that be perfect? Li Xing is also relying on the physical enhancement agent to kill so effortlessly. Without the physical enhancement agent, he is nothing. Chapter 56, The Head Was Stolen. In Li Xing's sense of smell, scent is a woven network. Any change in smell will move with the wind, thus affecting the change of this scent network. The direction of 2 people's scents has changed. These 2 fools don't even realize they are being used. Li Xing knew that Bob was deliberately leading the other 2 towards the camp to buy himself a chance to escape. He estimated that he had figured out his tracking methods. As long as he went after those 2, he would be able to escape, but if he chased Bob, those 2 might arrive at the camp to assassinate the Sioux sisters. However, Li Xing was not afraid at all. Those 2 only had handguns, and they were already quite exhausted. The Sioux sisters were more than capable of handling them. Hey, Su Yao, there are 2 white pigs with handguns heading towards the camp. This task is yours now. Li Xing directly messaged Su Yao. Okay, good brother, where are you now? Did you kill those people? No, they accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms and died. Li Xing laughed. Hearing this, Su Yao rolled her eyes. She had already guessed that those enemies were killed by Li Xing. She just never expected his solo combat ability to be so outrageous. Be careful, my good brother, come back soon. Okay, those 2 white pigs should arrive in half an hour. You can ambush in advance. Li Xing said, then proceeded to ambush and chase Bob. Bob was also a clever man. He knew Li Xing must have some strong tracking and camouflage detection abilities, otherwise, his more than 20 allies wouldn't have been so easily killed by him. He guessed that there was likely some kind of miracle drug in the airdrop supplies that could enhance human sensory abilities. He was running for his life, determined to leave this competition area, but it would at least take a week's journey. As he walked, he still felt a bit uneasy. Then contact John and Lewis. Is Li Xing chasing you? Bob asked. Captain, Li Xing is not chasing us. We even deliberately ambushed for a while, and he didn't catch up. Hearing Lewis's response, Bob cursed inwardly. He knew Li Xing must be chasing him. He didn't dare to stop, finally rushing to a stream. He jumped straight over the water, but soon realized it would not help him escape, so he walked backward and returned to the stream. He soaked his whole body in the water, then like a waking beast, he emerged from the water. Bob immediately swam upstream and hid under a rock below a palm-like tree. This was a high ground, where he could see the spot he had just crossed the stream. As long as Li Xing followed the scent there, he would basically not escape from Bob's gunpoint. At such a close distance, Bob would definitely not miss. The viewers in Bob's livestream started to get excited. This sniper position is just too good. If Li Xing follows, he will definitely pass through that open area by the stream. Bob soaked in the water to break the scent, right? It's possible, the body enhancement agent has likely enhanced his sense of smell, and Bob figured it out. Looks like Li Xing is finally finished this time. Meanwhile, viewers in Li Xing's live stream, who had just returned from Bob's stream, spread this news around, making everyone anxious. Brother Xing, don't chase anymore, it's dangerous. It's driving me crazy. If only we could inform Brother Xing. This time, we really have to rely on Brother Xing's luck. People from the Long Country military were also very worried about Li Xing. Even though Li Xing had killed so many people, proving his strength was very formidable. Anyone can make mistakes, and even strong horses can stumble. Besides, Li Xing's journey had been too smooth, and he might be too relaxed. Li Xing quickly arrived at the stream, using a god's eye view to observe the footprints and water stains on the opposite bank. But they disappeared after going about 10 meters into the woods. Footprints can disappear on hard ground, but water stains cannot. Li Xing immediately realized that Bob might be lying in ambush nearby. So he supported his terrifying bird cloak with 2 branches, then crouched low and moved around the edge of the woods. From a distance, he looked like a person walking upright. Li Xing did this mainly because the visibility in the surrounding area exceeded 100 meters, although there were trees blocking the sight. As long as the gaps reached beyond 100 meters, it was very dangerous. Li Xing did not move downstream. Normally, when people are exhausted, they would choose to flee downstream. But he knew Bob was a cunning person. Since he had made fake footprints and had seen through his scent recognition, he must not be an ordinary foe. He was highly likely not fleeing but had found a high point upstream to counterattack. So, Li Xing decided to move upstream. Li Xing's combat experience was simply beyond their comparison. Just this one decision of moving upstream or downstream was enough to make tactical experts amazed. The Long Country military was also greatly shocked by Li Xing's actions. This Li Xing is truly remarkable. How does his mind work? He uncovered Bob's tactics so quickly. Exactly. Plus, he used that cloak for camouflage to lure. Such counter-surveillance ability is not something a regular soldier can possess. The higher-ups of the Star-Spangled Country were also speechless. Li Xing was like their nightmare, impossible to shake off. Now all they had left was to provoke Li Xing. Otherwise, if everyone had developed peacefully, they wouldn't be suffering such heavy casualties. Li Xing walked upstream for dozens of meters when suddenly a bullet shot came at him. It hit his terrifying bird cloak. Li Xing immediately ducked down and moved forward quickly. Bob was dumbfounded. What's wrong with this guy? Is that fake? Bob thought he had hit the target and was excited, but then he realized it wasn't the case, and he suddenly understood, giving him goosebumps. You should know, Li Xing had already seen through his trick and even made this move to get him to fire. Bob wanted to fight Li Xing to the death, but he knew he wasn't a match for him right now. Without saying a word, he directly embraced his gun and ran for his life. Li Xing, I will definitely come back. Bob clenched his teeth and ran for his life again. Li Xing had already figured out Bob's previous position. But he was already gone. Wow, you actually got away. Li Xing cursed, wishing to chase again, but it was useless. The scent had already disappeared, and the footprints would vanish soon. Bang! However, just as Li Xing was preparing to turn back, a gunshot rang out ahead. Oh! Something interesting is happening. Li Xing immediately crossed the stream to chase after it. He knew Bob's gunfire wasn't like that. There must be someone else shooting. Contestant Bob was shot dead by a player from Bear Country. Remaining survivors, 15,987. Li Xing checked the death list. Sure enough, Bob was killed. This guy was so strong yet got killed by someone from Bear Country. That Bear Country player was not far from his camp, and it could be bad for Dragon Country. Let me go take a look at the situation. Chapter 57 Alina's AWP. Li Xing had just crossed the stream when he heard a message alert. It was from a Bear Country woman named Alina. This was a message from the enemy, proving that they were already within 200 meters. Bob was probably killed by her. Li Xing remembered that the fifth person to enter the airdrop area was the Bear Country representative. But he had never collided with the Bear Country representative, nor had he seen them trying to rob supplies. It was very strange. Li Xing opened the message. Hi, Dragon Country warrior, let's cooperate. In this area, I only have one teammate left. If we cooperate, other areas will also receive national prompts, and it will be better for survival. The woman's voice spoke Bear Country language, but since it was transmitted via brainwaves and translated by a hovering ball, it sounded just like hearing her mother tongue. And Li Xing understood Bear Country language himself. What weapon are you using? Li Xing responded with a question. AWP sniper rifle. I was on the other side of the cliff at that time. Alina said, making Li Xing realize that when he shot at Jackson, she had already spotted him on the opposite bank. But she didn't shoot. This was her sincerity and cooperation, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived at that moment. Then I must thank you for not killing me. I have a body strengthening agent here, come and get it. Li Xing said. He did this both to express his sincerity and to test whether the other party truly had that courage, as exposing oneself directly under an unknown enemy's gun was dangerous. Where are you? Come to the stream bank, it's the opposite direction from where Bob just escaped. Okay, wait for me, don't treat me like a wild boar. Don't worry, unless you weigh 160 pounds, I won't shoot randomly. Ha, I weigh 110 pounds, is that fat? That depends on how tall you are. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, I'm only 1.4 meters tall. Li Xing found a place to hide. Before long, a woman dressed in professional camouflage with an AWP sniper rifle appeared at the edge of the stream. This woman was nowhere near 1.4 meters, she was at least 1.7 meters. Moreover, her figure was very sexy, her face smeared with black mud, making her features hard to see, but she had very defined features, revealing that she was a great beauty. Didn't you say you were 1.4 meters? Isn't it to prevent you from treating me like a little wild boar? Aren't you coming out? Do you want me to put down my gun? No need. Li Xing responded, then stood up 3 meters away from Alina. Alina was startled. Is it you? Are you still meeting with other men? Li Xing asked with a smile, and Alina couldn't help but smile back. She liked humorous men. Not really, those 27 people were killed by you, right? Alina asked, noticing from Li Xing's excellent disguise that he was undoubtedly a top-notch killer, just unexpectedly young. They walked right into my gun. Li Xing shrugged his shoulders. So, what do you think? Do you want to move in and live with us? Li Xing asked. I want to, after all, your survival skills are so strong that living with you is like being on vacation, but I need to join my comrades in another area. Alina said with a bitter smile. Li Xing took out a bottle of the physical enhancement agent. This is the enhancer I got from the airdrop, I brought one with me, take it. Li Xing handed it over, and Alina took it, looking at the instructions on the label. Without hesitation, she injected it into her arm vein. Moments later, she felt her body and senses rejuvenated. How do you feel? It's amazing. Is this high technology from the universe program? It's unbelievable. Alina exclaimed. Yes, with it, you are much stronger than a normal person, but still be careful. Can I trade my gun for yours? Li Xing asked. Alina was quite puzzled. Your M16 is better than mine. My gun is heavy, and I only have 5 bullets left. Li Xing smiled and said, all guns will run out of bullets, but we are already partners. I don't want you to encounter any danger on the way. Take it, and here, this handgun is for you too. Li Xing said, pulling out one of the 2 handguns. These were all guns he had captured. Alina was momentarily speechless with emotion. She looked at the handgun, it still had 20 bullets left, enough for her to reach the other area. Also, take this roasted meat and water bottle. You'll need it on the road. Li Xing knew that the journey of dozens of kilometers would be tough and full of dangers. These guns would be useless once their bullets ran out, and if new airdrops contained bullets, he would still have 2 rifles, 1 handgun, and 2 sniper rifles. After this battle, there was nothing in excess, just a lot of guns. Alina handed the AWP she held to Li Xing, standing on her toes to kiss his lips. Li Xing was taken aback. He did this not just to be a good person, but to show the higher-ups of the Bear Country that their friendship and trust could strengthen cooperation. However, for Alina, this was direct help. It was a lifesaver. She couldn't help but be moved. Thank you. I will definitely survive, and you too. Alina said, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Okay, then be sure to be careful. Alina suddenly felt a pang in her heart. After all, she was fighting alone on this foreign planet and had never encountered someone as sincere as Li Xing. Alina nodded, turned, and entered the woods. She reached Bob's side and took the bullets from the gun in his hands, giving her 25 rifle bullets. This was something Li Xing had anticipated. Let's all work hard to survive. Li Xing smiled and turned to head back, needing to hurry and collect all the supplies. At that moment, the viewers from Bear Country were also touched by Li Xing. Li Xing from Dragon Country is truly a trustworthy partner. With cooperation between our Bear Country and Dragon Country, we can easily win. The high-level officials from both countries held a video meeting to discuss this matter in detail. In the end, they reached an alliance. This result directly broke the defenses of the Star-Spangled Country and some other nations, and they issued military threats against them. However, the Great War from 30 years ago had already worn every country down, making it difficult to fight again. So, these threats remained only in the media. Those people were very uncomfortable seeing this situation, especially since they saw that no one from the Dragon Country had died. How could such a backward country be so powerful? However, they still did not regret it. They only thought the Dragon Country was just temporarily strong. Once they reached the new planet, with the technology of the Star-Spangled Country, it would quickly develop. As long as they made it into the top 30, they wouldn't have to worry about immigration anymore. Moreover, that planet was so large, there were only 30 countries. Wouldn't they be able to expand their territory then? So, they believed that one should not just look at the present, but should see the future. Chapter 58, The Logging Operation. Li Xing searched his way back. He needed to bring back all the supplies from the corpses. At this time, Louis and John, after seeing Bob go offline, no longer dared to head toward the camp. Because with Bob dead, Li Xing would surely know they were heading toward the camp, and the people at the camp would be on guard. So, the two decided to lie in ambush at the airdrop point, waiting for Li Xing to appear in the next few days to assassinate him, making one last struggle. Li Xing was busy until noon. Finally, he gathered a large amount of clothing and supplies together. The audience in the live broadcast room was also happy for Li Xing. After all, having so many supplies now would definitely make survival much easier in the future. This haul for Star Brother is just too much. Hee, who would have thought these guys would come to deliver equipment? Let's go over and thank them on behalf of Star Brother. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country breathed a sigh of relief. They had never imagined that Li Xing's strength was this powerful. This was a matter worth celebrating, but Li Xing's strength had already exceeded their understanding. After all, Li Xing's background was whiter than anyone's face. However, they also did not intend to investigate deeply. As long as he worked wholeheartedly for the Dragon Country, what did it matter where he came from? In this area, most of the people from the Star-Spangled Country and the Wa Country had basically died. Only Louis and John were left. Li Xing had become their nightmare. Many viewers from Europe and America also began to apply to the Dragon Country, hoping to join and become part of it. But the Dragon Country had strict reviews. Those piles of applications could only be reviewed one by one. Instead, those people who were uncomfortable seeing others wanting to immigrate to the Dragon Country spread all kinds of slander online to discredit it, so that others would know their choice was the right one, thus also self-deceiving. Li Xing couldn't carry back so many supplies alone. He had to bring the Tendon Dragon to haul them back. Before long, Li Xing finally dragged his weary body back to the camp. Brother! Li Xing! Good brother! 3 women were already waiting in the camp. Seeing Li Xing return unscathed, they were filled with tears of joy. Look at you all, I just went out to pee, what's there to cry about? Li Xing said with a grin, trying to lighten the mood. But the 3 couldn't smile. Suya took a step forward and threw herself into Li Xing's embrace. Li Xing, you don't know how worried I was about you, you shouldn't face those dangers alone. Suya said as she looked up into Li Xing's eyes. I'm not that brave, I just wanted to go out for a stroll, didn't expect to run into those guys. Li Xing laughed, as he didn't like such a heavy atmosphere. Sister, you don't need to be so excited, I didn't cry at all. Su Yao said awkwardly when she saw Suya hugging Li Xing. Only then did Suya realize her reaction was a bit too much, which might lead her sister to misunderstand something. Brother! Did you kill those bad guys? Can I learn killing techniques from you? Lu Yichu said at this moment. Sure, when I have some free time, I'll teach you, you're so smart, you'll definitely learn quickly. Li Xing laughed and said. I'm not smart at all, I just don't want to be a decoration. You all make lunch first, I need to take the muscle to carry back supplies. Also, hurry up and gather more starch, we'll need it when winter comes, Li Xing said. Okay, brother, I'll go with you. Su Yao said. No way, if I carry supplies, I can't carry you. Li Xing refused and walked to the dragon shelter. At this moment, Wednesday was also busy. After feeding 2 dinosaurs, he used a shovel to clear away the dragon manure and pile it up. This should be what Suya taught him, because this shovel was taken from the camp. Goo goo. Seeing Li Xing come over, Wednesday quickly greeted him happily. Come with me, Li Xing said, riding on the muscle dragon, and Wednesday quickly went to untie the reins. He followed Li Xing and left the camp. The supplies were placed in 2 locations, and Li Xing soon arrived at the stash riding on the muscle dragon. These 2 piles of supplies needed a rack to be secured, 1 bundle on each side, looking like camels carrying goods. After returning to the camp, the 2 women came over to unload the supplies and began to count what they had. There were big saw blades, axes, machetes, fishing rods, fishing lines, and even a fishing net among the good items. These things were all of very good quality. Now that we have fishing rods and a fishing net, if we can make a sturdy raft, there should be a chance. Li Xing felt secretly delighted. If he could complete this task, he could draw a prize again. He wondered what he would get this time. Li Xing was getting more and more excited. After dinner, 3 beautiful ladies, you make starch in the camp, and Wednesday and I will go out for a while. We'll be back in the evening, Li Xing said to the 3 women. Okay, brother, what are you going to do? I want to go too. Suya came over and asked. She always wanted to follow Li Xing when he went out. The camp needs you all. This starch is very important for us. Make sure to do a good job. I'm just going to scout the surroundings, it's not dangerous, Li Xing said. Brother, be careful, Lu Yichu reminded him, and Li Xing nodded. Don't worry. Suya didn't come to greet him, she just nodded at Li Xing. Li Xing took the axe and big saw blade, riding on the horned dragon, and left the camp with Wednesday. He headed towards the cliff by the lake. The cliff by the lake wasn't all that high, some places were slopes. If a raft was built there, it would be much easier to launch into the lake. After all, the raft had to be very sturdy, which meant it had to be quite large. It would be hard to push it into the lake from other places. Soon, the 2 reached the slope by the lake. Li Xing glanced at the trees on the slope. These trees were straight and stout. Not only could they be used to make a raft, but they could also be used to build wooden houses by the lake. After all, dinosaurs wouldn't come to such steep slopes because they were too steep. If we build wooden houses here, we can live and fish here long term, and we can also see the location of airdrop points. Li Xing had already started to imagine his future life. Wednesday, let's go down, I'll teach you how to chop wood. After tying up the muscle dragon, Li Xing called Wednesday to walk down the steep slope together and soon arrived at the lake's edge. Although this wasn't a cliff, at the bottom was a large rock, about 2 meters high from the lake's surface, like a smooth, round stone bed. Li Xing gave the axe to Wednesday. He instructed him to chop down 5 trees over there while Li Xing used the saw blade to fell trees. Wednesday had always used a stone axe in the tribe, and had never used a real chopping axe. When he made a chop, a big chunk of wood flew off, shocking him greatly, feeling like it was an incomprehensible artifact. His awe for humans reached a peak. Those watching the livestream saw Li Xing and Wednesday felling trees and were quite puzzled. What does Brother Xing want to do, chop trees to make a wooden house? Could it be that he wants to set up a fishing shed here? Upstairs, you are a fishing man, He Chang, right? What time is it, and you are still thinking about fishing? Chapter 59, The Great Dragon Moves South. Li Xing and the others worked hard for 2 hours and finally cut the wood they needed. As he began to fix the branches, Wednesday suddenly pointed in one direction and shouted. Li Xing looked in that direction. He was shocked to see huge figures, as big as oversized dump trucks. Anyone with a fear of giant creatures would faint on the spot. The lazy emperor crocodiles by the lake darted away like little geckos, and other small dinosaurs scattered in all directions. This is unbelievable. Li Xing couldn't help but exclaim. The animal encyclopedia immediately provided the data. Ninja giant dragon, Titan-class dinosaur, length 20 meters, weight about 20 tons. Herbivorous. Gentle personality, seasonal activity. Li Xing analyzed the data and gathered intelligence. Due to seasonal changes, they were heading to the seaside or the warm south to find more food, so their direction was likely towards the tropics or the coast. The people in the live streaming room were amazed by the ninja giant dragons. I can't believe this is a creature that exists in nature, it's terrifying. How can anything grow this huge? If I saw a dinosaur like this at the zoo, it would totally be worth the ticket. What if we moved our houses onto their backs to travel? That would be so cool. You're quite romantic upstairs, turning it into a mobile beast house to travel with a girl. Once we immigrate, let's start such a project together, it will surely make money. After drinking water by the lake, the dinosaurs continued their migration. It seems that in the next 2 months, the temperature will drop quickly, and then more animals will migrate. The activities of predators and wild humans in the forest will become more frequent. Li Xing knew he needed to speed up food storage for the future. Wednesday, let's keep working, Li Xing said, and they got busy again. They cut down 10 logs, each about 23 centimeters in diameter and 3 meters long. After removing the branches and cutting the ends, it took another 2 hours. The two of them arranged the 10 logs into a raft shape, but the logs were quite heavy. Even if they tied them into a raft, the buoyancy would not be enough, so they needed to tie a bamboo raft on top. Later, they would place logs underneath the raft to push it into the water. There were not many steps, but the amount of work was enormous. Li Xing estimated it would take another 2 days to complete. Wednesday, let's head back. Li Xing bundled the repaired branches into a load of firewood and worked with Wednesday to carry it up the slope. Upon reaching the top of the slope, Li Xing tied the firewood on the back of the Triceratops. Wednesday already recognized the way. He walked in front while Li Xing rode the dragon behind him. They soon returned to the camp. The 3 women had already taken baths and were preparing dinner. After unloading the firewood, Li Xing let Wednesday lead the Triceratops back to the dragon shed. Li Xing was exhausted after a whole day of work, his muscles were sore, and Wednesday was equally tired, so after settling the dinosaurs, he went straight into the bamboo shed to rest. But Li Xing still needed to wash up, otherwise, the smell of sweat would knock the 3 women out. Li Xing went to the log bridge, stripped off his clothes, and jumped into the creek. The 3 women seemed to have gotten used to Li Xing's behavior, exchanging smiles. I'll go get some clothes for Li Xing. Su Yao got up and brought a set of clean clothes, placing it by the log bridge. Good brother, hurry up and finish your bath, we're about to eat. Su Yao said to Li Xing in the water. Li Xing washed his face, slicked his hair back, revealing a rugged face. Are you done with your bath? Yes, my hair is dry now. The temperature is dropping day by day, so it's better to bathe during the day. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Next time when we have free time, how about a romantic bath together? Li Xing asked with a cheeky smile. You rogue, I won't have a romantic bath with you. Su Yao replied with annoyance, don't just talk sweet nothings and do nothing. I do nothing? Li Xing was speechless, his abilities were well recognized, and he had been active twice just last night. How could this girl be so thirsty and still not satisfied? Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Su Yao happily walked back to the camp. Li Xing sighed and shook his head. What a time this was, even he was getting rejected. Tomorrow I still have to work, and I'm really tired today. It seems I can't get close to this little enchantress tonight, or my strength will be drained. Li Xing thought to himself. Not long later, Li Xing finished his bath and returned to the camp. Li Xing checked the starch that had been extracted today. It all lay on 3 baskets. According to the system's display, they had harvested 35 kilograms today. This was quite good. However, it was still far from enough. Li Xing decided to wait until all the palm fruits were processed before seeing how much more he needed, then think of a solution. After dinner, everyone returned to their tents to rest. Li Xing was exhausted from the day and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Su Yao was originally full of spirit, but seeing Li Xing asleep, she pouted and turned to start resting as well. Su Yao noticed the change in Su Yao and felt a little flustered. She didn't know how to tell her sister about last night's events. If she didn't say it, there would come a day when she would find out anyway, right? Sister, are you asleep? What's the matter? Do you think Li Xing doesn't like me? Su Yao asked with some doubt. I don't know about that, this isn't the time for love talk, with national matters at hand, who has time for these things? Su Yao said helplessly. Sister, I'm different from you, loving my country won't affect my love life. Go to sleep, stop talking. Oh, sister, you're so boring. No man will like you like this. Su Yao suddenly hugged Su Yao. Sister, have you ever tasted what a man feels like? Aren't you embarrassed? Su Yao replied irritably, but her cheeks instantly turned red as she thought of last night, her eyes filling with anticipation. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's only natural, even nuns look for monks, let alone us normal women. I don't want to talk about this anymore, just rest. Su Yao didn't want to continue the topic because it made her mind flash back to the warm moments with Li Xing from last night. Nearby, Luichu also couldn't sleep. Hearing this conversation made her heart race. She was still young and had a more pure fantasy about love. The next morning, Li Xing felt energized when he got up after a good night's sleep. Outside the tent, it was already dimly bright. Li Xing glanced at the 3 women beside him. They were indeed charming, but it wasn't the time for that now. As the weather got colder, there would be fewer tasks to do. He must achieve the survival goal before the weather turned completely cold. Chapter 60 Last Week's Rankings. As soon as Li Xing crawled out of the tent, the brain broadcast started ringing. Last week's rankings updated. First place, Dragon Country. Second place, Eagle Country. Third place, Bear Country. Representatives from the 3 countries upgraded their communication form from once a week to once a day, fixed at noon 12 o'clock, sending a 5-minute voice message. All contestants were awakened by the brain broadcast. Especially the contestants from the top 3 countries, they were exceedingly excited. This privilege could nearly change their fate. The live broadcast rooms of the three countries erupted with cheers, especially Eagle Country, which was small but ranked in the top 10 in technology and economy before the war. Now, it had become a puppet state of the Star Stripe Country. The upper echelons of Star Stripe Country immediately contacted Eagle Country, hoping to establish cooperation and make good use of this privilege. The Star-Spangled Nation and the Land of the Rising Sun could have ranked in the top 3, but because they provoked Li Xing, they ended up falling out of the top 3. Now the whole nation is filled with regret. Everyone is blaming the high-level decisions, because this concerns their survival. They will not simply obey the government's orders. Since yesterday, some people have already started preparing for protests. Early this morning, upon hearing the news, they couldn't stand it any longer and rushed to the streets to protest. As for the Dragon Nation, this outcome was already expected. Many families were ready to celebrate. However, those from the Land of the Rising Sun were gritting their teeth. They could not accept this outcome. Why is the Dragon Nation in first place? What abilities do they have? If it weren't for the Star-Spangled Nation's strategy falling apart, we would never suffer this silent loss. Look at the livestream, those Dragon Nation people are so smug. Let them be smug. This Li Xing is going fishing in the lake, right? The lake is so dangerous. Once he sits on that broken wooden raft and goes in, he's done for. Honestly, this guy is underestimating the dangers of the lake. Who knows what kind of monsters are in there? At this moment, Suya and her companions also crawled out of the tent. Li Xing, we made it into the top 3. We got communications privileges. Suya excitedly told Li Xing. Su Yao and Lu Yichu were also very happy. This way, they could gather information even more frequently. Ahem. You three should put on your outer clothes first, it's cool outside. Li Xing said, glancing at the three women's chests. They looked down and quickly understood what was going on. Seeing those perfect curves made Li Xing swallow hard. Pervert. The three women simultaneously scolded and hurried back into the tent. They also turned off the live stream. Li Xing shook his head with a smile, started a fire outside, and prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Li Xing took ropes, an axe, and weapons, setting off with Wednesday again. Today, they needed to chop some giant bamboo and transport it to the slope. These giant bamboos were located where they picked the palm fruits last time, and Li Xing brought both dinosaurs out with him. The women would stay at the camp to make starch. When Li Xing and the two dinosaurs arrived in the valley, they chose 10 giant bamboos. These giant bamboos were very suitable for making bamboo rafts, but they had to place the wooden raft at the bottom, otherwise, it might crumble upon impact. Moreover, a bamboo raft can be made larger than a wooden raft. Covering it above, the wooden raft can serve as ballast, making it hard for the bamboo raft to capsize. Li Xing and the others started chopping again. The loud chopping sound spread far in the valley, disturbing some predators in the forest. One of them, a 6-ton, 12-meter-long Spinosaurus, came seeking the source of the noise. Its loud and impatient calls echoed through the forest. Li Xing heard it. The animal encyclopedia immediately provided relevant information. Spinosaurus, the king of the forest, the largest theropod dinosaur, preying on sauropod dinosaurs. Its bite force is astonishing, capable of snapping a tree as thick as a waist in one bite. Danger level rating, T2. Li Xing was startled upon seeing the danger level rating. The highest danger level he had encountered before was only T3. Wednesday, let's go quickly. Li Xing immediately abandoned his work. He knew that if the Spinosaurus caught up, his gun wouldn't kill it in time. His tendon dragon and horned dragon would surely die. Without these two dinosaurs, it would take at least 2 days to transport the bamboos to the lakeside slope, and their stamina would severely deplete. They wouldn't be able to handle it. Li Xing jumped onto the horned dragon, while he got Wednesday to ride the tendon dragon. The two of them headed toward the camp. However, after running just a few dozen meters, there was a sound of breaking trees behind them. Looking back, a huge green-skinned dinosaur was crazily charging towards the two of them. Li Xing quickly turned around, took the M16 from his chest, and fired several shots at the oncoming dinosaur. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets instantly hit the chest of the high-spined dinosaur. 3 more bullets struck its head. The giant had never tasted the power of human weapons before, and after taking 6 bullets, its body lost power while running at high speed. The enormous inertia caused its 6-ton body to roll like a crashing truck, breaking numerous trees and landing right in front of Li Xing. The two dinosaurs were terrified and ran around in a panic, but in the end, they were still controlled by Li Xing. Wednesday was also scared, but when it saw the high-spined dinosaur lying on the ground moaning, its body no longer able to move, it finally understood what had happened. The fire stick in its master's hand had only made a few sounds, and this giant beast, which their tribe referred to as disaster, had just fallen down and could not get up. Isn't this a god? Wednesday's fear and awe of Li Xing reached an incomprehensible level. In its eyes, Li Xing and his companions were like godly beings. Li Xing jumped down from the dinosaur's back and approached the high-spined dinosaur. This was his first encounter with such a predatory giant, and luckily he had a gun, otherwise, meeting such a beast in the forest would certainly mean death. There really would be no way out at all. Forget about these giant beasts, even against T4 level terror birds, humans stand little chance if they encounter them alone. You must know, the danger level of a saber-toothed tiger has reached T5. The high-spined dinosaur quickly breathed its last, its wide mouth filled with saw-like sharp teeth. Each tooth was bigger than a toe and longer than a finger. Wednesday bound the dinosaur and came over with a chopping axe to knock off one of the longest teeth at the root. Kneeling on the ground, it presented the tooth to Li Xing with both hands. Oh. Li Xing understood that this was a symbol of a dragon-slaying warrior. It was the highest honor in their tribe. But Li Xing was not interested in this, he was now thinking about how to quickly process the dinosaur meat and also dispose of the bamboo. Otherwise, this dragon carcass would attract more danger. He wouldn't be able to return here to cut the giant bamboo for the next few days. I'll give it to you, Li Xing said casually. Upon hearing this, Wednesday was shocked with wide-open eyes. This was a huge deal in the tribe, the master was just giving it to him like this? It immediately felt touched to the point of tears. In its heart, it vowed to treat its master as the most precious existence in its life. Chapter 61, A Desperate Adventure. Li Xing tied these giant bamboos to the sides of the Triceratops rack, 5 pieces on each side. Wednesday, take these bamboos to the slope and unload them, then bring the Triceratops back. Remember to bring the rope, Li Xing said to Wednesday. Wednesday immediately responded, riding the Triceratops towards the slope. Li Xing looked at this huge creature, still feeling an inexplicable shock, a psychological effect arising from the smallness of humans. Li Xing took out a chopping axe and struck at the base of the dinosaur's legs. After more than 10 minutes, he finally removed the 2 dinosaur legs, but they were too heavy, weighing nearly 2 tons together. Li Xing used a dagger to carve out the leg bones, discarding the animal feet below the wrist bones, only keeping the leg meat. The other leg was processed the same way, thus reducing the weight by 1/3. Next, Li Xing bound the 2 dinosaur legs tightly with rope, just like tying up ham. This dragon skin can't go to waste either, Li Xing said as he immediately began to peel off the dragon skin. As the dragon skin separated from the meat, tough fascia and flesh were revealed beneath. This predatory dinosaur had almost no fat on its body. He only peeled one side of the dragon skin, the other side remained pressed on the ground. It cannot be completely dissected. But it is big enough. Li Xing skinned the meat off the dragon hide, then rolled it into a bundle like a carpet and tied it up. After finishing this, Li Xing chopped off the tail of the spiked dragon. The bone spikes on the tail were connected to the back, and after cutting them off, he could also get hundreds of kilograms of meat. At this moment, everyone in Dragon Country held a few tons of dragon meat in their hands. In this resource-scarce apocalyptic blue star, suddenly everyone had a few tons of dragon meat. How rich this was! Compared to other countries, many of their people had never even had enough to eat. And Dragon Country was already living a life of luxury. People are killing each other out of envy. Citizens wanted to surrender this dragon meat to the treasury as reserves for future immigration to a new planet. Brother Xing, our Dragon Country is strong and wealthy because of you. You are our eternal god. This is great, this dragon meat is incredible. Look at Star-Spangled Country and the Wa Country, they haven't even had dragon meat yet, how pitiful. Ha, don't pity them, because there are those who are worse off, those who have no resources to give back. Now they have money but no place to spend it, they can only watch us eat meat and drool. Those people deserve it. After tying the dragon tail, Li Xing found that Wednesday hadn't returned yet. This made Li Xing a bit anxious. He had no choice but to tie one bundle of leg meat onto the tendon dragon, and just then, new beast sounds echoed around. The animal encyclopedia triggered an explanation immediately. Horn-nosed dragon, a fierce predator that often hunts larger prey in packs. Weight, 0.5 to 2 tons. Length, about 5.3 meters. Individual danger level T4, group danger level T1. Upon seeing this danger level assessment, Li Xing instantly had goosebumps. He knew those guys might have followed the spiked dragon here. Li Xing quickly rolled the other 2 bundles of meat into the ravine in front. He also threw the bundle of dragon hide in. Then he quickly grabbed a shovel and dug a few shovels of dirt to cover it up simply. Since these horn-nosed dragons don't eat carrion, he hoped this might fool them. As the sounds grew closer, Li Xing didn't dare to linger near those meats any longer. He could deal with 1 or 2 horn-nosed dragons with a gun, but if 10 or 8 came, a gun would be useless. Li Xing immediately rode the tendon dragon toward the route Wednesday had left. He hoped to encounter it on the way, otherwise, it would be doomed by the time it returned. Ow ow. Just as Li Xing left, the calls behind him became even louder. Li Xing looked back for a moment. A group of 7 or 8 horn-nosed dragons pounced on the spiked dragon's body to tear it apart, a scene like a pack of wild wolves devouring a horse, filled with blood and violence. Their high nasal horns were different from the Triceratops, they stood upright like 2 peaks on a mountain ridge. Moreover, they were connected to the spine, and the entire dragon's back was like a bone knife. Unlike the herbivorous spikes of the Stegosaurus, theirs were like elongated skin horns growing from the backs of crocodiles, 3 to 5 centimeters high, growing from the dragon's back to the sides. The whole dragon's back was covered in such horns. It looked like crocodile skin-style durian skin. Just as Li Xing was about to escape their line of sight, for slightly weaker horned-nosed dragons couldn't push in to grab food, and they lifted their heads to see Li Xing. They immediately ran wildly towards Li Xing. Their speed was as fast as an ostrich, they could reach him in just 7 or 8 seconds. Li Xing hurried the tendon dragon to run faster, but with the load of meat in Li Xing, it couldn't even run half its original speed. The people in the livestream were terrified by this scene, shivering in fear. "Brother Xing, hurry and escape, don't die. These dinosaurs are too terrifying, so strong and in packs, they are just like a lion pride. Such packs are almost invincible in the forest. Brother Xing. Please bless us, Brother Xing must escape." Now, other opposing country spectators and the onlookers couldn't help but cheer for the horned dinosaurs. After all, Li Xing and his team were already far ahead. If they collected even more meat, he would become even more invincible. Jealousy can make people unrecognizable. But Li Xing would not go along with them. Just as 2 horned dinosaurs lunged to bite the tail of the tendon dragon, Li Xing quickly pulled out the shotgun from the side of the tendon dragon. Click. Bang. Click. Bang. Li Xing turned around and fired 2 shots, both hitting them in the head. The shotgun's power was enormous, especially at close range. The high-speed steel pellets instantly embedded into the skulls of the 2 horned dinosaurs, and their eyes burst like jam. With 2 cries of agony, they fell to the ground, writhing in pain like wild horses being electrocuted. The 3 behind, hearing the gunfire, flinched for a moment. Li Xing distanced himself, and they were not stupid. Seeing their companions fall, crying in pain, they understood that this sound was filled with threat and danger. This would be etched into their DNA. Future generations would know to escape at the sound of gunfire. The tendon dragon was greatly frightened and desperately headed back. Li Xing still hadn't seen Wednesday arrive, so he turned towards the camp. Remaining outside for another minute meant more danger. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast let out a long breath, only then realizing that they were drenched in cold sweat. That was too thrilling, I almost wet myself. I almost turned into a rocket from fear. Upstairs, you're amazing. Shooting crap into the sky, I admire you. The key point is that Brother Xing escaped a disaster. This dragon meat is all earned through his risks, let's turn it over to the country for reserves. Absolutely, as citizens of Dragon Country, we must have this awareness. Half an hour later, Li Xing finally returned to the camp. The 3 women saw Li Xing coming back and rushed to greet him, working together to unload a bundle of dragon meat from the tendon dragon's back. So heavy. Good brother, where did you get this dragon meat? Su Yao asked. Get it? Do you think I went to wholesale? Li Xing was somewhat speechless, he had almost died just now. Wednesday and the horned dragon still hadn't returned, and he didn't know what had happened to them. Chapter 62, Bloodman Wednesday. Brother, where is Wednesday? Why hasn't he come back? Luichu looked at Li Xing behind him, not seeing Wednesday and the horned dragon, and couldn't help but ask. We encountered some danger. Li Xing explained the whole story. The 3 women immediately widened their eyes in shock. Su Yao circled around Li Xing, checking to see if he was hurt. Seeing that he wasn't injured, she let out a long sigh of relief. Suya glanced at the bullets in the gun, there were indeed only 19 left. And the shotgun had only 1 shot remaining. Only the Glock had 20 bullets left. Brother, it's good that you are back, but we don't know how Wednesday and the horned dragon are doing. Luichu couldn't help but worry. I don't know. If he is smart enough, seeing that situation, he should come back to the camp. Li Xing shook his head. Looks like we can only leave it to fate. Suya sighed. Sister, can't we go help Wednesday and the horned dragon? Su Yao felt a bit heartbroken. We cannot. Our lives do not belong to us, they belong to our country. If any one of us suffers a loss, it is a disservice to the country and the people. Suya said with a serious expression. Su Yao bit her red lip, looking at Li Xing, who also shook his head. The people in the live broadcast couldn't help but worry about Wednesday. Wednesday is a good wild man, loyal and reliable. And the horned dragon, it had just been tamed not long ago. If it gets eaten by a dinosaur, it would really be a pity. Now going to tame it won't be that easy, the dinosaurs outside are so active. Just as everyone was worrying about Wednesday, a dark shadow appeared at the entrance of the camp. Li Xing and the others hurriedly looked over. It was a bloodied person. Behind him was a massive figure, that figure was the Triceratops. Wednesday? Everyone's eyes widened, no one knew what Wednesday had gone through, and Li Xing rushed forward. Wednesday. What happened? Li Xing helped the almost collapsing Wednesday up. Golo Kuang Wao. The wild man stared at Li Xing and said a sentence. Li Xing's heart trembled uncontrollably. His meaning was, Master, I haven't lost the Triceratops, I've come back. Li Xing understood, he must have encountered danger, and to protect the Triceratops, he fought with the beasts. Looking at his body, there were 3 deep scratches on his chest, the bones in his arms were exposed, and there were scratches on his thighs and back. There were bite marks on his abdomen. He was covered in wounds. But, he still came back alive. He brought the Triceratops back. Suya, bring the physical enhancement agent. Hurry! Li Xing shouted, and after a moment of hesitation, Suya felt uncertain, but Suya rushed into the tent and took out a physical enhancement injection. Good brother, take this. Suya looked at this scene, not knowing what to say. This thing is too precious, plus, once it's injected, it not only enhances physical strength but can also heal serious wounds at a visible speed due to cellular growth and change. Suya's thigh wound healed this way. Li Xing, if you use this one, there are only 3 left. This is something that can save lives, think it over. Suya didn't stop him, just reminded Li Xing. After all, this supplies were also snatched away by Li Xing, how he used it cannot be stopped theoretically. Li Xing glanced back at Suya. I know, but isn't this exactly the time to save a life? As he spoke, Li Xing injected the needle directly into Wednesday's vein. Li Xing helped him lie down on the haystack by the bonfire. Wednesday was already on the verge of death, tears flowing from his painful eyes. Golo Kuang Wao. I know, you haven't lost the Triceratops, it hasn't been injured at all. You're my warrior, I do not allow you to die, you must live and continue to work for me. Do you hear me? Li Xing held up the dragon tooth on his chest and said. Wednesday's eyes sparkled with tears as he nodded. But due to excessive blood loss, he still fainted. Li Xing brought a needle and thread, helping Wednesday stitch up the open wounds on his body. Although the potion could heal him quickly, an open wound would make healing harder. Before long, all of Wednesday's wounds were stitched up. Li Xing also brought a disinfectant spray and sterilized all his wounds. Li Xing felt a bit heavy-hearted. He initially just wanted to tame a slave, and it wouldn't be a loss if he died, but now, he could not ignore his fading life. Wednesday looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. But the courage and loyalty he displayed were extraordinary. Bro, Wednesday's wounds are healing, look. Luichu pointed to a shallow wound, and Li Xing nodded. He knew this potion had miraculous effects, even the bones could change within just a few minutes. With such strong healing ability, healing wounds was no problem at all. 20 minutes later, Wednesday woke up from his coma. As soon as he woke up, he smelled the savory aroma of meat soup. He thought he was dead, but looking at the wounds on his body, they had already scabbed over. Moreover, there were traces of stitches on them. He immediately understood that he had been healed by his master. His master was a god, so he could definitely heal him, right? Also, he felt stronger than before and even taller. Ga goo 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 wah. Wednesday stood up, pointed at his body, and stared at Li Xing with wide eyes. Li Xing replied expressionlessly. Hurry and wash your body, then go cut bushes to feed the dragon. Once the dragon is full, it will. You can eat now. Wednesday quickly nodded. He jumped straight into the pool to wash off the blood on his body and then took the machete that Li Xing gave him to chop the bushes. Luichu and Su Yao felt relieved seeing Wednesday feeling better. The people in the live stream developed special feelings for Wednesday. Seeing that he was fine, they all sent congratulatory messages in the live stream. Congratulations from Nanchang Province. Congratulations from Bingyuan Province. Congratulations from Guanghai Province. A series of messages, although joking, were strangely moving. Su Yao and the others were now cutting the dragon meat. The method was the same as before, all smoked, but this time they applied salt to the surface. Around 3 in the afternoon. Li Xing decided to go back to where the high-spined dragon had died to see if the 2 bundles of meat were still there. Wednesday's injuries had not fully healed, so Li Xing didn't know to call him over, but riding the dragon, he looked back halfway and saw Wednesday following behind with a spear. Wednesday grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth, afraid that Li Xing would scold him. If you're coming, then just come. You go ahead and see if those dinosaurs have left. Li Xing told Wednesday. If the predatory dinosaurs were full, they generally wouldn't attack other creatures, so it wouldn't be too dangerous for the 3 of them. What they feared was that some new small dinosaurs hadn't eaten and would discover the 2 of them and the dragon. Chapter 63, A Lone Terror Wolf. Wednesday ran ahead, his movements noticeably swifter than before. He led the way, crossed a hill, and crouched under a towering ancient tree, peering over like an owl to scout the other side of the slope. At this moment, Li Xing heard a sharp, screeching sound. The animal encyclopedia identified it as the sound of the velociraptor, a group of small predatory animals, moving swiftly and running quickly. Clearly, they were not to be trifled with. Wednesday ran back, gesturing with his hands to explain the situation on the other side of the hill. I got it. Li Xing replied, not stopping his advance. When he reached the top of the hill, he saw the place where the high-spined dragon had died. Although he couldn't see the previous Ceratosaurus, there was a group of velociraptors, about the size of dogs, gnawing on some scraps. Li Xing took out a homemade bamboo bow crafted by the Star-Spangled Country contestant. He pulled an arrow and shot it at the velociraptors. This bamboo bow was quite well made, capable of shooting more than 30 meters, but its lethality was limited. It only pierced the furry skin of the velociraptor. Wednesday, holding the spear, charged in directly, using the spear to stab a velociraptor to death. The scream of this velociraptor raised the caution of other velociraptors nearby. They began to retreat, hiding in the bushes to observe the two of them and the dragon. Li Xing glanced at the dragon meat in the ravine, and the topmost bundle of tail meat had been dragged out, with the dragon's skin tossed aside. Let's bring the meat up. Li Xing jumped down from the dragon's back and told Wednesday. At this moment, a velociraptor came at them recklessly. Li Xing drew out his pistol, and with a bang, that creature fell to the ground whimpering, which made the other velociraptors hesitate to act recklessly. Li Xing and Wednesday worked together to move the two bundles of meat onto the left and right sides of the cargo-bearer dragon. They didn't let the dragon's skin go either. The velociraptors watching this scene in the forest didn't dare to come forward, like a group of headless wild wolves. Let's go! Li Xing immediately rode the dragon back slowly, while Wednesday held the spear, retreating and defending at the same time. Finally, they climbed over the hill they had come from. A few velociraptors tried to follow, and Li Xing didn't hesitate to fire a shot, killing one of them. In the end, they scared off these opportunists. They rushed toward the camp, but discovered that the scent of dragon meat had attracted an injured wolf dog trailing behind. Wednesday wanted to step forward to drive it away, but was stopped by Li Xing. Because Li Xing hadn't noticed any other wolf dogs nearby, which proved that this was a discarded lone wolf. Li Xing glanced at the wolf dog following behind. It was very thin, but its belly was somewhat bulging, as if it were pregnant. It looked very tired, and one of its legs was broken. Yet, it still maintained the vigilance that a wolf dog should have, staring hard at Li Xing, seemingly trying to protect its poor beastly dignity with that gaze. This wolf dog would soon become prey for other predators. Li Xing had a sudden impulse, wanting to tame this lone wolf. After all, it was a predator. If he could tame it, he could use it to hunt with his teammates in the future. Moreover, this wolf was already pregnant, and when it gave birth to a pack of wolf pups, it would greatly increase the survival chances of his dragon nation. Li Xing cut off a piece of dragon meat and threw it to the wolf dog. Though starving, the wolf dog didn't immediately pounce on the meat. Its vigilance and dignity made it cautiously approach. In the end, it couldn't resist hunger, lowered its head, and picked up the piece of dragon meat to eat. Li Xing and Wednesday continued walking toward the camp. The wolf was clearly not full yet and followed them. Li Xing cut another small piece of meat and threw it over, intentionally leading it back to the camp. The people in the live stream seemed to understand Li Xing's intentions. Brother Xing is going to be the first pioneer in taming a high-intelligence wolf dog. If this taming is successful, hunting will be much easier. Not only that, this is a safety expert for the camp. Before long, the wolf dog followed Li Xing back around the camp. But it dared not approach the camp. Instead, it moved around the outskirts of the camp. Li Xing had no intention of forcing a taming, as his taming ability was limited to herbivores and gentle omnivores. And this wolf dog was not among that category, so the system's taming ability was ineffective. The only effective tool was the affinity given by the system. It could reduce the wolf dog's hostility and vigilance toward Li Xing, and establish a subtle relationship during feeding. Brother, that wolf dog is around the camp. Luichu pointed worriedly at the wolf dog outside, and Suya, who were helping to unload the dragon meat, also saw the watchful wolf dog outside. Don't worry, it poses no threat to us for now. Just let it be outside. Li Xing waved his hand and said. He took out his dagger, cut off the part of the dragon meat bitten by the dinosaur, and directly threw it to the wolf dog for it to eat. The wolf dog, seeing this, walked out from behind the bushes and picked it up to eat. Clearly, it had lost its previous vigilance and had begun to trust Li Xing. This trust would last until its injury healed, and if it still chose to leave at that time, Li Xing wouldn't be able to do anything. For smart animals like this, using force wouldn't work. At that moment, Suya came over holding something that looked like cooked white sweet potato. Li Xing, look, this is what we found earlier. It's from inside a palm plant. The starch we extracted from this tree pith is even more than palm fruit. Suya said. Li Xing picked it up and sniffed it. He looked puzzled, and Suya handed him a piece of the cooked tree pith. Good brother, this stuff tastes like sweet potato, and it's quite delicious. Li Xing took a bite as well. It was indeed powdery but not very sweet. Is there more? Li Xing asked. The tree is too big, we can't bring it back, so we only dug up a little to try it out. We didn't expect it to actually be edible. Where is it? Li Xing asked. Su Yao pointed to a place about 50 meters downstream, and Li Xing quickly rode the dinosaur to go take a look. Wednesday hurriedly followed. Li Xing arrived at the place Su Yao just mentioned, and sure enough, there was a palm tree by the stream, chewed off by some animal, revealing the inside white tree pith. His plant identification ability immediately pulled up its information. West Valley palm tree pith contains up to 90% starch. Often grows by rivers, lakes, streams, and seas, its fruit is thumb-sized and also rich in starch. Haha, heaven helps me. Li Xing was thrilled, relieved that he hadn't agreed to the system's request to add another task in advance. As long as I extract the starch from 2 of these palm tree piths, it will definitely be enough for a ton of starch. Isn't this task done? Wednesday, chop this tree into 4 sections and take it back. Li Xing said to Wednesday. At that moment, something moved in the grass by the stream, and a creature covered in hard armor emerged. This guy rushed out and let out a low growl at Li Xing and the others, swinging its bony mace-like tail, smashing a nearby tree into a dent. Huilong? Is this its food? Chapter 64, The Howling Wolf Protecting the Ground. Huilong is a type of armored dinosaur, with a body covered in tough armor as hard as stone. Its shape resembles a Komodo dragon covered in spikes, but the fierce armor exudes a strong sense of beauty. On Blue Star, this creature should live in grassland areas, but this is not Blue Star. It dashed through the stream towards Li Xing and the others. Li Xing immediately raised his shotgun and with a bang, it hit the Huilong. This Huilong, weighing almost a ton, had its armor on its small head shattered instantly, with many steel balls embedded in its brain tissue. Another ton of dragon meat, this winter we definitely won't go hungry. As Li Xing said this, he looked at his shotgun, which was now out of bullets, and couldn't help but sigh. Li Xing first skinned the armored dinosaur, removing its bones and organs. Then, together with Wednesday, they lifted it onto the back of the dragon. Wednesday, first take the meat back for the women to process, and bring the Triceratops over. Li Xing said, and Wednesday understood and began to lead the tendon dragon back to the camp. Li Xing then used a saw to cut the palm tree into 2-meter sections, dividing it into 4 parts. After the Triceratops arrived, Li Xing and Wednesday lifted it and placed it on the left and right sides of the Triceratops stand, transporting it in 2 trips. However, Li Xing did not stop there and sawed down another palm tree. By the time they returned to the camp with the 2 trees, it was already dark. But their work was not done, they needed to turn all the pith inside the trees into starch, which would take at least a week. The 3 women worked from morning to night without stopping. If it weren't for their enhanced physique, ordinary women would have collapsed by now, but none of them complained. As Li Xing turned the tree pith into starch, Long Kingdom continuously gained a large amount of starch. For those who had never seen real starch since birth, this was undoubtedly a luxurious existence. Especially for those children who grew up eating protein glue, Li Xing brought them so much food that they had long regarded him as an idol, as a hero, igniting their fighting spirit. Brother Xing really is so useful for taming 2 dragons. If someone else discovered these things, they wouldn't be able to take them away, they could barely carry a few bowls. Yeah, convenient transportation brings convenience to life. Look at representatives from other countries, most of them are still struggling to feed themselves. It's really frustrating how people compare. They don't even know how to prepare for winter, while Li Xing has already stockpiled a large amount of meat and starch. This winter will definitely be enjoyable. High-ranking officials from various countries were worried about this. After all, the more food stockpiled for winter, the better, and the earlier, the better. The high-ranking officials of Long Kingdom were already quite at ease now. As long as Li Xing continues to develop steadily, it will definitely not be a problem to support his teammates later. Once winter arrives, a large number of unprepared competitors will definitely be eliminated. Li Xing is also not idle at the moment, he needs to use bamboo to build a waterproof granary, otherwise, keeping all these starches and meats in the tent will not work. So, he was busy until midnight. Li Xing didn't care about the cold water, he jumped into the stream to wash off his sweat, then warmed himself by the bonfire and dried his hair before entering the tent to rest. The woman was exhausted after a whole day and had lost all other emotions, collapsing into sleep. Su Yao was the same. Li Xing checked the death list, over 100 more people had died today. Competitors with poor survival skills and luck have basically been eliminated. What remains is simply enduring. Those who are injured, have physical problems, or have psychological breakdowns will peak next week. So, 1,000 more people will die next week. Then, because of the cold and winter, another large batch of unprepared people will be eliminated. This will be the stage with the highest number of eliminations. By next spring, it will be time for the top 30 to appear. The next morning, a new week began. Li Xing crawled out of the tent, the morning temperature had dropped a bit more, and the bamboo forest in front was covered in dew, clinging to the tips of the leaves, reflecting the world, while occasionally a small insect crawled by, drinking the dew. The injured direwolf was still near the camp. Li Xing cut a thick piece of meat and threw it out for it. It no longer had any hostility towards Li Xing, only dependence remained. Li Xing arrived at the single log bridge and checked today's weather. Guessing it wouldn't rain today, he could go out. Li Xing decided to set aside the plan for the raft by the lake because he needed to retrieve some warm animal skins first. Otherwise, the cold in winter might be deadly. Although they had quite a few clothes and warm materials among them, it was still not enough. Especially Wednesday, the fur he had on was no longer warm. The women still needed to make starch at the camp today, and Li Xing was to go hunting with Wednesday. After giving instructions, Li Xing took his weapon and necessary supplies, then rode his brontosaurus out with Wednesday. They decided to head to the lowland forest area behind the mountains. They hoped to find some beasts with soft fur. Along the way, they encountered several small feathered dinosaurs. At noon, the top 3 countries from last week sent 5-minute voice messages to their participants. Li Xing also received a voice message from his country. The general content informed participants that they had established relations with the Bear Country in Pakistan, and urged those who still lacked survival skills to gather around nearby teammates for mutual support. Additionally, there were some survival knowledge and skills, mostly referring to Li Xing's methods. However, the country did not recommend attempting to tame dinosaurs, as Li Xing had warned them that this was not something ordinary people could do. Other countries, however, did not think so. For example, the Eagle Country advised its participants to use Li Xing's methods to tame dinosaurs, allowing the dinosaurs to help with transportation. However, they soon put this into practice, resulting in either being bitten to death by the dinosaurs or being severely injured by their tails. In short, no one was able to tame dinosaurs. This wrong guidance caused them to lose quite a few participants. Meanwhile, Li Xing and Wednesday walked all morning without finding a large animal with fur. It really wasn't easy to acquire a hide. So, they built a campfire in the forest to roast meat, planning to eat and then return to the camp. Just when they thought they would gain nothing today, they suddenly heard screams from animals in the woods while they were eating. Li Xing immediately rode the tendon dragon towards the small hill over there. Wednesday also held a spear and chased after him. At the bottom of the small hill, Li Xing saw a saber-toothed tiger biting the neck of a fear wolf. This fear wolf was the one injured at the camp. Li Xing didn't know how this guy came out. Li Xing immediately raised his M16 rifle and took a shot at the saber-toothed tiger. Bang! With the gunshot, the saber-toothed tiger, which was about the size of an ox, fell to the ground, lifeless. However, the fear wolf was also on the verge of death. Li Xing quickly walked over. The fear wolf looked at him with loyal eyes. Li Xing was used to taking out a piece of meat and holding it to its mouth. But it could no longer eat. Its injuries were too severe. Li Xing picked it up and checked its wounds. He scraped away the fur on its neck with a knife and saw 2 bloody bite holes on both sides. Fortunately, the arteries weren't bitten. Li Xing gave it some water and helped dress its wounds. Then he let Wednesday carry it onto the dragon's back. Throughout the process, the fear wolf did not struggle at all and even licked Li Xing's arm with its tongue. Looks like my charm is working. Otherwise, with its intelligence, it could completely avoid the saber-toothed tiger, but it chose to fight it. It was probably trying to repay Li Xing for the food he had given it these days quietly. If he could save this fear wolf, it would mean one more companion for the camp in the future. Chapter 65, The Fear Wolf Army. Li Xing quickly skinned the saber-toothed tiger. The tiger meat couldn't be brought back. After all, it was too heavy, and the tendon dragon didn't have such a strong carrying capacity. But he couldn't waste too much. Li Xing scraped off a small amount of fat from the saber-toothed tiger. It's all muscle. Is it that hard to find some fat? Li Xing shook his head helplessly. He wanted to get some fat for the 3 women to wash and condition their hair, but unfortunately, all he had killed were predators, and there was simply no fat on them. Li Xing wrapped the little bit of pity fat in large leaves and rolled it up in the tiger skin. Li Xing understood that it was very difficult to collect enough animal skins. So, he needed to put some effort into the shelter. For example, building a wooden house with a fireplace, and the chimney could be used to create underfloor heating, but this project was very large. However, it would provide long-term benefits. Currently, no one knew how long this winter would last. Relying on animal skins wasn't a solution. Because if he needed to go out, he would still have to put on the animal skins. Li Xing and Wednesday hurried back to the camp, placing the severely injured fear wolf back inside. For safety's sake, Li Xing also made a mouth muzzle out of bamboo strips, like the kind used for cattle and horses. With the muzzle on, he could help treat it properly. The 3 women surrounded them. They had seen the fear wolf before, and they had even killed one, with the fur hanging on a branch. But that fear wolf was dead, and this one was alive. The sense of oppression was completely different. This fear wolf was even slightly larger than a lion. Its individual danger level was T5, and its group danger level was T2. It was also a quite terrifying existence. If he raised a group of T2 level beasts, would they not walk freely in the forest in the future? This was also what Li Xing thought. This guy already had a sense of loyalty, and it was also pregnant. Thankfully the previous battle didn't harm the wolf cubs, otherwise, its value would have greatly diminished. Li Xing took out a strength-enhancing potion. Li Xing, what do you want to do? Suya became nervous when she saw Li Xing take out the strength enhancer. This thing doesn't say it can only be used on humans, it says it can be injected into the veins of any creature. Li Xing said. Everyone was startled, no one would have thought of this idea. The viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. Who would have thought Li Xing would do this? But then again, it was not surprising. Before, Li Xing had already consumed a vial, and it was exactly this kind of brilliant idea that brought great benefits to the people of the Dragon Country. However, other countries had long exhausted their supplies of physical enhancement elixirs. But now, the Dragon Country had researched the physical enhancement elixirs, and soon, other cooperative countries would also get them. But, Li Xing, there are only 2 vials left after this. Others still need them. Suya said worriedly. I know, but I need to use it now, sorry. Li Xing didn't want to explain, he couldn't say that the value of this terror wolf was greater than that of his fellow countrymen. Enhancing a fellow would only gain 1 labor force, but such labor was also limited. And now, enhancing a terror wolf means that its wolf cubs would also benefit, eventually giving birth to a group of even stronger beings than other terror wolves. With them, not only could they search and rescue teammates, but they could also help teammates. This was an army of terror wolves. And he just happened to have the ability to tame them, he could definitely train them to be as intelligent as military dogs. Suya and the others couldn't understand Li Xing's actions, but Suya knew that Li Xing rarely made mistakes. Just because she didn't understand didn't mean he was wrong, so she helplessly gave up on stopping him. Li Xing found the terror wolf's vein and slowly injected the potion. The terror wolf knew that Li Xing was saving it, so it didn't react at all, with no hint of ferocity in its eyes. As the potion went in, the terror wolf's body slowly began to change. The first change was that the blood from its wound stopped, then it started to scab. In the next 20 minutes, the terror wolf's body size changed again. It actually became twice its original size. It was almost comparable to an adult saber-toothed tiger. The 3 women were frightened by this change. Li Xing instructed them to all hide in the bulletproof tent, leaving only Li Xing squatting beside it. The people in the live broadcast room were stunned by this scene. This terror wolf's transformation was too terrifying. Even though its mouth was muzzled, its claws were as sharp as daggers, rivaling the claws of a bear. If it were to scratch someone, it would certainly cause severe damage. This physical enhancement elixir seemed to be even more effective than when used on humans, it was simply like transforming into a whole new species. The terror wolf slowly stood up from the ground. That powerful aura shrouded the surroundings like death. This creature was very curious about the changes in its body. After circling around, it came to Li Xing's front and directly lay down at Li Xing's feet, a gesture of submission. This creature was incredibly smart. Li Xing's tense heart finally relaxed. This time, he really bet right. Li Xing squatted down and slowly took off its muzzle, saying he wasn't afraid would be a lie, but Li Xing still had to take the first step. As the muzzle came off, the terror wolf extended its tongue to lick Li Xing's arm, its eyes filled with undeniable kindness. Li Xing reached out and gently stroked its head. This creature immediately lowered its head to let Li Xing pet it. It worked. Li Xing knew that the next step was to train the terror wolf's basic behaviors, using food to help it get used to human commands. The people in the live broadcast room were nearly jumping for joy at this sight. What magic does Brother Xing have that can make a terror wolf submit? Now Brother Xing is really going to rise and create brilliance again. Could it be that Brother Xing understands animal language? How is this even possible? Other countries watched the scene in disbelief. If they didn't know this was a live stream, they might think it was special effects. This kid, how can he be so magical, even taming a terror wolf, and we haven't seen him do anything, just feeding a few pieces of meat. Even if he helps it heal, it couldn't possibly submit this quickly, the wildness of animals is etched in their genes. This kid, why does all the good luck always fall on him? The people from the edge are also grinding their teeth in hatred for this. The better the Dragon Country people do, the less happy they are, the more they want to step on and belittle them. From the bottom of their hearts, they never think that the Dragon Country has the ability to turn things around. But now, the facts are right in front of them, yet they still refuse to believe. Their thoughts are still stuck in the past. The chain reaction caused by this matter is that a large number of foreigners are scrambling to immigrate to the Dragon Country. They hope to succeed in immigrating before the top 30 list is released. Especially those from underdeveloped countries, they all apply for immigration, hoping that even if they can't join the Dragon Country, they can at least join one of its allied nations, thus increasing their chances of survival. This makes the edge people awkward. The country they desperately want to escape from has become the most popular country in the world. Now, when they walk down the street, they are afraid of being recognized as edge people, otherwise, they would be laughed at to death. Especially those who went to the Star-Spangled Country. In the shopping mall of the Star-Spangled Country, some edge people went to buy daily necessities and were recognized by locals. Are you immigrants from the Dragon Country? You are such idiots. Now, getting a green card from the Dragon Country is as hard as climbing to the sky. You actually gave it up, you are truly sick. Those edge people all ran away in a panic. Mom and Dad, did we really make a mistake? Didn't you say that the Dragon Country is a backward country without freedom? Children of the edge people couldn't help but ask. What do you know? The Dragon Country is just riding high for the time being, their fundamental flaws are still there, and sooner or later, they will still get a nose full of dirt. Just wait and see. Chapter 66. Tomorrow is airdrop day. In the afternoon, Li Xing continuously trained this wolf-like creature using methods of dog training, and he gave it a rustic name, Big Black. Of course, Big Black won't know the name is rustic, and it likes it very much. The women are no longer afraid of Big Black, they gradually got familiar with it and interacted with it. The viewers in the live broadcast were all dumbfounded, only those military dog training experts knew that Li Xing's training was very professional, and that the military dogs trained this way could completely understand human commands. However, such a training period should be very long. But Li Xing's training always quickly yielded results. Everything in Li Xing's hands seems to become rapid success. For example, the tendon dragon and open-angle dragon, others tried to train, even saying that it could be tamed in 1 or 2 hours, would be a big problem. No harm without a comparison. Other countries also began to realize after this matter that Li Xing's beast taming ability is completely innate, and simply cannot be replicated. Having such a genius participating in competitions is simply like hacking the system. This is also the main reason why people from other countries are lining up to immigrate to the Dragon Country. After training for an afternoon, Big Black has already become as obedient as his own dog. The 3 women even treated it as a familiar friend, showing submission. As a guest in the camp, it must have the best treatment. After dinner, Li Xing built a wolf's den for Big Black to live in, to keep it from being blown by the wind and rain. In front of the campfire, Suya and the others sat resting on a log. They had completed today's starch task. Li Xing checked and found that they had managed to collect 50 kilograms of starch today. Fortunately, there were people to help, otherwise, relying on oneself, it would be nearly impossible to complete this task. And the Dragon Country had gained great benefits because of this. After all, among all the competitors, only Li Xing could find starch, which was the most needed by the country, the more the better. The other competitors would be lucky to stabilize their basic survival needs. How could they have the power to stock up on these materials? The high-level officials of the Dragon Country saw Li Xing's progress these days and felt. Basically, there is nothing much to worry about. They need to focus their energy on other competitors, especially those who need help. They should try to let their nearby comrades go and assist. Once Li Xing fully develops, he will surely be able to support everyone. What they need to do now is to ensure the safety of their teammates as much as possible. When winter comes, Li Xing will be able to bring them over. Li Xing, tomorrow at noon is another airdrop time. Do you have any plans? Suya asked Li Xing. It's a no-brainer. There are still 2 Americans in this area, and the Japanese are already gone. Those 2 Americans are probably lying in ambush at the airdrop point. But don't worry, I will take care of them tomorrow. Li Xing said while working on the wolf's den. Okay. Suya did not dislike Li Xing's bragging, because he really had that kind of ability. The Americans who were secretly watching the livestream immediately got goosebumps. Because Li Xing guessed everything correctly. John and Lewis, those 2 guys, were indeed camping near the airdrop point. However, they were not living well. Lacking a tent, they only had 2 sleeping bags, and the surrounding area was filled with dangerous wild beasts. During the day, they hunted nearby with a pistol, and at night they had to sleep in the trees. In just a few days, they had lost dozens of pounds. It was simply unbearable. Not to mention the food reserves and planning for the future. Lewis, have you noticed it's getting colder every day? John asked Lewis. Yeah, so what? Lewis nodded and replied. I think it won't be long before winter comes. Look at the falling leaves around us, and those herbivorous dinosaurs are running south. Staying here, forget about the airdrop, surviving is already a problem. John, are you thinking of betraying your country? No, I want to survive. Don't you want to live? Think about your wife and kids. Lewis was silent for a while but finally replied. What do you plan to do? This Li Xing can kill so many experts, he is definitely not an ordinary person. With just the 2 of us, we can't kill him. Staying here is just asking for death. Why not this? Tomorrow we leave here and follow those dinosaurs to a warmer place to survive. John said. Traveling a few kilometers like that is already a problem. Where can we go? Lewis said with discomfort. Those giant dragons, we can find a way to climb onto their backs. We could travel dozens of kilometers in a day, without danger. John replied. Louis thought for a moment and felt it made sense. After all, those tall giant dragons usually have spines. If we can hook a rope around them, we can climb up. We'll prepare more food. As long as we keep riding on the giant dragons, we can definitely get to warmer places. At that point, our chances of survival will increase, and this counts as contributing to our country. John said. Hearing this, Louis felt it made sense. Then it's settled. We'll leave tomorrow. The two hit it off immediately. In this area, besides the two of them, there was also the contestant from the country of Bar who arrived at the airdrop point first. Through communication over the past few days, they managed to gather 5 teammates in this area together. However, they did not dare to compete for the airdrop. Because their country had sent them intelligence in advance, indicating that they were establishing diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom, and they must not conflict with Xing. They were informed of the consequences of the previous conflicts between America and Japan with Xing. Xing was unaware that he could actually conquer others without fighting this time. Indeed, Xing's achievements enhanced the international influence of the Dragon Kingdom, and many countries wanted to establish friendly cooperation with it. However, the Dragon Kingdom is still considering it. But some countries that had fallen out with the Dragon Kingdom knew that diplomatic relations were hopeless. Mobilize the competitors in this area to deal with Xing. If we really managed to kill Xing, it would break the luck of Dragon Country. Then, opportunities to collaborate with big countries like Star-Spangled Country, Eagle Country, and Iron Tower Country would arise. After all, these countries have high-level technology, which we will rely on in the new planet in the future. Whoever develops the fastest can become the world leader. This cannot be determined by land area, so this is a long-term issue that the high authorities of various countries need to consider. And now, the platform is extremely important. They also don't want to lose the chance to befriend these developed countries because of one misunderstanding. As for Dragon Country, although it seems to be developing well now and is most likely to become the largest country on the new planet, in their eyes, Dragon Country is still an insignificant country, difficult to develop on the new planet. This is also the view of those people seeking refuge. Therefore, they always feel that others have a narrow vision. Chapter 67, New Team Members Join. The 3 guys from Asan Country have already reached a few hundred meters near the airdrop point this afternoon. Due to traveling these days, they couldn't maintain their fire, making it hard to cook, and have been eating raw bugs and plants. Now the 3 are squatting at a broken log, sitting side by side and having diarrhea. La Shang, do you really think our ambush on Xing will succeed? It will definitely succeed. Didn't you hear the high-ups say? Xing is just an ordinary college student who happened to pick up someone else's labor results, not by his own ability. Exactly, Rahul, can the country's high-ups deceive us? The key is that guy has 3 beautiful women around him. Amit, if that's true, then we won't be lonely anymore. Hee. Rahul, did you charge your flashlight today? Shine it on the poop we made to see if there are any bugs in it. Rahul took out a kinetic battery from his bag, which only needed to be shaken to charge. He shone it behind and almost threw up. La Shang, it's over, we've caught parasitic worms, we shouldn't have eaten that raw meat. Don't be afraid. We can drink Ganges water, are we still afraid of these little bugs? They'll all die in our bellies in a couple of days. At this time, airdrop points in other areas are also fraught with danger, and competitors from all sides are restless. Before tomorrow, the war has already begun. Some competitors with night vision helmets are patrolling around the airdrop point at night. From time to time, they kill 1 or 2 people. But there are risks in walking at night, and those night creatures have also eaten a few unlucky ones, while some got bitten by poisonous snakes, barely holding on. Xing occasionally checks the death list. He can roughly know some battle situations, but he mainly focuses on Alina. As long as he doesn't see Alina's name, he feels relieved. Alina is strong, and she is heading to Area 2. Once he conquers Area 1, he will ride a pterodactyl to Area 2 and must meet up with Alina. After arranging the wolf den, Xing sent Dehe into the den. Dehe is very satisfied, wagging its tail. Seeing this, Xing is also very content, having Dehe here adds an extra layer of security at night. Dehe, good boy, rest well, and give birth to pups soon. Xing patted Dehe's head, then got up to take a shower. After a busy day, he is all sweaty and smells like beasts, but the night water is indeed much colder than during the day. If an ordinary person washes for too long, they can easily catch a cold, but Xing has super immunity and basically won't have any problems. Suyao came to the wooden bridge holding a change of clothes and squatted down to talk to Xing. Good little brother, don't wash for too long, okay? You will catch a cold. Do you want to come down? Xing smiled and asked. Suyao actually wanted to come down, after all, she hadn't had the chance to be alone with Xing. But thinking about having to fight for the airdrop tomorrow, she needed to rest well. Stinky brother, maybe next time. Not this time. Su Yao said with a cheeky smile, turning around and walking towards the tent. The people in the livestream envied Li Xing to death. Su Yao's response might as well be agreeing to a couple's bath. But no one knew when that would happen. Li Xing couldn't help but smile too, he was a bit expectant. A quiet night passed, and the next morning came. Everyone got up early, and after breakfast, the women started their daily starch production. Li Xing and Dehei decided to explore around the airdrop point to see which unlucky souls were coming to deliver supplies. Wednesday, bring the tendon dragon out. Li Xing and Dehei arrived at the beast shelter. Wednesday had also gotten up early and even brought back some shrubs. Wednesday led the tendon dragon out, and Li Xing directly jumped on. And Wednesday followed behind with Dehei. Li Xing decided to scout around the cliff first. After all, people on this side would very likely attack from above. On the way, Li Xing collected some spices. Especially those spices he had eaten last time, they were not only fragrant and spicy but could also kill parasites. The country had conducted tests with them before, so other team members also understood to look for these spices to kill insects. After scouring the area, he didn't find anyone lying in wait at the cliff and even grabbed 2 eggs from the wind god pterosaur on his way back. After scouting the cliffside, he then circled around the lake to the opposite bank. The forest along the lake was filled with palm trees, reeds, and all kinds of weeds, making it easy to hide there. Li Xing took out his lighter, and under the pleasant autumn weather, he lit a patch of reeds on fire. As the wind blew, it spread into the forest. Not far away on a hillside, 3 contestants from Asangwa had just woken up, coming out of their tent with binoculars to check the situation. They happened to see Li Xing riding a dinosaur, with a large terror wolf beside him, nearly thinking they were seeing things. Rahul, look over there. Is there someone riding a dinosaur, with a terror wolf beside them? Rahul took the binoculars and indeed saw what Rahul had described. Who is that person? They look like they're from Longwa. Let me see. Amit quickly snatched the binoculars. That person can't be Li Xing, right? Didn't the higher-ups say this place is already Li Xing's territory? That person can ride a dragon and treat a terror wolf as a pet? The 3 were greatly astonished, feeling as though they had been betrayed. Amit, what should we do now? Li Xing is so powerful and even set the lakeside forest on fire, we can't get close. Rahul asked. I know you're anxious, but don't panic. Amit was blank at this moment, he was also scared by Li Xing. Was this still a human? The 3 of them had endured so much hardship to get here. The country said the enemy was simple, but now they saw it was quite the opposite. How could they fight against him? They intended to retreat but didn't realize 3 disguised people had appeared behind them. They swung their arms and struck down on the heads of the 3 from Asangwa. Bang! 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 3 sounds rang out, and the 3 contestants from Asangwa fainted directly on the ground. At that moment, the audience finally realized. Damn, the long silent master of the connecting arms finally appeared, too sudden. It's Zhao Gang, Zhao Xiaobao, and Wu Chuanjia. These 3 are so low-key, they unexpectedly made it here without anyone noticing. Li Xing just received a call from his teammates. Brother Xing, 3 contestants from Asangwa have been knocked out by us, but we haven't killed anyone and don't dare to. You guys finally made it? Li Xing was very happy. Among the 99 contestants from Longwa, these people ranked ahead of him. Li Xing also understood that for ordinary people, it was indeed very difficult to kill several people who had no grievances or grudges against them. Yeah, we saw you, Brother Xing. You were riding a dinosaur by the lake, so impressive. We apologize for not notifying you before coming. We are all from Longwa, so there's no need to care too much about these things. The most important thing is that everyone is alive. Just bring away all the supplies and clothes from those few people, and let them fend for themselves. With these few funny guys who chop wood and bricks every day joining, I can save a lot of energy for other things. Chapter 68, Airdrop again. Zhao Gang, Zhao Xiaobao, and Wu Chuanjia quickly stripped these guys of their clothes. Master, now that we have joined Brother Xing, we should be able to feast on big fish and meat. Exactly. Last week was really tough for the 3 of us, eating earthworms, grasshoppers, and bamboo worms. Just thinking about it makes me want to go crazy. Zhao Gang and Zhao Xiaobao chatted away. Wu Chuanjia, although not much younger than the 2, was their master in learning the long arm fist. Initially, they were practicing in the yard, but unexpectedly, they were chosen as participants. When they were teleported over, the 3 of them held hands, so they arrived together. With their combined supplies, they barely survived. After a week, they had all lost a lot of weight. Especially Zhao Xiaobao, who was 1.9 meters tall. Originally weighing 300 pounds, he now looked like he was just over 200 pounds, like a basketball player. Zhao Gang was the shortest among them but had a strong, muscular build, and his eyes were a bit silly. Their master, Wu Chuanjia, had a buzz cut and always wore a deep expression in his eyes. The 3 of them walked together, joking in their northeastern dialect, which the audience loved. Soon, Wu Chuanjia and the others arrived in front of Li Xing. They were startled by Dahe, but Li Xing restrained Dahe, preventing it from pouncing. Brother Xing, is this fear wolf also your pet? It's so impressive. Can you get me one too? I can become your disciple. Zhao Gang quickly cupped his fists. Ahem. Wu Chuanjia coughed slightly. Xiaobao is good, not casually abandoning his master. Before he could finish, Zhao Xiaobao slid forward to Li Xing's calf dragon. Brother Xing, I also want to ride a dragon. Teach me how to tame dinosaurs, master. Xiaobao, hey, Mr. Li Xing, these two disciples of mine are not very promising. Please don't mind. I am Wu Chuanjia. This is my elder disciple Zhao Xiaobao, and this is my second disciple, Zhao Gang. Li Xing also cupped his fists. Welcome to join us. We will work hard for our country together. Great. By the way, Mr. Li Xing, how do we tame wild beasts? Can you teach my two useless disciples? Wu Chuanjia asked. Ahem, I'm afraid I can't teach you to tame dinosaurs, but since you've come, I'll get more dinosaurs for everyone to ride on another day. Li Xing smiled and said. Now that there were more people, he no longer felt the loneliness of being in an alien world. Just then, Wednesday walked out of the forest. It startled the three of them again. You don't have to be afraid, this is my wild slave named Wednesday. Li Xing waved and called Wednesday over, introducing him to the three. They greeted each other, mimicking the silly mannerisms of a wild man. Li Xing looked at their equipment. A military backpack, a tent, 2 sleeping bags, an axe, a machete, and a survival blanket. No wonder they could survive until here. With these things, they were basically fine. From the supplies confiscated from the people of a sand country, there was a shotgun, a compound bow, a cleaver axe, a kinetic flashlight, etc. These pieces of equipment were all very excellent, otherwise, they wouldn't have made it to such a place. Wednesday, have you found those two guys? Li Xing asked Wednesday, who shook his head. Li Xing was puzzled. Why were Louis and John not lying in ambush here? He still wanted to get their guns. What a pity. Wu Chuanjia and the other two were stunned to see that Li Xing could actually communicate with the wild man. Brother Xing, you are simply amazing. Zhao Gang gave a thumbs up and said. In their eyes, Li Xing had already surpassed the normal person realm. In just a week, he tamed not only a wild man but also 2 dinosaurs and a terror wolf, and he could even speak the wild man's language. People would believe he was a deity sent by God to save the Dragon Kingdom. Since everyone is idle, let's clean up this area a bit to avoid some predator dinosaurs coming over later. Li Xing said to Wu Chuanjia and the other two. They had greatly admired Li Xing by now and accepted him as their captain, naturally obeying his words. However, their stomachs were growling with hunger. Brother Xing, do you have any food? We haven't had enough to eat for many days. Zhao Gang said awkwardly with a pained face. Li Xing suddenly forgot, indeed, the full man does not know the hungry man's hunger, so he had to take out 3 pieces of smoked meat from his body. Let's roast this and eat. Zhao Gang looked at it and had never seen such a big piece of meat before. Brother Xing, this can't be dinosaur leg meat, right? Zhao Gang asked. Wu Chuanjia snatched it away and speared it with a stick. This is thigh meat. Everyone can eat it. Wu Chuanjia said. Zhao Gang compared it with Zhao Xiaobao's thigh. Give it to me. Zhao Xiaobao snatched his piece of meat back. Let's go roast it, fill our stomachs, and then get to work. After we grab the airdrop supplies, let's head back to the camp. Li Xing said. Each of them took their smoked meat to roast, while the other two lit a torch to start a fire around. The fire by the cliff city grew bigger and bigger, and the crocs in the lake felt the heat and went into the water. Only the pterosaurs in the sky felt the rising heat and happily soared up above. Before long, a large fire line formed by the lake, spreading into the forest. The birds and beasts in the forest fled in panic under the human fire attack. Those wild animals that usually came to drink water in this country also willingly left. Soon, it was noon. Li Xing instructed the 3 women to continue making starch in the camp. There was no problem with the airdrop. He also informed them about Wu Chuanjia and the others arriving. It's almost 12 o'clock. Li Xing looked at the system clock, then raised his head to look at the sunny sky. He didn't see how the airdrop came last time, so this time, he wanted to see for himself how the cosmic program delivered items, or if it just appeared out of thin air. As the time jumped to 12 o'clock, airdrop boxes and parachutes suddenly appeared in the sky, about 300 meters above the ground. It really does appear out of thin air. This technology, it's simply from another dimension. Li Xing clicked his tongue. He could not comprehend the truth of this world. Before long, the airdrop fell to the same spot as last time. Li Xing and the others quickly approached and extinguished the smoke. The battles in other areas began as well. After all, even if they didn't fight for resources, they had to rush to the center area to gain the right for team communication among the top 5. Otherwise, it would be too passive. More and more countries seized this opportunity to gain team communication rights, and everything was developing in a good direction. Li Xing, having learned from the last experience, reached out to the outside of the box, and the lid of the box immediately loosened. Zhao Gang and the others, having never opened an airdrop before, were so excited their faces turned red. Wu Chuanjia still maintained the calm demeanor expected of a master, but his eager eyes could not be concealed. My 2 apprentices have never seen the world, they are truly being rude. Li Xing smiled. He also wanted to know what treasures this airdrop held, as the last delivered treasures were indeed too useful. Chapter 69. Major Plan. As the box opened, everyone couldn't help but peek inside. Inside, there were still 6 items. 1. A super outdoor sleeping bag. When rolled up, it is only the size of a towel. When released, it can automatically inflate into a sleeping pod, made of materials that are puncture-resistant, fireproof, high-pressure-resistant, and corrosion-resistant. 2. 10 detox pills, can cure various snake and insect bites, plant poisons, and fungal toxins. 3. 10 sets of super warm vests, each set rolls up to the size of a sock and can retain 99.9% of body heat, highly elastic. 4. A 100% returning boomerang, no matter where it is thrown, it will return 100% to the thrower whether it hits the target or not. 5. A super purification water bottle, can purify any liquid to drinkable level, with a capacity of 500 milliliters. 6. An anti-beast spray, when not sprayed directly on a beast but on the user, it can prevent the beast from treating the user as prey, effective for 10 hours and usable 10 times. Everyone took out these supplies. After seeing the manuals for these items, they were shocked beyond belief. These are all high technology. Li Xing was most interested in that boomerang. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. It was made of special material, with no visible power systems or electronic components. Li Xing went to an open area to try it out. The boomerang flew out with a swoosh, made a big circle over the lake, and indeed returned to Li Xing's hand. Li Xing threw it toward the trees. It hit a branch, breaking a part of it, but the boomerang still flew back at an incredible angle. What on earth is the principle behind this? Li Xing was really at a loss. The live stream audience was equally astonished. This can't be a conceptual level artifact, right? 100% return, how can this be done without altering the concept of reality? Hey upstairs, don't be so naive. Isn't it just using a positioning system to return? This is a high-tech boomerang. But it's really fun, at least it saves the trouble of retrieving it. These supplies are incredibly useful, isn't winter about to come? Here comes the warm vests. Li Xing strapped the boomerang to himself and packed the remaining supplies into his bag, then cut off the parachute and rope. Let's go back. Li Xing called out, mounting his mount, the tendon dragon, and leading everyone back to the camp. Before long, everyone returned to the camp. At this time, Li Xing noticed that there had been many changes in the camp. One side of the water pool had been fenced off for convenient bathing, and there were also more drying racks. The 3 girls, Suya and her friends, came over to greet Wu Chuanjia and the others. Masters, thank you for your hard work. Not hard at all. Wow, has the camp improved so much? And there's so much food. All thanks to Li Xing, we will rely on you more in the future. Suya said. Alas, they probably can't stay here too long. Li Xing suddenly shook his head. Why? Everyone asked in unison. Wu Chuanjia and the others looked at Li Xing in confusion. You should check the information from the government. Li Xing said, and everyone suddenly remembered that the government had sent more information at noon. They opened the floating ball to check the voice message from the government. There was a lot of mixed information, including the situation in various regions. Among them, 5 comrades in Zone 2 had been trapped in a canyon due to a landslide. If no one went to rescue them, they would surely die in the canyon. The closest ones to them were Li Xing and the others. They can only hold on for at most 5 days. This task has to fall on the 3 of you. Settle down, and we will look for you when the time comes. Li Xing said, leading Wednesday to bring out the horned dragon. The horned dragon is now yours, you should be able to reach them quickly riding it. Li Xing said. Wu Chuanjia and the others looked serious. But to save their comrades, they must take on this task. Don't worry, we won't let everyone down. Xiaobao, Zhao Gang, pack your things and get ready to set off. Wu Chuanjia said. Zhao Xiaobao and Zhao Gang quickly nodded. At this moment, Suya took out 2 body enhancement agents. We only have 2 enhancement agents left. After injection, the stronger will become even stronger. You guys divide them yourselves. Suya handed the enhancement agents to Wu Chuanjia. Wu Chuanjia gratefully nodded and put them away. Li Xing then gave them 5 detox pills, anti-beast spray, a shovel, a warm vest, a water bottle, rope, weapons, and other necessary items. Wu Chuanjia and the two got on the horned dragon. Brother Xing, ladies, we are off. Thank you for your material support. Wu Chuanjia clasped his fist in thanks as Li Xing and the others nodded. The mission to rescue teammates is up to you. We need to stay here and wait for the remaining 6 teammates in this area. Once you get there, quickly rescue them and set up a camp not far from the central area. Li Xing said. They nodded and hurried on their way, hoping to reach their teammates before dark. Wu Chuanjia and the two squeezed onto the horned dragon and swayed as they left the place. Master, Brother Xing gave us so many supplies. We must not let him down. Zhao Gang said. Not only must we not let him down, but we must also satisfy the people of the whole country. We cannot lose the dignity of us martial artists. Wu Chuanjia said. At this moment, Jia Xiaobao took out the anti-beast spray. Master, let's spray this thing now. If we get chased by wild beasts on the road, it will be a lot of trouble. Go ahead. We can only spray it once. Spray it again after 10 hours. Master, is there something pushing against me? Nothing at all, that's just Master's 30 years of power being released. It does feel a bit cramped. Especially going downhill. Do you guys feel a pressure down there? This dragon's back is a bit too high. Next time, we need to get a better saddle. We can consider that. At this time, Li Xing distributed the warm vests. One for each person. Wednesday also gets one, and there are 2 left. They opened the warm vests and found they were as thin as stockings, very elastic, and the material was unknown. This warm vest is slippery. Let's wear it as sleepwear at night. Su Yao said with a smile as she looked at Li Xing, but won't it be too sexy? Li Xing smiled and said, not wearing it is the most sexy. Good little brother, you are really bad. No more jokes, I have important things to do today, Li Xing said as he also packed his things and prepared to leave. Bro, where are you going? Lu Yichu stepped forward to ask. I want to take Wednesday back to his tribe. There should be many strong men in his tribe. If we can help Wednesday rule the tribe, it will be even more useful for us. Li Xing said as he handed a boomerang to Lu Yichu. Girl, you can take this to practice. It has quite a killing power, and it can come back to you automatically. Master it well, and it will be your exclusive weapon. Li Xing said. Chapter 70, Arriving at the Savage Tribe. Lu Yichu took the boomerang and was very fond of it. Thank you, bro. I will definitely practice hard. Li Xing nodded and looked at the Su sisters. You two must speed up the starch tasks every day. I might be gone for a day or 2. If anything happens, just notify me. Li Xing said. Okay, Li Xing, you take care and don't take too many risks. Make sure to do things you are confident about. Su Ya reminded with a nod. But Su Yao stepped forward and hugged Li Xing. Good little brother, we will wait for you to come back. Li Xing nodded and pinched Su Yao's worried face. All right, I need to take some of these umbrella clothes with me. Li Xing said as he picked up the green umbrella clothes collected earlier. Good little brother, don't you have a tent? Why do you need umbrella clothes for waterproofing? Su Yao asked in confusion. This umbrella cloth is not made to be waterproof. We underestimated these materials before. It's made with super strong materials, just like that tent, which is resistant to stabbing and cutting. Li Xing had indeed tested it before bringing it back. He was careless before. Bro, then how did you take a part of it? It can't be cut. Lu Yichu asked. An ordinary dagger truly can't cut it, but there was a scalpel in the first aid kit from last week's airdrop, and that kind of scalpel can. Li Xing said as he took out the scalpel in front of everyone. Then, he began to cut the umbrella cloth. Li Xing directly crafted 2 vests and 1 cloak. One vest he gave to Wednesday, the other he wore himself, and he draped the cloak over himself. After finishing all this, he mounted the tendon dragon and bid farewell to the women. Wednesday walked in front holding a spear. The terror wolf followed them closely. The people in the live broadcast room were excited, they all discussed Li Xing's journey. Brother Xing's trip to the wild man's tribe is very risky, I wonder if he can successfully dominate them. When Brother Xing takes action, he will definitely succeed. Brother Xing loves to create miracles. Just wait, he will shock the world again. That's right. While others are struggling to survive, Brother Xing is aiming to dominate the primitive world. The military leaders were also shocked by Li Xing's bold plan. However, they were no longer as nervous as before because Li Xing had given them too many surprises. Every time Li Xing took action, he achieved success. They believed this time would be no exception. The high-ranking officials of Star Stripe Country, Japan, and other countries were in awe of Li Xing's survival progress. Others sought stability, but he was always taking risks. Moreover, every time he succeeded. If he could dominate the wild man's tribe this time, no one would ever be able to compete with him. He should consider relocating the entire population to Long Country. On the way, Li Xing continued to brainwash Wednesday, telling him that he had given him the power to be the tribal chief, and no one in the tribe would be his opponent. Then, he could appear before the tribe with Dahe. Li Xing wanted to move their tribe to the salt mine cave. Building a tribe there would be very safe, and there was an important resource like salt. Additionally, there was fresh water nearby, otherwise, Wednesday wouldn't have been able to catch a fish last time. So, that place had to be occupied first. Soon, they passed the place where the high-spined dragon had died. Now, only its bones remained, and even the flesh had been eaten clean by insects. The former ruler was now just a pile of bones. Li Xing jumped down from the tendon dragon and used a chopping axe to break off a few ribs. He chopped them into segments, tightly arranged them, and used thin ropes to weave them together, making them look like the bamboo slips used in ancient Long Country for writing. Then, he tied it around the terror wolf's neck, protecting its neck while not hindering its head movement. Wednesday was not interested in this, he only cared about the dragon's teeth. He knocked down the spines of this thorn dragon, using thin dragon tendons to tie them and hanging a row around his neck like a tooth necklace. He was so proud of it. Li Xing continued to work on some dragon ribs and made a bone shield for the tendon dragon's neck. Next, Li Xing knocked down a piece of the high-spined dragon's skull. He wanted to polish this dragon bone into a mask to wear on his face. It wasn't that Li Xing wanted to look cool, he wanted to create a mysterious and powerful image for himself in front of the wild men. This was a psychological reason. The tribe's shaman basically utilized this psychology to make their position in the tribe seem special and extraordinary. The shaman would adorn their appearance with many unique or terrifying embellishments. Li Xing wanted to do the same, then, when Wednesday introduced himself to their tribe members. When the clan saw him, there had to be a sense of threat. Li Xing used a sharp dagger and spent dozens of minutes making a dragon skull mask. The top and sides were all rounded, able to cover Li Xing's forehead and cheeks. The front had 2 round holes for the eyes, with a rope hole reserved on each side and the top. Done. Li Xing was very satisfied with his masterpiece, flipping the mask to wear on his head, ready to pull it down when needed. The people in the livestream didn't know what Li Xing's actions meant. They thought he was just playing around or trying to look cool since no one would think this mask had any significance. But soon, a knowledgeable person spoke up. You guys are unaware, think about why the villains in horror movies wear masks. Why? Are you saying our star bro is a villain? That's not to say star bro is a villain, but to tell you that a mask can give a sense of oppression, mystery, and a psychological hint that one is hard to mess with. Didn't star bro say he's going to the tribe on Wednesday? This is professional. Wow, star bro really knows a lot. He thought this through. Of course. Otherwise, how could he be our star bro? Sigh, we really suffer from lack of culture. Li Xing was draped in a terrifying bird cloak, and with the mask on, wearing all his gear while riding a dragon-like beast, he truly looked much more mysterious and majestic. After more than an hour, Li Xing and the others arrived in a valley. Wednesday told Li Xing that the end ahead was the tribe. Li Xing could see that Wednesday was fearful when facing the tribe, otherwise, he wouldn't need those dragon teeth as decoration since his previous status in the tribe was extremely low. In truth, he didn't know he had already surpassed the warriors of the tribe by a large margin. What he lacked was just a bit of courage. Li Xing encouraged a few words. And Wednesday became a lot more spirited, his gaze also filled with sharpness. Li Xing saw the smoke rising from above the tribe, obviously, they had started cooking by now. However, the sentinels in the tribe spotted the returning Wednesday on the tree. Wednesday was much taller now, and his neck was covered in dragon teeth, making it hard for them to recognize him for a moment. Thus, they constantly sounded dangerous warnings. Oh woo! All the people in the tribe became tense immediately. Wednesday shouted loudly, telling them who he was, and Li Xing noticed there were many sentinels in the trees around the tribe. They held blow darts and homemade hunting bows, aiming at Li Xing. Li Xing was not nervous because the poison from the blow darts was ineffective against him, and their hunting bows could only hit birds, anything beyond 30 meters wouldn't hurt him. Besides, he wore a vest and cloak made from parachute fabric. Oh loo hoo hoo! Upon hearing Wednesday's voice, the warriors of the tribe came rushing out with bone spears. They surrounded Li Xing and the others in the center. Various bows and spears pointed at the two. Chapter 71, Spending the Night in the Tribe. These wild people actually didn't dare to act lightly, it was clear they were still quite rational. Of course, this rationality naturally relied on the threat Li Xing posed. Li Xing was riding the dragon-like beast, and beside him was a giant terror wolf, a terrifying presence they had never seen in their lives. No one could control a dinosaur, except for a deity. That was their understanding. Wednesday patted his chest, gesturing excitedly, telling the tribe who he was, how he had killed a spiny dragon with the master's help, and how he was reborn, why his body was now taller and stronger. The miraculous stories quickly made the tribe people put down their weapons. the eyes filled with awe for Li Xing. But at that moment, a man wrapped in animal skin and wearing a feather crown walked over with several brave warriors. Wednesday felt a flash of fear in his eyes upon seeing this man. The surrounding wild men also respectfully called him Master Shaman. The Master Shaman snorted, ordering those around him to pick up their weapons. The people hesitated for a second, but under the shaman's threat, they still raised their bows and spears. Wednesday was originally very afraid of the shaman mentally. But seeing them disrespect Li Xing made him furious. Walu walu. Wednesday pointed at the shaman and shouted loudly. This meant he wanted to challenge the shaman. In the tribe, anyone could propose a duel to gain status. But no one had ever dared to challenge the shaman, as he was incredibly powerful, and to challenge him, one must first challenge the 5 warriors by his side. This was the rule. Li Xing then realized that this tribe had no leader. The shaman was the strongest. Upon hearing this, the shaman and the people around him became excited. Li Xing clearly saw anger and fear in the shaman's eyes. However, he could not show weakness, otherwise, his position would be replaced. Walu. The shaman directly accepted, waving his hand as a tall, strong warrior immediately came forward, wielding a long spear. Wednesday was naturally scared, but seeing the disrespect towards his master around him, his anger had overshadowed his fear. He shouted loudly, picking up his spear to confront the other. The big man charged forward with his spear. His movements were swift, but Wednesday's strength was greater, and his actions were even quicker. With a quick sidestep, Wednesday thrust his spear directly into the big man's body, killing this strong warrior in one move. Wednesday couldn't believe that he had actually killed the tribe's strongest warrior. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. The other 4 warriors, seeing this, no longer dared to come forward and began to believe that Wednesday really killed the high-thorn dragon. The dragon tooth on his chest was truly his glory. However, the shaman was not discouraged. He secretly signaled a warrior he had arranged. The warrior hiding in the bushes immediately shot an arrow towards Wednesday's body. However, that arrow could not harm Wednesday at all. It shattered like it had struck a rock. This scene once again shocked the people around them. They had begun to seriously believe in Wednesday's rebirth. More and more people put down their spears and bows, while the shaman still wanted to command the warriors forward, but they no longer listened. Wednesday charged forward with his spear. One thrust pierced the shaman's neck, throwing him to the ground. Walu walu, yo yo he. Wednesday raised his spear and shouted loudly. Everyone around knelt down, and Wednesday then knelt in front of Li Xing. Get up, let's rest in the tribe for one night, reorganize the tribe, and tomorrow morning, take everyone to rebuild the tribe in that cave from last time. Li Xing said to Wednesday. Wednesday quickly responded. Thus, this group of wild men followed Wednesday back to the tribe. Li Xing found their tribe lived in very crude conditions. They could not even build wooden houses. Outside were just some thatched huts for firewood. To say thatched huts were actually just piles covered with reeds and other dry grass. And there was a cave where all the wild men lived. The cave was filled with a terrible stench, with various animal bones lying around. The women sat on the rocks at the entrance of the cave, grinding bone needles, using bone needles to sew precious animal skin bags. These animal skin bags were extremely important in their tribe, not only because animal skins were rare, but because they relied on these animal skin bags to store food, and even to carry water. Li Xing discovered that the tribe had not hunted any game for the winter yet. Those animal skin bags were all empty, not even a piece of jerky or dried nuts. Wednesday gathered everyone and started a bonfire, holding a ceremony to welcome the spirits. They brought out a wild boar they had hunted today to roast over the fire. Li Xing let Wednesday cut large pieces of meat first for Dahe to eat. Wednesday nodded in agreement. He took his dagger to cut, and the clansmen had never seen iron tools. They were shocked to see Wednesday easily chop off the pig's leg. The pig's leg was handed to Li Xing. Li Xing then brought it to Dahe's mouth, and Dahe lay beside Li Xing, gnawing on it. Now, Wednesday wore a feather crown, becoming the shamanic figure of the tribe, surrounded by a group of warriors. The warriors listened to Wednesday's account, feeling even greater respect for Li Xing. The people in the live broadcast were witnessing for the first time how wild tribes survived, and they were very surprised. At the same time, they felt immense pride that Li Xing was able to take over the entire tribe today without any fighting or even extra words. They had previously thought it was useless for Li Xing to tame a wild man, and even considered it a waste to give the enhancer to Wednesday. Now they could see Wednesday's importance. It was simply incredible. Without Wednesday, it would be extremely difficult for an outsider to make them obey. With Wednesday, in their minds, it was just a matter of replacing one shaman with a more powerful one. To replace an outsider was entirely different. That would mean enslavement. Their tribal consciousness was deeply ingrained. People from other countries were astonished and angry to see how easily Li Xing had taken over a tribe. This meant dozens more laborers all at once. The people from Run were almost furious to the point of vomiting blood. They had already recognized Li Xing's strength, and he could indeed change the situation in Longwa. Now, they could only pin their hopes on the new planet, hoping that Star-Striped Nation could become great again through technology and economy. However, they would not realize that on the new planet, everything would almost start from scratch. They might not even secure basic supplies. How could they develop? Li Xing reported safely to the three women at the camp, sharing interesting stories from here, while also contacting Wu Chuanjia. They had ridden the Triceratops to the edge of the first area. They would set off again tomorrow morning. Once they entered the second area, they would lose contact with the first area. So, Li Xing instructed them to rescue their comrades and then find a way to reach the center of the second area, which was ruled by Bear Nation. Bear Nation was a cooperative nation, so there would be no issues. Brother Xing, don't worry, we will definitely complete the mission. Wu Chuanjia said. By the way, when you get to the Bear Nation camp, remember to send my regards to Alina. I will come to visit her soon, Li Xing said with a smile. Chapter 72, New Discoveries in Plants. After ending the communication, Wednesday brought a piece of wild pig meat to the front of the tent. Li Xing stepped out of the tent, the bonfire outside crackled, reflecting in the foolish eyes of every wild person. They were sizing up Li Xing. Perhaps they were wondering, do even gods need to eat? Li Xing took the roasted meat. Tell them, from now on, they are not allowed to look directly at me. Otherwise, I will gouge their eyes out and feed them to wolves. Li Xing said coldly. He understood that to earn the loyalty of these savages, intimidation and benefits were necessary. Not so-called kindness and morality. Loyalty was the only advantage they could give to the strong. If they even lost their loyalty, they could only die. Wednesday recognized Li Xing's anger, swallowed hard, and hurriedly took his spear to scold everyone loudly. Only then did the clansmen lower their heads one by one, daring not to glance again in Li Xing's direction. Li Xing sprinkled salt on the roasted meat before pushing the mask to the top of his head and eating heartily. The taste was far from delicious, but it definitely filled his stomach. Along the way, a few children from the tribe looked up at Li Xing, and Wednesday immediately sent a warrior over to slap them, leaving their mouths filled with blood. The ordinary people in the live broadcast naturally could not understand what was happening during this time. Li Xing and Wednesday spoke in the language of the wild men. However, some scholars and psychology professors from the military elite could still see the essence of the situation. Professor, what do you think of this Li Xing? Chief, Mr. Li Xing is a true hero who is both brave and wise. His ability to subdue a tribe without losing a single soldier shows that he is long-sighted and skilled in human psychology. A 21-year-old college student to have such abilities is simply hard to believe. Fortunately, he is from our dragon country, otherwise, it would truly be terrifying. The chief nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. As Li Xing ate the barbecue, a piece of roasted wild boar also appeared in the hands of the people across the country. The people tasted it and found it truly unappetizing. Star Brother really works hard, he has to eat such bad-tasting barbecue. Let's get some sauce, we can't let it go to waste. Yes, if Star Brother can eat it, what are we complaining about? Li Xing asked Wednesday to send someone to set up stakes to surround his tent. The people in the tribe did not know how to use stakes. Their cave entrance was secured by driving wooden stakes into the ground at a 45-degree angle, with the pointed ends facing outward to prevent wild beasts from entering. Wednesday had seen Li Xing's stakes before, so he naturally understood how to make them. They brought the wooden stakes from the tribe and used vines to make 3 stakes to surround the tent. It was already late at night. After the tribe members finished eating, they all entered the cave, not daring to stay outside for long. Big Black lay at the entrance of the tent to keep watch, while the tendon dragon had already been taken into the cave by Wednesday. The 3 women in the camp were as busy as usual until late, taking a shower and returning to the tent to rest. However, since Li Xing was not there, the 3 women felt a bit uneasy. Perhaps they had gotten used to Li Xing's presence. Normally, when Li Xing was around, he would wash himself in the creek and then walk over to the campfire naked to roast himself. Suyao missed Li Xing deeply, her mind filled with images of him. Suya was no exception, especially the scene of being misunderstood and pampered by Li Xing that night. Every kiss left a deep impression on her. As for Lu Yichu, she didn't think about complicated matters, she only hoped Li Xing would return safely after completing his task. As a prodigal son, Li Xing usually didn't think about any woman except his younger sister. Now he surprisingly started to miss the 3 women a bit. However, it was just a fleeting thought. He smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and then closed his eyes to rest. The campfire burned until midnight, and the primeval forest returned to darkness once more. In the corners unseen by humans, those creatures were struggling to hide and escape to survive, while some creatures were searching everywhere for food, fighting fiercely to avoid starvation. Every living being fought hard for survival. The wild man tribe did not have large fierce beasts approaching, perhaps because it was not close to the creek, and there were traps set by wild men, along with the smell of wild men. Beasts generally prefer to prey on other animals and would not easily provoke wild men. After all, wild men band together and have tactics. Even if one could kill 1 or 2 of them, getting injured would not be worth it. The high cost of predation makes beasts actively give up such prey. These wild people have already learned to dig pits, often relying on this skill to ensure their tribe has meat to eat. The success rate of hunting is usually not very high, the prey they catch is not large, and they cannot hunt the bigger ones. The smaller ones are not enough for the tribe, so only traps are truly useful. Early the next morning, the wild people in the tribe got up before dawn. They lit the bonfire, and others began to pack their things. Wednesday had told them that they would move early today, so they had to take everything they could carry. Li Xing just got up when Wednesday brought him some berries and a sweet potato-like thing. That thing had already been roasted over the charcoal fire. Li Xing's knowledge of plants told him that this thing was non-toxic, it was a type of tuber plant. Wednesday, find me more of this stuff. Li Xing thought. If he could grow this, the wild people would have a regular supply of starch in the future. Clearly, the breakfast in Li Xing's hands could only be eaten by him, even Wednesday couldn't afford it. The early risers in the livestream room were suddenly excited to see breakfast at home. Wednesday is such a good person, preparing such a lavish breakfast for our whole nation. What Brother Xing enjoys, we all enjoy, but we cannot help Brother Xing share in the pain. Really, the more I look at Wednesday, the more handsome he becomes. A breakfast has bent you. A man as charming as Brother Xing cannot change my steadfast love for women. Soon, Wednesday brought back a plant. Li Xing took one look and recognized that it was a variant of sweet potato. If this thing is planted well, it can produce a lot and feed billions of people. This is great. With this, people from Dragon Country will no longer have to worry about food when they immigrate to this planet. Li Xing put the item away. Immediately, the whole of Dragon Country got hold of this sweet potato seedling, and the food department began recovery work. The leaders of Dragon Country were overjoyed to see these sweet potato seedlings and immediately ordered sealed storage for them. Comrade Li Xing, your contribution to Dragon Country this time is truly enormous. We should award him a hero's medal. With this, our early struggles living on the new planet can definitely be overcome. This is good for the people. Chapter 73, Another Wild Tribe. A group of people marched into the dimly lit forest in the early morning, with wild warriors holding spears at the front. In the middle were the elderly and children carrying supplies, and at the forefront were Li Xing and Wednesday riding dragons, along with several close warriors following Wednesday. Li Xing counted, the entire tribe had 47 people. Among them, 23 were women, children, and elderly, while 24 were men. This is considered a rather standard prehistoric tribe. But if they do not store enough food for this winter, their entire tribe might be wiped out. The prehistoric environment was that cruel. Early in the morning, such a large group entering the forest had to be very cautious. Aside from the small predators that wouldn't dare come near, fierce predatory beasts wouldn't fear, they only cared if there was enough food. So, everyone was highly concentrated. After walking for nearly an hour in the forest, when entering a low-lying area, Li Xing suddenly raised his hand, and the whole team stopped in the forest. Wednesday quickly looked around, and the forest floor, filled with a rotten smell, seemed saturated with a strong smell of blood. There's a ditch up ahead, it seems there was a battle. Li Xing said to Wednesday, and rode his dragon forward, while Dehe dashed ahead. Seeing this, Wednesday quickly followed. They soon arrived at a ditch 40 meters ahead. There were actually several wild human corpses there, and on the ground lay a terrifying bird, barely alive. Li Xing glanced at these wild humans, surprised to find they looked different from Wednesday's tribe. These wild humans had thicker skin and hair, stronger bodies, and longer arms than legs. Wednesday was also startled by this scene. He immediately reported to Li Xing, saying these were people from another tribe, called barbarians. These barbarians were cannibals, typically preying on members of other tribes. Upon hearing this, Li Xing understood why Wednesday called them barbarians. Indeed, compared to Wednesday's tribe, these people were too primitive. Dehe bit the neck of that terrifying bird, making sure the creature was completely dead. Wednesday, deal with this terrifying bird. Li Xing said as he called Dehe back. Wednesday then summoned the warriors of the tribe. They made a large stretcher and lifted the several hundred kilograms of terrifying bird, for people carrying it on the road. Li Xing reminded Wednesday to hurry and strengthen defenses when they returned to the new tribe. Li Xing was worried that such barbarians would find the new tribe. These barbarians were much stronger than Wednesday's people, each one seemed like they had taken steroids. In terms of combat power, Wednesday might not even stand a chance against one of them. Li Xing did not want the tribe he had worked hard to lead to become a snack for the barbarian clan. The viewers in the live broadcast never expected there would be other wild people on the new planet. It seemed this new planet was truly extraordinary. So scary. These wild people are even a head taller than Wednesday's, with long arms, they look just like gorillas. Now 2 races have been discovered, more might be found in the future. If other competitors are found by these wild people, the consequences are unimaginable. Look! Wu Chuanjia and the others seem to have encountered these wild people, they are being followed. Someone in the live broadcast commented, and many rushed to Wu Chuanjia's live session. Since the three of them rode triceratops and wore strange attire, the three barbarians responsible for reconnaissance did not dare to attack immediately. Instead, they followed closely, observing what these people were and if they could be eaten. Or they wanted to see where these people's nest was. Although Wu Chuanjia and his companions usually acted silly, they were also very alert, otherwise, they wouldn't have found Li Xing. The first to notice the three barbarians was Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang stood on the dragon's back, asking Xiao Bao to support his waist with his hand as he turned to pee. Just as he was balancing and peeing comfortably, he suddenly noticed movement in the bushes from behind. He squinted his nearsighted eyes and saw three gorilla-like figures following them. He couldn't see clearly what they were. However, he was scared and quickly sat down, saying to Xiao Bao, your eyesight is good, can you check if there are three black gorillas following us? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao took a look. Not seeing was better. Once he looked, he was startled to find that those three humanoid yet gorilla-like creatures were clearly holding spears. They were wild humans. But Xiao Bao did not dare to scream, fearing it would alarm the wild humans and provoke an immediate attack. They only had a shotgun, which they had confiscated from people of the Xing country. The bullets were precious. They had discussed before that this gun was to be used against dinosaurs. Because Li Xing had used it against dinosaurs, and it was given to them, they would never use it lightly. Master, what should we do? Zhao Bao asked Wu Chuanjia. Wu Chuanjia swallowed hard. Although his powerful arm fighting was formidable, he did not dare to compete with these wild humans. However, besides the gun, each of them had a crossbow. But among them, only Zhao Gang had learned archery. But Zhao Gang's glasses fell off, and he couldn't hit the target. Give this performance enhancer to Gangzi. Wu Chuanjia took out a performance enhancer and said to Zhao Bao. Zhao Bao pulled Zhao Gang's arm over and injected it directly into his arm. Gangzi, how do you feel? Zhao Bao asked. Did you not read the instruction manual? It takes at least 10 minutes to be effective. You guys should hurry up and inject it too, otherwise, if we run into a sudden situation, I won't be able to handle it alone with just a bao. Zhao Gang said. At this moment, Wu Chuanjia took out the remaining performance enhancer. Xiao Bao, you inject it, you're stronger. Xing said, the stronger the person, the stronger they become after injection. Wu Chuanjia said with a serious face. Master, you are really strong too, I'm just a bit taller and heavier than you. Zhao Bao said, and Wu Chuanjia coughed twice. As your master, I can't let you suffer any losses, otherwise, I won't be able to explain to your families. Hurry up and inject. Wu Chuanjia said seriously. Zhao Bao and Zhao Gang couldn't help but feel touched. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also moved to tears. Wu Chuanjia is indeed a master of his generation, with the vision of a grand master. Yeah, this master is really remarkable. Just as everyone was praising, Zhao Bao injected half of the medication, leaving half. Master, this half dose is for you, I've strengthened enough. Zhao Bao said as he was about to help Wu Chuanjia with the injection, which scared Wu Chuanjia greatly. Since childhood, he had been most afraid of injections. Zhao Bao, you're not listening to your master's words. If you do this, don't call me master in the future. But, master. Stop talking, if you say another word, I won't be your master anymore. Wu Chuanjia said with an angry expression, and Zhao Bao still didn't want to take it all for himself. Taking advantage of Wu Chuanjia's serious gaze ahead, he jabbed the needle in. The needle, pull it out quickly. Wu Chuanjia screamed, his serious face as a grand master entirely gone. Zhao Bao had finished the injection, staring in shock at Wu Chuanjia. Master, are you afraid of injections? Nonsense, master afraid of injections? While they were fooling around, the three wild men seemed to have lost their patience or realized they had been discovered by Zhao Gang and them, immediately letting out a charge roar and rushing toward them with spears. Master, they're charging. Zhao Gang immediately turned around, his crossbow arrow prepared. His vision had not yet recovered, but those wild men seemed not to realize how terrifying the crossbow in Zhao Gang's hands was. Whoosh! With the sound of the arrow, Zhao Gang's arrow shot out. The first guy walking in front was directly pierced in the chest, with the arrowhead poking out from the back. That wild man ran a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground as if tripped by a vine. The other two barbarians paid no mind to their companion's situation and immediately threw their spears. The end of the spears was sharpened bone. Both spears stabbed into the butt of the Ceratosaurus. The Ceratosaurus, feeling the pain, started to run wildly, while the three people on its back maintained their balance and did not get thrown off. Zhao Gang put his crossbow away and crouched down to pull out the bone spear with force. The other one was the same. The bone spear was lodged quite deep. Fortunately, the place it pierced was the meat-rich hindquarters of the Ceratosaurus, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But it still pained Zhao Gang greatly. Ah Kai, I'm sorry, we didn't protect you well. The Ceratosaurus ran for several minutes before finally slowing down, and those wild men did not follow anymore. Zhao Gang took out a hemostatic spray from the medicine box and sprayed it on the Ceratosaurus's wound. Luckily, Xing gave us plenty of medicine. Oh. My heart is breaking. After spraying the hemostatic spray, Zhao Gang handed the medicine box to Xiaobao. At this moment, he discovered that he was no longer nearsighted, and suddenly realized that the medicine had taken effect. He looked at his arms again and found that both his arms and body had become much stronger. This feeling was very obvious. Master, Xiaobao, I'm no longer nearsighted. I'm better now. Really? Check if it's gotten bigger. Zhao Xiaobao hurriedly asked, while Zhao Gang rolled his eyes. Xiaobao, your focus is a bit strange. Is it because yours is too small? Nonsense, I'm tall and big. Can it be small? Master, what about you? Zhao Gang asked with a smile. Me? I cough, neither big nor small, be serious, we've each taken half a dose, and now our physical condition has obviously changed. At this time, Li Xing and the others continued to move toward the valley. Finally, they arrived at the low hills where they had tamed the Triceratops last time. This place had a wide field of view, like a prairie, with bushes and weeds growing. As before, there were many herbivorous dinosaurs clustered together to feed, among which the most conspicuous were the Stegosaurus of the order Stegosauria, with tall spines that looked like bone fans, forming a line along their backs, resembling a range of mountains. They were larger than the Triceratops, weighing 1 or 2 tons more. But compared to the dome-headed dinosaurs that had just passed through the forest, it was like the difference between a goat and an elephant. Those dome-headed dinosaurs were about 20 meters long, weighing between 15 and 50 tons, each step shaking the ground. Compared to these giants, there were also some unusually exaggerated ankylosaurs, which were not very large, similar to the largest male water buffalo. But their bodies were covered in bony spikes, and the most exaggerated part was the 2 rows of bony protrusions growing from the sides of their heads to their chests, with the longest protrusions over a meter long, and the shortest also having 20 or 30 centimeters. This was simply a creature covered in armor, making it impossible for those predatory animals to take a bite. Such a spectacular dinosaur feast remained incredibly shocking for Li Xing and the viewers. However, for the savages who were used to it, there was nothing much to see, they just wanted to hurry to the new tribe. But Li Xing wasn't thinking that way, after all, the Triceratops had already been lent to a comrade, so the tribe still needed a dinosaur. Moreover, he needed a dinosaur with extremely strong defense. This way, he would be much safer than riding the saurian when going out in the future. Wednesday, take everyone to the cave to prepare for the cave construction. I will come to find you. Li Xing said to Wednesday, jumping directly off the saurian. He handed the saurian over to Wednesday. Wednesday quickly nodded, leading the saurian ahead, while Li Xing and Dehei stayed behind. The savage tribe gradually moved further away, soon disappearing within the low hills. Meanwhile, Li Xing and Dehei crawled forward in the grass. But to avoid scaring the herbivorous dinosaurs, he ordered Dehei to lie in the grass and wait for his command. Dehei obediently lay on the grass, watching Li Xing leave. Li Xing quickly locked onto a 4-ton armored dinosaur, named the Edmontosaurus. Its limbs were short and sturdy, its whole body covered in hard bony armor, made up of spike-like protrusions and plates. Its head and neck were also protected by bony plates, and there was a row of sharp bony spines on the sides of its body, giving it strong defensive capability. Its beak was wide and flat, like a duck's, capable of cutting tougher plants. Great, this guy fits what I need. Li Xing was excited. In the animal encyclopedia, this armored dinosaur, although looking fierce, was actually very gentle. Due to its body being covered in bony plates and spines, most predatory animals would not provoke it. Moreover, its back was wide and flat, just a bit wider than a crocodile's back, with only a few not very sharp bony protrusions, as long as a thick layer of animal skin saddle was added on the back. Sitting on top is completely not a problem. The audience in the live stream also got excited. Brother Xing, you always bring us surprises. This Ankylosaurus is so cool, riding it in the future, what is there to fear? Brother Xing, this thing is a bit dangerous. Be careful. The high-ranking military officials were also speechless about Li Xing's choice. This Ankylosaurus is too dangerous, a single touch could mean death or serious injury, how could they dare to tame such a creature? However, they still believed in Li Xing, although they found it unbelievable. This Li Xing really is bold. If this Ankylosaurus is tamed, he should be able to walk sideways in the forest, no guns won't matter, right? But the non-cooperative countries like Star Stripe Nation and Japan would not look favorably on Li Xing. They even prayed for him to take risks and end up killed or bitten or stomped to death by dinosaurs, so it would save them a lot of trouble. However, they also knew that this thought was very childish. Li Xing was truly too strong and incredible. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be Li Xing anymore. Those watching also kept a close eye on Li Xing, eager to see him fail and make a fool of himself. Walking by the river often, how can you not get your shoes wet? Li Xing will have an accident sooner or later, just wait and see. Yes, if Li Xing dies, it will be our star-striped nation's world. Li Xing took down a bundle of ropes he carried with him. He began to weave a new saddle and muzzle for the ankylosaurus based on its body structure. After half an hour, Li Xing finished the saddle and muzzle. During this process, Li Xing stayed close to the ankylosaurus, and the affinity given by the system made him completely unguarded near this creature. If it were someone else, a single tail slam would probably take them out completely. No one could withstand a hit from it, even some predatory dinosaurs would likely suffer fractures if their body or head was struck by its tail hammer. Li Xing successfully tied the saddle on. Then came the muzzle. This process also took another half hour. Li Xing discovered that the more animals he tamed, the stronger his affinity became. This ankylosaurus showed no discomfort throughout the whole process and didn't even need desensitization training. However, the biggest difficulty in front of Li Xing was that he simply couldn't ride it. The bony protrusions on both sides were too long, one careless move could cause injury, it was a 4-ton beast, and even a gentle bump from these bony spikes could pierce him. The only solution was to train it to lie down. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get on its back. This is troublesome. If I don't ride it to train it to lie down, the risk is very high. If it gets angry, it might cripple me. As a seasoned taming expert, Li Xing knew just how high the risk was. He had to think of a way to solve this problem. Just then, 3 or 4 small velociraptors jumped out of the grass pile. These small velociraptors didn't scare the Edmonton ankylosaurus away, instead, they made it raise its tail, with that hard bony tail hammer swinging wildly, nearly hitting Li Xing. And those small velociraptors, like wild wolves, zeroed in on Li Xing, a 2-legged sheep. Whoosh! Li Xing immediately blew the whistle. Big Black, not far away, ran over instantly. Big Black darted out like a black lightning bolt, precisely pouncing on one of the small velociraptors. Li Xing only heard a crack, and Big Black bit its neck cleanly in two. The other small velociraptors stood no chance against Big Black. Seeing the situation turn bad, they quickly scattered to flee. The Edmonton ankylosaurus also wanted to leave this troublesome place, however, Li Xing couldn't let it run away like that. He chased after it, leaped up at a small downhill, and jumped onto the ankylosaurus's back, then quickly lay down. Ouch! Li Xing felt like his body crashed onto the small stone path where old people get massages in the park. The small bones on his back were poking him with some pain. But thankfully, he finally climbed onto its back. Li Xing crawled forward, grabbed the reins, and pulled hard, but the frightened ankylosaurus couldn't calm down at all, running around wildly like an untamed wild horse. However, Li Xing did not give up. After about 30 minutes riding on its back, the ankylosaurus finally stopped thrashing and got used to carrying a person. Of course, this was greatly due to the affinity he showed towards the beast. Li Xing then started using the muzzle to tame the ankylosaurus. At first, it always struggled, and soon both patience and strength were wearing thin, until it slowly began to accept him. It also started to adapt to Li Xing's commands. But the commands to sit and stand were a bit more complex, so Li Xing needed to pat its front shoulder. He kept patting it until it understood that lying down was the right thing to do. At that time, Li Xing would take off the muzzle and let it eat. After 3 hours of repeated practice, the ankylosaurus was finally completely tamed. As long as Li Xing patted its shoulder, it would lie down like a trained elephant. With the support of a system, a tamed beast would be forever loyal to its master. So, Li Xing let out a long sigh of relief. Taming this ankylosaurus was much harder than any of the previous ones. The viewers in the live stream also sighed in relief with Li Xing. Brother Xing, our everlasting god, he has tamed another dinosaur, and it's the cool Edmonton ankylosaurus. I'm so happy, I also want to ride this ankylosaurus. Upstairs, Brother Xing riding this ankylosaurus must hurt his butt. The military personnel were very pleased with Li Xing's new achievement. This is simply a miracle. At this rate, it won't be a problem for Li Xing to tame a pteranodon. Indeed, although taming a pteranodon will be very difficult, with Li Xing around, it's hard to say it can't be done. It's hard to imagine how far Li Xing will develop if things continue like this. In some countries in Europe and America, seeing Li Xing's new taming success felt like a heavy stone pressing on their hearts, making it impossible to relax. They also consulted many beast taming experts, and none dared to say they could tame a dinosaur in just a few hours. Even taming a wild horse takes several weeks. Let alone a dinosaur. Everyone was beyond commentary regarding Li Xing's magic. Now, after suffering losses, the States and Japan had no one left to provoke Li Xing. They needed to work hard to develop other regions, otherwise, it would be troublesome if they couldn't rank next week. The top 3 would again receive privileges, and other countries' survival distances would only widen, making it impossible to compete with Dragon Country in the end. At this moment, Wu Chuanjia and the others had already entered the second area. Since they had teammate communication privileges, upon entering the second area, it was assumed that teammates in this area could also communicate. They quickly contacted the 5 comrades trapped in the canyon. Guys, we expect to reach you before sunset, just hang in there a bit longer. Brother Xing gave us medicine. Are any of you injured or sick? Wu Chuanjia said. The 5 comrades were shocked to receive this message, as they didn't know about this feature. However, after chatting with Wu Chuanjia and the others for a while, they understood everything. This brother Xing you mentioned is too incredible. We heard some survival strategies about him in national communications but never thought he could tame dinosaurs. He's truly a deity. He's our idol. He has killed almost 30 people from the States and Japan. You must know about that, right? We know, was that also him? Of course. We even seized airdrops twice. By the way, the bear country occupied the airdrop point, and we must meet them there. But will they really accept us? They have to accept us. The 2 countries have already established diplomatic relations, and Brother Xing has friends over there. Alright, Brother Xing has great influence. I believe they won't dare to do anything to us. The bear people truly saw the great value of Li Xing, and since the 2 countries were already on friendly terms, they would not treat the dragon country comrades poorly. They would even welcome them warmly. After all, while the dragon country could get along without them, if they became enemies with the dragon country, Li Xing might wipe them all out. This was no joke. After all, there was a prior example for this. At this time, Li Xing rode the armored dragon and rushed to the tribe with Dehe. In half an hour, they arrived at the canyon. As Li Xing continued inward, he quickly saw the people of the tribe. When they saw Li Xing riding a gigantic creature, each face showed immense shock and admiration. It was as if they had seen a divine being descend from the heavens. Wednesday was beaming with pride. After all, this was his master. His master was formidable, how could he not be proud? He led the way and knelt down, paying his respects to Li Xing. Li Xing patted the armored dragon, which then lay down, allowing Li Xing to jump off by stepping on its bony protrusions. He rubbed his sore backside sheepishly. It was just too painful. Wednesday, bring me some animal skins. Li Xing couldn't endure it any longer and said to Wednesday, who quickly fetched the best piece of buffalo hide from the tribe. Li Xing looked at it, directly fashioned it into a dragon saddle. He fastened it onto the armored dragon's back, and when he rode it again, he felt instantly much more comfortable. Wednesday, in the next 2 days, make sure the tribe builds this place well, using spikes, wooden walls, and so on. Li Xing threw 2 axes in front of Wednesday. Wednesday hurriedly thanked him. I'll come back in 2 days to inspect. When I do, I'll take you hunting to kill a big dinosaur. It will be enough for you through the winter. Li Xing said. Wednesday and the surrounding wild people were filled with excitement. Killing a big dinosaur was something they had never even dared to imagine, but with Li Xing's help, it was no longer a problem. Thus, a group of wild people knelt and worshipped Li Xing over and over. Alright, I need to head back now. After Li Xing said this, he turned and left the canyon with Dehe. He had to return quickly to complete the starch task. After all, he hadn't achieved any survival tasks for a long time and was eagerly looking forward to the lottery this time. Chapter 76, Leisure Time. Li Xing left the tendon dragon to Wednesday for care. If any difficulties arose, Wednesday could also ride it to find him. This was much safer than walking. Li Xing lay on the back of the armored dragon, swaying as he headed out of the canyon. He gazed up at the blue sky of this alien world, filled with endless emotion. At this moment, noon was approaching, and the pterosaurs soaring in the sky were searching for food. The sun was particularly glaring. Li Xing raised a hand to shield his eyes. This was one of his rare moments of leisure, giving him a brief chance to relax his mind and body. Leaving the canyon, he quickly entered the forest. The sky was fragmented by the tree canopy, and patches of white light fell on the ground covered with fallen leaves. Some unfamiliar birds and beasts were startled by the armored dragon, fleeing through the forest. Scorpions on the leaves quickly burrowed underground. Those poisonous snakes hidden in the bushes showed no interest in the armored dragon, all evading it. The armored dragon moved slower than the tendon dragon, even slower than the triceratops. Traveling 10 kilometers in an hour was quite good. However, for now, it was still sufficient. Li Xing leisurely took out a sweet potato seedling from his bag, deciding to return to the camp to find a sunny spot to plant it and see if he could get it to grow. Before long, Li Xing finally returned to the camp. In the camp, 3 women were busy preparing lunch. Seeing Li Xing return riding a powerful ankylosaurus, their jaws almost dropped in shock. Brother, you've tamed another dinosaur. This one looks more impressive than the Alijian and the Choyanglong. Lu Yichu excitedly approached. The other 2 women also put down their work, surrounding Li Xing with expressions of surprise. Li Xing patted the ankylosaurus, and it lay down immediately. Don't get too close, this guy has all kinds of defenses. Even if you touch it, you'll get hurt, Li Xing reminded them. Li Xing, where are Wednesday and Alijian? Suya asked worriedly, not seeing anyone behind him. Wednesday and his tribe are in the cave, busy with construction. They will probably be very busy these days. What are you all cooking? Li Xing asked, sniffing the delicious smell of soup. Just fish soup. We threw in some of the spices you picked last time. Those spice leaves wilted, so I ground them into powder, Su Yao replied. Not bad, not bad. What is that over by the stream? Li Xing pointed at a cylindrical fence down by the creek. Brother, that's the toilet. Lu Yichu said. Li Xing nodded, noting that the women were indeed not slacking off. It seemed time to build a kiln to make some pottery to improve their quality of life. Li Xing thought to himself, nodding thoughtfully. Brother, come see how I'm practicing my boomerang. Lu Yichu said, running up to the log bridge. She threw the boomerang with all her strength, watching it fly a good distance before hitting the end of a bamboo stalk. With a thud, the end of the bamboo fell, breaking into splinters. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such talent. Li Xing clapped his hands and praised her without holding back. Thank you, brother. I will keep working hard. Lu Yichu said happily. Alright, let's gather some flat stones and stack them to make a kiln. We need to burn some jars and bottles to store starch or salt, Li Xing said while riding the ankylosaurus toward the dragon shed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yichu began picking up stones by the creek. She showed no sign of being delicate like a typical woman. After securing the ankylosaurus, Li Xing also gathered some shrubs for it to eat. Once he finished these tasks, he took a shovel and loosened up a piece of ground on the other side of the log bridge. He planted a potato seedling, covered it with some ash, and sprinkled a bit of urine on top. I hope it helps. Li Xing wasn't sure if it would survive. Some things just depended on fate. Modern people have so many high-tech tools and fertilizers, but sometimes they can still kill crops. Let alone these untamed plants, which often die just from being moved a bit. After finishing all this, Li Xing returned to the creek to pick up stones with Lu Yichu. The cool stream water reached their ankles as they laughed and talked under the sunlight, creating a warm scene. That should be enough. After lunch, I'll mix some mud so we can build a kiln, Li Xing said. Okay, brother. How do you know everything? Lu Yichu admired him greatly. Hee, isn't this common sense? Li Xing said with a wry smile. Then we have no common sense at all. Lu Yichu laughed heartily. You two, hurry over for lunch. Su Yao shouted toward the creek. She dug out 4 short bamboo tubes from the campfire. What are these? Li Xing asked. Roasted starch. We ate this before, and it tastes really good, Su Yao replied. Alright, it seems you all have quite a bit of survival experience. Li Xing smiled as he opened one bamboo tube. Inside, the starch was wrapped in a few bamboo leaves, still moist. Unwrapping the leaves revealed the aromatic roasted starch. It looked like grilled white sweet potatoes. As Li Xing ate and drank fish soup, he felt quite pleased. Meanwhile, over with Wednesday, they had killed the fearsome bird, plucking all its feathers first. Then they roasted it over the bonfire. The wild people had no cooking methods, roasting it well was their best practice. After having eaten Li Xing's food on Wednesday, they no longer cared about the food as much as before and had learned to sprinkle some salt on top. As he ate, he told the people in the tribe that it was the master who taught him. This further increased the wild people's admiration for Li Xing. On the other side, Wu Chuanjia had already found those 5 comrades and tied the rope to the back of the stegosaurus, throwing the other end into the canyon. He pulled the 5 people from below up. They were stunned to see the stegosaurus, growing more curious about this legendary figure, Li Xing. Master Wu, our brothers thank you for saving our lives, otherwise, we would have died stuck in the canyon. Li Tao said, giving Wu Chuanjia and the others a fist bump. You're being polite, this is all thanks to Brother Xing. Without the stegosaurus, we wouldn't have made it here. Do you know? We encountered a wild people ambush on the way. The group began to chat. Still feeling embarrassed with a growling stomach, Chen Guoliang said, Master, we haven't eaten anything for a day and a night. Why don't we find a place to set up camp and have a good meal first? Absolutely, absolutely. The few of them immediately looked for a place to set up camp. At this time, Li Xing used mud and stones to build a large cone shape, digging a double-layer stove in the ground while setting a fire. It won't be long before this kiln is finished, tonight we can make some jars. Li Xing said with satisfaction. He checked the starch reserves in the system. Although he had eaten some, it wasn't counted yet. The starch reserves reached 500 kilograms, still lacking 500 kilograms. This is too hard. I can't wait any longer. Tomorrow, I'll see if I can catch some fish. I wonder if crocodiles count as fish. If they do, 1 imperial crocodile would be enough. Li Xing thought to himself. The system did not answer this question, so he needed to try it out. Chapter 77, Accepting the Second Task. In the afternoon, Li Xing decided to go to the cliff slope and continue fixing the raft. Although he planned to test whether crocodiles counted as fish tomorrow, Li Xing believed there was a high probability they would not because crocodiles are not fish, they are reptiles. The only reason he wanted to try was that he was not ready to give up. So, he had to prepare for two possibilities. Luichu also wanted to go along, saying he wanted to practice his boomerang by the lake. Li Xing had no choice but to agree. The Su sisters stayed at the camp to continue making starch. Li Xing and Luichu climbed onto the back of the Stegosaurus and were about to set off while Dehei wanted to follow, but Li Xing wanted it to bond with the Su sisters, so he left it behind. Brother, the back of this Stegosaurus is too wide. It's not as comfortable to sit on as the Ankylosaurus. Luichu said, almost doing the splits on the Stegosaurus back, feeling quite miserable. That's true, I'll tie a wooden frame on it later, then we can hold on to the frame and sit comfortably. Li Xing said. Brother, how do we tie this wooden frame? Luichu asked, scratching his head. Li Xing pointed to the bony protrusions on both sides. Use a thin wooden stick to tie across the bony protrusions, that way, we can make a fixed bottom frame on both sides. Then get two long enough thin wooden sticks bent like bow arms and cross them in an X shape on the Stegosaurus back, securing the four ends and tightly tying the middle of the X. That way, we can sit 4 people on top. Li Xing explained. Luichu thought this method was quite good. The X would divide the back of the Stegosaurus into 4 parts, each part could fit 1 person. They just needed to hold on to the middle stick. And the X tying method met the mechanics of triangles. As long as the sticks were strong enough, there would be no problem. The two soon arrived at the slope. Li Xing tied the Stegosaurus under a tree. Another large pile of bushes was cut for it. Then he went to prepare the thin wood for binding. This took Li Xing half an hour, and the frame on the back of the armored dragon was finally tied up. After finishing this, Li Xing walked down the slope, where Luichu was already playing with a boomerang. As the boomerang skimmed over the water's surface, many fish jumped out of the water. Those fish thought this was a big dragonfly and tried to leap up to bite it, but unexpectedly, they were snatched by some small pterosaurs flying down from above. There were also cases where the boomerang was mistakenly eaten by a pterosaur, but that thing always returned 100%, so when the pterosaur grabbed it, it was probably shocked or something, causing it to automatically release its grip. When the boomerang pierced into the water, it also flew back steadily. This high-tech cold weapon is truly puzzling. Li Xing didn't idle either, he quickly started tying up the raft. Tying 5 large logs required many crossbeams and very clever tying methods, which only professionals would understand. As an arms assassin, Li Xing had learned various knots, so this was not difficult for him. Some professionals in the live streaming room were amazed by Li Xing's tying techniques. How could a person know so many things? Moreover, he was just a 21-year-old young man. It really was incredible. After Li Xing secured the wooden raft, he also tied the bamboo raft on top. The width of the bamboo raft was more than half smaller than the wooden raft, but its length was more than half longer than the wooden raft. To perfectly bind the bamboo raft and the wooden raft together, Li Xing truly put in a lot of effort. At the overlapping positions of the 2 rafts, he added 4 fixed stakes. In total, Li Xing almost used up all his ropes, but before sunset, he finally completed the raft. To push it down to the lake, it would take 4 people using wooden levers to move it little by little. Girl, it's time to go back. Li Xing was sweating and, while wiping his sweat, said to Luichu. Okay. Luichu was not taking it easy either. She trained with a goal in mind, training both her left and right hands together. And ever since they arrived at the slope, she hadn't stopped. Her arms were probably sore from the training. Yet there was not a trace of resentment on her face, only a sense of fulfillment after training. On Wednesday, with the clansmen, they chopped down many trees outside the canyon, but time was limited, and in the afternoon, they only brought back 10 logs, each about the width of a bowl and 7 or 8 meters long. They didn't have time to make blockades, they stood the logs up to block the cave entrance. Then they started a bonfire inside the cave, leaving a sentry to keep watch at night. Meanwhile, Wu Chuanjia and the others cleaned a patch of ground in a nearby bamboo forest, using bamboo to make blockades and pitching a tent inside, lighting a bonfire. Since the tent could only hold 5 people at most, and it was cramped to the point where they couldn't turn around, they had to take turns on watch, sleeping 5 at a time. 5 big men, all smelling of sweat, crammed together was quite indescribable. But in this kind of environment, they couldn't be too picky. Comparatively, the contestants from the Asen country who previously planned to ambush Li Xing were in a worse situation. The 3 of them were stripped of their clothes and had no supplies, struggling in the forest for a whole day and night, and now they were all burning with fever. Yet there was nothing they could do, as they had not the most basic survival supplies, and the surroundings were full of wild beasts and poisonous insects. They hid in a tree hole, praying to their deities for help. However, they received no assistance and instead attracted a group of small raptors, which were extremely fierce, pouncing on them and tearing at their flesh, leaving them covered in blood in no time. It was like falling into a piranha pool. Their screams attracted even more predators. They stumbled through the night forest, some crashed into trees, impaled by branches, others kicked stones and fell, getting plant branches stuck in their eyes. The last guy walking behind, immediately being devoured by a group of small thief dragons. The aftermath was truly unbearable to witness. The high-ranking officials of the Asan country were incredibly furious. Originally, the three of them had good equipment and would have survived without any problem. Now, they had sacrificed themselves for nothing. If this kept up, they would probably be eliminated. The audience could now intuitively feel just how unsafe the night forest really was. Recalling Li Xing's previous night march, everyone understood the level of danger was unimaginable. Countries were negotiating to absolutely prohibit their participants from nighttime activities because of this incident. After dinner, Li Xing and the others each took a bath. Then they all entered their tents to rest. De He, after eating his fill, fell into a deep sleep in his wolf den. The next morning, Li Xing woke up early. He sat up, stretched lazily, and glanced at Su Yao, who had spent the night curled up in his arms. This girl was wearing a thermal vest, which outlined her figure completely. His comforting her last night had made her cheeks flush with color. Indeed, women need the warmth of men, otherwise, they would turn into yellow-faced women. Li Xing crawled out of the tent. The temperature had dropped again compared to yesterday, but thankfully he wore a thermal vest, or it would have been troublesome. System, I want to accept 2 tasks. Li Xing spoke to the system, which immediately modified the task data. Starch task completion 100%. Fishing task completion 0%, 1500 kilograms. System, can you now tell me if catching crocodiles counts as a task? Li Xing asked the system again. He had asked before, but the system didn't respond. Now that he had accepted this task, the system was obliged to answer this question. Host, crocodiles do not count as fish. System, damn you, be more human. Although Li Xing had some mental preparation, he was still speechless. The dumb system just refused to acknowledge the task without a word. It seemed that trying to steal a chicken would not be possible. He could only go all out. Li Xing found a fishing net and a harpoon in the pile of supplies. At that moment, Luichu also walked out. Brother, are you going fishing? Yes, brother is going fishing today and intends to catch a lot of fish to bring back for you to dry. Li Xing nodded in agreement. Brother, let me go with you. Luichu said. No, you should practice throwing boomerangs on the shore. Li Xing decisively rejected. This girl would not be much help diving into the lake with him, and it might even become a burden. At that moment, Su Yao and Suya also came out. Good brother, the lake is too dangerous, must you catch fish? Su Yao asked while preparing breakfast. It's absolutely necessary, and I need to complete the task today. You all have to come with me to put the raft into the water later. Li Xing replied. Li Xing, let me go down into the water with you, at least there's one more person to look after you, and if you catch a big fish, you alone won't be able to manage the raft. Suya said after thinking seriously. Li Xing pondered for a moment but eventually nodded. Seeing Li Xing agree to Suya but not to her, Luichu pouted. She knew she still seemed too weak in Li Xing's eyes. But she didn't blame Li Xing, it was her own lack of strength, so she quietly vowed to work harder to become stronger in the future. After the 4 of them had breakfast, they sat on the back of the armored dragon, back to back, swaying and wobbling toward the cliff slope. Sitting on its back, the Su sisters felt like they were on a boat. Thankfully, they didn't feel woozy from the dragon. De He always ran ahead to scout the path, occasionally coming back to check and then running out again. Before long, they finally reached the slope. While Li Xing was tying the armored dragon, the 3 women could hardly wait to walk down to the bottom of the slope to see the raft. Li Xing is so strong, this raft looks so sturdy. Suyao exclaimed as she looked at the raft, and Suya also sighed in disbelief, truly unable to believe how much Li Xing had accomplished in such a short time. One laborer had functioned as several. Thinking of this, Suya couldn't help but feel a heartache for Li Xing and recalled how she had been so wary of him before. Feeling truly ashamed, Li Xing left De He at the top of the slope and came down alone. He gave each person a crowbar and placed some wooden sticks at the bottom of the raft. I will count 1, 2, 3, and then we all pry it together. Li Xing said to the 3 women, who all nodded seriously. So, Li Xing shouted the command and slowly moved the raft onto the stone at the cliff. When the raft was halfway out, the 4 of them exerted more effort, and the raft slid down straight away. With a loud crash, it plunged into the lake, creating a huge splash. The raft bobbed back up like a bottle pushed underwater. To prevent it from drifting away, Li Xing grabbed the cable tied next to it and pulled the raft back with all his strength. Finally done. Li Xing let out a long breath. I'll go down first, Suya said, and without waiting for Li Xing to object, she slid down the cable towards the raft. She thought that if there was danger, she would sacrifice herself first. You two also don't slack off, stay on the shore and keep watch, remind us at any time, Li Xing said to Su Yao and the other woman. You all be careful. Su Yao nodded, and Luichu also nodded silently, her eyes filled with worry. Li Xing slid down the cable with the harpoon and other tools on his back. Throw the cable down to me, Li Xing shouted to the shore, and Su Yao quickly untied the cable and threw it down. Luichu then handed down a pole. Bro! Suya, be careful. Li Xing used a god's eye view to peek underwater. The visibility in the water wasn't too clear, as it was too murky, but he could see some fish swimming. Suya took out her gun and kept watch, guarding against any pterosaurs coming to harm the two of them. Li Xing set up the pole and sorted out the fishing net. When the raft reached the middle of the lake, Li Xing threw in a large amount of meat scraps, quickly attracting many fish, the smallest ones being palm-sized. Li Xing seized the moment and immediately cast the net. Hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream were waiting. They wanted to see how many fish Li Xing would catch with this net. How many fish can Brother Xing catch this time? Please don't run into any monsters in the water. Monsters in the water? Yes, last time a guy fell off the cliff and was eaten by a monster. Don't you remember? The viewers, led by the Star Stripe Nation, started cursing. Li Xing won't always be this lucky, there must be monsters in this lake. The longer he stays in the lake, the more dangerous it becomes. There are many prehistoric lake monsters, our people can't kill Li Xing, but the monsters in the lake might. Just wait and see, this time Lady Luck will be on our side. Li Xing is too arrogant, daring to take risks, always thinking he will be so lucky. The higher-ups in Long Nation were actually very worried about Li Xing. Although the alien world was not necessarily similar to their own Blue Star's prehistoric times, most of it was similar, which meant that there could be prehistoric giant beasts in the water. The raft was strong, but if that giant beast was too big, it could easily overturn the people on the raft. Falling into the water, no guns or harpoons would help. Chief, Li Xing is too reckless, the water is much more dangerous than the land. Should we use our communication authority to let him give up fishing? After all, dragon meat has been enough for them for a long time. The advisor came up to the chief and said, "Let's trust him, since he dares to do this, he must have a way to deal with it." As everyone was discussing, Li Xing began to pull in the net. Just as he was pulling in the net, a big fish rushed into the net to prey on the small fish, but unexpectedly, this caused great trouble for Li Xing. Damn, is this big fish blind? Li Xing didn't expect to catch such a large fish, he just wanted to catch small fish little by little, but it was too heavy to pull back onto the raft. It could even be dangerous. As the net gathered, the force on Li Xing's arms increased more and more. Without the net, Li Xing couldn't pull it up at all. Suya hurriedly came forward to help. No way, it's too heavy. It's hard to apply force while standing on the raft, as any pull will cause one end to sink. Suya quickly said. Say something I don't know. Li Xing's head was also aching. Li Xing. Let go. It seems we've caught a big fish down there. Suya knelt at the edge of the raft, seeing the situation underwater, and quickly said. But Li Xing was not willing to let go so easily, wrapping the net rope around himself, determined to fight the fish to the end. Stop talking nonsense, quickly use the harpoon to kill it, or I will be pulled into the water. Li Xing shouted at Suya. The people in the live stream didn't expect Li Xing to risk his life for a fish. If that big fish was killed, the blood would definitely attract monsters from the water. Wouldn't it be even more dangerous then? This was too irrational. The audience led by the Star-Spangled Country looked increasingly clear, as if what they had just said was about to come true. Ha ha ha. Li Xing is about to pay the price of his reckless adventure with his life. The high-ranking officials of Long Country also gritted their teeth. Li Xing, be rational. It's just a fish, quickly let go. Even if the monsters don't come, those imperial crocodiles nearby would be enough for you to handle. Chapter 79, Unable to reach shore. Suya focused hard on the situation below the water's surface, seizing the opportunity to thrust the harpoon into the water. I hit it! Suya shouted, but before she could be happy, the giant fish started to struggle fiercely, and the harpoon slipped from her hand. The two girls on the shore were so anxious they were stomping their feet. Not enough strength. Li Xing shouted. The pull of the fishing net was getting stronger, one hand holding onto the raft's beam, the other gripping the net rope, but the rope around his waist was tightening painfully. Suya reached out multiple times but couldn't grab the struggling harpoon. In a rush, she jumped out and caught the harpoon in midair. Using her body weight, she thrust the harpoon deeper, but she also fell into the lake. The fish's struggle weakened, but its blood quickly spread in the water. Suya, quickly get back on the raft. Li Xing shouted urgently. Suya knew the danger in the water, so she paddled with her hands, trying to get close to the raft quickly. As the blood dispersed in the water, a group of red-bellied piranhas were attracted. They opened their jagged, menacing mouths to bite the big fish in the net, but the mesh of the net wasn't big enough for them to enter, so they could only tear at it desperately. Just as Li Xing thought all was in vain, he quickly found out that these guys couldn't bite through the net at all. This net was probably made of special materials. At this moment, Suya also grabbed onto the raft, with half her body still in the water, when Li Xing's keen sight spotted an even bigger monster fish, surging up from the deep lake like a train through the water. Li Xing reached out and grabbed Suya's hand, pulling her forcefully onto the raft. Just as he pulled her up, that massive creature weighing over 10 tons burst out of the water, sending glistening water cascading off its smooth body, and its massive half-body crashed down on the raft. The two on the raft were thrown 2 meters high like children on a seesaw. Then they fell heavily back down. At that moment, Li Xing, along with the spectators, finally saw the monster clearly in the sunlight. Oh my god, this is a Salus. Isn't the Salus a marine creature? How could it be here? Who knows? The Salus is a reptile, similar to a crocodile. Maybe some live in saltwater, and some in freshwater. This was also the first time high-ranking officials from various countries saw the Salus, resembling a gigantic lizard in the water. This Li Xing has finally run out of luck, let's see how you escape. Ha, there's no escape now. If it were on land, there might be a chance. The audiences from various countries were bustling with discussions. Most believed that Li Xing and Suya probably had no chance of survival this time. After all, the Tsanglong is not a fish. Once it climbs up on the wooden raft, the raft will sink. The fact that the raft wasn't shattered just now was truly thanks to Li Xing's special binding technique. When the Tsanglong lunged at the raft, its front limbs quickly crawled onto it, shaking the raft so violently that people couldn't stand steady, while more than half of its body climbed up, causing the raft to completely sink into the water. Seizing the opportunity, the Tsanglong pounced, and Suya decided it was no use trying to stabilize herself. She immediately pulled out her gun and fired repeatedly at the Tsanglong's head. Bang bang bang! The bullets hit like they were striking a sandbag, unable to harm its life, instead making it more frenzied. It suddenly lunged forward, aiming to swallow Suya whole. Suya was shooting while lying on the water's surface, and after finishing her shots, her body sank into the water, choking. When the Tsanglong lunged at her, she had completely lost her reaction. She had already prepared herself for death. However, just at that moment, Li Xing had a harpoon in his hand and suddenly jabbed it towards the Tsanglong's eye from the side. This strike was heavy and powerful. Since Li Xing's feet were still on the raft in the water, he had enough force to deliver this blow. With a sizzle, the harpoon pierced into the Tsanglong's eye. But, the harpoon had 3 prongs, and the other 2 got stuck on the Tsanglong's skull, unable to penetrate through the eye to injure its brain. Nonetheless, it still saved Suya's life. Everyone in the live broadcast room witnessed this thrilling scene. They almost held their breath. However, the danger was not over. After Li Xing delivered this strike, he did not stop but immediately pounced onto the Tsanglong. The Tsanglong struggled to shake off Li Xing. Its body slid off the raft to the sides, and due to the buoyancy, the raft immediately bounced up from the water on the Tsanglong's side. In that instant, Li Xing swiftly pulled out a dagger from his waist and fiercely stabbed it into the Tsanglong's body. As the raft bounced up, the Tsanglong was trying to escape underwater. Li Xing was still biting onto it and wouldn't let go. He knew that as long as he loosened his grip, the Tsanglong would immediately turn its head and swallow him whole. After all, in the water, that was the Tsanglong's battlefield. Thus, Li Xing pulled it down towards the lake bottom, while he drew another dagger and stabbed it fiercely into its body, alternating between 2 daggers plunging into it, with Li Xing pushing himself to the Tsanglong's head position. Li Xing didn't dare to think he could kill this giant with a dagger, but he had to blind its other eye to prevent future troubles. Moreover, the Tsanglong's body was continuously bleeding, which would attract piranhas closer. The people in the live broadcast room were utterly astonished watching this scene in the water. Brother Xing is so brave. The Tsanglong just wants to bite him, but he won't let go. Who dares to provoke him? Brother Xing is a true gentleman. He avenges any grievance on the spot, regardless of whether the opponent is human or animal. Brother Xing has stabbed the Tsanglong's other eye. Amazing! Everyone was excited, jumping up when they saw Li Xing finally blind the Tsanglong's other eye. And those who were watching were bitterly frustrated, seeing Li Xing escape death once again. They haven't reached the shore yet, isn't it too early to celebrate? Exactly, look, the crocodiles around are also joining the battlefield. The piranhas in the water are increasing. At this moment, Li Xing hastened to surface. He was keeping his eyes closed underwater, observing with God's perspective. A group of piranhas descended like petals falling from the sky, diving directly towards the top of Li Xing's head. Damn, this is bad. Li Xing's heart raced. This group of piranhas would eat him down to nothing. Li Xing curled his body into a ball, and just as he was about to face the impact of the piranhas, the group of piranhas surprisingly darted past him, chasing the bleeding Tsanglong below. Everyone sighed in relief. Even a top predator like the Tsanglong must accept the fate of becoming a prisoner. Li Xing floated to the surface, taking a deep breath. Catch this, Li Xing. At that moment, Suya reached out the pole. She had been standing on the raft, watching the changes on the water's surface without wasting a second. Li Xing quickly climbed up the raft using the pole. Upon arriving, Li Xing wasn't concerned about Suya's injuries but rather whether the netting rope he had wrapped around the raft had come loose. Otherwise, he would have to fish again, which would be painful. Seeing that the green netting rope was securely tangled on the raft, he finally sighed in relief. Quick, row towards the shore. Li Xing said, but just then, several clueless pterosaurs swooped down from the sky, seemingly wanting to harm Li Xing and Suya. On the shore, Lu Yichu immediately threw a boomerang. It struck one pterosaur firmly on the head, causing it to drop from the air into the water, where it was instantly seized by a coming crocodile. Li Xing, we can't go to the shore anymore, there are too many crocodiles, and other dinosaurs are rushing toward the lake. Suya pointed toward the lakeshore. Li Xing looked over and saw several large dinosaurs like the Therizinosaurus approaching. If they couldn't get ashore, they wouldn't be able to bring the fish back. Chapter 80, Achieving the 7th Survival Achievement. Li Xing felt unwilling. If he gave up these fish, his adventure would be in vain. At this moment, the lake water was stained red, as crocodiles submerged to compete for food with the piranhas, while some, with eyes wide open, swayed towards Li Xing, wanting to climb onto the raft. Suya picked up a machete and struck down on their heads, pushing back quite a few crocodiles. Injured crocodiles quickly became targets for other piranhas, the water surface splashing everywhere. Pterosaurs in the sky screeched as they swooped down to grab fish to eat. The surroundings were filled with various sounds, making one dizzy. Li Xing struggled to keep the raft steady, but it was too heavy, the water too deep, moving slowly, and the current was against them as they paddled toward the slope, while the fishing net under the water impeded their progress. There were still about 40 meters to the slope. At this speed, who knew how long it would take to get there? Brother, check the information. Lu Yichu shouted loudly from the slope. Li Xing quickly looked at the floating ball information, which had a message from Lu Yichu. He opened it directly. Brother, I threw the boomerang over, you try to catch it and see if you can pull yourselves back. Li Xing suddenly understood, the boomerang would definitely return, and if they could find a way to catch it, the raft could be pulled back. But with what could they catch it? Li Xing saw a part of the fishing net being dragged up and couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. He immediately put away the pole and used it to prop up a section of the fishing net. Lu Yichu on the shore understood right away. However, it was still a bit far, and the fishing net wasn't propped up to a meter, so the hit area was quite small. Girl, throw it without worry, believe in yourself. Li Xing instantly sent a message to encourage her. Lu Yichu nodded and signaled for them to lie down, as she couldn't guarantee they wouldn't hit their own people. Li Xing and Suya immediately lay down on the raft. Lu Yichu aimed courageously and threw the boomerang out. The boomerang traveled in an arc, making it harder to aim than a straight line, and it also had to catch the fishing net on the returning hook part. Everyone watched as the boomerang flew back, falling short by more than a meter. Don't be discouraged, that was very good, let's try again. Li Xing immediately said. The people in the live broadcast room finally understood what Lu Yichu was trying to do. What a genius idea! Is this considered a bug? I don't know if it works yet, it's hard to say if the net can handle such a strong pull. If it actually works, then the boomerang's launching method will be different in the future. Everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing it. Experts from the Dragon Country's higher-ups also commented on this bold idea. Young people having a spirit of adventure and novel ideas is feasible, but if that boomerang can bring back both the raft and the fish, then its power is too strong. What is the flying principle behind it? Who knows the principle behind the things sent by the cosmic program? It might not even need to follow the physical laws of our universe. There is indeed this possibility, the cosmic program feeds us food, almost like magic. With the existing physical laws, it simply cannot be explained, it even carries a sense of bringing something out of nothing. Just as everyone was discussing, Lu Yichu had already done it for the 5th time. As the boomerang flew back this time, it swept past the raft, and Li Xing and Suya watched the boomerang coming. Li Xing immediately used a pole to catch the net, like catching a swallow. The boomerang flew into the net opening, got stuck inside, and suddenly pulled the net up as if someone was using a stick to support the net. The boomerang was stuck in mid-air, shaking like a trapped eagle. Everyone couldn't help but get nervous. But the next moment, the boomerang's passive trigger activated, and it began to drag the fishing net towards the cliff slope with brute force. The net's collection rope was tied to the raft, dragging the raft back as well. The raft moved like it was equipped with a motor, leaving a wake on the water, heading toward the slope. Everyone couldn't help but feel both shocked and delighted. This must be a magical weapon. It actually works. Amazing. The things sent by the cosmic program are indeed something. Foreign viewers were also stunned by this scene. They didn't expect that the boomerang they looked down upon had such powerful might. It seems that the things sent by the cosmic program can only produce amazing effects if they are opened in an unconventional way. At this moment, the Dragon Country was celebrating. Lu Yichu quickly stepped back, leaving some space for the raft to come up. Suya, hold the fishing net tight, I'm going to loosen the rope. Li Xing didn't want to drag the raft up, as it might break the raft. He figured that tying the cable to himself and bringing it back to shore would be fine. Suya quickly grabbed the fishing net upon hearing this. Seeing it was about time, Li Xing hurriedly untied the collection rope from the raft, and at that moment, the speed of the returning fishing net accelerated. It suddenly pulled Li Xing and Suya along with all the fish in the net up to the shore. Luichu was overjoyed, not expecting that she would actually help everyone this time. Brother! I did it! She jumped up in excitement. The people in the live broadcast room were equally thrilled. Suyao quickly came over to pull the cable in and tied it to a nearby big tree, securing the raft. Li Xing lay next to the catch, gasping for breath. He closed his eyes, and the system prompt appeared, second task completion 100%. Achievement unlocked, survival, rewards 1 lottery chance. Do you want to draw? Of course I want to draw, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Li Xing responded to the system. Drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ability to directly domesticate plants. Wild crops usually have low yields, underdeveloped fruit, and are prone to diseases and death, etc. Host can directly plant domesticated plants with full fruit and high yields, but... Li Xing was so excited after reading the system explanation that he nearly jumped up. After all, it takes at least 100 years for humans to domesticate plants. Directly eliminating bad genes, selecting good seeds to plant, then repeatedly selecting and replanting in different environments. Until the plant genes fully adapt to the environment. This project takes at least 100 years, or even several hundred years. Unless using human gene modification technology, like hybrid rice engineering, what such things are out here in the wild? In other words, as long as it's a plant grown by Li Xing, every single one bears full fruit. Li Xing looked at the panel. Host, Li Xing. Age, 21. Survival achievements, 7, reach 10 to obtain a title. Titles, 0, for each title obtained, gain the corresponding abilities and 10 points of influence. Influence, 0 points. The panel had only 1 more survival achievement compared to last time. Now, just 3 more survival achievements are needed to gain a title. I wonder what abilities this title will give me. And what exactly is the use of this influence? Li Xing looked forward to it. Check the next survival achievement tasks. 1. Tame an adult wind god pterosaur. 2. Build a sturdy wooden shelter, at least 50 square meters, able to withstand attacks from T1 level dangerous dinosaurs. 3. Kill a giant. Li Xing felt a bit confused. The first 2 tasks were easy to understand, but the third task was key. A giant? Are there giants in this world? In the urban legends of Blue Star, there were indeed fossils of prehistoric giant corpses discovered, but do giants really exist in this world? Where are they? This task is clearly more difficult than the first 2. It's not that I can't kill a giant, but I don't even know where they are. It's even possible that there are no giants at all. Once I accept this task, I won't be able to take new tasks afterward. I can only choose one of the first 2 tasks with the highest feasibility. Chapter 81, Loved by All. Taming an adult wind god pterosaur, Li Xing was not confident at all right now. It's different from the direwolves and herbivorous dinosaurs. My taming ability only applies to herbivores and omnivores. Even though direwolves are carnivorous, they have high intelligence and understand the relationship of survival dependence. The wind god pterosaur, like an eagle or tiger, is not a social animal and has a strong independent consciousness. So, after much thought, Li Xing decided to choose Task 2, build a sturdy wooden shelter. Task locked. The system voice echoed in his mind, and then the panel disappeared. At this moment, due to catching a net full of fish, people across the country also got a net of fish in their hands. These fish fell from above like rain in rooms, streets, and above everyone's heads. This scene was broadcasted to foreign media. Overseas citizens watched this and were extremely envious, knowing they hadn't eaten fish in over 20 years, let alone such fresh and abundant fish. Meanwhile, those biting the protein gel in the roux people were filled with regret, especially those who hadn't gone abroad yet. Seeing an old woman collecting garbage living better than they were, it was more painful than killing them. However, once the arrow is shot, it cannot be recalled. They must continue down the path they chose, even if they must do so on their knees. Many people in the country had gained a few pounds due to the food materials provided by Li Xing, which was nearly impossible before the apocalypse. Everyone had turned into thin sticks, but now some were getting fat. Brother Xing, our savior, don't take such big risks for our food next time. We have plenty of food now. Yeah, Brother Xing, we've stored a lot of extra food for the country. Don't take big risks anymore. Aside from parents and teachers, probably only Brother Xing truly wishes for us to have a good life. Most people in the livestream were worried about Li Xing. They believe Li Xing took such big risks for the country and the people. They were deeply touched. The soldiers of Dragon Country collectively saluted Li Xing. The high-ranking officials of Dragon Country also had tears in their eyes. Li Xing, you've done enough for the motherland and the people, please protect yourself. Don't take any more risks. Li Xing, you are the savior of our Dragon Country, our eternal god. Li Xing just closed his eyes and relaxed for a moment. He didn't expect that the scene of him risking his life to save the fish deeply touched the simple hearts of people across the nation, making them believe he did it to prevent them from going hungry. If Li Xing had known, he would surely have felt a bit ashamed. After all, he had only been thinking about completing the task, a task that had been pending for too long, and he was desperate to finish it. At this moment, Suya dragged the big fish out of the net and used a dagger to cut it open on the spot to prevent the internal organs from rotting quickly and affecting the fish's quality. This fish alone weighed 700 kilograms. It looked like a giant tuna from the sea, but unlike that, the freshwater fish had very clear scales. Suya was also processing other larger fish. Dehei smelled the fishy scent and ran down from the slope. Luichu was worried that Dehei would go wild and bite the big fish, so he tossed a few palm-sized fish for Dehei to eat. Dehei, be careful of the fish bones, Luichu said worriedly. At this moment, Li Xing also got up from the ground. Seeing Luichu's worried expression about Dehei, he couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, girl. Our Dehei is more than twice the size of an ordinary wolf, weighing over 140 kilograms, rivaling a female saber-toothed tiger in size. Its throat is rough, with incredible biting strength. Eating a palm-sized fish is like us eating small fish roe, Li Xing said with a smile as he walked up to Dehei and patted its head. Dehei sat next to Li Xing like a big dog, enjoying its owner's affection. It certainly didn't have such a good life in the wolf pack. Brother, this fish is so big, should we cut it and bring it back? Luichu asked, pointing at the big fish. We can only cut it, otherwise, we can't bring it back at all. Li Xing nodded and said. Although the armored dragon could carry it back, human power was needed to move it up the slope, and without cutting it into pieces, it would be impossible to transport. Seeing that Suya was struggling to kill the fish, Li Xing took the cleaver from her hand. You all go take the small fish back first, let me handle the big fish. Be careful on the way. Okay, you be careful too. Suya nodded, tucking a handgun into Li Xing's waistband. Aren't you taking it with you? Li Xing asked with furrowed brows. You need it more than I do. I believe the people of the nation wouldn't want anything to happen to you. As a teammate, it is my duty to protect the most valuable person in our team, Suya said seriously, her expression earnest. Li Xing looked at her sincere eyes and suddenly felt a pang of emotion. All right. Li Xing smiled and didn't say anything more. Suya turned around and, along with Su Yao and Luichu, began dragging the net with the 200-plus kilogram fish up the slope. After their bodies were enhanced, their strength was remarkable, and the three of them indeed had the capability to drag the 200-kilogram fish. Once they reached the top of the slope, they immediately took down the rope prepared on the armored dragon's back and secured the catch, lifting it onto the dragon's back. Then they transported it back to the camp. Li Xing used the cleaver to first scale the big fish, then cut into its belly. By the time Suya returned alone riding the armored dragon, Li Xing had already chopped the fish into dozens of pieces and strung them together on wooden stakes. Suya and Li Xing carried these strands of fish meat up to the top of the slope. Then they dismantled the fish pieces and packed them into the fishing net, tying them into a bundle. The armored dragon's carrying capacity was still quite powerful. Even after tying up all the fish meat, its 4 sturdy legs showed no sign of trembling. Li Xing jumped onto the front of the armored dragon and pulled Suya up with him. Let's head back, Li Xing shouted, and the armored dragon immediately started moving toward the camp. Li Xing, do you have any plans for what comes next? Suya asked softly, cradling the bundle of fish meat. Our food will keep increasing, the granary will be full, and we can't just keep sleeping in tents. After all, there are other team members who haven't arrived yet. When they come, are we supposed to squeeze into the tent together? Li Xing said. That won't do. Suya thought of the 6 male team members who would be coming, and she couldn't accept sharing a tent with other men. In the beginning, it was unavoidable, and since the tent belonged to Li Xing, she couldn't just force him out, right? So, I'm going to build a big shelter at the campsite, at least over 50 square meters. In a few days, when the comrades arrive, they can help set it up. We should be able to finish it in a week, and then during the winter, we can roast by the fireplace inside the house, Li Xing said. Suya couldn't help but look forward to the scene of everyone living together in the wooden house. She believed that as long as Li Xing was there, everyone's lives would get better and better. But should she confess what happened that night? Suya bit her red lip, looking at Li Xing driving the armored dragon ahead, summoning great courage. Li Xing, there's something I want to tell you. Can you turn off the live stream? Chapter 82, Suya's Emotion. What is it that can't be known by the whole country? Is it that you've fallen in love with me? There's nothing embarrassing about falling in love with me, after all, I'm so excellent, right? Li Xing turned back and joked. So shameless. Who praises themselves like that? Suya said with annoyance, her courage deflated again by his words. Alright, I'll turn off the live stream. Go ahead and say it, Li Xing said, slapping the floating ball to turn off the live stream. I don't want to say it anymore. Suya pouted, looking angry. Weird. Could it be that I guessed right? You really do like me? Li Xing asked with widened eyes. Who likes you? You do. You like me. Absolutely not. It's alright, if you like me, just admit it. It's not a big deal, desire is a natural human emotion. Li Xing said with an understanding look. Pervert. Suya heard this, feeling both shy and angry. What Li Xing meant by liking was not the same as what she understood. I'm not joking with you anymore. You're so easily teased. Just say it, what is it? Li Xing turned back, looking at Suya seriously. Will you stay with my sister for a lifetime? Suya turned what she wanted to say into a question. Can you wear the same piece of clothing for a lifetime? Li Xing retorted. Suya widened her eyes in shock, she never expected Li Xing to be so irresponsible. She thought he was a pretty responsible man who gave a strong sense of security. How can a person be compared to clothing? That's just quibbling. Suya said angrily. To tell you the truth, I don't even know. I have never loved anyone, they were just companions in loneliness. Once people get deeply involved, over time, conflicts will only increase, lovers become enemies. If you don't get deeply involved, it's just physical pleasure, then parting can be good. Suya was shocked by Li Xing's views. What kind of perspective is this? How can there be such a person? What Li Xing said wasn't even the truth, he just didn't know how to love anyone. Due to his past life's profession, he could never get married. After all, he didn't even have a household registration. To the country and his family, he didn't exist. A non-existent person only has today, there is no yesterday and no tomorrow. Get married? Family? None of that exists, that is his world. This also meant he could not and must not fall in love with any woman. Women want a stable home, but someone like him can't have a home. He had already gotten used to that kind of life, and his personality and worldview were built in that kind of world. Suya was stunned for a long time before she spoke. I am very grateful that you can be so honest, but I don't understand. You're only 21, you say you've never loved anyone. Have you had many relationships, or are you simply not a 21-year-old college student? Suya's words left Li Xing speechless. Li Xing knew that for a 21-year-old college student, it was indeed difficult to calmly express what he had just said. Li Xing had no choice but to remain silent, some things are better left unsaid, letting the other person guess wildly. Because in this world, not everything needs an answer, the world of adults is actually gray, not the colorful palette of children, where each color has its own compartment. Gray is an entire expanse. It covers the sky of every adult, the occasional burst of passion is merely an unexpected blank space in that gray sky. Suya looked at Li Xing's silhouette, she did not know why, but she could feel the heaviness of his inner world. He was a sad man. How pitiful he is. But Suya didn't know why Li Xing made her feel this way. Li Xing, you've never loved any woman, it's because you don't understand what love is, and you've never been loved, right? You're so pitiful, Suya suddenly asked sadly. She didn't know why she asked this, she just wanted to ask, her intuition led her to do so. Li Xing paused for a moment, silence enveloping him for a long time before he finally turned to look at Suya, a nonchalant smile returning to his face. However, this time, there was something teardrop-like in his eyes. We're almost there, you all should handle this food quickly. The smell of so much food will definitely attract danger, so be mindful of your surroundings while you work. Li Xing said. Seeing Li Xing change the subject, Suya realized she guessed right. During their time together, he had never mentioned his family. And while everyone else talked about their families, he would deliberately avoid the subject when it came up. Is he an orphan? Suya thought to herself, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. She felt a deeper sympathy for Li Xing. She also forgave him for his attitude toward women, he must be afraid that loving someone would only lead to pain if they left, so he simply chose never to love anyone. Stop for a moment, Suya choked out, and Li Xing halted. Turning to look at Suya, he found her eyes glistening with tears. Li Xing was unsure if he had been too blunt and hurt her. I'm sorry, I might have spoken a bit too frankly. Li Xing shrugged. But Suya stepped over, standing on the jutting bones of the armored dragon to reach the front. She threw her arms around Li Xing's neck and kissed his lips. Li Xing's eyes widened, unsure of what just happened, but Suya's tearful kiss left him unable to refuse. The two became entwined once again. Suya just wanted to care for Li Xing, to give him warmth, or maybe it was just a surge of a woman's sympathy. Wait, with so much fish and meat here, if we take too long it will attract beasts. What are you worried about? It's only 3 minutes. Li Xing was a bit speechless, feeling Suya's intense affection for the first time, and he could no longer consider anything else. He could only make things a bit tough for the armored dragon, after all, its legs had no shock absorbers. After a while, Suya melted into Li Xing's arms, her tears flowing uncontrollably, perhaps feeling guilty towards Suyao, or maybe because her heart ached for Li Xing. Do you regret it? Li Xing cupped her face and wiped away her tears as he asked. No, it's not that, Li Xing. I don't know what you have been through, but you must believe that there is warmth in this world. Li Xing smiled, though he half understood. I know, don't cry. No matter what happens in the future, I will protect all of you, give you warmth because that is my value. Suya didn't understand why Li Xing would say that protecting others was his value. Didn't he say he wouldn't love anyone? Why would he still see protecting others as his value? Yes. Suya cannot understand. From the day Li Xing became an armed assassin, he swore a death oath to the national flag. His whole life would be devoted to the people and the country. Protecting the interests of the people and the country is engraved into his bones. Even when he came to this world, it could not change the military soul that runs in his blood. The lives and deaths of Suya and his other comrades are closely related to the interests of the country and the people, which is why he says to protect everyone. This is his duty as an armed assassin. However, what Suya wants is for him to love her and give her warmth. Not for him to bear everything alone until he bends his back. Button up your collar, I'm going live now. Li Xing said with a smile, trying to liven up the atmosphere, but Suya couldn't smile. Her heart was conflicted, feeling guilty towards her sister while wanting to know Li Xing, wanting to enter his heart, wanting to give him love and warmth. How would she explain to her sister later? Chapter 83, Crisis of the Longway Competitors. As soon as the live stream started, a large number of viewers flooded into the room. What happened just now? The stream was off for about 10 minutes. It seems that nothing happened between Xinggu and Suya, we just don't know what they talked about that they can't let us viewers know. It must be private affairs. Ha, what private affairs could be handled in 10 minutes? You act like you're so impressive. I seriously suspect they were flirting, but I have no evidence. At this moment, Li Xing and Suya returned to the camp, where two women were fishing downstream in the creek, while Dehe lay by them, occasionally begging for a fish to eat. That huge pile of fish could last them for a long time. The cleaned fish were skewered on a bamboo stick and hung between two X-shaped bamboo frames like drying clothes. Because there were so many fish, the rod in the middle bent downwards. Seeing Li Xing and Suya return, Dehe immediately ran over from the two women and even learned to wag its tail. Li Xing tossed it a piece of fish meat. Then, Li Xing and Suya flipped the fish meat from the net onto the ground. Suya, hurry up and handle the fish, I need to select a spot to build a shelter and draw a sketch. Li Xing said, and Suya nodded, calling over Suyao. These fish pieces could be skewered for drying directly, unlike the smaller fish that still needed to be gutted. Li Xing walked over the log bridge and chose 4 towering cedar trees that formed a rectangle. Each cedar tree was about the thickness of a person's hug, Li Xing measured with his foot, and the short sides were about 7 meters, while the long sides were about 8 meters. If these 4 trees served as the 4 corner beams of the wooden house, the area would exceed 50 square meters. Moreover, it saved the massive effort of burying corner beams. Now, what needed to be done was to build 4 sturdy wooden walls around these 4 corner beams. The wood used for the walls must have a diameter of at least 15 centimeters. Otherwise, it might not meet the system's requirements, rendering everything useless. Now, the biggest problem was not transporting the wood, but that there were no spare ropes in the camp. Even if they took the ropes from the raft, it wouldn't be enough. Using wicker or vine to tie the wooden frame walls would absolutely not work, one touch, and they would fall apart. Only the mortise and tenon structure and wooden nails could be used. These all require a lot of tedious work. It would be easier if there were enough tools, like electric saws, chisels, hammers, etc. Now there were only axes, machetes, and saw blades, which were not very professional tools. However, this wouldn't stump Li Xing. He rode on the armored dragon and headed to a nearby forest to select wood, marking each chosen tree. In total, he marked 48 trees. Each tree was straight and round, with a diameter of at least 15 centimeters. This is the wood needed for the 4 walls, excluding the roof. The roof can be made from trees as thick as an arm or bamboo. There is no need to use such thick trees, which would increase the workload. Li Xing took out the rope saw and threaded 2 appropriately sized pieces of wood through the loops at both ends to serve as handles. The armored dragon was eating the bushes nearby while Li Xing began to saw the trees. The quality of the rope saw was not good. It worked fine at first, but by the 5th tree, it became hard to saw. Li Xing changed the saw blade and continued to saw. The saw blade heated up badly, so he switched to an axe to keep working. This kept him busy until the sun set, and he finally finished sawing all the marked wood. Tomorrow, he would need to trim the branches and cut each piece of wood to the same length. Li Xing dragged his tired body back to the camp. The 3 women had also worked all day but had finished a bit quicker than him, preparing all the fish. The camp was filled with his fish meat. Some carnivorous insects, birds, and small pterosaurs had tried to sneak a bite today, but they were all scared away by the big black dog. The 3 women were burning bushes on the side. The smoke could drive away those sneaky creatures and also lightly smoke the fish. Li Xing, you've worked hard all day. You go take a shower first, dinner will be ready soon, and I will call you, Suya said as she walked over when she saw Li Xing return. Suya walked behind her and noticed a different attitude from her sister towards Li Xing, pouting her lips. Sister, you go prepare the food, I'll get clean clothes and a towel for Li Xing. Suyao said, then went to the tent to fetch the clothes. As for the towels, they were made by cutting up some old clothes. After Li Xing settled the armored dragon, he looked at the fish meat and felt very satisfied. Brother, with all the food we have stored, it should be enough for us to get through the winter, right? Luichu said happily as she looked at the fish meat. There is enough, but so much food cannot be left exposed for a long time. Once I finish the wooden house, we can put it inside. Li Xing replied with a smile. Luichu nodded happily. Good brother, you should wash up quickly, you've worked hard today and need to rest early. Suyao tugged Li Xing towards the pond, feeling uncomfortable whenever anyone talked to him. There was always a sense of danger bubbling up in her heart. Good brother, hurry and take a shower, otherwise it will get cold when it gets dark. Suyao said while helping Li Xing take off his clothes. He quickly grabbed her delicate hand. I got it, you go help your sister prepare the food. After dinner, they didn't do any other work and went straight back to the tent to rest. Lumberjacks were very hard workers, especially with Li Xing chopping wood for over 6 hours a day. If he weren't strengthened, he couldn't bear it. The women couldn't sleep so early, they needed to smoke the fish meat. Due to the amount of meat, they couldn't use a smoking cage, so they had to check the fire regularly. The 3 women decided to take turns watching the fire at night. Moreover, among the 6 members in this area, 4 were situated near the edge, close to Zone 2. So, these 4 decided to meet up with Wu Chuanjia and the others. Wu Chuanjia and his 8 members received information from the country, so he instructed Zhao Gang to go alone with the tent and weapons to meet them. Before sunset, Zhao Gang met up with them. Now they had set up their tent in a stone valley, built barricades, and were roasting over a bonfire, enjoying their meal. Zhao Gang recounted Li Xing's achievements, and the 4 couldn't help but sigh. Heaven bless our dragon kingdom. Once we establish a shelter in Zone 2 with Bear Country, Brother Xing will surely come to meet us, right? Yes, Brother Xing said he would come to see us, but I'm not sure what survival plans he has for the future. Anyway, we will still have to follow the country's instructions. Zhao Gang said with a smile. There are only 2 days left until the week ends again. I wonder what privileges this universe program will give us this time. I'm looking forward to it too. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were checking the death lists of various countries. The Dragon Country still had no deaths, the first place was secured, but many people's situations in the Dragon Country were actually not good. They were basically holding on with willpower. Chief, the weather is getting colder, and many of our contestants are not prepared with food and warm supplies for winter, and many areas have Dragon Country contestants fighting alone, and some airdrop sites cannot be held for long. The longer it takes, the worse the situation becomes. Chief, what is your next plan? I hope my comrades can hold on. Let's see what privileges the Cosmic Program opens up for us next Monday, and then make detailed plans. Chapter 84, The Cook and the Genius. Early the next morning, Li Xing got up early, and after crawling out of the tent, he found that Dehe had killed a few greedy little raptors. Their bodies were neatly arranged by Dehe in the open space. When Dehe saw his master come out, he sat on the ground like a soldier reporting to a general, straightening his back, his shiny black eyes fixed on Li Xing, wagging his tail. Li Xing smiled when he saw his pet's success in guarding food and rewarded him with the 3 little raptors. With Li Xing's permission, Dehe then picked up the 3 little raptors and took them to the dragon pen to eat. Li Xing also went to the dragon pen and rode his armored dragon out. Although the timber was not far from the camp, riding the armored dragon out also allowed it to eat some bushes and grass along the way. While Li Xing was busy, Suya and the others also got up. After brushing their teeth with charcoal powder, they started making breakfast. Once breakfast was ready, Suya put some soup meat into a bamboo tube. Sister, Ichu, you 2 guard the camp. I'll bring the soup meat to Li Xing. If you have time, you can use the furnace to fire some porcelain and see if you can make some. Suya said to Su Yao and the other 2. Sister, why don't I go over? Su Yao was a little reluctant to let her sister go. She always felt that her sister's gaze at Li Xing was different from before. Seeing this, Suya seemed to guess Su Yao's thoughts. Alright then, here's the pistol for you, be careful on the way. Oh, and take Dehe with you, so I feel more at ease. Suya reminded her. Sister, I'm not a child, do I need to bring Dehe for such a short distance? Su Yao shook her head. Better safe than sorry. Okay then, I'll take Dehe. It's not easy for a pregnant mother. Su Yao took the fish soup and a jug of water, then led Dehe, who was eating meat, away. Although Dehe was a bit unwilling, Li Xing's charm would influence how it treated those around it, making it unable to refuse. Before long, Su Yao arrived at the lumber area where Li Xing was. From a distance, Su Yao saw a busy Li Xing, and Dehe ran over first. Li Xing looked up and saw Su Yao coming over. Good. Just as Su Yao was about to greet her younger brother, she suddenly thought about how her sister's relationship with Li Xing had recently been a bit strange, so she tidied her appearance and changed her demeanor to that of Su Ya's Ice Queen style. After all, the similarity between the sisters was so close that even artificial intelligence couldn't tell them apart. Li Xing, let's eat breakfast. Su Yao brought the breakfast to Li Xing. Li Xing put down the saw he was holding and sat on the wood. Good, thank you. Li Xing took it and drank a mouthful of fish soup, then started eating the meat. Seeing that Li Xing didn't look at her and was just focused on eating, Su Yao thought, could it be her delusion? She didn't give up and asked, Li Xing, what do you think of my sister? Li Xing glanced up and down at Su Yao. Your sister, she's a bit of a brat, but she's really nice. Why do you ask this question? It's none of your business, what do you think of me? Li Xing looked her up and down again, you're pretty good too. If you had to choose between us, who would you choose? Su Yao asked forcefully. Li Xing didn't rush to answer and lifted the bamboo tube to drink the fish soup, finishing the meat before he spoke. Who put this meat soup for me? I did. Why are you asking that? Why don't you answer me? This fish meat in the soup has not a single bone. You are so good to me, of course, I like you the most. Li Xing chuckled. Su Yao was startled for a moment. This meat soup was not served by her, but by her sister. She didn't expect her sister's soup for Li Xing to have not a single bone. Who would believe they had nothing going on? Haven't you gotten close with my sister? Being so fickle is a bit too much, right? Su Yao bit her red lips and asked. But Li Xing leaned in and kissed Su Yao on the lips. Su Yao felt like she was electrocuted. She could not refuse Li Xing's kiss, even though she knew she was kissing the wrong person. Her body softened like water, allowing him to hold and kiss her. You. Li Xing, you. Hurry back. Don't pretend to be your sister again, otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Li Xing laughed and playfully flicked her forehead. Su Yao finally understood that she couldn't fool Li Xing, he was deliberately teasing her. But how to explain her sister picking out all the fish bones? Could it be that her sister had a crush on Li Xing? Since you are here, stay and help with the work. Trim the tree branches and saw them where marked. Li Xing handed the saw to Su Yao. Oh. Su Yao replied, blushing and feeling awkward. The audience in the livestream room was truly sweetened by this scene early in the morning. Xingo, what's the big deal if the two sisters occasionally make a mistake? Exactly. Our Xingu is so outstanding, marrying two wives wouldn't be impossible since there's no one-wife law on the new planet. A bunch of scumbags, humph. Our Xingu is definitely not that kind of bad guy. Our Xingu is the best man. It's just a pity for Su Yao that she got the first chance, otherwise, Xingu would definitely be mine. Have some shame. Even without Su Yao, it wouldn't be your turn. The higher-ups in Long Country were quite embarrassed by this. While other countries were struggling just to survive, here you are quarreling and feeling jealous in this alien world. However, everyone remained quite tolerant as, after all, Li Xing was their hero and also a man. It was normal for a man to like women. We shouldn't let heroes bleed and cry, should we? It's completely reasonable for heroes to be matched with beautiful women. The higher-ups in Long Country were no longer worried about Li Xing, they were worried about the contestants in other regions with harsh survival conditions. Their initial conditions were too poor, some didn't even have a knife. At night, they slept in tree holes, collected wood during the day, ate wood ear mushrooms and weeds, or filled their stomachs with water for the day. Watching these suffering comrades, the audience felt gloomy. But being on Blue Star, they couldn't help them at all. Additionally, two more were hurrying towards Li Xing's camp, expected to arrive by noon tomorrow. One was the chubby Chen Fei. He was originally the head chef of the military cooking team, later retired and worked in a hotel, but unexpectedly got selected. In these 2 weeks, he relied on his bulk. He lost weight from 200 pounds to 160 pounds. The other was an 18-year-old young man. This young man was a high school student named Zhu Wei, who won first place in the national physics and chemistry competition, a special recruit to Qingbei. He was selected while doing experiments. As a result, he was sent to this alien world, but thanks to his intelligence, he managed to survive. However, now he was already so weak from hunger that he felt faint, having lost weight from 120 pounds to 90 pounds. Their bodies were too weak, they could only travel a little in the morning and had to spend the afternoon finding a place to stay, preparing firewood and other defensive supplies, otherwise, they might encounter danger even before arriving. They moved very cautiously, not daring to be careless at all. Chapter 85, Absorption Policy. With Su Yao's joining, the workload of sawing wood was halved, and the speed was also increased. Su Yao was not an ordinary woman. Her physical and mental qualities were very good, and maintaining a healthy mindset in this alien environment was not easy. When she worked, she did not show any pretentiousness. Once they got busy, they worked hard for an entire morning. Li Xing and the others finally processed all the wood according to specifications. Both of them were soaked in sweat as they rode back on the armadillo. Dehe ran all over the mountain and only returned after hearing the whistle. Luckily, the traps set earlier were ineffective against animals. How was it? After a day's work, are you not thinking about other things now? Li Xing joked, and Suyao pouted and smiled. Good brother, I really didn't know you worked so hard every day. I'm sorry. Don't take it too seriously. The wood we chopped this time is enough for us to make 4 walls. The extra branches need to be moved back to the camp when we have time. These are all quality firewood. Li Xing said. Yes, it will be enough for the entire winter. Suyao nodded and said. Good brother, are you coming to work in the afternoon? Suyao asked Li Xing, who shook his head. No need to come over in the afternoon to move wood. I will go look for Wednesday and the others to help move the wood back tomorrow. Li Xing said. Good brother, you are really amazing. You can get the wild men to work without paying them. Although I don't need to pay them, I promised them a giant dragon to kill, so they can get through this winter. They returned to the camp. The 2 women were already making lunch again. Today's lunch was the same as usual, either fish soup or dragon meat soup, with some plant ingredients to relieve the greasiness. After Li Xing ate his fill, he went to the location of the wooden house shelter. He already had a building plan. He could be seen carving on the 4 big trees with a knife, and soon, each side of the big trees corresponding to a groove line was marked by him. Brother, what are those lines for? Luichu came over with Dehe and happened to see Li Xing carving groove lines with a knife. We need to chisel out a groove that is 2 meters high, 15 centimeters wide, and 15 centimeters deep along these lines. When we bring the wood back, we will simply trim the ends of the wood, and then we can directly place the wood into the grooves to form a strong wooden wall between the 2 big trees. Li Xing said. Luichu suddenly realized this way could save ropes, wooden nails, and the process of drilling holes in the wood. Only the wooden structure at the entrance needed some adjustment. Brother, your design is so clever. If we want to reinforce or add layers in the future, we can do that too. Luichu said. Exactly, I just want to create the shape of the shelter now, and later everyone can help to improve it little by little. Li Xing mainly wanted to complete the survival achievement, other matters could be left to his partners. Sister, I leave the work in the camp to you. I will go see what Li Xing needs help with. Suyao said to Suya, and before Suya could respond, she crossed the log bridge and came to Li Xing's side. Sister Suyao, are you also coming to help? Luichu smiled and asked when she saw Suyao coming over. Yes. Since you are both so eager, this task will be assigned to you. Girl, explain to Suyao how to chisel. Li Xing said. Luichu nodded and began to explain. Li Xing thought since this task was assigned to the women, he could go find Wednesday and see how the construction of their tribe was going. Li Xing returned to the camp, put on his gear, wore the bone mask, took his weapon, and rode on the armadillo, preparing to depart. At this moment, the country sent out today's information. Among them was a message specifically sent to Li Xing, asking him to bring Chen Fei and Zhu Wei back to the camp. Both of them were within 5 kilometers of the camp. Alright, then I will go pick them up first. Li Xing opened the locator and found their positions. He discovered that they were in the same direction, no more than 3 kilometers apart. First, he would pick up the closest Chen Fei, then Zhu Wei, making a round trip of 16 kilometers. The armored dragon walked slowly in the forest, not much faster than a person. By the time he returned, it would be almost dark. Suya, I'm going to pick someone up. You all be careful and defend the camp, don't let your guard down. Li Xing reminded Suya. Okay, you be careful too. Suya responded, and Suyao and Luichu returned as well. Brother, are you bringing Big Black alone? I won't bring Big Black, she is pregnant and can't walk such a long distance. Li Xing said, squatting down to stroke Big Black's head. Good brother, take more water with you, you 3 need to drink. Suyao tied 2 water bottles onto the armored dragon. Alright, there's no time to waste. I need to hurry and leave, trying to return before it gets dark. Li Xing said, patting the armored dragon, which lay down, and he climbed on it. Wait for my return. After Li Xing said this, he controlled the armored dragon and left the camp. Chen Fei and Zhu Wei also knew that Li Xing was coming for them, so they stayed put and didn't run around to avoid losing their locator signal. Just as Li Xing left, 5 contestants from the Baylor Kingdom, who had been near the cliff, began to move. They wanted to join the Star Stripes Nation, and the message from the Star Stripes Nation was to deal with the Dragon Kingdom, and they would agree to establish diplomatic relations if successful. For the Baylor Kingdom to survive in the cracks, they must cling tightly to the big countries, because the Star Stripes Nation had relaxed its immigration policies and was willing to accept cooperating countries to give up their nations and collectively become citizens of the Star Stripes Nation. Weaker countries that did not want to be eliminated were also willing to give up their sovereignty and agreed to let the contestants confront the Dragon Kingdom and its allies. This policy had dealt significant blows to the Dragon Kingdom and its allies. Of course, many countries were unwilling to give up sovereignty. After all, doing so meant their countries would be invaded without a single shot being fired. Moreover, no one knew what state the contestants representing the merged countries would be in. Their countries would be gone, and they might become stateless individuals, which could easily lead to their elimination. This would mean the country betrayed its heroes. However, in the face of survival, many struggling countries were willing to make such sacrifices. The high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom held a meeting because of this situation. Leaders, should we absorb other low-ranking countries? Many countries want to join us. You shouldn't act rashly. If this method works, then all 30 powerful countries could absorb other nations, merging into 30 countries, and this event would end. Have you considered the severe consequences? Let them implement it first. We absolutely cannot risk our heroes and our people. Chapter 86, Resolute Rose. The people of the Baylor Kingdom quickly approached Suya's camp. They had been in this area for a long time and knew the specific location of Li Xing's camp very well. After Li Xing left, the Baylor Kingdom issued orders for them to deal with the women in the camp and steal important supplies. This guy left only 3 women to guard the camp. That's really a bit careless. Otherwise, how could I succeed in my sneak attack? They've raided the airdrop twice, so they must have plenty of good stuff. Let's grab the airdrop first, and then have some fun with those women. Don't be careless, they have a terror wolf. What are we afraid of? We'll kill the terror wolf first and then deal with those 3 women. As they discussed, they continued on their way. The people of the Dragon Kingdom in the livestream could only feel anxious. No one expected the people from the Barei Nation to be so sneaky, attacking the camp after Li Xing left. Being a lapdog for the Star Stripes Nation will not end well for the Barei Nation. Exactly. Do you think your surprise attack will definitely succeed? The Su sisters are not just pretty faces. Just wait and see. They won't succeed. In less than an hour, the 5 contestants from the Barei Nation had already approached the camp. Moreover, they learned about the traps around the camp, and to deal with such traps, they only needed to crawl forward. The long-range weapons in their hands included bows, crossbows, and an AK-47. Their close-range weapon was a dagger. Soon, they reached within 10 meters of the camp's edge. 30 meters away from the tents. At this moment, Dehe was the first to spot the 5 men. He immediately stood up from the wolf den, looking towards the outside of the camp, while letting out a low, iron-like sound. Dehe! At the tents, Suya instantly noticed something unusual. As a Special Forces soldier, she immediately sensed the problem. She quickly controlled Dehe and signaled for him to return to the wolf den. She did this to ensure Dehe's safety. If he charged at the enemies, human weapons could kill him in an instant. Suya immediately used a floating ball to communicate via brainwaves. She told the 2 who were chiseling wood on the other side of the narrow bridge not to come back and to find cover immediately. After completing this step, Suya pulled out her pistol and moved out from behind the tent. Dehe quietly followed Suya. Trained by Li Xing, Dehe understood stealth techniques, moving in coordination with Suya. Soon, Suya lay behind a tree and spotted the 5 guys. They were lying on the ground, camouflaged with plants, their brown eyes glinting like wolves, fixated on the barbed wire. Unbeknownst to them, Suya had crept up behind them. Suya aimed at one of the men holding an AK and saw that the other 4 were unarmed. She checked to ensure the safety on her gun was off, then immediately stood up and shot at the man with the gun. Only 5 meters away, Suya's aim was precise, hitting him in the head with one shot. At the same time, the other 4 reacted and tried to attack Suya, but unfortunately, at this distance, her shooting was spot on. Quick and accurate. Bang! 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 Suya fired 4 more shots, each one hitting a head. Accurate to the point of being frightening. This was the first time the viewers in the livestream witnessed Suya's shooting skills. At only 5 meters away, her reaction speed and accuracy were truly remarkable. Especially in life and death combat, being able to perform only 20 to 30% of normal ability is already very good, yet Suya remained incredibly calm. Clearly, she had rich combat experience, giving her such excellent mental quality. A bunch of newbies, thinking they can ambush our battle goddess Suya. Do they really think our Suya is just a pretty face? Exactly. Our Dragon Nation female soldiers are all tough roses. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation were not surprised by this. Suya's instructor was right in front of the giant screen in the hall. He knew very well what kind of strength the soldiers he trained had, so he was never nervous from the beginning. The Barei military, witnessing this scene, fell into collective silence. Too many had already died at the hands of the Dragon Nation, and not many contestants in their other regions had survived. This is infuriating. We just lost 4 highly capable contestants, and now our ranking has fallen to over 70. This time we took a huge hit. Those from the Star Stripes Nation in Japan are not ones to provoke, and we shouldn't have done this. It's too late to say anything now, we've lost communication rights. We hope the other regional contestants won't follow orders and provoke more people from the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation people are not easy to mess with. Suya walked over to check the condition of the 5 men. They were completely dead. Dehei wanted to eat them, but Suya wouldn't allow it, as getting used to eating people could lead to problems. Su Yao and the others arrived as well. The 2 of them stripped the clothes off these 5 men and threw the equipment onto the ground. Then, Suya dragged their bodies to another place. She thought about burying them, but there wasn't enough time or strength. Anyway, if left outside, it wouldn't be long before wild animals would eat them. Luichu didn't participate in handling the bodies. After all, she wasn't a soldier, and the psychological impact of facing corpses wasn't easily shaken off. So, the Su sisters kept her safe and didn't let her see the bodies. At this moment, Li Xing was still on the way. Along the journey, Li Xing lay on the back of the armored dragon, resting with his eyes closed. Holding a bamboo stick, he occasionally tapped the dragon to signal it to follow the correct path. In the eyes of the live stream viewers, Li Xing seemed completely unconcerned about the surrounding dangers. Was he underestimating the dangers of the primitive world? However, they didn't know that Li Xing had godlike vision, and everything around him was within view. Any wind or grass movement, he would notice immediately. 2 hours later, Li Xing finally arrived near Chen Fei. He sat up, and in front of him, in the valley, there was a tent under a giant rock. Li Xing checked his teammate's location. It was definitely there. Chen Fei, hurry up and pack your things, we're going to get you away. Li Xing sent a message to Chen Fei, who then came out of the tent. He looked around and was startled when he first saw the armored dragon, but quickly noticed Li Xing sitting on its back. Li Xing waved at him, and he finally reacted. You are Xinggo? Chen Fei asked in disbelief using the floating ball. Li Xing wore a terrifying feather cloak and a dragon bone mask, so it was normal for Chen Fei to be unsure he was a normal person. Li Xing lifted his mask and waved again to Chen Fei. It's me, hurry up and pack, otherwise, we won't make it back before dark. Li Xing said. Chen Fei excitedly yelled in response, then started packing the tent, just as Li Xing approached him. Chen Fei, this silly guy, was wrapping a bundle of plants. Li Xing recognized and found that this bundle of plants was all wild crops. There were taro, wild rice, sweet potatoes, cassava, wild vegetables, and more. How did this guy come across these and recognize them? You should know that these things are quite different from those on Blue Star. If they brought these back to plant, would they ever have to worry about food again? Xinggu, I've heard so much about you. Chen Fei said, his eyes bright like light bulbs, eagerly looking at the obedient armored dragon. This was his first time seeing an armored dragon. It was simply too cool. Chapter 87, Urgent Matters on Wednesday. Chen Fei, where did you get these things? Li Xing pointed at the plants he had bundled and asked. Chen Fei smiled proudly. I didn't have much to eat along the way. I picked what looked like familiar ingredients, and whenever I felt hungry, I ate a little. Some of these things, I wanted to bring back to see if I could grow them. Okay, hurry up, we need to save time. Li Xing nodded, and Chen Fei happily stepped onto the long bone spikes on both sides of the armored dragon. Li Xing sat at the very front, his legs stretched forward resting on the dragon's head, riding it in a semi-reclined leisure position. On the way, Li Xing chatted with Chen Fei as they moved forward. Li Xing discovered that Chen Fei was a chef. The food at the camp was going to improve. Aside from making soup, the 3 women were still making soup. Eating like this every day would also become monotonous. Comrade Chen Fei, from now on, the camp's food will depend on you. Li Xing turned back to Chen Fei and smiled. Chen Fei grinned goofily. What does Xinggo want to eat? As long as there are ingredients, I can make delicious food for you. Listen to this. Li Xing took out some food and water for Chen Fei. Chen Fei hadn't eaten meat for 2 weeks. When he saw Li Xing take out a glutinous rice dumpling wrapped in bamboo leaves, he ate it eagerly, his face full of satisfaction. Brother Xing, you can get something like this, I'm really impressed. Chen Fei said while eating, then gulped down a large mouthful of cool water. There are still 500 kilograms of starch and several tons of meat in the camp. You can have as much as you want. Li Xing said casually, not turning his head, as he whipped the armored dinosaur. Hearing this, Chen Fei was dumbfounded. He was so shocked that his mouth fell open, having lost dozens of pounds from hunger and not having a decent meal for 2 weeks, yet Li Xing actually stockpiled several tons of meat and half a ton of starch. How can the gap between people be so big? Moreover, he had even tamed dinosaurs. This completely refreshed Chen Fei's understanding. If it weren't for hearing Li Xing speaking the dragon language, he would think he was an alien. Brother Xing, you are truly a god. From now on, I'll stick with you. I'll make delicious food for you. All right. I guarantee you won't go hungry. Li Xing laughed heartily. They passed through a vast broadleaf forest and encountered a few oviraptors, along with some small armored dinosaurs.
They didn't run into any predatory dinosaurs, which was somewhat smooth sailing. However, as they approached Zhu Wei's hiding place, they noticed a few hunting dragons wandering in the forest ahead. Chen Fei shrank his neck in fear and peered forward. He saw these hunting dragons surrounding a huge cedar tree, underneath which was a tree hole, piled high with dry wood. It seemed that something inside attracted the attention of those hunting dragons. These hunting dragons were not large, about the size of a big rooster, covered in fur, with a structure similar to most predatory dinosaurs, having their front limbs off the ground and sharp claws. But these creatures moved as agile as monkeys. It would be nearly impossible to catch them with bare hands. "Brother Xing, could Zhu Wei be in the tree hole?" Chen Fei asked. Li Xing smiled and shook his head, pointing to the top of the big tree, where a person was standing. Chen Fei looked up and was surprised to find Zhu Wei, who had become as thin as a bamboo stick. He sat on a branch, tied with ropes, and above him hung a stone weighing over 10 kilograms. The stone was tied with ropes, and when the hunting dragon below reached the designated spot, Zhu Wei quickly triggered the mechanism, and the stone shot down at high speed from 20 meters up. A hunting dragon below was instantly crushed to death. All the surrounding hunting dragons fled in fear. Zhu Wei finally sighed in relief as he slid down the rope holding the stone. Then he shook slightly, causing the rope to automatically loosen. This was a professional shake-off knot, also called a rappel knot. Li Xing didn't expect this kid had such skills. Zhu Wei quickly noticed the giant armored dinosaur and the two people on it, trembling in fear, looking for a place to hide. "Zhu Wei! It's us!" Chen Fei shouted from atop the armored dinosaur. Zhu Wei swallowed hard, his refined face wide-eyed in shock. Zhu Wei thought that Li Xing wouldn't come today. He had only used his last rations to lure these hunting dragons. Li Xing and the others quickly approached, and Zhu Wei was a very handsome boy, but due to being so thin and not having bathed for 2 weeks, he looked scruffy, like a city vagrant. He was just as astonished as Chen Fei about this armored dinosaur that Li Xing was riding. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed someone could tame a dinosaur. "Brother Xing, Chen Fei, is it really you?" Zhu Wei asked, swallowing hard. Li Xing also flipped up the dragon bone mask on his face, revealing his true identity. "It's us. You did great. You even know how to set traps and how to make a rappel knot." Li Xing generously praised Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei gave a bitter smile. "Xinggu, don't laugh at me, I thought for a long time to come up with this. I have no survival knowledge at all, and my equipment is really poor, just a survival knife, a bundle of rope, and an ordinary water bottle." Li Xing heard this and was surprised that he had come up with it all by himself, even though he was studying knots. "Take it with you." Li Xing nodded and said, while Chen Fei hurried down to help bring up the dragon that was killed by the stone. The dragon that was crushed by the stone did not bleed, and this kind of trap would not attract danger, so Zhu Wei had put in a lot of effort. Zhu Wei sat on the other side of the armored dragon, carrying everything and set off. Li Xing took out a piece of meat wrapped in starch and handed it to Zhu Wei. Chen Fei quickly started to promote it. "Xiao Wei, let me tell you, this thing is delicious. It's kind of like sticky rice chicken, but it doesn't have oil. If only it had oil, it would be even better." Zhu Wei felt a bit shy, as he rarely interacted with people, and had never seen someone as enthusiastic as Chen Fei. "Yeah, it's really delicious. Have you eaten?" Zhu Wei asked. "We all ate." "You eat. Xingdu still has a few tons of meat and half a ton of starch. When we plant some wild vegetables, we'll be free to eat meat and veggies. By the way, if we could have some fruits, that'd be even better. Unfortunately, this area probably doesn't have as many wild fruits as the tropics," Chen Fei said with a laugh, as he had already envisioned a bright future in his mind. Zhu Wei found Chen Fei's description not surprising, but when he heard that Li Xing had stored several tons of meat and half a ton of starch, he felt it was unbelievable. "You're surprised too, right? Xinggu is truly a godlike teammate, huh? We'll be winning effortlessly from now on. By the way, I heard you are a dual talent, right? Can you mess with explosives?" Seeing Zhu Wei had the same expression he did back then, Chen Fei said with a smile. Zhu Wei gave a bitter smile. He just wanted to fill his stomach for now, and other matters could wait for later. The three of them hurried along the road when suddenly, Li Xing received a message from Suya. Li Xing opened it and read. "Li Xing, the Wednesday returning on the hunting dragon said a lot, but I don't know what to say. It seems very important. How long will it take you to return?" Li Xing furrowed his brow. He didn't know what would happen on Wednesday. After all, they only had tasks to build the tribe these days. When he went over to hunt dragons afterward, it should be safe. "It will take about an hour and a half, let's talk when I get back. Don't act alone," Li Xing replied. Chapter 88, Tribe War. Edmonton Armored Dragon, we need to speed up. Li Xing whipped the armored dragon, urging it to go faster. "Xinggu, is something wrong?" Chen Fei noticed Li Xing suddenly sit up straight with a serious expression and asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing, just that a wild man I tamed returned to the camp. Something might have happened to its tribe, and I need to go back to deal with it. Li Xing said. Chen Fei and Zhu Wei exchanged glances. Wild man? They thought they heard wrong, but when Li Xing nodded, they confirmed it. Xinggu, you can tame a wild man too? My goodness, that's too abstract. Chen Fei couldn't imagine it, and neither could Zhu Wei. It's nothing special, it's just some psychological knowledge, and plus, I understand some wild man communication techniques, and we have some lethal weapons, so it's easy for him to submit to me and see us as gods. Li Xing said. Zhu Wei thought that this wasn't impossible, but the taming time should take quite a while. In Chen Fei's eyes, Li Xing had transformed from a legendary figure into a celestial being. The viewers in the livestream laughed heartily at the shocked expressions on Chen Fei and Zhu Wei's faces, as it reminded them of their own silly looks back then. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, it would really be hard to believe that Li Xing had tamed 3 dinosaurs, a wolf, a wild man, and ruled a tribe in just 2 weeks. There is still so much food stored. In contrast, for others, having a decent shelter is already incredible. They watched Li Xing walk step by step towards them, so they knew Li Xing was not a god, not something that appeared out of nowhere. Everything was earned through hard work. An hour and a half later, Li Xing and the others finally returned to the camp. At this time, there was still an hour before sunset. This was earlier than Li Xing had expected. The 3 women came out to greet Li Xing and the others. Chen Fei, as a married man, turned from chatty to a serious uncle the moment he saw the 3 beauties, politely greeting the 3 women. Zhu Wei, who was already shy, didn't know how to interact with girls. He kept blushing, like the male lead on a blind date. Wednesday walked out from the dragon shed at this time, and Chen Fei and the others were startled when they saw Wednesday. Is this the native of this planet? Why does he look so much like the primitive people of Blue Star? Wednesday gestured and spoke to Li Xing, as if talking like a deaf mute. The 3 women were already used to it, while Chen Fei and Zhu Wei found it quite novel. Upon hearing Wednesday's words, Li Xing immediately asked him to bring out the tendon dragon. You guys eat dinner first, I need to go to the tribe with Wednesday. If I can come back tonight, I will, otherwise, I will come back tomorrow. Li Xing said to everyone. Brother Xing, is there anything I can help with? Chen Fei stepped forward to ask. You are still very weak, focus on recovering your health first, and think of more dishes. Oh, and take these plants over to plant them properly. Li Xing said, reaching out to touch the plants. Just this one action had already tamed them, turning them into fine products. No matter who planted them, they would yield good fruits. Okay. Chen Fei nodded repeatedly. Suya and Su Yao helped Li Xing fill a kettle with fresh water and brought over starch meatballs. Li Xing, have a bite on the road. They didn't ask Li Xing what had happened specifically because they knew they couldn't help, and asking would waste Li Xing's time. Luichu inserted her boomerang into Li Xing's waist. Brother, I won't be using this boomerang tonight, you take it. Who knows, it might come in handy. Li Xing nodded, mounted the tendon dragon brought by Wednesday, and left the camp together. Brother Xing really is more power comes greater responsibility, you must be tired. Chen Fei sighed, thinking of his age and only knowing how to cook, feeling a bit ashamed. It seems I need to study more dishes so Brother Xing can enjoy 5-star chef cuisine. Zhu Wei thought too, wanting to contribute as much as he could, but as a frail scholar, it seemed he couldn't help much. At this moment, he noticed the kiln beside him, but the bowls it produced were all cracked. He first looked at the clay, then at the ceramic pieces. Classmate, do you have any research on firing pottery? Luichu saw Zhu Wei staring at the ceramic pieces and came over to ask with a smile. I have a little research, but this type of clay can't be fired if you trust me, I can give it a try. Zhu Wei said, blushing, unable to dare to look at Luichu, a stunning beauty. Just hearing her speak made him incredibly nervous. Then what kind of soil do we need? As a young lady who grew up in a wealthy family, Luichu had no idea about these things. We need strong stickiness red clay or yellow clay, and we must remove the sand and plant roots from it, then add water and knead it until it's not sticky and can be shaped also. The pieces must be dried before entering the kiln, and we should use hardwood for firing. Zhu Wei explained thoroughly. How do you know all of this? Luichu asked in surprise. Well, my family runs a ceramic factory, and I often worked with my family when I was young. Zhu Wei smiled and said. So that's how it is, then you'll be in charge of the firing from now on. Luichu said, and Zhu Wei nodded, I also want to help everyone. By the way, should we take this hunting dragon for dinner? Did you catch this? Yeah, I killed it with a stone. In the camp, there was harmony, as Li Xing and Wednesday were rushing on their way. Wednesday had just told Li Xing that this afternoon, barbarian scouts had discovered their new camp, and an ambush on the tribe was expected at dusk or during the night. As the leader of the tribe, Li Xing had to get involved, to teach everyone how to win this battle. This was also an opportunity for the entire tribe to deepen their respect and love for Li Xing. However, Li Xing had another plan in mind. This time, he wanted to tame the barbarians. Those guys were strong, and if he had the chance to tame them, it would be a great help to him. Wild men were considered omnivores. In theory, Li Xing could tame them. Just like Wednesday. When they reached the canyon, the sky was already golden, and the entrance to the canyon was engulfed in flames. Li Xing and Wednesday slowed down, moving closer to take a look under the cover of the bushes, and found a large number of barbarians surrounding the canyon entrance. These barbarians actually knew how to block the canyon. This was a trapping tactic. These guys are not simple. Li Xing did not expect these barbarians to be quite smart. Not only were they strong, but they were also clever, even better than Wednesday and his primitive people. Wednesday looked troubled. They did not know that the cave had other exits, nor did they dare to enter the cave, as it would be easy to get lost and trapped inside. Follow me, we will go in through another entrance. Li Xing started to take a detour into the canyon. The people of Star Stripe Country were excited to see that Li Xing had finally taken the bait. These barbarians coming here were actually a plan made by the Eagle Country and Star Stripe Country. Having discussed it, they left traces to intentionally lead these barbarians here. If the two tribes fought, even if they couldn't kill Li Xing, the tribe Li Xing had worked so hard to build would collapse. That would weaken Li Xing's strength. After stabilizing the wild man tribe, Li Xing's next step was to have these wild men ambush other contestants in the forest. This was really something one couldn't guard against. If they didn't want to be wiped out by the wild army, Eagle Country had no choice but to agree to Star Stripe Country's suggestion. What they guessed was not wrong. Li Xing did want to use the power of the wild men to gradually eliminate the contestants in this area, and then after winter, march into the second and third zones, killing all the way, and before long, the entire competition area would be under Li Xing's control. I don't believe this kid Li Xing can escape. The high-level officials from Star Stripe Country and Eagle Country were watching Li Xing on the big screen, their hearts filled with cold smiles. Yes, this time Li Xing will definitely not escape. Although he has firearms, there are so many wild men, and once they fight in the dark, Li Xing won't have much of an effect. The high-ranking officials from the Japanese country said in the video conference. It seems Li Xing wants to enter from the second entrance, one of the higher-ups from a cooperating country said. It doesn't matter, they are in the open, we are in the dark. As long as they reach that entrance, our snipers from Eagle Country have been lying in wait there. If he doesn't have Heaven's Eye, he will definitely be killed by our snipers. Once Li Xing is dead, the luck of Dragon Country will be exhausted. The several cooperating countries were full of pride in the video conference. The people of Dragon Country also knew about Li Xing's crisis, but after the communication rights were upgraded, they could only send messages at noon every day, and now they couldn't notify Li Xing. Now they could only feel anxious. As Li Xing made his way toward another entrance, he had already caught a faint human scent along the way, but it was too weak, probably having passed by a few hours ago, so Li Xing couldn't capture it. However, this also made Li Xing suspicious. Why were there human activities in this area? It could only be the contestants from other countries. Someone is probably going to ambush me. It seems that those barbarians were led here by someone. Li Xing's sharp instincts as a military assassin have made him sense the impending danger. The place leading to another entrance of the cave is in a stone valley above the gorge. Except for the sparse vegetation in the stone valley, the trees on both sides remain quite dense. Once someone comes out from the woods, they will be exposed in the stone valley. This is also the best opportunity for the enemy to open fire. Just as Li Xing was about to reach the gorge, he suddenly stopped. If Li Xing wanted to quickly identify the gunman, he could have let Wednesday expose himself first. However, his Wednesday is extremely useful. So, Li Xing did not do that, but instead took out the night vision goggles left by the participants from the United States. This thing had not been used because Li Xing had divine vision. Now he needed it because the stone valley was too open, and if the enemies had a sniper rifle with night vision, they could snipe him from a distance. Although he wore a bulletproof cloak, the impact of a bullet could still injure him, so Li Xing was unwilling to take that risk. He felt his way to the ridge on one side of the stone valley, using the night vision goggles to observe the stone valley and the opposite slope. This action immediately triggered the video conference screen of the United States. What's wrong with Li Xing? Why is he so cautious, and how does he have night vision goggles? Our side is completely unprepared, thinking he would just walk into the stone valley. How could this happen? Those fools, hurry and observe the ridge opposite, stop looking at the stone valley. The members of the United States conference were all in a cold sweat, as if they had encountered a ghost. Indeed, in their eyes, Li Xing now resembled a ghost, being this careful. After all, normally, it's hard for an average person to discover this entrance. Li Xing shouldn't suspect it to be an ambush. But reality was just the opposite. The military officials from Longwa were also greatly shocked, feeling the pressure of Li Xing's godlike insight. Indeed, even the friendly forces felt the terrifying pressure from Li Xing. One can only imagine how tormented the enemy's high command was at this moment. The audience in the livestream saw the ambushed enemies on the map,
and only then did they suddenly realize. Brother Xing seems to have opened the eye of God, knowing there was an ambush here.
So frightening.
We only now learned there was an ambush. Brother Xing was prepared for a counterattack.
Wow, if the enemy had someone like Brother Xing, we would be scared to death. This is simply a ghost.
The people also witnessed this scene, and they found it hard to comprehend Li Xing's actions. Why is there such a strong person? Why is he so careful?
No matter how his people ambush him, he always discovers them? Last time it was a daytime ambush, it was understandable he found out. But now it's night. Lying on the ground, who can see you? Who knows you were here?
Of course, they didn't think Li Xing knew about the ambush, but believed he was just too cautious, needing to observe first before entering the gorge. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Li Xing had already spotted 2 gunmen. These 2 gunmen were 100 meters and 50 meters away from the entrance, respectively. With a stacked sniper tactic, it was clear that these 2 were professional snipers. Once he opened fire from the ridge and killed one, the other could shoot him in a tenth of a second. Li Xing was not afraid of them, he simply didn't want them to waste bullets. So he decided to sneak up behind them, take out the one in the back, and then shoot the one 50 meters ahead. This saved both the enemy and himself a lot of bullets. Li Xing's move to retreat made everyone in the Star-Spangled Nation think that he hadn't spotted the target, and they all sighed in relief. I thought he was really that powerful. Turns out he's just a rookie soldier, he didn't even notice our people.
Right, it seems he's really done for this time. Haha, assistant, bring me the 1982 Lafite, I'm ready to celebrate.
However, the high-ranking officials of Long Nation and the audience couldn't help but feel anxious.
What was happening with Li Xing? How could he not spot the enemy? Brother Xing, you must not get into trouble. Observe for a while longer, the enemy is lying in ambush over there. Woo-woo, Brother Xing, please don't let anything happen. Those fans who originally felt nervous were now rushing to the bathroom, while commenting on the screen. Haha, Li Xing is in deep trouble now, you can't act so arrogantly.
Exactly, you all rely on Li Xing alone, the survival abilities of others are not that great, most are just hanging on.
We will soon witness a historic moment.
The audience from Long Nation fell silent at this moment, they felt miserable, even the mood to retort at these fans was gone. However, the red wine just opened by the high-ranking officials of the Star-Spangled Nation was still in the decanting stage, and their smiling faces turned stiff, as if frozen by ice.
What's going on? Wasn't Li Xing supposed to enter the valley?
Why did he circle to the back of the sniper? He didn't just not notice the sniper, he wants to kill up close.
To save bullets. How is this possible?
Others also realized too late and finally understood Li Xing's purpose of retreating. Everyone who had been watching Li Xing now froze in place.
Li Xing, he's too arrogant. He actually plans to kill up close, it's so insulting.
It's over, this Li Xing is a complete devil. Everyone began to remember the death of Michael, who was killed by a survival knife, a top sniper.
How could this possibly be an ordinary person?
The audience from Long Nation seemed to hear the sound of the enemy's hearts breaking, their own hearts finally eased.
Brother Xing, you are a true god. Li quickly stealthily approached the enemies behind the ridge on the opposite mountain.
That guy was crouching behind a rock like a wild boar, covered in camouflaged plants, holding an L96A1 sniper rifle with a silencer. This rifle was 1 kilogram heavier than his M21, same caliber bullet, but the L96A1 had greater accuracy and effective range. However, it only had a 10-round magazine. The high-ranking officials of the Star-Spangled Nation and Eagle Nation trembled with anger at this scene, because Li Xing was already behind their sniper, he hadn't sensed a thing, and Li Xing could kill him right now.
But Li Xing didn't act immediately.
Clearly, Li Xing intended to hold off on taking this guy out, otherwise, the other sniper would be alerted. To calculate tactics to this extent was truly terrifying. The high-ranking officials of Long Nation also felt a cold sweat for Li Xing. If he got discovered, everything would be in vain. Don't play such a thrilling tactic. Li Xing raised the butt of his M21 and stood behind the enemy. He swung it down hard. The guy immediately fell unconscious. Before losing consciousness, he lay flat on the ground, and in the dim light of the sky, saw Li Xing's dark silhouette against the light. He never knew who struck him down. Li Xing's strike was heavy, hitting the back of his head. He probably wouldn't wake up again, turning into a vegetable. Li Xing picked up his gun, finding the ambushed soldiers ahead, and shot one in the head immediately. The bullet shattered that man's skull, and he fell straight to the ground.
None of them can shoot.
Li Xing sighed and began to gather supplies from these 2 men. This time, 2 guns were confiscated, another was merely an M16 rifle. Li Xing stripped them of everything, using their belts to bind the clothes, and made his way to Shirgu. Then he shouted into the forest, and Wednesday finally brought the agile dragon out. After securing the supplies, Li Xing directly entered the dark cave with Wednesday. The high levels of Star-Stripe Nation and Eagle Nation were already speechless about Li Xing. We shouldn't keep hitting rocks with eggs, Li Xing cannot be killed, he is inhuman.
We shouldn't waste any more participants. If we had known it would come to this, we wouldn't have started. These two are very strong snipers from our Eagle Nation, and they even had initial supplies with guns. Now, it's a huge loss. We didn't know it would turn out like this. What's the point of arguing now? After this incident, other participants from different countries in the region won't want to touch this bad luck. We should think about survival in the future. After the Eagle Nation High Level concluded their discussion, they directly ended the meeting livestream. They were already disappointed in Star Strike Nation. If it continues like this, they might not even make it into the top 30. Aside from the Eagle Nation withdrawing, other countries also withdrew. They didn't want to follow the example of Bale Nation and Eagle Nation. Their citizens were also strongly opposed to their country's tactics, protesting in the media, hoping they wouldn't make foolish moves against Li Xing and instead focus on their own development, which was more practical. The participants from Ru Nation were so upset by this outcome that they wished they could find a place to hide. The viewers from Dragon Nation started to retaliate against the participants from Ru Nation. Aren't those dogs always eager to lick Star Strike Nation? What happened? Why aren't you licking now? Exactly. Now it seems even the Eagle Nation is unwilling to cooperate with Star Strike Nation. These Ru people, you will regret this in the future. Dragon Nation will become a superpower on the new planet. It will be impossible for you to return. Our hundreds of millions of citizens will not agree. The Ru people, seeing the screen filled with sarcasm, were furious. They always thought they were superior, and everyone else was inferior commoners. Now being insulted by these so-called lower-class people was unbearable. Unable to hold back, they still responded. You bunch of uneducated lower-class people, you are just lucky to have someone like Li Xing. Do you think this is your choice? If you had strength, you would also want to go to Ru Nation. Exactly. If you can't leave to go to Ru Nation, then stop criticizing us. I don't think you'll be arrogant for long. Just wait and see, a country relying on one person won't get far. Seeing this, the viewers from Dragon Nation directly fired back. This is the first time I've heard someone call those who go abroad to pick up trash wealthy and educated. You are just lower-class citizens of Star Strike Nation. Exactly. I have 3 courtyard houses in the first ring of the capital. I've never thought of Star Strike Nation as anything good. You guys really are like flies flocking to the dung pit. Ugh, don't say anymore, it stinks in the comments. At this moment, Li Xing had already passed through the cave, winding his way through, and finally arrived at the new tribe. Wednesday entered with a torch, gathering the tribe members together. He commanded all the tribe members to follow them into the cave and exit from another exit, preparing to ambush those barbarians. The barbarians outside were still unaware, surrounding the entrance of the canyon. Little did they know, Li Xing had led his people to the upper part of the canyon from another exit and instructed them to gather stones, waiting for his command to smash down. However, before that, Li Xing rode the agile dragon and threw the boomerang down. He smashed the leading barbarian directly to death. The barbarians were shocked, looking towards Li Xing's position following the boomerang. Under their firelight, they finally saw Li Xing riding the agile dragon. An existence like a god terrified these people into silence. Li Xing shouted loudly at them. The wild language Li Xing spoke was given by the system, and these barbarians could understand it too. I am the god of this world, who dares to disobey me will end up like your leader. Li Xing's words echoed in the canyon. The barbarians below still held their spears tightly, so Li Xing threw his boomerang again, this time cutting down one of their bone flags. The so-called bone flag was made of animal skins and bones supported by a wooden stick, symbolizing the spirit and culture of the tribe. From this, Li Xing was sure that this tribe of wild people might be smarter than the Wednesday tribe. Soon, these barbarians saw the tribe's people standing beside Li Xing, each holding stones, ready to throw them. Seeing this, their warrior let out a loud shout. They all fled into the forest, while stones were thrown down around them. Li Xing knew that it would not be easy to make these barbarians surrender. He threw the boomerang again, this time smashing the leg of the warrior who had shouted, making him fall to the ground, and the people around him fled for their lives, no longer caring about that warrior. Li Xing immediately stopped the stone throwing. He wanted to tame this barbarian warrior to see if there was a chance to rule over this barbarian tribe. Li Xing rode down the slope of the canyon, step by step, getting closer to the warrior. The warrior crawled in fear on the ground. Wednesday and the others quickly lifted him up. Take him back to the tribe. Li Xing commanded. Chapter 91 Weekly Privilege Reward. On the way back to the tribe, Li Xing had already thought of a method to enslave him. His leg was broken, and it wouldn't heal in less than a month. During this month, he would be tamed like a dog, from the smallest obedience tests to behavioral rewards and punishments. He would make him loyal not only to himself but also to Wednesday. Let Wednesday use this wild man to rule the barbarian race in the future. Wednesday could do it because Li Xing discovered that the body enhancement agent had significantly boosted Wednesday's intelligence, otherwise, he wouldn't have ridden a tendon dragon to report this afternoon. He knew that as soon as he lost sight of the scouting barbarians, he should come to report, rather than wait until the barbarian army was at the gates to do so. This was a typical ability to prepare for crises. This clearly exceeded the intelligence level of these wild people. Wednesday tied the barbarian to a cross, and everyone gathered around the bonfire, dancing like primitive people. Xing suddenly realized that these wild people actually intended to roast this barbarian and eat him. Wild people were still wild people after all. Xing called Wednesday over, stopping them from this act, and told Wednesday that a god who eats people would bring punishment, and the tribe would suffer from sickness and death. Hearing this, Wednesday hurriedly knelt down with his tribe to seek forgiveness. Xing found several straight wooden sticks, woven together with thin ropes to form a wooden raft-like shape. Then he told Wednesday to bind it to the wounded barbarian's broken leg and informed him that this could help heal the fracture. For the first time, the wild people had a lesson in medicine. In the future, when they got hurt, they would know how to treat it. The barbarian was puzzled as to why Xing and the others didn't roast him to eat. Xing ordered Wednesday to release the barbarian from the cross, then bound his hands behind his back to a wooden stake at the cave's entrance, starving and dehydrating him for a day and a night, torturing him until he was left with nothing but the instinct to survive. Only when a person is left with the instinct to survive is he the easiest to tame. Tonight, Xing did not plan to return. Tomorrow, the tribe still needed to strengthen the defenses inside and outside the cave, and he also needed time to tame this barbarian. So Xing used the floating ball to notify Suya and the others, and arranged some tasks for them. That was to continue carving the tree grooves, and once the grooves were finished, to shave the ends of the wood so they could fit perfectly into the grooves. This task would keep them busy for an entire day. If they finished ahead of time, they would bundle up the branches they had cut before using strips of bamboo. The branches from these 48 trees would be enough for them to burn for an entire winter. However, it was impossible to carry all of them back to the camp at once. They could only bundle them up and concentrate them, returning to the camp when needed. As for the wood, they didn't need to carry it back to the original camp for now. The wild men would take care of transporting it later. Xing entered the cave and set up his tent on the platform from the last time he pitched a tent to rest. Xing lay inside, thinking about the events of tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday. I wonder what privileges will be announced for next week. After a long day, Xing fell asleep while pondering. Outside the cave, the insects chirped all night long. The wild men on night watch sharpened their spears and stone shards around the campfire until dawn. In the morning, Xing got up early, dressing up himself, throwing on the terrifying bird cloak, wearing the bone mask, and packing his gear before stepping out of the tent. At that moment, the brain broadcast finally came. The top 3 countries this week are as follows. First, Dragon Country. Second, Bear Country. Third, Star-Striped Country. As soon as the list was announced, everyone was in an uproar. Star-Striped Country had actually caught up, and everyone could see that this week, they used all kinds of tactics to push Eagle Country down a rank. This week's top 3 privileges: all team members' physical strength is enhanced by 50%, and their health is restored to normal levels. As soon as the brain broadcast finished reading, the members of the top 3 countries suddenly felt their strength visibly increasing. Moreover, those injured members also gradually began to recover. Especially the contestants from Dragon Country, who had been surviving by sheer will, their bodies were on the verge of collapse and couldn't hold out much longer. This privilege not only restored their health but also enhanced their strength by 50%, which felt like they were having a cheat code activated. Xing and the others, whose physical strength had already doubled, now gained an additional 50%, and the changes in their bodies were extraordinarily evident. Zhu Wei's transformation was the most striking. The originally frail young man had now turned into a handsome guy who looked great with clothes and shredded without them. This world is so amazing. What kind of existence is this universe program that can modify our physical data out of thin air? Zhu Wei looked in disbelief at his own body, feeling a deep sense of fear and shock in his heart. Chen Fei's body hadn't changed much, but his strength and endurance had indeed increased quite a bit. As for the 3 women, they were becoming increasingly perfect, with their vision, hearing, and sense of smell all enhanced to some degree. The people in the live broadcast room were ecstatic. This reward is just too top-notch. If it keeps going like this, I wonder what other privilege rewards will come. Exactly, this universe program can arbitrarily modify the physical qualities of contestants. Are we like video game characters where data can be adjusted at will? Our understanding of this universe is still far too little. High-dimensional humans might have mastered some technology we cannot comprehend. I really can't wait to see the rewards that are yet to come. Xing closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. It's really amazing. I've never felt my body this great before. This feeling is beyond description, like I've transcended. Xing was in awe from the depths of his heart. Xing jumped off the platform and walked out of the cave. The wild men were already up, roasting meat outside the cave, and the barbarian had spent the night awake at the wooden stake, looking exceedingly fatigued. Xing commanded Wednesday to untie him. Then, Xing began to tame him, holding a long slender branch.
urging him, constantly commanding him to do small tasks, and giving him a little water when he does well. If he did something out of line, or made any move to escape, he would immediately be punished. Most of the time, he would be made to sit inside a circle, and if he took it upon himself to step out of this circle, he would receive a harsh beating. This method could train his obedience. Over time, he would develop a kind of muscle memory of not following orders will lead to punishment, creating a psychological fear. This fear, over time, would lead to dependence. This is the modern psychological phenomenon known as Stockholm Syndrome, and this domestication works very well on savages. Domestication of modern people might take months or even longer. Once tamed, he would have a rope in his heart, forever tying him down, making escape impossible. For these savages, it might take a week, but with the system, Li Xing could completely control them in just one day. Li Xing guided Wednesday on how to strengthen defenses in the tribe until noon, and the defense stakes, lookout towers, and cliff escape ropes were all planned out by him. When the time comes to leave the canyon, they wouldn't have to exit through the canyon's entrance but could simply climb up the ropes to escape the canyon. Besides climbing ropes, Li Xing also taught them how to carve out pits in the cliffs, so even without ropes, they could easily climb out of the canyon. It looks like I can take them to the camp to work tomorrow. I need to hurry and move the wood back to build the cabin so I can achieve the 8th survival achievement. Li Xing stood in the cave, thinking.
Chapter 92, Savage Work Team. Afternoon.
The savage tribe was still very busy. Besides building defensive facilities, they had to transport a large amount of firewood back to the cave. Additionally, the stored food was running low and wouldn't last more than 2 days. Li Xing had promised them to kill a giant dragon to store food, so they were not in a hurry to hunt. Li Xing decided to wait until they brought the wood back to the camp and assembled the wooden walls of the cabin before considering taking them to kill the dragon. After all, killing a dragon was a big deal and required a lot of time. Relying on the savage's brute strength made it nearly impossible to transport all the dragon meat back in a short time. And his tendon dragon certainly couldn't be used like an ox. Even if it could, it wouldn't last long before collapsing from exhaustion. So, he needed to think of a way to drive the dragon back into the canyon and kill it there, thus sparing them the hard work of transporting the dragon meat. The savages were busy until late at night. The tribe finally started to take shape, with complete defensive facilities and reasonable housing conditions for the savages. Li Xing decided to spend another night here and bring the savages back to the camp to work the next day. Suya and the other 2 girls were a bit worried about him when they heard he wouldn't return until tomorrow. Meanwhile, Wu Chuanjia and the others had reached the gathering point of the Bear Nation in this area after 2 days of traveling. Their camp was located by a small creek, and 100 meters north of the creek was the drop zone in the swamp. Over the past 2 weeks, several strong men in the camp had built a sturdy 2-story wooden house that was 20 square meters using wood. The only downside was that their food reserves were insufficient. They had killed a 1-ton sword dragon a week ago, but due to delayed transport, they only brought back 200 pounds of meat. The rest was eaten by other dinosaurs. Wu Chuanjia brought 12 people from the Dragon Nation, and their eyes widened. How could they support so many people in this small place? However, they still warmly welcomed Wu Chuanjia and his group. Wu Chuanjia noticed that there were no women here and found it strange. Didn't Xinggu say there was a woman named Alina from the Bear Nation? Yesvu, where is Alina? The floating ball would translate into brainwaves, making it sound just like listening in one's mother tongue. Communication would face no barriers. Alina has gone to rescue the other female teammates, and she probably won't come back here. Arthur said. Oh, as long as she is safe, our Xinggu called me over to send his regards. Wu Chuanjia said. Li Xing from your Dragon Kingdom is truly a legend. He can even tame dinosaurs. I hope to have the chance to meet this legendary figure. When it came to Li Xing, the several men from Bear Country couldn't help but show respect. Because the high-level officials of Bear Country had already told them about Li Xing, who changed the pattern of Dragon Kingdom with his own strength, making it essential for them not to have any conflict with Dragon Kingdom, treating Dragon Kingdom and its allies as close comrades. Without Li Xing's existence, Bear Country might not have formed a close cooperation with Dragon Kingdom. After all, they had many countries to cooperate with. Li Xing's strong presence made him a sought-after partner for cooperation among many nations. Wu Chuanjia and the 12 participants from Dragon Kingdom felt proud because of Li Xing. Due to Stars and Stripes countries' failed ambush on Li Xing, participants from other countries also kept their distance from Dragon Kingdom. Cooperation would be best, if not, they wouldn't dare provoke them. Even Stars and Stripes country now wanted to avoid confrontation. The next morning. A new week had begun. Wednesday had been waiting outside for a long time. As soon as Li Xing crawled out of the tent, Wednesday came over with a bundle of grayish-white snakeskin, anxiously saying a lot. Li Xing took a look, and it was a massive snakeskin. The snakeskin spread out and puffed up. Its diameter was a full meter wide and about 15 meters long. It could be inferred that this was the skin that was shed by a snake that weighed nearly a ton. Such an enormous snake could swallow prey that weighed 1.5 to 2 times its own weight. In other words, it could swallow dinosaurs that were twice its weight. This thing crawling on the ground couldn't even be defended against by a cavalryman. Once it launched a night attack on the tribe, it would be nearly invincible.
The Animal Encyclopedia provided information. Dragon python.
Like a python, but can grow up to 10 tons.
Far exceeds pythons. Feeds on imperial crocodiles and dinosaurs under 1 ton.
Li Xing was greatly shocked. The largest prehistoric giant python on Blue Star could reach 1 ton, and this one could actually reach 10 tons. Moreover, the scales on this snakeskin, even though they were shed, were as hard as the bone spikes of an ankylosaurus.
This meant that ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate its skin at all.
It was impossible to move. The tribe had just moved here.
If they left now, wouldn't that be asking for trouble?
Besides, they had to guard the salt mine here. Where was it discovered? Li Xing asked, and Wednesday immediately led the way to a place in the cave, pointing at the gap between 2 rocks. Li Xing used his divine vision to search inside.
He couldn't see the giant snake's figure anymore, but he could see an entrance to an underground cave.
The cave was filled with a fishy smell, and 30 meters down was an underground river. Li Xing speculated that the giant snake might have already entered the underground river. He just didn't know where this underground river led. The opening was too big, otherwise, Li Xing would have moved a rock to block it.
Don't worry, it won't be back for a short time.
Such a big snake is likely to be active in the water. It only comes ashore to shed its skin. Although Li Xing wasn't a biologist, he knew that the bigger the snake, the greater the impact of its weight on it, making it more likely to live in the water where it could reduce the effects of its own weight.
Gather the brave men of the tribe, and come back to the camp with me right away,
Li Xing said to Wednesday. Wednesday promptly went out to organize the team, while Li Xing approached the barbarians, who had now completely submitted to him. However, Li Xing couldn't take him back to the camp. He bound his hands and handed him over to the women and children of the tribe for guarding. Worried about a surprise attack from the barbarian tribe, Li Xing left 10 warriors behind and took 20 warriors back to the camp. The camp was very close, only about 2 kilometers away. Before returning, Li Xing had already informed Suya and the others, but when Li Xing came back with a group of wild men, they were still shocked. Li Xing did not bring them directly back to the camp, but took them to the lumber site. He had the 3 of them lift a piece of wood and carry it to the location of the wooden house. After bringing it back, Li Xing directly commanded them to install the wood into the wooden trough. They worked continuously until noon, and all the wood was moved back. The gaps between the original 4 giant trees were filled with sturdy wooden walls. The doorway was not cut out yet, and the roof was not sealed. This couldn't be called a wooden house yet, it could only be called a fortress. The people in the livestream were incredibly excited to see such a massive project completed so quickly. Brother Xing is the first genius to hire wild men as workers.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Yeah, who would have thought of getting wild men to help? Truly a genius. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country were also shocked, sitting in the large hall and laughing uncontrollably. This young man Li Xing is truly a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Yes, this is simply a great fortune for the Dragon Country. The high-ranking officials of countries like the Star-Spangled Nation could only grit their teeth in anger. This was truly not something an ordinary person could do. Clearly, the situation was strange, but it always seemed so reasonable when it happened to Li Xing. People couldn't find any fault with it. To this day, they still couldn't tame any dinosaurs, let alone wild men. Those foreigners felt extremely upset seeing Li Xing's wild labor team.
They disliked him but couldn't do anything about it. The more they hated him, the better he developed.
Chapter 93, The Abilities of 3 Titles.
The remaining work no longer required the help of these wild men. Chen Fei and the others made 20 starch dumplings, which were distributed to the warriors who had worked all morning by Wednesday. After eating and drinking well, Li Xing asked Wednesday to take them back first. They would discuss killing the dragon tomorrow. He needed to hurry up to finish the roof and doorway for the system to approve the project, and the details later could be handed over to Chen Fei and the others.
After Wednesday left with the warriors, Li Xing went to cut bamboo.
He split the bamboo in half and knocked off the inner membrane, and by interlocking them, he could create a defensive roof.
After lunch,
with the help of Chen Fei and Zhu Wei, the required bamboo was quickly gathered. After splitting the bamboo and knocking off the membrane, Li Xing climbed to the top of the wall, interlocking the bamboo one by one. Once all were arranged, he added 2 horizontal bamboos at both ends to secure the bamboo, binding them on both ends.
This would turn the whole roof into a bamboo raft.
The house was built, and the only thing left was the doorway. Li Xing lifted the roof and jumped inside, then extended the rope saw through the gaps of the wooden walls, letting Chen Fei pull it from outside. After sawing off a few 1-meter-long pieces of wood, he changed the saw blade and cut off the rest.
This created a 1-meter-wide and 1.6-meter-high doorway.
But because the doorway was cut out, the sawnwood was only fixed at one end, so Li Xing had to find 2 wooden stakes. He drove them into the ground on both sides of the doorframe to fix the wood, preventing it from swaying inside and out. The tops of the stakes were also tightly bound with rope. After completing this step, Li Xing immediately checked the system panel.
Solid wooden house survival achievement progress 98%.
Li Xing had a puzzled look on his face. Why was there still 2% incomplete? Just at that moment, Zhu Wei pointed at the doorway and asked, "Brother Xing, with such a big doorway, will something come in while we sleep at night?" Zhu Wei's words woke Li Xing up. He initially thought he could just set up a barricade. It seemed he also needed to make a wooden door, and it had to be made from wooden planks, otherwise, it wouldn't be strong enough.
So, in the afternoon, Li Xing and the two other men went to chop wood again. The wood for the door only needed to be as thick as an arm. Once they brought the wood back, they tied it into a wooden plank and blocked the door with it. They tied a rope above the plank so that when they opened the door, they could push the plank down, and when closing the door, they could pull the plank up with the rope and tie it to a wooden stake inside. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Xi finally heard the system's voice, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Finally, it's here. Complete a survival achievement and get a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery? Don't waste time, draw quickly. Drawing the lottery. Congratulations, the host has obtained the ability to tame predators. Taming a predator grants you the aura of dominance. The stronger the aura, the better you can suppress powerful predators. Hearing this ability made Li Xing almost jump with excitement. This ability was simply explosive. It meant that taming pterosaurs and tyrannosaurs would be a piece of cake. But the prerequisite was to gain the aura of dominance. It was similar to the affinity for taming herbivores and omnivores before. These two seem a bit contradictory, right? System. Not contradictory. Affinity works for omnivores and herbivores before and after taming, while for predators, it only works after taming, which means that the tamed predators will develop an affinity for you and your partners, while the aura of dominance serves as a deterrent before taming, preventing them from harming you. The aura of dominance has no quantifiable data. The host can start with small predators. If you can sense their fear when facing you, then your aura of dominance has suppressed them. With the system's explanation, Li Xing felt even better. Now there were just 2 survival achievements needed to obtain a title. System, will the abilities obtained from titles be essentially different from those obtained from the lottery? Li Xing asked the system. Yes, the abilities from titles correspond to the titles themselves. Based on your current performance, you are likely to obtain the following titles: Hunter, Beast Tamer, King of Survival. What are the abilities corresponding to these 3 titles? The ability corresponding to Hunter is Night Vision and Beast Transformation. Wait, I can understand Night Vision, but what the hell is Beast Transformation? Transforming into a wild beast? Yes, you can transform into a certain wild beast. The specifics depend on what kind of beast the genetic chain reward corresponds to. Li Xing's eyes widened. This was way beyond what he expected. If he could turn into a wild beast, wouldn't he be invincible? The Beast Tamer's ability is the power to summon and communicate with beasts. Upon hearing this, Li's heart was also stirred. If he could obtain the Beast Tamer ability, that would be fantastic. At least he wouldn't have to worry about wild beasts ambushing him, plus he could have them help him with tasks. Wouldn't that make him like Tarzan? The King of Survival's ability is an extremely strong survival capability, and physical fitness would reach 1000%. Li Xing trembled at this. He would basically turn into a superhero. Any of these abilities were incredibly enticing. If he could choose, Li Xing wouldn't even know which one to pick. There are still 2 survival achievements left. Let's see what titles I will get then. Li Xing took a deep breath, feeling more and more motivated. What is the next achievement task? Li Xing asked the system. 1. Tame an adult pterosaur. 2. Kill a giant. 3. Create 30 30-pound recurve bows, including 150 metal-tipped arrows. Upon seeing these 3 tasks, Li Xing's eyes instantly darkened. He realized these tasks would keep rotating until completed. Moreover, each task was more difficult than the last. As of now, taming an adult pterosaur was his only chance. Other 2 are almost impossible. The giant was the last task option, but since no one accepted the task, the system gave no explanation for this giant, so it is unclear whether the giant is a wild man or something else. Creating 30 30-pound recurved bows and 150 metal arrowheads seems just like making tools, which shouldn't be difficult. But in reality, this is much harder than taming a pterosaur. First, the bowstring is hard to find, and then there's the quality bow limbs. Just these 2 things almost discouraged me during the livestream. And for the metal arrowheads, that requires iron smelting. Then you have to polish the arrowheads and bind them to the shafts, then add feather fletching. The process of making it is complex and challenging, and finding materials is also extremely difficult. So, for the last 2 tasks, Li Xing directly rejected them. That leaves only the task of taming adult pterosaurs. He now has the ability to tame predators, and as long as he accumulates enough tyrant chi, he can complete this task. For Li Xing, this is just a matter of time. The key is that after completing this task, the 10th task may be even harder than the next 2 tasks. When that happens, it will really be tough. It seems the title is not so easy to earn. However, Li Xing will not give up. Choose to tame adult pterosaurs. Li Xing resolutely selected the first task. Task locked. Chapter 94, Color-Changing Horned Snake. Chen Fei, next is the floor and fireplace of the wooden house. I won't participate in this, you all discuss how to do it and just make sure to last through the winter. Li Xing said to Chen Fei. Chen Fei quickly nodded, Brother Xing, don't worry, I'm from the north, I'm quite good at this. Zhu Wei, I heard you can bake pottery, so you should also know how to make charcoal. If you don't, just ask Chen Fei. Li Xing said to Zhu Wei. Brother Xing, I can do that, I'll try to make as much pottery and charcoal as possible for winter use. Zhu Wei nodded and said. Suya and the three of you, when you have time, go bundle the firewood so the Ankylosaurus can bring it back little by little. The three girls nodded. Bro, do you have any other plans? Luichu asked curiously when seeing Li Xing giving so many instructions. It's nothing much, I need to go help the Wednesday group solve the food storage issue. I might be quite busy for a while, so the camp will rely on you five. Li Xing smiled and said. Bro, don't worry, we will build the camp well. Luichu said with a motivated posture. Li Xing, are you helping those wild men? Do you have another plan? Suya didn't quite understand. These wild men are very useful. Once I settle them down, I will take them to eliminate the other national contestants in this area. Then I can leave this area and go help in other places. Li Xing said. Suya and Su Yao exchanged glances, surprised that Li Xing's plan was so far-reaching. The viewers in the livestream were also moved by Li Xing's plan. While others struggled for survival, he was already thinking about solving the enemies in other areas. At this rate, it won't be long before the top 30 will appear. By then, the people of the country can all migrate to this planet. Li Xing's plan was exposed in front of various countries, and they could only stare in disbelief, with no way to counter it. Many small countries hoped to merge with the Dragon Country, so they could avoid the consequences of elimination. However, not a single country in the world dared to do such a thing. After all, no one knows what kind of outcome such actions would lead to. The Star Stripe country had previously proposed such a policy but never truly implemented it, clearly wary of such outcomes. Nonetheless, even so, these countries were willing to take the risk to survive. First, they would experiment with two friendly small countries. One was Crow Country, and one was Oil Eastern Country. Their experiment was very simple. The Crow Kingdom changed its national flag to that of the Oil Eastern Nation, and the government was renamed the Oil Eastern Nation's government, with the laws also openly following those of the Oil Eastern Nation, and the currency was the same. Then, the identity of the entire population had to change their nationality. Completing all these things would take at least a week. By then, we would see what the consequences were. After giving his orders, Li Xing did not stay at the camp. He strapped his super outdoor sleeping bag, tent, weapons, and other important supplies to the Tendon Dragon and, with a few hours left before dark, Li Xing moved towards the tribe. With the Tendon Dragon, Li Xing's speed was very fast. In half an hour, he returned to the tribe. The entrance to the canyon was no longer as empty as before. Wednesday had sent people to stand guard at the top of the canyon. If there was any enemy situation, they could immediately notify the tribe. The wild men standing guard saw Li Xing riding the Tendon Dragon approaching, and they immediately knelt down and shouted with respect. Upon entering the tribe, Wednesday noticed Li Xing's arrival and ran over to kneel down and welcome. Bring 10 warriors with me to go out. Li Xing told Wednesday, and Wednesday immediately went to select the 10 strongest warriors. These warriors were very excited. After all, this was their first time going out hunting with Li Xing, which was a supreme honor for them. The other warriors who were not chosen could only watch with longing. The people in the live broadcast looked at the time. Where is Brother Xing going? There are only 2.5 hours left until it gets dark. I don't know, but Brother Xing must have his reasons for doing this. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of surprise Brother Xing will bring us this time. The countries led by the Star-Spangled Nation were paying close attention to every move of Li Xing, but unlike the audience from the Dragon Nation, they felt a sense of threat and oppression, rather than excitement and anticipation. What is Li Xing trying to do again? It's really hard to grasp. Whatever he is up to, if he doesn't return by night, it'll be a huge risk for him, which is also good for us. Yes, this world is not as simple as we imagine. Although it resembles prehistoric Blue Star, it is not really prehistoric Blue Star, and there are many creatures completely different from prehistoric Blue Star. At this moment, Li Xing was leading the wild men towards the west side of the canyon. He saw on the map that about a kilometer to the west side of the canyon, there was another small lake. There should be quite a few predatory dinosaurs over there. Places with water sources generally have a higher density of life, so it shouldn't be difficult to find some small predatory creatures there. First, catch a few alive to domesticate and gain some of the overlord aura. Li Xing and the others entered the broadleaf forest, where the leaves were a golden color, and there were fallen leaves everywhere. The wild men were in a state of tension. Wednesday, why are you afraid?
Li Xing asked, and Wednesday immediately began to chatter in response.
I see.
Wednesday told Li Xing that this forest had many poisonous snakes and insects. If bitten, one could die, which was why they were very scared. Li Xing used his divine vision to observe the situation within 50 meters around them.
Sure enough, he discovered some oddly shaped scorpions and venomous snakes.
Li Xing raised his hand, signaling the team to stop, and he rode the tendon dragon to a tree.
Wednesday and the others immediately became tense.
Because a poisonous snake was hidden in that tree, the snake could change color to match the bark of the fir tree. Li Xing naturally saw it. He immediately released the Overlord aura. Li Xing knew how to release it. It was a feeling he couldn't put into words, but he could clearly understand.
The venomous snake felt the threat of the Overlord aura and dared not pretend anymore.
Its coloration changed. However, it was naturally vicious and was not scared by Li Xing's slightly weak Overlord aura, and it directly lunged at Li Xing to bite him. Li Xing immediately reached out and caught it. But it struggled.
If I can't tame a snake, how can I tame a pterosaur or a T-Rex?
Li Xing knew this was a great training opportunity. The ability given by the system, no matter if the opponent was a cold-blooded animal or another kind, as long as it was a predator, it was within the realm of taming.
Even spiders and scorpions were included in this category.
Li Xing released the chameleon horn snake. In the biological encyclopedia, a 1-meter-long chameleon horn snake could kill an elephant with its venom.
Of course, that required biting into the elephant's skin with its teeth.
Li Xing understood that to make this snake fully submit to him, he had to defeat it at its strongest point.
That was its venom.
He was immune to all snake venoms anyway, not afraid of being bitten. Thinking of this, he directly released the venomous snake. The people in the livestream were stunned. Li Xing actually let this venomous snake go. Was he courting death?
Everyone was puzzled by Li Xing's reckless behavior. What is Li Xing doing? Trying to end his own life? Brother Xing, don't do this, my heart can't take it. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country also changed their expressions drastically. What on earth does Li Xing want to do? Even if there are antidote pills in the medicine box, he didn't bring them. Could it be that he forgot to bring the antidote pills? He didn't even bring a medicine box. Do you think he might have forgotten? He is simply overconfident.
The people from the Star Stripe country went from shock to loud cheers. They thought Li Xing was overly confident to dare to play with a venomous snake. A venomous snake is a cold-blooded animal. No matter how skilled you are in taming beasts, you can't tame a cold-blooded animal. Li Xing, you will die because of your own arrogance. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have sent so many people to kill him. It was a total waste. He can't really think that drinking a body enhancement potion will make him immune to all poisons, can he? Too naive. One of our team members was directly killed by this kind of snake. Nothing could save him. The wild men were also so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. Until the chameleon horn snake bit down on Li Xing's finger, everyone almost froze in place. Chapter 95. He can't be human, right? The chameleon horn snake's 2 sharp fangs sank into Li Xing's palm. Neurotoxic venom injected directly into Li Xing's muscle. He did not pull the chameleon horn snake away, allowing it to bite, treating it as injecting some protein into his body. The audience in the livestream was dumbfounded by Li Xing's actions. Brother Xing, are you okay? Or is it that being bitten by a snake turns you into a super snake hero? Oh no, Brother Xing doesn't seem to be thinking straight. He's turned into this. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country looked terrified. They could not understand Li Xing's actions. No normal person would do this. But they also didn't know what Li Xing was planning to do, so they could only worry anxiously. Li Xing wouldn't be deliberately enhancing his body's snake venom antibodies, would he? Impossible. Enhancing snake venom antibodies requires a little injection. How can you get this much venom in one go? The high-ranking officials from countries led by the Star Stripe country were now completely at ease. Although Blue Star didn't have such snakes, this snake had 2 fangs, so it could be confirmed, it was 100% venomous. And Li Xing didn't bring any medicine. He had no chance of survival. Even if he did resist the venom with his immunity, his hand would be ruined, greatly reducing his combat power in the future. I never expected Li Xing to exit in this way. Yeah, it's truly unexpected. Who cares? With Li Xing dead, we have no threat left. After this winter, we will hunt the Dragon Country. The people from the Run Country were now laughing heartily, each bubbling with joy as they left comments. Playing with snakes, now he lost his little life. You Dragon Country folks, aren't you so amazing? Your Li Xing made such a petty mistake, it's really a shame for you. The audience from Long Country gnashed their teeth one by one. Don't be so arrogant. Brother Xing never does anything without confidence. There must be a reason for this, just wait and see. Exactly. I refuse to believe Brother Xing would make such a silly mistake. There must be something we don't know. Li Xing, of course, had no idea his actions sparked such a huge controversy. He was just feeling the change in his body, and aside from a little pain at the wound, he felt nothing unusual. Soon, the color-changing horned snake released Li Xing. But Li Xing did not let go, his hand remained firmly grasping its body, and it bit him on the hand again. However, its venom was running low. After biting a few times, Li Xing still showed no reaction, and the snake finally began to feel afraid. In that moment of fear, Li Xing sensed that his dominant aura overpowered it. This feeling was very clear, like a mouse encountering a cat, a natural enemy's fear. With this fear, Li Xing gently stroked its head, and this time it did not bite him again. Li Xing's touch provided a sense of affinity to it. After feeling this affinity, it displayed a childlike dependence, rubbing its head against Li Xing's hand. Li Xing felt as if he had formed a kind of spiritual connection with the snake. He could give it commands through this connection. This was a form of consciousness communication. Li Xing's heart shook, as if a new world had opened up to him. He immediately instructed the snake to slither from his arm to his neck and then climb onto his right hand. Outsiders did not yet realize this was Li Xing giving it orders. Until Li Xing pulled out a piece of meat and placed it in the palm of his hand, the snake crawled over like a pet to eat it, then coiled itself around Li Xing's arm. The crowd seemed to realize something. The live stream viewers went crazy. What's going on? Brother Xing can control this snake now? Just from being bitten a few times? This is too amazing. Getting bitten by a snake can lead to controlling it? Has he really become a super snake hero? The high-ranking officials of Long Country were wide-eyed, as if they were witnessing a miracle. There was actually someone in the world who could control snakes. Had he tamed it? Controlling it in just a few minutes? They were completely bewildered. The high-ranking officials led by Star Stripe Country turned pale, their bodies trembling as if struck by lightning. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed Li Xing could control even venomous snakes. Was he really an ordinary person? This guy isn't human. How is it possible that he isn't afraid of snake venom and can control snakes? Impossible. This Li Xing must not be human. Is it possible he is a genetically modified human from Long Country? That would violate ethics and pollute the human gene pool. It must be that way. This guy is definitely a new breed of gene-edited human. Long Country is actually doing such things. They could not understand Li Xing's actions, they only thought in the one possible direction. The high-ranking officials of Long Country expressed their innocence. They didn't even know what was going on themselves. What gene editing? How could they not know about it? But aside from this explanation, what other explanation was there? Not afraid of snake venom, able to tame venomous snakes, and even faster than taming dinosaurs, this was incredible. The people were completely dumbfounded, they never expected such a result. This Li Xing. Could he really be a deity? Let's be a bit more materialistic. There are no deities, there must be some hidden tricks we don't know. It's highly likely this is gene editing, which is a violation of ethics and could lead to the pollution of the entire human gene pool, ultimately resulting in human extinction. Countries began to fiercely condemn Long Country. But without any evidence, they could only offer superficial condemnation. Other countries were now only thinking about how to get close to Li Xing, so they can have a greater chance of survival. Moreover, if Li Xing is truly a product of genetic editing and exhibits such powerful strength, this means that Longwa already possesses extremely mature genetic editing technology, making the creation of superhumans no surprise. However, the high-ranking officials of Longwa expressed their grievances. How could they have such technology? But no matter how they deny it, they cannot change the fate of conspiracy theories rising. Li Xing rode the tendon dragon and set off again, while the chameleon horned snake curled up into his cloak, peacefully sleeping in his pocket. With the chameleon horned snake tamed, the tyrannical aura he released made all snakes and insects within 10 meters flee in fear. For the first time, Li Xing tasted the sweetness of power and decided to find even more threatening creatures to tame. As long as he strengthens step by step, it won't be long before he can tame a pterosaur. At that time, riding a pterosaur to find other teammates would be a piece of cake. Land travel is not as efficient as water, and water is not as good as air. The wild people around saw that Li Xing could control even venomous snakes, and that all poisonous creatures kept away from their group along the way, treating Li Xing with reverence like a deity. From then on, legends about a god would start circulating in the tribe. An hour later, they arrived at a small lake. There were indeed many traces of dinosaur activity in the area, but pterosaurs did not like to visit such places, they preferred locations with cliffs. All they could see were some birds flying over the lake. Li Xing felt a bit disappointed. It was getting late, and while he could spend the night in the wild, these wild people weren't prepared for it at all. He originally wanted to have the wild people cooperate with him to catch a few small dinosaurs to bring back, but now it seemed they would return empty-handed. Wednesday, let's go back, Li Xing said, turning the tendon dragon around to head back. But just as they were returning to the forest, a Utahraptor sprang out from the woods. This creature was 7 meters long, weighing about 600 kilograms, with feathered forelimbs and a body covered in fur like a tiger's. There was no high, prominent spinal crest. The Utahraptor is the largest member of the Dromaeosauridae family, and its intelligence is significantly higher than that of other dinosaurs. Li Xing felt a rush of excitement after reading about it in the animal encyclopedia. This creature seemed to have been stalking them, much like the small dromaeosaur they encountered earlier, both being intelligent types. The surrounding wild people immediately tensed up, raising their spears to prevent the Utahraptor from getting close. But Li Xing directly dismounted from the tendon dragon and walked straight towards it. The chameleon horn snake in his pocket sensed danger and slithered out, climbing onto Li Xing's head, making a harsh sound towards the Utahraptor, revealing its two long fangs as a threat to the opponent. The viewers in the live stream were once again puzzled. What is Brother Xing doing? This is a predatory dinosaur. Chapter 96, A Small Test of Strength. Li Xing felt the difference in the tyrannical aura between himself and the Utahraptor. The aura of this Utahraptor was extremely strong, but it was blocked by the numerous spears in front, preventing it from lunging forward. Li Xing also perceived the gap between him and the creature. The danger level of the Utahraptor reached T4, one level higher than the wind god pterosaur, leaving Li Xing feeling no confidence at all. He shook his head, took out a gun called Truth. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Li Xing shot it right in the head. The giant staggered and fell directly to the ground. Smart as it was, it did not know that humans possess truth. The surrounding wild people were also frightened. As soon as the gunshot rang out, this terrifying dinosaur fell just like that. This was an existence they could not comprehend, and they could only treat it as a miracle. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Brother Xing, I thought you were going to go up and bite it a few times and then tame it. What a false alarm. People from other countries were not surprised by this, they simply could not understand how Li Xing controlled the snake. Li Xing walked over, cut a piece of meat from the Utahraptor, then sliced it into strips to feed to the chameleon horn snake. You all take the meat back to the tribe. Li Xing said, and the stunned wild people quickly reacted, hurriedly following Wednesday into action. The axe and dagger given to Wednesday before were treasures to him, he carried them at all times. He immediately distributed the tools to help dissect the dinosaur. Before long, they completely dismembered the Utahraptor. 11 wild people tied 30 pounds of dinosaur meat with vines, while Li Xing used a fishing net to trap and bundle the remaining meat, securing it on the dinosaur's back. The bloody smell spread through the forest, attracting some smaller raptors to fly over. They leaped between the trees like dark elves of the night. Li Xing released his tyrannical aura. Those small raptors were too weak to approach but couldn't bear to give up, following the group back to the canyon. By now, it was dusk, and the hungry small raptors still wanted to follow in. Li Xing jumped down from the tendon lizard. Standing before the small raptors, Li Xing discovered that his tyrannical aura could overpower these rooster-sized raptors. So he took 30 pounds of dinosaur meat from the wild people, cut it into chunks, and tossed it to them. They jumped up like a pack of hyenas, catching the meat pieces. As they ate more meat, Li Xing found that his spirit could communicate with these small raptors. As long as he sent out a mental signal, they could understand, and his tyrannical aura completely suppressed them, making them view Li Xing as their master or the king of their group. They dared not show any defiance. Indeed, after finishing the 30 pounds of meat, with a wave of his hand, they stood in a row, their black feathers making them look like a pack of giant crows. These little guys don't have much to offer, they can't carry anything, and they're tasteless to eat, but they do enhance my tyrannical aura. With a wave of his hand, those creatures headed straight into the forest. They were as obedient as his own poultry at home. The people in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Are dinosaurs really this obedient now? Just give them food and they'll behave like this? They didn't know, but the wild people understood very well that these small raptors, like big crows, were not kind creatures. They had extremely sharp claws, and if they attacked in packs, it would be very difficult for the wild people to handle them. If separated, they could be devoured in an instant. They were known as land piranhas. Other countries led by the Star-Spangled Nation were also aware of the nature of these small raptors. There had been contestants among them who had been targeted by a group of small raptors, attacked in unison, and their bodies had been torn to pieces, devoured clean. Their terrifying reputation was well known. Yet, Li Xing could line them up and send them away. This was truly unbelievable. If before they had merely been wary of Li Xing, fearing he would be a threat to their contestants, now they were frightened, developing a physiological and psychological fear of Li Xing. They couldn't tell whether Li Xing was human or divine, why he possessed powers beyond human capability. They were all wondering if Li Xing had eaten or drunk something upon arriving on this new planet, inadvertently gaining some kind of ability that humans could not comprehend. This was not impossible, after all, it was an alien world. And with the existence of such incomprehensible cosmic phenomena, who could guarantee that there weren't some transcendent things? What is thought to be transcendent is simply knowledge beyond one's technological understanding. So it is simply incomprehensible, not truly beyond the realm of science. Can we still bring up Li Xing's past survival vision? The higher-ups of the star-striped country were discussing. It can be brought up, but there are no video recordings at night. His ability may have been gained during the night army. No matter what, you must send someone to carefully study Li Xing's survival experiences to see if he encountered something mysterious. At this moment, the curiosity of the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom was not much less than that of those in the star-striped country. Li Xing taming dinosaurs was quite understandable since they were herbivores and required several hours for domestication. But now, Li Xing was taming these cold-blooded, predatory animals, and the domestication often took just a few minutes.
Moreover, Li Xing was bitten by a snake and was fine.
It was simply incomprehensible.
Chief, should we directly ask Li Xing how he did it? Don't be silly, if he tells, wouldn't other countries know too? I didn't consider it well.
Why not let him teach these abilities to others? I believe that if Li Xing has time in this plan, he will definitely do so without us saying it. You all must trust him, and also, if this ability could be easily learned, he wouldn't have to work so hard, right? In the conference room, everyone agreed with this idea. Li Xing and others returned to the tribe, and the crowd in the tribe began to sing and dance again, but this time, it was not to eat the barbarians, but to eat dinosaur meat. A barbarian saw Li Xing and them hunt a dinosaur, and no one was harmed, and couldn't help but be shocked.
Is this the power of their god?
He looked towards Li Xing, who was playing with the color-changing horn snake in his hand, which frightened the barbarian even more.
Before, he didn't believe Li Xing was a deity. But at this moment, he began to believe, how could someone non-divine command even such a deadly venomous snake?
A feeling of reverence and admiration arose in his heart. How great it would be if their tribe also had such a god, then they could grow stronger and stronger together.
Chapter 97, The Sleeping Lion Has Awakened.
Today, Li Xing still did not return to the camp. The women at the camp contacted Li Xing and learned that he was still at the barbarian tribe.
Li Xing, are you not coming back tonight?
Suya texted.
I will return tonight, tomorrow is the airdrop time, how could I not come back?
Li Xing did not know what items the airdrop would bring, but he was looking forward to it. The last time they sent a boomerang was very cool. Then come back early, when you return, we will prepare food for you.
Suya said.
Li Xing looked at the messages from Su Yao and Lu Yichu and replied in unison. Li Xing simply ate a little roasted dinosaur meat and then stood up. Wednesday, take care of things in the tribe, don't let this barbarian die, help him nurse his injuries. Li Xing said to Wednesday. Wednesday quickly agreed, and Li Xing then approached the barbarian. The look in the barbarian's eyes when he looked at Li Xing was already different. Li Xing knew he had tamed him.
Stay here to nurse your injuries, and I will send you back to the tribe later.
The barbarian, upon hearing this, was filled with shock. Li Xing did not linger, mounted the gallant dragon, and headed out of the canyon. At this time, the sun had completely set, and the sky was like a dark curtain, scattered with sparkling diamonds. On the way, Li Xing used divine vision to discover many poisonous creatures, such as spiders, centipedes, and so on. These animals basically did not require him to tame them. With a display of his kingly aura, he could directly control them to stay away from the gallant dragon. Li Xing thought that his ability was not much weaker than a beastmaster.
As long as his kingly aura gradually strengthened, those big animals could also be tamed by him.
On this journey, Li Xing realized that he had gained a lot of overpowering aura. However, to tame a large predatory dinosaur like the Utahraptor, it still wasn't enough. But, through taming small animals, Li Xing concluded that the stronger the tamed animals, the faster his overpowering aura increased. And the strength of the animals was a combination of many aspects, such as attack power and body size.
Some fierce and venomous snakes and spiders were the easiest to obtain overpowering aura.
So, on his way back, Li Xing tamed 2 red snakes and a palm-sized venomous spider. They all climbed onto Li Xing's body to catch a ride. The small Utahraptors that had just fled also soared down from the trees, flying after him. Their flying ability was not strong, they mainly relied on gliding, so they all glided to the back of the tendon dragon. This scene left everyone in the live broadcast room stunned, their jaws dropping to the ground. Li Xing was simply a real-life Tarzan, commanding and controlling everything. By the time Li Xing returned to the camp, he had already tamed 10 poisonous snakes, 10 venomous spiders, 10 scorpions, and 10 small Utahraptors. Sigh, I can no longer keep a low profile. Li Xing looked at the creatures following him and couldn't help but sigh. When he returned to the camp, the 5 members eagerly welcomed him. They saw the small Utahraptors on the tendon dragon and the various snakes and spiders tangled around Li Xing. All of them turned pale with fear. Don't be afraid, these are all predatory animals I tamed, they won't harm you voluntarily. I brought them back mainly to guard our camp. Tomorrow, we can also use them to scout the surrounding environment. Li Xing said with a smile to everyone. After speaking, he waved his hand, and all the snakes, spiders, scorpions, and other creatures climbed down from the tendon dragon. The group still couldn't believe it. Had Li Xing become a deity? How could even such creatures obey his commands? I will explain to you shortly. Li Xing smiled, led the tendon dragon to the dragon shed to tie it up, and then brought some shrubs to feed it. When he returned to the camp, Suya and the other 5 were so scared they didn't dare move, even thinking that Li Xing was no longer the original Li Xing, but a ghost.
Brother, are you really still you? Luichu was the first to ask. Of course, is this even a question? If I'm not me, could I possibly be someone else? Li Xing laughed and raised his bone mask. Suya and Suya saw Li Xing's face and indeed did not recognize the wrong person. They came over to touch him, confirming he was real, and finally sighed in relief. Chen Fei looked at the various poisonous creatures on the ground, swallowing hard and curiously yet fearfully asking, Star Brother, how did you do this? Let me put it this way, I'm not quite sure how it works, but I can sense the brainwaves emitted by the animals, just like we can communicate through brainwaves. I don't know if this ability was given to me by the levitating ball, but I can communicate with animals through brainwaves. Li Xing said. The people in the live broadcast room were instantly stirred up. So that's how it is, it could be the potential reward of the cosmic program. Yes, otherwise, how could Star Brother communicate with animals using brainwaves? The brainwaves, amplified and translated by the levitating ball, could achieve this. The high-ups of the dragon country and the leading nations believed the same. After all, Li Xing was the first to tame a dinosaur, so receiving potential rewards from the cosmic program was not surprising. Moreover, besides this possibility, no other possibilities could be found. As for why Li Xing was immune to snake venom, it should be related to his physique. This matter was quickly pieced together by the audience. Our Star Brother is truly the chosen one. Our dragon country's victory is no longer in doubt. Exactly, this cosmic program actually has potential rewards. I wonder what kind of rewards might come in the future. When the people learned this news, their faces turned as pale as iron. They never expected that the dragon nation actually had a chosen one. How could they continue to play? Damn it, no wonder he could tame dinosaurs right from the start. It seems Li Xing really is the chosen one. The universe's program isn't fair. What fairness? There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Woo-woo, to be honest, I really regret it. If I had known this, I wouldn't have immigrated. Regret what? They only have one Li Xing, their technology can't keep up with our Star-Striped Nation. When we get to the new planet, Star-Striped Nation will quickly develop, then it'll be too late for them to swallow us. Exactly. They should see how many scientists and talents we have in Star-Striped Nation. Right, don't lose heart, even if the Dragon Nation has a chosen one, they can't catch up with our social development. The people of the Dragon Nation wanted to laugh when they saw these comments. One of the viewers replied, Our Dragon Nation has been an honor student for 5,000 years, we just took a nap for the last 300 years, allowing you poor students to catch up. The superiority in our genes cannot be changed in just a few hundred years. The lion has awakened, and the world stage no longer belongs to you. Well said. We have been strong for 5,000 years, just because we weakened for 300 years, you become so insecure. Do you really think our Dragon Nation is a sick cat? Chapter 98, The Future Domestication Plan. With Li Xing's encouragement, the crowd finally dared to face these little poisonous creatures. They all brought fresh meat to feed them. After sharing his affinity, even when Li Xing was not present, the creatures wouldn't harm the 5 of them. After a busy day, Li Xing took a cold bath in the pond. The others continued to interact with the snake beasts, and their intimacy increased. Li Xing now had 2 goals, one was to domesticate the adult pterosaurs, and the other was to tame the dragon python in the tribe. As long as these wild beasts were domesticated, it would be easier to tame powerful predators like the Tyrannosaurus and Spinosaurus in the future. However, one difficulty was that large domesticated predators had to often go out to hunt, otherwise, it would really be impossible to support these giant beasts. If these huge beasts went out to hunt by themselves, they might not come back for several days, and their success rate in hunting wouldn't be very high, they would often be starving. Another thing was that a dinosaur park had to be established, it was impossible to live just halfway up a mountain with them. Li Xing thought the best solution was to domesticate the wild people to manage these dinosaurs. He only needed to raise a few pterosaurs himself. After all, pterosaurs were easier to raise, they could be free-range, then fed some food at home to create dependence, and ride them to hunt other competitors. Li Xing sent the well-fed snake beasts to the Wednesday's shed to settle down. On the way back, Luichu handed him a large bowl filled with charcoal grilled meat and cooked starchy food. Li Xing took a bite, it tasted good, and the texture was quite nice. Not bad, Chen Fei, you've improved our meals. Li Xing praised. Brother Xing, don't laugh at me, it's all thanks to your ingredients, plus, Zhu Wei made the clay pot and charcoal. Chen Fei said with a chuckle. Li Xing surveyed the changes in the camp, they had produced quite a few bowls, and Zhu Wei's cooking skills were impressive. It wouldn't be so easy for an ordinary person to succeed like that. Moreover, this charcoal was also excellent. The meat grilled with charcoal really smelled amazing. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also drooling. Unfortunately, they didn't have charcoal. The Utahraptor that Li Xing killed earlier was also fully returned to the Dragon Nation's people, and now the government forces were very busy, going door to door to reclaim dinosaurs. This is all voluntary, and there are certain canned foods and supplies as a reward. Most people are willing to hand them over. After all, with such a large dinosaur meat, they can't preserve it, can't finish it, and can't sell it. After all, every household has enough food. After the government collects it, they will process it into canned meat overnight for future needs. Other countries are envious of Dragon Country's food reserves. After all, the food that only Li Xing has brought back is several times what they have. Moreover, it's not that killing the dinosaur guarantees that it will be returned to Blue Star. The program has its own review mechanism, and only what it deems necessary can be returned. Therefore, many people from other countries have killed dinosaurs, but since they can't carry them away, only the parts they can take back are returned. Thus, the food reserves in other countries are really not rich. After dinner, Chen Fei and Zhu Wei crawled into their tent, and Chen Fei poked his head out to look at Li Xing. "Brother Xing, do you want to come sleep with us?" "Sorry, I'm not used to sleeping with men," Li Xing smiled and rejected. "Then how about the three of you together?" Chen Fei was full of envy and shock. At that moment, Suya walked out and said, "I'm his girlfriend, the tent is so big, don't think too much." Yes, how could we think too much?" Brother Xing, we'll sleep first." Chen Fei quickly entered the tent. When Suya looked at Li Xing also glanced at her, and Suya quickly looked away. Luichu didn't think that much. Her feelings for Li Xing were just that of an older brother, and Li Xing had never acted inappropriately towards her. In this wilderness, there's nothing wrong with sleeping together. Besides, isn't the wooden house almost done? They can sleep separately then. Li Xing didn't think too much and crawled into the tent to rest. The three women followed one after another. At night, when Li Xing turned over to hug Suyao, his long arm ended up around Suya. Suya gently held Li Xing's hand, allowing him to take a small advantage. The next morning, Li Xing woke up early, and Suya also got up. This feeling of guilt, like stealing someone's person, made Suya feel quite bad, but some things were beyond her control. After all, she had a connection with Li Xing even earlier than Suyao. She couldn't be considered the third party. In the eyes of the secular world, Li Xing was definitely a scumbag. But he was not an ordinary person. His outlook on life was different from regular people, and one couldn't judge him by ordinary moral standards. Li Xing and Suya went to the wooden house. Li Xing found that the gaps in the wooden house had been filled with mud, making the interior not very ventilated. This method was fine for warmth, but to install a fireplace, a small window and a chimney would be needed. The indoor floor was also covered with bamboo. Not bad. Li Xing entered and was quite satisfied with the environment inside. Zhu Wei said this could be made into a two-story structure because the internal space is large enough. It's just the height that's a bit lacking, but it can be expanded later. For now, it's divided into two levels, and the height on the first floor is about 1.3 meters, but only one side is divided. The entrance is not divided, so you can still stand straight when you enter, and the divided area is all for resting. Suya said to Li Xing. Well, he's a genius in engineering. Let's leave these matters to him. There won't be any issues. Li Xing nodded. Do you have any other plans for today? Suya looked at Li Xing and asked. Just waiting for the airdrop. Now I need to take the small animals to check the surroundings. Suya nodded. Li Xing noticed that she seemed to want to come along. After all, she was very eager last night, but due to the presence of Suyao, she couldn't do anything. However, this time she didn't take the initiative to suggest going along. It is probably considering Suyao's thoughts. Li Xing noticed it but did not bring it up himself. These matters needed to be resolved between her and Suyao, not by him. Li Xing prepared his gear, donned the terrifying bird cloak, summoned those small poisons to himself, and then walked toward the edge of the cliff. Since the opposite shore was already burned to the ground, he could see clearly if there were any ambushes on the other side from the cliff. This inspection went smoothly, and he did not find any competitors from any country approaching here, so Li Xing stopped at the cliff. He took out his fishing rod, ready to fish, as there were many small pterosaurs in the area. Li Xing wanted to tame some small pterosaurs with fish to enhance his kingly aura, preparing to tame the wind god pterosaur. Chapter 99, Unspoken Secrets. The lake was filled with piranhas, and as Li Xing tossed his fishing line, he had barely sat down when he felt a pull on the line. He quickly reeled in. A palm-sized red-bellied piranha struggled in the air, its powerful tail thrashing and attracting the pterosaurs above. They immediately rushed to snatch it, taking the piranha in their mouths and swallowing it whole. They had no idea there was a line beyond their understanding. Only after it was completely swallowed did Li Xing tighten the line again. The toothless pterosaur, with a wingspan of about 8 meters and a body length of less than 2 meters, fluttered in the sky, desperately trying to resist. But it was utterly useless. Moreover, its body was entangled in the fishing line, and Li Xing, to avoid other pterosaurs coming to attack, quickly reeled it back in. This enormous pterosaur finally landed right in front of Li Xing. It weighed only about 15 kilograms, but its massive wingspan made it look quite terrifying. Its wings, spread out, were as long as 2 small cars end to end. Its wing structure and legs were similar to those of a bat. Its front limbs were wings, and on them were a pair of claws. Like its legs, they had little lethality. Its only weapon for attacking prey was its beak. Sharp and hard, a jab or twist from it could be lethal,
much like being attacked by a giant chicken. The kingly aura released by Li Xing made it behave like a fighting rooster, wanting to jump up and attack him. Clearly, Li Xing's kingly aura was still a bit weak. However, this was no issue. Li Xing's strong physique allowed him to grab its neck with one hand just as it tried to attack. It couldn't struggle free, after all, its strength was far less than that of a human. Li Xing slowly pulled out the fishing line, bringing the piranha out with it. Then he untied a rope from his body and bound the toothless pterosaur to a tree, tying its feet like one would tie chicken feet when slaughtering it during the new year, rendering it unable to stand. The pterosaur cried out in agony nearby. It seemed like it never imagined it would become prey for ground-bound humans, right? Li Xing removed the fishhook, and once the pterosaur's emotions stabilized, he tossed the fish in front of its mouth. Tempted by the food, it still ate. Li Xing continued to catch more fish. Again, he quickly reeled in a fish, but this time, the pterosaurs did not dare to snatch it. Clearly, these pterosaurs were not lacking in intelligence. Having seen a companion caught, they now refused to fall for the trap. They would rather hunt for themselves than seize the seemingly easy prey with a trap. However, this was just right. Li Xing fed all the fish he caught to the toothless pterosaur beside him. It received the benefits from Li Xing while being suppressed by his kingly aura, unable to retaliate, and gradually began to be tamed. For an ordinary person, taming would certainly take a month or two. But with Li Xing benefiting from the system, there was no need for that, as this toothless pterosaur was tamed. Li Xing's overpowering aura clearly rose to another level. Li Xing's spirit connected with the toothless pterosaur. It freed its bindings. The toothless pterosaur did not fly away, but squatted down beside Li Xing. Li Xing threw a fish over, and it jumped up to catch it. It looks like I can use it to catch fresh fish for us in the future. Li Xing was in a good mood. Although this pterosaur couldn't be ridden, it would swallow all the fish it caught in its long neck and spit them out one by one when flying back. Only the owner can help it unbind the rope around its neck to get its food. By then, when he left this camp, these little animals could help the women in the camp with some work. The viewers in the livestream were shocked beyond words by Li Xing's actions. Li Xing had tamed a toothless pterosaur so easily. Brother Xing is amazing. Having gained the potential rewards of the universe program, now he has become a beast master. In the future, Brother Xing could single-handedly open a dinosaur zoo. I'm really looking forward to it. My daughter and I can go see the dinosaur zoo. By the way, I wonder how the arrangement will work with so many of us during that week. Why are we suddenly talking about this? I hadn't thought of it until now. It should also be through teleportation, right? Upstairs, if it's teleportation, and billions of us suddenly appear in those places, wouldn't we become prey for the animals? How will that work? Everyone stop talking nonsense. The military around the world is stockpiling food. Clearly it can't be a direct collective teleportation. Otherwise, how would the food be sent over? As the issue of teleportation began to be discussed in the livestream, the country's high-level officials also started to discuss. They had been hiding this issue among their nations because it was unfair to Li Xing and his group. Everyone, based on the current situation, the possibility of our dragon country's immigration to the new star is very high, and the method of immigration has only been informed to the high-level officials. The public does not know, and I think it's better to keep it confidential. Indeed, if it's public, it will hurt the feelings of the people. Chief, look, some underdeveloped countries in Europe and America have announced it. At this moment, someone projected the press conference video onto the big screen. To the people of the world, do you know why those big countries are unwilling to attract us from underdeveloped countries? It's because there are limitations to interstellar immigration. The top 30 countries in the competition will travel to the new star via spaceship, and that spaceship is the moon. The moon can only accommodate a limited number of humans. At that time, if the moon leaves the solar system, Blue Star will directly be destroyed without the moon's tidal locking. Moreover, it will take 10 years for the moon spaceship to reach the new star and orbit it, meaning humans will have to live in the spaceship for 10 years, resulting in a population explosion, which is also a huge problem. Therefore, big countries will not absorb other countries. Those participants will have to survive alone on that new star for at least 10 years. How pitiful that those participants don't know about this and are still fighting among themselves. Our country is behind. We will also relay this news to the new star so that those contestants can prepare for survival for 10 years. As this news was made public, the high-level officials of other countries also prepared to convey the information to their own participants. However, doing so would prolong the time taken to achieve the top 30. Thus, it would extend their time on Blue Star. Because every participant would not want to kill anymore, they would strive only for their own survival. Those underdeveloped countries deliberately revealed this news to achieve such an outcome. The longer it takes to determine the top 30, the longer they survive on Blue Star. After all, no one wants to die so early. This is just the final struggle of a weak nation. Chapter 100, Second Stage Physique Potion. When it was almost noon, Li Xing rode the tendon dragon towards the airdrop point.
Suya also rode over on her armored dragon, leaving Chen Fei and the others to guard the camp while Li Xing and Suya met at the airdrop point. As the time reached 12 o'clock. In the sky, airdrop parachutes appeared out of nowhere again, and at the same time, everyone's floating ball received intelligence sent by the country. While waiting for the airdrop to fall, Li Xing checked the intelligence sent by the country. This intelligence shocked both Li Xing and Suya. The two exchanged glances. Li Xing, did you check the intelligence? Suya asked Li Xing, and he nodded. I didn't expect this to be a big trap. This news must have already been announced on Blue Star, and then it reached us contestants. Now everyone knows. What do you think we should do? Suya bit her red lips and asked. Honestly, she herself could not stand such lengthy isolation in the wild. Especially after this announcement, many contestants would change their minds. At least, they would have to live on this planet for over 10 years to see their families and other humans. Not to mention getting into the top 30 and immediately being able to reunite with their families and country, that would have to be reconsidered. Countries in front might want to quickly make it to the top 30 so they could reunite with their families in 10 years. But if they have to kill others, the risk of their own casualties would also increase. After all, the environment is too harsh. Let's look at the airdrop first, we can discuss other matters slowly back at the camp. Li Xing didn't care much, after all, he no longer had family on Blue Star, but others did. Besides, 10 years is not a short time. This is the youth of women and the maximum duration of men wearing green hats. Most who come to this world are men, and many have families. Do their wives have to hold on to an unseen hope to survive? Clearly, not many people can do that. After all, waiting for 10 years does not guarantee a reunion. During these 10 years, death could happen at any moment. And youth would pass, such a loss is truly not something easily compensated for. What Li Xing had to consider was how to grow stronger in these 10 years and make his life as rich as possible. He could also explore the true purpose of the system. The two arrived at the airdrop. They opened the airdrop just like before. Li Xing took a glance at the supplies inside and found they were the same as the previous 2 times. 1. A bulletproof tent. 2. 10-second stage physique enhancement potions. 3. A survival medical box. 4. A super wild sleeping bag. 5. 10 detox pills. 6. A toolbox for tongs and woodworking. Li Xing checked the second stage physique enhancement potion, which could only be used to increase the physique on the basis of the first stage. Otherwise, the effect would only be 100% of the base physique. Enhancing the physique strength by another 100% on the existing basis means the first potion has a strength of 200% of the original physique, and later privileges increase the original physique by 50%. So, my current physique is 250% of the original. But the instruction manual says it enhances 100% based on the current physique, which means enhancing 100% on 250% makes it 500% of the original physique. Li Xing calculated the enhancement strength in his heart. But don't think that this is not much different from the 1000% physique he obtained as the King of Survival. In fact, this 1000% is not 10 times the basic physique but 10 times the current physique. If he obtains the title of King of Survival, the physique would be 55 times the base physique. This is already something that cannot be measured by strength. Such strength would likely directly modify one's genetic sequence. Otherwise, how could a person's genetic sequence be strengthened to that extent? To what extent can a person be strengthened? Are they still human? Li Xing could hardly imagine what kind of existence that would be, but he indeed felt a bit yearning for it. Suya, I will try a dose first, you pay attention to the surroundings. Li Xing said to Suya. Okay. Suya took out her gun and kept a lookout. Li Xing picked up the syringe and injected it into his own vein. As soon as the dose went in, he immediately felt a huge change in his bones. But waves of pain surged throughout his body. Bones broke and healed quickly, cells shattered and reorganized. 10 minutes later, the pain in his body disappeared. When Li Xing looked at his body again, there was not much change in appearance, his muscles just seemed more perfect, and his body felt lighter. Li Xing, how do you feel? Suya asked, swallowing hard. I feel as light as a feather. Li Xing jumped with all his strength, and surprisingly he easily jumped to 3 meters high. This scene made the entire audience in the country erupt with excitement. This is amazing. Are we all going to be martial arts masters from now on? It's probably the cosmic program preparing for the participants to have stronger survival abilities. After all, the living environment will become increasingly harsh, and an ordinary person's body simply can't support it. Yeah, but there are only 10 doses. The people from the Star-Spangled Country were extremely jealous watching this scene. You see, none of their many countries had anyone return with the first dose. Now sending back the second dose is fine, but it can only strengthen basic physical attributes by 100%, the effect isn't as good as the first dose. Li Xing still followed suit and took another dose.
As before, suddenly everyone across the country had an additional dose of medicine in their homes, hands, or containers. The billions of citizens in Dragon Country were overjoyed. With these 2 doses of medicine, the physical quality of the people collectively rose fourfold, and the stronger ones became even stronger. Living on the new planet in the future, having this physical quality would definitely make life much easier. Dragon Country now not only widened the gap between participants, but even the physical quality of its citizens also widened the gap. How can they compete with that? The higher-ups in the Star-Spangled Country regretted opposing Dragon Country, but now they found it hard to back down. Xing stored away the remaining physical enhancement potions completely. You all just need the basic physical capacity, these potions can be kept for now. Xing said to Suya, who had no objections because she believed her physical quality was already sufficient. After all, hers was already 2.5 times the original quality. Let's take back other supplies. Suya said, and Xing nodded. So they wrapped the supplies in parachute fabric and took them away. Other countries' participants who received airdrops eagerly injected the second-tier potions and felt absolute confidence due to the changes in their physical attributes. They believed that with such a physique, unless they were eaten by dinosaurs, they wouldn't easily die. They could even run against dinosaurs when they encountered them. This greatly enhanced their bare-hand survival abilities. Meanwhile, those weaker ones were still struggling painfully. If they couldn't survive this winter, they could only await death. At this moment, Xing returned to the tribe, and he immediately gave the big black dog an injection. Last time, the first injection had made the big black dog double in size, and its physical abilities also improved. If the advanced potion was injected, the effects might be even more powerful than on humans. Xing had already thought about using the remaining potions on predatory animals in the future. This way, he could have the strongest riding beast. Everyone watched the changes in the big black dog's body. Its black fur gradually turned gray. And its size was slowly increasing again. But the change in time was longer than humans. For humans, it took 10 minutes, but it had been half an hour and it was still changing. The big black dog went from howling in pain to now gritting its teeth and enduring fiercely. If it keeps changing like this, it might turn into something like the werewolf in a vampire movie. This can ride people now. Luichu said in shock. Chapter 101, Crisis Outside the Competition Area. Dahu gradually finished strengthening. It stood up from the ground and turned around, obviously not adapting to the changes in its body. After all, it had been strengthened so much all at once. Its body was already as huge as a horse, but the muscle and bone structure remained agile, not clumsy due to its size. It leaped by the creek and directly jumped to the opposite bank, then leaped back again. It walked on the narrow bridge, quickly adapting to its body's balance and changes. When it returned to Xing, it crouched down and showed a grateful expression to him. You all saw, the potion works even better on animals. Xing said, and they all understood why he didn't want everyone to use it. After all, using it on animals was too cost-effective. Brother Xing, we have no objections, and our bodies are already much stronger than ordinary people's. Chen Fei said. Shu Wei nodded as well. If Brother Xing can tame other predatory animals in the future, then using it on animals is better. This way, you can dominate this forest. Yes, brother, we have no issues at all, it's all up to you. Luichu walked over, grinning as he patted Dahu's head. Dahu was panting, its teeth almost comparable to that of a T-Rex. Sharp and thick, full of power. Luichu, with his small body, climbed directly onto Dahu's back. Some of Dahu's fur was already gray, the mixture of gray and black fur made it even more stealthy. Dahu's fur is so slippery, it's hard to sit still. Luichu said as he climbed down from Dahu. Xing nodded and said, you definitely can't sit still like this. When Dahu runs, you'll fall off. We can make a wolf saddle. Didn't we bring back a piece of dinosaur skin last time? Let's use that. I can do that, I'll make one. Let's make one for the tendon dragon and the armored dragon too. Chen Fei, who spoke, was from a family that raised livestock and had been in contact with these things since childhood, so it was natural for him. Xing patted Chen Fei's shoulder. Then I'll rely on you. Brother Xing, don't mention it. I'll need your help in the next 10 years. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere seemed a bit heavy. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have opened my mouth. Seeing this, Chen Fei said awkwardly. It's okay, this is reality. We can't avoid it. Now that everyone has shut down the livestream, let me discuss our future plans. Xing said. Everyone nodded and sat around the campfire to start discussing. Here's the thing, after a while, once my taming skills are strengthened, I will tame an adult pteranodon. Once I have complete control over it, I will rescue teammates in these 100 competition zones and assassinate other competitors until we quickly get into the top 30. Hearing Xing say this, everyone felt the plan was feasible, but they knew it wasn't realistic for one person to kill so many people.
After all, there were still over 17,000 people alive. To get down to just 30 competitors, they would need to kill at least 14,000 people. So, the difficulty of the task was immense, and sending one person to slaughter so many might be hard for them mentally to accept. After all, everyone had no grievances or grudges. Everyone doesn't need to worry. I will first choose to save teammates. Most competitors should starve and freeze to death this winter. I probably won't have to kill too many. Li Xing said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Fei and Zhu Wei, as ordinary people, found it a bit difficult to adapt to this cruel slaughter. However, it seemed there was no solution. At this moment, the soft heart of the Virgin could solve no problems. Only by facing the cruel reality could there be a chance for rebirth. Suya and Suyao, although they were soldiers, found it hard to be ruthless against many non-aggressive opponents, unless the other party provoked them first. But Li Xing was a military assassin, his mindset already extraordinary. Since they represented the country on this battlefield, they had to be prepared for sacrifice. This was the awakening a warrior should have. So, there should be no psychological burdens. The plans of other countries were mostly the same: to gather with teammates as much as possible and then find a way to escape south to survive. As long as they stayed away from the competition area and did not engage in any fights, they would not have to die. And those contestants guarding the airdrop area were also gathering with cooperative countries and their own teammates. They were in a hurry to stock up on food, firewood, and other warming materials. After lunch, Li Xing rode the calf dragon to look for wild beasts to tame. Now he possessed powerful physique and could use force and the kingly aura to tame stronger beasts, such as terror birds, little swift dragons, and saber-toothed tigers. At this moment, the duo from the Star-Spangled Nation, Louis and John, who had been riding this southern dragon before, had now left the competition area. They arrived at the seaside. Here, the pterosaurs were as numerous as seagulls, and the two of them lay on the back of a brachiosaurus like two little bugs. Occasionally, little pterosaurs would fly over, but they did not attack the duo. Instead, they curiously watched them. However, the two did not dare to get off the dragon's back. Firstly, they had gotten used to living on the dragon's back. Secondly, they had no idea where to stay on the ground. So, they had no plans to get off for the time being. They had tied bones on the dragon's back to make a bed and a food storage net. They only came down to look for food when the brachiosaurus was sleeping. This had been their routine for a while. And the brachiosaurus had also gotten used to their presence. On another note, it was helpless, as it couldn't reach its own back. At noon, the brachiosaurus would seek out ponds or swamps to cool down. Now, it was rolling in the mud at a nearby estuary swamp, and Louis and John had jumped down the rope early. They decided to start a fire around and roast some pterosaurs to eat. However, their bonfire had barely been burning for half an hour when 3 or 5 people riding triceratops approached them. They looked like the white people of the Blue Star, dressed in uniform clothing, holding cold weapons such as bows, crossbows, and spears. The program has detected that 2 people have escaped the competition area. They should be nearby. Go see which country's people they are. This Blue Star civilization in this timeline has been destroyed so quickly. I wonder if this timeline's Blue Star will be governed by the cooperative countries of the Star-Spangled Nation, Japan, and Eagle Nation, just like in our parallel timeline, securing the top 30 spots in the competition? I don't know. With them added, this planet has 3 timelines and of the world Blue Star contestants sent by the cosmic program. We've pressed the dragon country to the ground and killed their contestants. This planet will only have our cooperative countries in the future. That's right, the dragon country is really too strong. It took our 2 timelines cooperative countries half a year of joint effort to eliminate it. See the smoke? One of them pointed at the spot where Louis and the others were located. Saw it. Those 2 rookies should be right there. If they are our Star-Spangled Nations people, then don't kill them. Let them take us into this competition area and eliminate the cooperative countries led by the dragon country uniformly. He. Chapter 102, All Bets on Li Xing. Louis and his companion were roasting a pterosaur. Suddenly, there was a disturbance around them. They thought a predatory dinosaur was hiding in the bushes, wishing to steal the dragon, so they quickly pulled out their guns and stood guard. He, don't be too tense. Suddenly, a voice came, and before the 2 could respond, a figure pounced down from the tree. No one knew how this person had climbed up there. He jumped down, snatched the guns from Louis and John's hands in one swift motion. The speed was so fast, the movement so precise, it felt like a scene from a movie, startling both of them greatly. Indeed, it's someone from the Star-Spangled Country. The person who jumped down saw the flag on Louis and John's chest and smiled as he said. At this moment, 4 more people walked out from the surroundings. Their outfits were matching green jumpsuits, but they were not camouflage, clearly different from Louis and John. Yet, the flags on their chests were the same. Who are you? What are you? Louis and John were greatly shocked. Not only them, but everyone in the live broadcast was also astonished. Because, in their live broadcast program, there was no way to see any information about these 5 people, not even a red. They seemed just like local humans. But the language they spoke and their flags were from the Star-Spangled Country. This was truly perplexing.
The higher-ups of the Dragon Country also felt that things were no longer simple with the appearance of these people. Unexpectedly, people from the Star-Spangled Country were here, outside of the contestants.
This was simply unbelievable. They did not believe the Star-Spangled Country had the capability to send people to that planet. So, there was only one possibility: these people were non-contestants teleported by the cosmic program. But why were only people from the Star-Spangled Country transmitted, and not others? Who exactly are you? John asked nervously, and upon seeing these two anxious rookies, they burst into laughter. Looks like you guys haven't been in the competition long enough to know what's going on. Don't be tense, I'm Wiseman, and these are our comrades. Here's the deal. Wiseman thoroughly explained the information he had learned. As this news spread, global leaders were blown away, realizing that these people were contestants from other parallel universes. And currently, there were already 3 contestants from parallel universes this week. Their spaceship could only make dimensional jumps and would take 10 years to reach the satellite orbit of this planet. By then, this planet would have 3 moons, stabilizing the planet's rotation. Moreover, although it stated that it took 10 years to arrive, due to dimensional differences, for those inside the moon, it would feel like 10 blue star years, but for those on the new planet, it wasn't 10 years. By then, all 3 moons would arrive here at the same time. Commander!
The other 2 parallel universes, Dragon Country, Bear Country, and other coalition nations have already been destroyed. I also heard that contestants from the first universe helped the contestants from the second universe hunt down our Dragon Country contestants. They all missed the moon spaceship. The commander's face darkened, fist tightly clenched.
History was about to repeat itself.
This time, the powerful forces from 2 universes were joined by the Star-Spangled Country leading the coalition, concentrating their efforts against the Dragon Country-led coalition. They had everything in their favor: experience, rich intelligence, and each one of them was a strong fighter. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country-led coalition was just a beginner, completely incapable of fighting back. The crisis facing the Dragon Country instantly spread worldwide. The seemingly always leading Dragon Country had now completely become the target of everyone's disdain. Those who had sought refuge received this news, and instead of being troubled by the national crisis, they even collectively reached a climax of excitement. They felt they had finally won a round. In the Dragon Kingdom, there would be no more chances. They all flooded into Li Xing's live stream to send disparaging remarks.
Hey! Ignorant kids, aren't you feeling pretty cool? Do you really think you've won? Ha, come out and show us how you plan to win. Ha, both Dragon Kingdoms from different timelines have lost, so this one can't succeed either. Exactly, you should be grateful that we, the Run people, have preserved the bloodline of the Dragon Kingdom, otherwise, you'd all be facing the end together. Yeah, our ancestors would be thankful that we're not as foolish as you. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom also didn't expect such a situation. Who would have thought that such a beautiful planet was not only prepared for themselves, but also for other timelines of Blue Star? However, the morale in the live stream gradually began to rise again. The Dragon Kingdom's luck can't always be this bad. Just wait, we have Li Xing, and this time he will surely turn the situation around. Right. As long as they can't kill Li Xing, we, the Dragon Kingdom, can still make it to the top 30. That's correct. The rules of the leaderboard say that only the top 30 countries' contestants can survive. It doesn't matter how many people there are, as long as someone survives, we can all migrate to the stars. Even if our territory is small, that's okay, we can still fight for the world. As long as we're alive, we have a chance. Everyone should not be disheartened. Our ancestral spirit has never been defeated by 16 countries. Can we back down this time? No way. We can win battles. Don't believe everything. These 5 people are very clever. Perhaps they deliberately revealed this information to undermine our confidence. Otherwise, they would have shut down the live stream earlier. The arguments in the live stream continued. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom held a video conference with allied countries. They decided to inform the contestants of this news tomorrow at noon, and after Li Xing tamed the dinosaurs, they would gather on the dinosaurs one by one. At that time, as long as all the allied countries' people survived together, taking them down would not be an easy task. Moreover, the total number of contestants from both timelines would not exceed 4,000 people, roughly around 3,000. Even if every one of them was a powerhouse, it would still just be 3,000 more, and with the contestants from this timeline, it would only be 2 to 3 times more. Throughout history, many wars have been won by the few over the many. However, the only gap is that the contestants from the first 2 timelines received far too many airdrops, and each person's physical fitness was very strong, causing a significant difference. Chief, it seems that all plans can only rely on Li Xing. The secretary beside him said anxiously. I know, Li Xing is someone sent by heaven to help our Dragon Kingdom. This young man carries too much, I hope he can complete the task. The chief's expression was also serious. At this moment, Li Xing was still in the woods searching for prey. Unbeknownst to him, the outside world had changed drastically, yet he had some ominous premonition looming over him. However, he had no idea where this feeling of change was coming from.
It seems that the terrifying birds have also migrated south. Finding them is no longer easy, but saber-toothed tigers or small tyrannosaurus and high-spined dragons should still be around. I just need to strike when their mothers aren't nearby. Li Xing thought to himself, noticing a strange smell ahead.
Chapter 103, 2 Arella Dragons.
Following the smell, Li Xing quickly caught up and arrived in a dense forest.
This primitive forest was covered with green, moss-like epiphytic plants, severely obstructing visibility and easily hiding wild beasts. There were indeed 2 Arella dragons lurking within, eyeing Li Xing with hungry intensity. Li Xing's godly vision allowed him to see them naturally. Good heavens!
Li Xing learned from the animal encyclopedia that this dinosaur is very ancient, extremely swift, and an adult weighs no more than 200 kilograms.
But its hunting speed might exceed that of a leopard.
Therefore, Li Xing dared not be careless. While holding the truth, he unleashed his strongest imperial aura.
This made the 2 Arella dragons hesitate to attack. Animals have an innate sense of danger, and indeed, Li Xing's imperial aura made them feel the threat.
However, they could not understand how a human like Li Xing, without sharp teeth or agile legs, could pose such a strong threat. So, they stayed put, waiting for an opportunity to see if something would go awry. Li Xing put away his firearm and took out 2 daggers, leaping directly down from the tendon dragon. He knew that the most direct way to tame this predatory dinosaur was to defeat them. The 2 creatures were momentarily stunned seeing Li Xing dared to approach them until he reached a clear patch of ground in front of them.
That place became a temporary arena.
Li Xing spread his arms, waving the sharp daggers in the air. He felt a certain confidence with his 5 times enhanced physique. After all, the human body structure is quite suitable for combat. First, standing tall allows one to overlook the enemy's attack. Second, being taller makes it harder to be bitten. Third, 2 hands can throw elbow strikes or become guillotines. Fourth, fingers can grasp weapons like knives and stones, and the body can strangle, etc. The only issue is that humans are not powerful enough. Now, Li Xing's physique was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and he was proficient in most martial arts, with a deep understanding of human anatomy. So, he wanted to give it a try. The viewers in the live stream felt anxious about Li Xing's actions.
Brother Xing, the situation is different now.
Don't take reckless risks.
Taking risks is Brother Xing's style. Everyone just watch the show. As for those other contestants from different timespace, there's no need to worry. After all, they are too far away, and I don't believe they'll all come over. Last time, so many weren't enough for Brother Xing to handle. Why fear them? Right. They're not even enough. Bringing more of them over just means easier targets.
The higher-ups of the Dragon Country determined, through analysis with partner nations, one thing in the end: the information leaked by those 5 contestants from other timespaces was deliberately unreliable. Because, after providing the intelligence, they let Lewis and John turn off the live stream for a minute.
Why not turn it off earlier?
This proves one point: the information was purposely revealed to scare everyone.
Moreover, it can be figured out with a little bit of thought.
The contestant zones from 2 timespaces must be separated by a certain distance. People from the first timespace cannot all sneak attack the cooperating nation led by the Dragon Country. As long as the first attack occurs, everyone else would know. Then, at the national level, there would definitely be a response plan. Even if one person survives, it absolutely could be done. Thus, they would not truly be annihilated. They revealed this false information partly to undermine the confidence of the cooperating nation led by the Dragon Country, and partly to instill confidence in the nation led by the Star-Spangled Country, allowing for quicker cooperation.
At this moment, the 2 Arella dragons finally realized that this human before them posed no real threat.
So, they jumped out from behind the tree roots. They spread out in a fan shape in front of Li Xing, and seeing these 2 beasts, Li Xing became excited. They weren't particularly large, each weighing about 160 kilograms. But their mouths were filled with sharp teeth like giant lizards, which were quite intimidating. Their claws on both forelimbs and hind limbs were long. But compared to the chasing dragon, it was still lacking a lot. The opponent's advantage was speed. As long as it was fast enough to pounce and bite the prey, it would win. However, Li Xing's agility was already 5 times what it used to be. He was almost close to the reaction speed of a feline, and with his strong and powerful limbs, he showed no fear at all. The people in the live stream held their breath. One person faced 2 dragons for over 10 seconds, and finally, the 2 dinosaurs moved. They pushed their legs against the ground and launched themselves like a flash of green lightning. Everyone was stunned. This speed was just too fast. Just when people thought Li Xing was doomed, he suddenly sidestepped, dodging just as the opponent bit towards him. Moreover, while dodging, Li Xing turned and delivered a heavy elbow strike to the spine of one of the Arella dragons. That Arella dragon instantly fell to the ground, struggling yet unable to stand up. Only Li Xing knew how valuable this elbow strike was. He had dislocated a segment of this giant dragon's spine. So, it was impossible for it to stand again. The other Arella dragon, still unclear about what had happened, turned and pounced again, trying to be the first to bite Li Xing to claim the right for the first kill.
However, as this irregular dragon pounced once more, Li Xing didn't use his knife. Instead, just as it leapt through the air, he sidestepped again, while his right hand, holding the knife, punched directly at its heart. The power of this punch was immense, actually sending the irregular dragon flying, crashing against a tree, then falling to the ground, unable to stand for a long time. Just with these two moves, he defeated the two irregular dragons. Fear filled their eyes. Li Xing's tyrannical aura was even more oppressive to the injured animals. These two moves had completely shattered their confidence. The people in the live stream were dumbfounded. Wow, Brother Xing's physique is just too strong, his reaction and strength are beyond imagination. Yeah, it seems we were just worried for nothing. Brother Xing is very confident in his own strength. The high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom were also shocked by Li Xing's strength. Their soldiers had also used second-tier physique potions, but compared to Li Xing, they were still lacking a lot. If they had their own people, they definitely couldn't achieve what Li Xing just did. Audiences from other countries were naturally shocked as well. However, they were still lost in the advantages of the competitors from two different time periods, unable to extricate themselves. They thought Li Xing could not stir up any waves. Li Xing took two dried fish from the tendon dragon and tossed them in front of them. These two creatures perked up immediately upon smelling the fishy scent and eagerly opened their mouths to devour them. Li Xing approached the irregular dragon with the injured spine. At first, it was still very arrogant, growling like a mad dog to protect itself. However, when it realized its bluster couldn't scare Li Xing, it emitted a pitiful whimper. Its hind legs were already immobile. Li Xing came up to it, reached down to grip the dislocated segment of its spine. He squeezed tightly, pulling it upwards. This irregular dragon's hind legs regained strength, but its body hadn't fully recovered. It got up from the ground, hurriedly retreating to the side, not daring to attack Li Xing again. Li Xing's tyrannical aura had completely intimidated them. Li Xing smiled and brought more dried fish to feed them, gradually establishing a mental connection with them. My tyrannical aura has increased again. I should be able to tame an adult wind god pterosaur. Li Xing felt that his tyrannical aura had improved significantly and also gained confidence in taming the wind god pterosaur. Chapter 104, Afraid Now? Li Xing controlled the two irregular dragons to follow him, instantly gaining two guardian spirits. Moreover, this was a pair, one male and one female. When they are produced, it will become a dinosaur army, but Li Xing doesn't want to wait that long. Training dinosaurs himself will obviously be faster, so he gives these two Herosaurus to Wednesday. In the future, when their tribe becomes strong, it will also be his army. Li Xing rushed directly toward the tribe and sent a message to Suya and the others, saying that he wouldn't be returning today. Moreover, tomorrow Li Xing plans to help the wild people get a big dinosaur for winter food storage, so he won't be going back to the camp. On the way, with two dragons guarding him and the enhanced overlord aura, all beings avoided him. Some small dinosaurs didn't dare to act recklessly. Around 4 in the afternoon, Li Xing finally arrived at the tribe. The sentinels of the tribe immediately notified the clansmen inside to come out and welcome him. In these days of Wednesday ruling the tribe, they have already seen the air of a king from him. The other wild people are very obedient to him. When Wednesday saw Li Xing return, followed by two Herosaurus, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. The dinosaurs they previously encountered were all herbivorous. Now these two dinosaurs are actually carnivorous and not small in size. They could even be ridden. However, this kind of dinosaur is not suitable for long-term riding because its hind legs are not strong enough, and its endurance is insufficient. Bring meat to feed these two dinosaurs. Once they're fed well, you will be their master, Li Xing said to Wednesday. Wednesday nodded excitedly. He never expected that the master would actually gift him two carnivorous dinosaurs as pets. Moreover, with these two dinosaurs hunting together in the future, there would absolutely be no difficulties. The hunting success rate of primitive people is actually not high. Most of the time, they end up hungry. If not for Li Xing, they might starve to death this winter. Now, with carnivorous dinosaurs as pets, it greatly increases the tribe's chances of survival. Li Xing assigned the submaster connection to Wednesday. Wednesday only needs to feed them, and soon they will listen to his commands. The others are the master's friends, so they will naturally not become food choices. Back in the tribe, Wednesday immediately took out meat chunks to feed the two dinosaurs. While feeding them, Wednesday taught them to charge forward, and with the support of the system, he quickly gained control over the two dinosaurs. The other wild men nearby were dumbfounded. In their eyes, these dinosaurs were like demonic creatures, yet Li Xing and Wednesday were playing with them. Their awe for Li Xing reached a peak. They thought in their hearts, how could their tribesmen dare to confront Wednesday, a tribe with a divine man? It's simply courting death. The barbarians' initial resistance gradually turned into admiration and reverence. They sincerely wanted to become one of them so they wouldn't have to suffer from freezing and hunger anymore. Li Xing returned to the cave to check if there were any signs of the giant python coming back. Obviously, there weren't. If this giant python returned here, controlling it with force shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the agility of the giant snake is far inferior to that of dinosaurs. It mainly relies on ambushing prey instead of chasing. And Li Xing's body is incredibly agile, it definitely cannot harm him.
The most important thing is that once a dangerous creature like the giant python is tamed, Li Xing's overlord aura will definitely skyrocket. Li Xing suddenly had a good idea. He decided to kill a small raptor and hang it at the cave entrance to see if he could lure it back. Thinking of this, Li Xing went outside the cave and called in one of the small raptors he had previously tamed. "Little guy, I'm sorry, I need to use you," Li Xing said, and directly slit the throat of the small raptor, letting its blood flow down the snake hole into the underground river. In this season, the flow of the underground river is not large, like a small stream. The wild men use bamboo tubes and water bags to lower down and often draw water from this place. Last time, the snake's skin was discovered because it was found accidentally while drawing water. As the blood flowed down, the entire extending snake path was filled with a bloody smell. And Li Xing knew that a small thief dragon couldn't fill its belly, so one was hung at the snake path's exit, while the other small thief dragons were not killed but tied by Li Xing and hung on a wooden frame inside the cave. As long as that dragon python got a taste, it would definitely hunt them down. The people in the livestream were shocked by Li Xing's actions. Brother Xing is training a big explosion, he is going to tame that big snake. Hee, don't say it, even if I had the ability to tame wild beasts, I would tame them all. Ha, that's true, those enemy nations in parallel worlds, if they dare to provoke our brother Xing, they are definitely seeking death. The high-ranking officials of the country led by the Star-Spangled Nation and the audience were indeed frightened by Li Xing's bug-like existence. The confidence they had just built was almost shattered by Li Xing's actions. Before the war even started, Li Xing's display of strength made them cautious. Their citizens also expressed that they only wanted their country to advance and were not very willing to oppose Li Xing and the Dragon Kingdom. This idea spread online and reached the ears of the high-ranking officials of the Star-Spangled Nation. They knew that if they fell into Li Xing's hands again this time, there might really be no chance of turning things around. Although there were two cooperative countries in parallel worlds, entering the forest was not necessarily Li Xing's opponent. Moreover, they also discovered that there would be no firearms in the airdrop supplies. Their people had come for so long that the bullets and guns had already run out. And Li Xing not only had guns, but also wild beasts and wild man armies. Why don't we respect public opinion and stop provoking Li Xing? A suggestion was made in the conference room. But it was quickly rejected by their leader. The genetic makeup of the Dragon Kingdom is too powerful, they are the smartest race on Blue Star. If we don't eliminate their contestants and let them come to the new planet, it will definitely be a threat to us. Otherwise, why would the other two parallel world contestants want to wipe them out? Leader, this information might not be true. I know, but this also indirectly shows that they are definitely at odds with the Dragon Kingdom, right? But? No buts, even if we don't provoke Li Xing, do you really think Li Xing will let us go? He is organizing wild men and beast armies, do you think this is a joke? This kid wants to eliminate everyone except their cooperative countries. With one sentence from the leader, everyone present was stunned. They had been used to bullying others, thinking everyone else was just there to be bullied, and as long as they stopped, the other party wouldn't pursue it. They never thought that the honest people they bullied would store energy and explode from silence. They finally realized that the person they bullied had become strong, and even if they stopped bullying him, he would turn around and bully them. Damn it! We have provoked such a person, and it truly echoes the ancient words of the Dragon Kingdom, it is hard to ride the tiger, either the tiger dies or we die. Chapter 105, The Dragon Python Appears. The wild men were all eating dinner outside. Wednesday brought a piece of roasted leg meat and a pot of water to Li Xing. Li Xing waited in the cave for the big snake to come out. He had a hunch that the big snake would return, after all it had been a while since it left, and the cave was its best hibernating place. Li Xing took a bite of the salted roasted meat. Fresh meat is simply delicious. It was Wednesday during the day when they returned from hunting outside. They had a habit of not eating stored food, at least as long as they could still go out hunting, they wouldn't touch it. Li Xing felt it was time to teach Wednesday how to make pottery, as using pottery to cook meat soup would be healthier. It can also change the flavor. So, after dinner, Li Xing had Wednesday go outside to gather mud and use stones to build a kiln. He made sure to let Wednesday watch every step of the process. By 8 p.m., the kiln was complete, and Li Xing found some yellow clay, picked out clean stones and coarse rocks, and selected the finest yellow clay to teach Wednesday how to shape bowls, basins, and earthen pots. This was also the most time-consuming part. Especially controlling the quality and humidity of the clay. Li Xing taught Wednesday until midnight, and finally, they shaped 3 deep bowls that could make meat soup, and 7 or 8 smaller bowls. Li Xing placed them on a rack by the bonfire to dry, they couldn't be too close or too far. Only then did he allow Wednesday to go back and rest. Li Xing checked on the little theropod from the snake path, and since it was still there, he took it out to prepare a reserve for the wild men. The next day, around noon, the pottery was nearly dry. Li Xing put each piece of pottery into the kiln while Wednesday closely observed and learned. By noon, Li Xing received a message from the country. Li Xing didn't expect there to be 3 competitors from different timelines on this planet, and that their new competition area had already been discovered.
Soon, those people might come into the new area to kill competitors. Li Xing wasn't afraid, instead, he found it more and more interesting. He didn't believe that the other two timelines' dragon nations were really destroyed, they were just using the information gap to deceive. However, it was possible that the other two timelines' dragon nations were at a disadvantage. Suya and the others also sent a message. Li Xing, what do you think about this? Do you have any other plans? No need to rush. No matter how many shrimp soldiers there are, they are still shrimp soldiers. Once I finish here, I will deal with them. When will you come back? I won't be back tonight, let's talk about tomorrow. Li Xing ended the call. In the afternoon, Li Xing opened the kiln and took out the pottery. These pieces made a ringing sound when knocked together, and there were some black substances on them, which were actually iron elements burned out from the soil. Li Xing didn't expect to find iron ore here. Only one bowl was cracked during firing. Li Xing took it out, smashed it, and collected some iron grains. In his hand, they looked like several unknown black plant seeds. The iron content is surprisingly high. Especially, the redder the soil, the higher the iron content. Li Xing looked at the red soil in the canyon and felt a rush of excitement. It seems that completing the 10th survival achievement in the future will not be a problem, as long as he teaches these wild men how to help him refine iron ore, gather it all together, and create molds to pour the molten iron into, then he would have arrowheads one by one, right? What a pleasant surprise. Li Xing stored the iron grains and then taught the wild men to cook using the pottery. The wild men enjoyed this good food for the first time, especially the meat soup, which was so delicious that they danced with joy. The barbarian also tasted it, his injury was still unhealed, or he would have been dancing happily too. Li Xing continued to teach Wednesday how to fire the clay to smelt iron. He needed to collect a large amount of iron grains in preparation to make 30 recurve bows and 150 iron arrowheads. In this way, it wouldn't be long before he would obtain his first title. That night, Li Xing didn't return to the camp, he arranged for the tribe people to go outside and gather a large amount of firewood. Decide to go tomorrow to get some triceratops for food storage from the wild men. The triceratops are in groups, using 2 Herrera dinosaurs to drive them towards the canyon is not difficult. Besides, some ankylosaurs used to come to the cave, but after finding traces of the wild men, they no longer came. The people in the camp haven't been idle either. They have been strengthening the construction of the wooden houses, this is not a small project. Fortunately, they had a toolbox from the last airdrop, which contains most of the carpentry tools. Chen Fei and Zhu Wei should be able to improve the camp's construction. Li Xing killed another small velociraptor, preparing to hang it in the snake path to lure the python to appear. As soon as he hung it up, a strong fishy smell rushed over. Li Xing's godlike vision immediately spotted a giant black snake rapidly slithering up towards the snake path in the underground river. Li Xing didn't have time to feel joy, the giant snake had already pounced, biting down on the small velociraptor hanging there. The overwhelming pressure nearly stopped Li Xing's thoughts and actions. This python actually looked like the dragon from the ancient mythology of Dragon Country. Not just similar, it was exactly the same, just with different colors. Seeing the python retreat, Li Xing hesitated not and leaped onto the back of the python. The python sensed the threat and actually retreated into the underground river. Damn! Li Xing cursed in his heart, now he couldn't let go nor keep holding on. If he lets go, he will stop falling in the snake path and could climb back up slowly, but the python is not a fool, it will surely take the chance to swallow him whole. If he doesn't let go, he risks being pulled into the unknown underground river. This is also a deadly danger. Li Xing steeled his heart, gripping tightly onto the 2 horns on the python's head, his legs clinging to its neck. Even though its neck is thick, his legs only wrapped around a small part, it was already a point of support for Li Xing to steady himself. The audience in the live broadcast was dumbfounded. They never expected Li Xing would take such a risk, he was pulled into the intricate cave system of the underground river. This time, he was really done for. Brother Xing, you must not have any accidents. May our brother Xing be blessed, live long and prosper. The whole nation feared for Li Xing's fate, nearly half of them were praying for him not to have any problems. The high-level officials of Dragon Country could only feel helpless about this. The people led by the Star-Spangled Nation could only sneer at Li Xing's actions, although they acknowledged his beast-taming ability, they knew that constantly taming beasts, from small dinosaurs to large snakes, and specially choosing dangerous ones would surely lead to peril. If Li Xing doesn't survive this time, it will be much easier for us. Yeah, this underground river is so intricate, even with a map, he can't escape. He's done for this time. The key is that he can't see anything in the underground river, if he's not eaten by the big snake, he definitely won't be able to climb back up. Chapter 106, Taming the Python. Li Xing held onto the horns tightly, with his strength, as long as the horns did not fall off, he absolutely would not be thrown off. Once the python entered the underground river, it quickly dove into the water. Li Xing's body was suddenly submerged in the icy cold water of the underground river, this dive lasted for a minute. During this minute, Li Xing took another deep breath.
The python felt that there was still a person on its back, and it went wild, twisting and turning, sometimes diving into the water, sometimes surfacing, trying to shake off Li Xing from its neck. If it weren't for the horns blocking it, it would surely use the rocks to rub Li Xing off. Unfortunately, its physiological structure determined that it could not squeeze into a space smaller than its head. Li Xing didn't know where in the underground river they went until it rushed down a waterfall. Li Xing felt like he was on a roller coaster,
diving headfirst from a high distance into the pool below.
The powerful impact almost knocked Li Xing off from behind. The dragon python probably didn't expect Li Xing to be as tough as sticky plaster. It dove down to the bottom of the pool. As the dragon python sank, the water pressure became greater and greater. Although Li Xing's physique was 5 times that of a human, he couldn't hold his breath for too long underwater. He had never tested how long his current physique could last in the water, so he could only hold his breath tightly. Once he let go, he would become the dragon python's meal. Li Xing's released tyrant aura was not enough to overpower the dragon python. It could only make it feel a threat, which was why it was so tense.
After 3 minutes in the water, Li Xing decided to retract the tyrant aura.
Sure enough, when Li Xing withdrew the tyrant aura, the dragon python was no longer so tense and restless, and it shot up from the bottom of the water.
As soon as it surfaced, Li Xing took a deep breath. The dragon python swam out of the pool and then dove downstream.
At this moment, the dragon python probably thought of Li Xing as just mud stuck to its back. Without the tyrant aura, it felt no threat. However, Li Xing still dared not let go. If he let go now, he couldn't climb back. The only way to return was to wait for the dragon python to crawl out to find something to eat. There was nothing to eat in this underground river. So, Li Xing could only lie on its back and wait. After not long, the dragon python stopped in a hollow of the underground river. Li Xing's god view revealed the environment here. It was an underground cavity, with water flowing below and many small snakes on the rocky platform above.
These small snakes were the dragon python's offspring.
They looked like salamanders but were a bit longer, and they had horns on their heads. Li Xing did not dare to release the tyrant aura to tame these small snakes, fearing it would provoke the dragon python's agitation. The dragon python spat out the small thief dragon it had just eaten, and the small snakes immediately rushed over to snatch it up.
For a moment, they didn't notice Li Xing.
The people in the live broadcast were able to see the infrared footage, and they were very worried about Li Xing's situation.
Brother Xing, you have to hang in there.
Brother Xing is already 100 meters deep underground. From the map, there are more than 10 branches downstream. If he crawls down, he may end up in a dead end, and crawling up involves many complicated routes. Sigh, now we can only wait for this big snake to crawl out by itself. Brother Xing must also be thinking of something, or he wouldn't keep lying on the snake's back. Li Xing saw that the dragon python had no intention of leaving, so he waited for another 3 hours.
The dragon python simply fell asleep.
And those small snakes finished eating the small thief dragon, leaving only some feathers on the rocks. These small snakes were small compared to the dragon python, but they were not small in themselves. The largest small dragon python weighed over 10 pounds. They discovered Li Xing, the source of heat, and crawled towards him. Li Xing couldn't help but feel nervous. Although these dragon pythons were not poisonous, they had 2 rows of sharp teeth like wolf fangs, capable of tearing him to shreds.
Damn it, come on then. Li Xing stopped suppressing the tyrant aura and released it powerfully. For these small snakes, he didn't need any food and could suppress them directly with the tyrant aura. 7 or 8 small snakes were instantly suppressed by Li Xing's tyrant aura, and he quickly connected with them mentally. At that moment, the dragon python was startled awake by Li Xing's tyrant aura, immediately becoming agitated and crawling frantically around the cave. Li Xing didn't dare to move, striving to establish a connection with those 7 or 8 small snakes. Finally, as the dragon python flew into a rage again, those 8 small snakes were controlled by Li Xing. After gaining control, Li Xing immediately withdrew the tyrant aura again. The dragon python calmed down, and those little snakes came to Li Xing's side, no longer attacking him. Li Xing narrowly escaped this disaster. Li Liang let out a sigh of relief.
He controlled these little snakes to coil around him, increasing his affinity with them. After another hour, Li Xing got down directly from the back of the dragon python. He took this risky action because he knew the big snake wouldn't dare to attack him with the little snakes on him. Li Xing stepped back to the rock wall and released a tyrannical aura, awakening the dragon python from its slumber. The dragon python immediately saw Li Xing in front of it, intending to launch an attack, but found that there were its baby snakes on Li Xing, so it could only let out a furious roar before him, trying to drive the little snakes away from him.
In the end, it couldn't do anything.
Li Xing immediately grew bold, took out a piece of dragon jerky he carried with him.
He threw it directly into its open mouth.
The dragon python swallowed the food Li Xing offered, and Li Xing began to connect with it using his own spirit. As long as the opponent softened, he could connect with it. However, due to the huge gap in tyrannical aura, the dragon python was unwilling to back down, so Li Xing took out another piece of meat to feed it, while threatening it with the little snakes.
Under the pressure of both kindness and threat, after half an hour of stalemate, The dragon python finally wavered, and at the moment it relaxed its guard, Li Xing's spirit immediately connected with it. Once connected, Li Xing could communicate with it through his consciousness, letting it know he meant no harm and that he could find enough food for it. Li Xing didn't have much meat on him, otherwise, it would have been more persuasive. He still needed to gradually wear down its spirit of resistance, making it feel worn out and eventually surrender. The dragon python continued to be influenced by Li Xing's consciousness, mutually tormenting for half an hour. The dragon python also realized that Li Xing had no intention of hurting it, and gradually accepted Li Xing's influence. In the next moment, Li Xing felt a strong tyrannical aura rapidly increasing in his mind. He knew it was because he had tamed the dragon python, which was why his tyrannical aura had risen so much. Li Xing was overjoyed in his heart. Finally tamed you as a little pet, the wind god pterodactyl should be easy now. Li Xing climbed onto the dragon python, controlling it to take him out of the underground cave. Li Xing was freezing in this underground cave, his clothes soaked. If he endured any longer, he would likely suffer from hypothermia and die. Fortunately, Li Xing's gamble paid off. As he slithered out of the snake path, Wednesday and the others had been waiting outside with torches for a long time. When they saw Li Xing riding the dragon python out, they were shocked. But they quickly reacted, realizing that Li Xing had controlled this big snake. The wild people were so amazed by this miracle that they all knelt down, shouting in admiration. For a moment, Li Xing felt as though he truly was a god. Now there were only 4 hours until dawn, and Li Xing told everyone to go rest quickly. They would be hunting dinosaurs early tomorrow morning. Li Xing fed the dragon python a little thief dragon to fill its belly. He decided to take the dragon python out to hunt tomorrow, not only to increase their compatibility but also to feed it adequately. Li Xing could already imagine the scene of the invading enemies being suppressed by his beast army and wild man army. Since they had provoked him, let them all go to hell. Chapter 107, The Wild Man Hunts the Giant Dragon. Soon, it became bright, and Li Xing woke up from his sleep. The audience in the live streaming room had been waiting for a long time. They thought Li Xing would still be in the underground river cave, but as soon as the live stream started, they saw Li Xing riding on the neck of the giant snake, leaving the canyon together with the wild warrior in the cold morning mist. Brother Xing has tamed the giant snake. What a big snake! This is clearly a dragon. Isn't our Dragon Kingdom's lucky dragon just like this? To be fair, it does look a bit like one. The nations led by the Star-Spangled Country watched as Li Xing surprisingly escaped yet again, even managing to tame the big snake, their fists all clenched tightly. This Li Xing can really tame any animal. Other powerful beings from different realms may not even be a match for him. Now we can only watch them. At this moment, they were staring at Louis and John, who were still standing in place waiting. This was because the 5 contestants from other realms had already gone to the gathering point to assemble the nearby competitors from Japan, totaling 20 people, most of whom had Triceratops riding beasts. After all, they had been here for several years, so fully taming some small Triceratops was quite possible. Unfortunately, they did not dare to attempt taming carnivorous animals, not even starting from young ones, partly due to food shortages, and partly because they were unsure whether carnivorous animals could be completely tamed. So, they did not dare to try easily. The leading Japanese major raised his samurai sword. As long as we finish this new competition area, the cosmic program can immediately send our nation's people here, and it will double our country's territory. But if we are defeated, our country's original territory will disappear too. So, this battle is a must-win. A must-win. They shouted their slogans and started to set out. At this time, Li Xing was walking towards the lowland forest with the wild warrior group. The grassland over there was denser, and there would be more herbivorous dinosaurs. Especially those herds of Triceratops, they numbered quite a lot. Li Xing and his group walked for a whole morning and finally arrived at a large area of lowland forest, where the trees were dense and bushes were abundant. It was definitely a paradise for herbivorous animals. Using his super sense of smell, Li Xing quickly detected some herbivorous dinosaur droppings, followed the trail and discovered it was a huge pile. This is the dung of a brachiosaurus. Li Xing was shocked. He originally just wanted to catch some Triceratops but unexpectedly came across a brachiosaurus. The brachiosaurus was a huge dinosaur, adult weight could reach 32 tons, lying down with its raised back looked like a house. When walking, its throat would make a thunderous sound and hence its name. Follow me. Li Xing shouted, and everyone immediately followed. Soon, they heard the sound of rolling thunder echoing in the valley. As they burst through the wild forest, they immediately saw several groups of brachiosaurus drinking water by the stream, their tiger-striped bodies looking like massive rocks. This scene was truly breathtaking. These brachiosauruses also had some young beasts following them, the smallest being the size of a donkey, and the larger ones even as big as adult elephants. Li Xing patted the dragon python beneath him. Dragon python, go. You've worked hard all morning, it's time to eat. As Li Xing said this, he jumped off the python's back. The dragon python immediately darted out, and those brachiosauruses were quickly startled, all lifting their long necks to look toward the approaching python. They were extremely frightened and immediately tried to escort the young away. However, the movement of the dragon python was swift, those adult brachiosauruses could not harm it, and the python had already wrapped around one of the young beasts the size of a donkey. One could hear the young beast let out a horrible scream, all its bones being bound and broken. Seeing this, the other brachiosauruses had no choice but to abandon this young beast and escape with the others, but Wednesday and the others charged over with their long guns. Following Li Xing's earlier arrangement, they would throw a net woven from tree bark ropes onto one of the brachiosaurus's back, then the wild men would quickly climb up from both sides of the net. The bold wild men climbed up, hugging the neck of the brachiosaurus. Using a rope, they looped it through the upper jaw of the thunder dragon, then tightened the rope. They pulled the rope back to their backs, and 10 wild men together pulled the rope, forcefully turning the wild man's head to the other side. The direction the thunder dragon was moving was determined by sight. With its head tilted, the thunder dragon could only move in the direction the wild men indicated. "We did it!" Li Xing saw this scene and was suddenly overjoyed, not expecting the wild men to be so agile that they actually captured a thunder dragon. Wednesday and the others didn't dare to believe it. This was something they had never even dared to imagine before. But now, because they followed Li Xing's plan, they truly accomplished it. At first, they were afraid too, but due to their absolute trust and awe for Li Xing, they had no doubts whatsoever and were filled with confidence, so they acted without a shred of fear or hesitation. This was also the key to their success. Oh woo oh woo! The wild men cheered joyfully on the back of the thunder dragon. The scene of capturing the dragon just now opened the eyes of the live stream audience. Especially when the dragon python charged, it instantly disrupted their ranks. The scene of the giant snake hunting was like watching a grand movie, and everyone present was shocked. The audience led by Star and Stripes' country trembled in fear at this scene. They truly regretted it. Had they known Li Xing was so formidable, who the hell would dare to provoke him? Is this Li Xing even human? He's simply a real-life Tarzan. My god, are our country's higher-ups fools? Why provoke someone like that? Isn't it better to work well with the Dragon Country? Exactly. If we could cooperate with Dragon Country, we would have been invincible by now. It's over. No champion from any spacetime could possibly match Li Xing. The confidence of their people was gone. After all, the power Li Xing displayed was beyond their understanding. Even participants from other spacetimes could not reach Li Xing's level. The high-level officials of Dragon Country were also left speechless for a few minutes by Li Xing's actions. This Li Xing was not only strong himself, but even the wild men army he led was absurdly powerful. If he were to lead a real army, what would it turn into? Wednesday and the wild men all rode on the back of the thunder dragon. There was no place to sit on its back, so they had to hold on to the netting. They took turns controlling the thunder dragon to walk towards the canyon. Li Xing rode on the tendon dragon to go back first. The dragon python still needed to slowly digest the young beast there. Li Xing didn't have to worry about the dragon python not coming back because its young snake was still in the cave of the tribe. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The barbarian, upon seeing that the thunder dragon was brought back, was nearly scared to death. Such a thing was simply beyond his imagination. It was actually brought back by Wednesday. If a tribe had a deity, that would be truly wonderful. He now really wished his legs would heal immediately so he could ask Li Xing to become the deity of their tribe. The other wild men in the tribe had reached the peak of their awe for Li Xing. Even if Li Xing told them to run into a wall, they would probably hesitate no more. This was also why Li Xing, since becoming the deity of their tribe, did not have to suffer from hunger and could eat such a giant dragon. Such a life, which wild man wouldn't love? As the deity of the tribe, when the wild men requested him to slay a dragon, Li Xing didn't hold back, taking out a rifle and shooting the giant beast right in the head. The giant dragon instantly crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Such a huge beast fell with just a sound. This left the wild men unable to comprehend. They could only attribute this to the capability of their deity. The wild men joyfully jumped up to dance, and Li Xing told Wednesday to first handle the giant dragon's intestines, saying that they could not stop processing even at night. Fortunately, the recent weather has been quite low, so there won't be any spoilage easily. After Li Xing finished his instructions, he rode the armored dragon back home. He was eager to know the situation with the wind god pterosaur. With his own strength, he was almost able to tame it. However, he still needed some ropes because thicker ropes were necessary to restrain the wind god pterosaur, and he also had to make a pterosaur saddle so he could ride on its back without easily falling off. Thinking about how soon he would be able to ride the wind god pterosaur, Li Xing felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Chapter 108, Time to Make Some Dynamite. Li Xing returned to the camp, and Suya and the others seemed very excited as if they hadn't seen him in ages, but seeing no other beasts around him, they thought he had gone to tame beasts again. "Brother, what have you been doing in the savage tribe these past few days?" Luichu approached curiously to ask, while Chen Fei and the others came over from the log side. "I'm hungry, let's eat while we talk," Li Xing said, and immediately, Chen Fei brought a bowl of steamed starch with cured meat.
The starch was made into rice grain-sized pieces, and the steamed starch was fragrant, and the oil flavor from the cured meat soaked into it, making it very tasty. This was way more delicious than the roasted meat in the savage tribe. I tamed 2 Aralosaurus and 1 python while I was out, and today I took the savages to capture a thunder dragon. Li Xing said while eating. The women were also curiously asking questions, and by the time Li Xing had finished, he was full. No one expected Li Xing to have such terrifying experiences in just 2 days, even entering an underground river where he almost lost his life.
Good brother, why didn't you bring back the dinosaur and the giant snake? Su Yao asked curiously. Are you silly? Why would I bring them back?
There are savages there helping me take care of them, I don't have to do anything.
Bringing them back would just be asking for trouble, right? Okay, I just wanted to see that giant snake. There will be a chance. Li Xing, what do you think about the contestants from the parallel dimension? Suya asked at this moment.
There's no need to worry at all. Once I tame the wind god pterosaur, I'll deal with as many as come. Li Xing didn't take them seriously at all. To Li Xing now, they were just a group of mortals. Brother, you are going to tame the wind god pterosaur.
Does that mean you can become a pilot? Luichu asked in shock. She also wanted to ride the dragon and fly, but she knew she couldn't do it because she was a bit afraid of heights and didn't have a parachute. If she fell from the dragon, she would end up with no bones left.
Ah, that's right. But flying definitely requires practice, otherwise, it's very easy to have problems.
Li Xing nodded. No more talking, I need to go to the mountaintop and see what's going on.
Li Xing couldn't wait any longer. This time he took a lot of dried fish and set out on the armored dragon. Su Yao insisted on following, so Li Xing had to allow her to come along to prevent any mishaps. So, after about 10 minutes, Li Xing and they arrived at the place where they had discovered the wind god pterosaur last time. It was now dusk, and the wind god pterosaur should have returned. Li Xing stopped when he was still quite far from the wind god pterosaur's nest, tied up the armored dragon, and then he and Su Yao crouched low and sneaked over. Soon, the wind god pterosaur appeared in Li Xing's line of sight.
At this moment, it was actually with its young. Previously seen beast eggs had all hatched.
Since the young had hatched, the wind god pterosaur had to spend most of its time in the nest, or else the young could be eaten by snakes and insects. But it also needed a lot of food, so if the wind god pterosaur couldn't fill its belly before then, it would have to go hungry. And at this moment was the perfect time for Li Xing to gain favor. Li Xing decided to first build some rapport.
Then, slowly, suppress it with the might of the Overlord. Otherwise, if you directly use the Overlord's power to suppress it, it might immediately grab a young beast and fly away, never to return.
This is what Li Xing fears the most, what he least wants to see happen.
Su Yao, bring me the fish.
Li Xing said to Su Yao, who had naturally followed and had to do the heavy labor, carrying a bag of fish behind him. Su Yao took out a dried fish and handed it to Li Xing. Li Xing smelled it, it smelled fishy and stinky, but not too bad, it was still bearable. When Li Xing was about 20 meters away from the wind spirit wyvern, he threw it toward it from a distance. The wind spirit wyvern cautiously looked in Li Xing's direction, but Li Xing didn't dare to advance any further. When the wind spirit wyvern saw this, it picked up the dried fish and began to eat. As an aerial predator, it had never eaten such stale fish, it usually went for big fish, or even baby tyrannosauruses. But now, it was really hungry. Seeing that it wasn't resisting, Li Xing continued feeding it. The good impressions slowly started building up. Su Yao was curious, good little brother, if you feed it like this, will it recognize you as its master?
How could that be? I'm making friends with it. Now that it has a baby beast, it can't leave easily to hunt, so it's really hungry.
Li Xing said as he threw another fish. Soon, the whole bag of dried fish was gone. But those dried fish could only be eaten by the wind spirit wyvern, the young beast couldn't eat them.
It's getting late, tomorrow we'll get some fresh fish. Feed it for a day or two, and it should be good enough.
Li Xing said.
Su Yao nodded, half understanding. Then, they both walked back and rode the armored dragon home.
Li Xing hadn't bathed for 2 days. He took a cold bath in the pond, changed clothes, and then went to check on the cabin across the river. He found that the progress of the cabin was quite good. The crossbeams for the second floor had already been chopped down, and they had used a chisel to carve out beam holes in the wooden walls. The fireplace position was also planned, they would use stones and mud to build the chimney. It was estimated that it would take about a week to finish.
Well done. Zhu Wei, Chen Fei.
Li Xing praised, Chen Fei grinned, and Zhu Wei smiled foolishly.
By the way, Xinggu, did you say there's a cave with a large amount of salt in the Wildman tribe? Zhu Wei suddenly asked. Li Xing nodded, yes, do you want to go see it?
But I think in that kind of environment, the cave walls should have a lot of potassium nitrate, which is used to make explosives.
If there is some, take me to get some, then I can make a lot of homemade explosives for you.
You can fly in the sky on the wyvern and directly drop bombs on the enemy, Zhu Wei said. Li Xing was instantly delighted. He also knew how to make homemade bombs, but he didn't have the time to pay attention to materials or make them. With Zhu Wei, this chemical genius here, he would save a lot of trouble. Okay, but have we found sulfur? Li Xing asked. In the past few days, I've been studying the map and found a volcano about 50 kilometers away, in Area 3. We should be able to find sulfur there. If Xinggu has tamed the wind spirit wyvern, it shouldn't be hard to get, Zhu Wei said. Li Xing understood now. Clearly, Zhu Wei had heard that he was going to tame the wind spirit wyvern, and that's why he brought this up. He was a guy with plans. Okay, when the time comes, I'll go dig some out and bring it to you. Li Xing smiled. The viewers in the livestream chat went wild. Our way God, you're finally going to make bombs. With the wyvern and bombs, you'll be bombing from the sky. Ha, perfect. No matter what kind of contestants from any era, if they meet our Xinggu and Wei God, they only have death to look forward to. The top officials of the Dragon Country were also excited. They didn't expect that a genius like Zhu Wei, a skinny scholar, could shine and make an impact in this kind of environment. The top officials and viewers of the Star-Spangled Country were stunned. Damn it, they've even made an air force. We're still ground forces. Chapter 109, The Fish-Catching Expert. In the Star-Spangled Nation, the viewers and high-ranking officials were all as anxious as ants on a hot stove. Once Li Xing's air force took shape, launching surprise attacks and bombings would be simply invincible. Who could stand against him? Moreover, Li Xing had animals and wild warriors on the ground. Who could possibly fight against him? The more they thought about it, the more their scalps tingled, especially the high-ranking officials, who were now left with no options. As for the citizens of their country, besides cursing their leaders, they could do nothing else. However, some extreme individuals would rush out with shotguns to carry out zero-cost purchase actions, making everyone panic. However, their suffering would not lessen their own crisis. It would only increase their tears of regret, while those countries that had already established diplomatic relations with the Dragon Country felt immensely excited. Because they had made the most correct choice. As long as they followed the Dragon Country, they would definitely win without effort. Li Xing's recent performances, especially taming giant pythons and having wild warriors capture thunder dragons, were globally broadcasted by the media, reaching over 3 billion views. Some even wanted to turn Li Xing's various experiences into a movie for release. After all, some scenes were truly thrilling and realistic that even movies could not capture. Li Xing's fans had spread all over the world, but due to the antagonistic relations between many countries, there were also many who hated him, criticized him, and blackened his name. It was just a pity that these matters could not disturb Li Xing. At night, while sleeping next to Su Yao, Li Xing's hand once again held Suya's hand. This made Suya feel both shy and happy, and somewhat guilty too. But when she thought that they might need to survive on this alien planet for more than 10 years, and possibly grow old apart from the one she liked, wasn't that a regret in life? She gradually convinced herself that she would definitely not let go of Li Xing. However, she had to find a time to clarify things with Su Yao. Some matters always have to be faced, evading them does not solve the problem. The next morning, Li Xing got up early, ready to go fishing. Using a fishing net would catch more, but it was still too dangerous. No matter how strong he was, falling into the water would mean becoming prey. Su Yao couldn't sleep well last night because Li Xing was beside her, yet she couldn't consume him, making her feel restless all night. So now, she was sleeping like a pig. On the other hand, Suya woke up. She came outside and brushed her teeth with charcoal powder alongside Li Xing. When Suya learned that Li Xing was going fishing, she wanted to join him. Li Xing did not refuse, so the two rode a dinosaur while bringing the fishing net along. The fishing net was for catching fish. By the time Su Yao got out of bed, Li Xing and Suya had already arrived at the cliff. Elder sister, are you going fishing? I want to go too. Su Yao sent a message to Suya, who was now handling a fishing rod. Hearing Su Yao's message, she declined. You stay at the camp and guard. How can we leave 3 defenseless people when everyone goes out? We must always remain alert, understand? Suya said. Oh, don't we still have many poison guardians? Suya was, of course, referring to the 10 snakes and other venomous creatures that Li Xing had tamed. Those creatures would indeed guard the surroundings, and when hungry, they would come back for food, so Li Xing had made a snake den for them. Anyway, you just can't come over. Suya said nothing more. The pterosaur that Li Xing had tamed last time flew back at the sound of Li Xing's whistle. Li Xing tied a rope around its neck, not too tight, just enough so that it couldn't expand its neck. Then he signaled it to help catch fish. The pterosaur swooped down like a big kite off the cliff and plummeted into the water, quickly grabbing a palm-sized fish. Swallowed whole and unable to digest, it still felt very hungry and continued to catch fish.
One after another, it caught 8 fish in one go, its throat bulging like a bag, and finally it couldn't fly anymore, struggling to fly back and spit out all the fish in its throat. Li Xing discovered that the pterosaur had a throat pouch, which was hard to see at ordinary times, otherwise, it couldn't possibly hold so many fish. Moreover, when spitting out the fish, it wouldn't get hurt by the fish fins, having the skill of an osprey. This was simply a natural little hand for fishing. The animal encyclopedia didn't explain this aspect because, prior to this, no human had ever used it for fishing. Li Xing was also seeing its throat feature for the first time. Li Xing, you are amazing. If I were fishing and you were catching fish, if we could tame a few more pterosaurs like this, we could eat fresh fish every day. Suya said excitedly. Being by Li Xing's side was always full of surprises, almost no woman would dislike that. Suya was no exception. Hee, I wish. These pterosaurs are flying in the sky, and I can't catch them back. Taming this one was a coincidence. Li Xing smiled bitterly, he also wanted to tame a group of pterosaurs to help catch fish. But the reality was that these pterosaurs would not let humans get close. If it hadn't accidentally bitten its own hook last time, he wouldn't have been able to tame this creature. So, the difficulty in taming pterosaurs was that they would fly away. He had to find a way to control their flight, and those pterosaurs were very clever, never coming close to Li Xing and the others, unless Li Xing ambushed them. Like those falconers, just thinking about catching an adult eagle shows how difficult it is. Li Xing then had the pterosaur catch fish again, feeding it 1 fish for every 30 caught. He thought, this capitalist was still quite kind. In less than 2 hours, their catch had reached 70 kilograms. Suya caught a few big fish weighing around 7 to 8 kilograms. The pterosaur was also exhausted, so Li Xing rewarded it 2 big fish, and he and Suya headed back. Just like last time, halfway back, Suya took the initiative again. Li Xing completely respected the woman's wishes, plus he had the obligation to address the female team member's physiological discomfort, otherwise, over time, it would lead to a bad temper. The people in the live broadcast room noticed that the stream had inexplicably shut down again. They were furious and slammed the table. Brother Xing and Suya must be sneaking a snack. Sigh, thinking that they will live in an alien world for more than 10 years, I'm not envious anymore. Hate Brother Xing, understand Brother Xing, become Brother Xing. Half an hour later. Li Xing looked at the gentle Suya in his arms, and for a moment, his cold heart felt as if it was about to be warmed. But Li Xing would never admit to such things. This was a flaw in his personality. Suya didn't force him, only wishing to slowly open his heart, hoping that one day he could also feel the warmth of home and the care of family. Li Xing and the two of them went straight to the mountain top with the fish. This time, Suya saw the wind god pterosaur, which was so big that it was terrifying. She could hardly believe this was a living creature. Li Xing tossed the fish one by one to feed it. What he had to do now was to gain the wind god pterosaur's favor, get close to it, and then tie it up with a rope. Lastly, he would forcefully tame it. Now it seemed that the creature was beginning to consider Li Xing as its caretaker, happily eating every fish, and after eating, Li Xing also threw chunks of meat to feed it with a dagger. That's about enough, let's go back and take out the dragon sword soaked last time to weave a rope. Li Xing said while throwing the fish. Suya was also very excited. Could she also ride the pterosaur with Li Xing then? Li Xing, how much can it weigh when flying? Suya asked. This wind god pterosaur is different from the wind god pterosaurs on Blue Star. Its wingspan is wider, and it can easily handle over 100 kilograms. Moreover, after I tame it, I will give it enhancement potions, and it will evolve to become even stronger and more suitable for heavy flight. Li Xing smiled as he said this. Chapter 110, A Delicious Meal. The viewers in the live stream were all excited when they heard Li Xing's plan. This benefit is something other country contestants cannot have. Although contestants from parallel worlds have also tamed their characters, those are herbivores and cannot be compared to carnivores at all. They can only be used as horses. As for combat, it is completely impossible, so their use is minimal, and enhancing them is useless. But Li Xing is different, he is enhancing real flying beasts. Moreover, he even plans to tame creatures like Tyrannosaurus rex. Just imagine how terrifying an enhanced Tyrannosaurus rex will be. We are going to witness something amazing. This enhancement potion is simply an evolutionary potion. Just look at Big Black, even though its body still looks like a wolf, it is already as big as a horse. Yes, even the saber-toothed tigers in the woods avoid it. When Big Black gives birth, those cubs will also be enhanced beasts. This is definitely a new species. It should be a new breed. A new species can't breed with other direwolves. The discussion in the live stream continued. Meanwhile, the audience from the allied countries led by the United States swallowed hard, their despair rising in their hearts. Their higher-ups were shaking with anger. After feeding 30 kilograms of fish, Li Xing and his companions stopped feeding them. They couldn't overfeed them. They needed to wait until tomorrow to come back. In the afternoon, they planned to prepare the dragon sword hemp, and by tomorrow, they should be able to weave the ropes. Li Xing and his companion rode the armored creature back to the camp with the fish. Everyone was happy to see fresh fish. With fresh food, no one wanted to eat dried goods. Chen Fei decided to steam 3 fish, fry 2, and roast a big fish over charcoal. They had never gone hungry following Li Xing. Every day they could have as much as they wanted. Contestants from other countries still had no stable food source. They had to find food every day, and they could only eat half and save half, or else they might really starve to death in winter. As for contestants from the parallel world, they had been in this world for 2 or 3 years, learning to cultivate some wild plants, but the yield is too low. They still relied heavily on foraging and hunting. Now, a Japanese general is leading 20 Japanese contestants towards Zone 1. They could only choose to go to Zone 1 because Li Xing's location is the southernmost of all the contestants' areas. Coming from the south, they could only first reach Zone 1. However, it would take them nearly 3 days to even reach the edge of Zone 1. Since they brought along John and Lewis, their progress was also broadcast live, and the country's higher authorities were recording it, sending messages to Li Xing's team every noon as reminders. However, John and Lewis did not receive any notifications from the United States because they were worried that telling them about Li Xing's intelligence would make the Japanese contestants from the parallel world reluctant to attack Li Xing. This is not what they wanted to see. After all, it's not their people who are dying. Moreover, these Japanese people have enhanced physiques and rich combat and survival experience. They are very likely to deal with Li Xing. Sister, why are you taking so long? Suyao came to the water's edge and joined Suya to process the remaining fish. We went to feed the pterosaurs. Suya said, and Suyao replied, oh, did nothing else happen? No, what could possibly happen? Suya shook her head. Suyao pouted but didn't ask further. As women, how can she not understand the psychology and physiology of women? Moreover, at the beginning, everyone thought they could reunite with their family soon, but now it looks like it will take at least 10 years, which means they will be single for more than 10 years, and by then, they will be nearing 40. Everyone is human, not a god. How is it possible not to think about men? Isn't there still a single man, Zhu Wei? Either Lu Yichu will choose him or it will be her sister. If the sister doesn't choose, then something might happen with Li Xing. Moreover, identical twin sisters share the same genes, so it is very common for them to fall for the same man. She really has to be on guard. Suya naturally knew Suyao's thoughts, but she didn't want to address the issue at this moment, so she changed the topic. Fishing is not fun at all. It's your turn tomorrow. Okay. Suyao said happily. At that moment, Li Xing and Lu Yichu picked up the dragon sword hemp they had soaked earlier, using wood to twist away the excess and keep the fibers inside. After finishing, Li Xing spread it out to let it dry naturally. Tomorrow, they will be able to weave ropes. Brother, if you are going to tame the wind god pterosaur tomorrow, I think you should wear a helmet. I'm really worried it will poke your head with its beak. Lu Yichu said worriedly. Li Xing smiled, don't worry, it usually doesn't use its beak to poke, and my agility is already comparable to that of a feline. I can easily dodge its attacks, so don't worry. Brother, can you teach me archery if you have time later? Lu Yichu asked, and Li Xing thought for a moment. He had nothing else to do today, and the tribe's matters didn't require him. Besides, he had promised her before, and it would be great if she learned to defend herself, as he wouldn't be in the camp often in the future. Okay. Li Xing nodded in agreement. There were many bows and crossbows in the supplies, all previously acquired, and Li Xing decided to teach her the crossbow. The crossbow has a short range but is powerful at close range with high accuracy and is not hard to use. It is very suitable for women to learn. Li Xing set up a wooden target on the opposite bank, allowing Lu Yichu to practice at a distance of 20 meters. The most important thing is to find the feel. It's like using a slingshot, it can't achieve precise alignment, but a skilled person can hit the target. This is the adaptability of human physiology. It was not mealtime yet, so he walked downstream to look for materials to make a recurve bow. This material is a type of extremely tough bamboo. However, Li Xing was very disappointed that this bamboo grove had none of that tough bamboo. His plant identification ability allows him to effectively recognize the toughness of plants, which saves Li Xing a lot of trial time. So, he only needed to take a glance at the surrounding bamboo to immediately identify whether it was suitable for making bow limbs. It seems that achieving the 10th survival achievement is not so easy after all. 30 bow limbs and strings of 30 pounds are not materials that can be easily obtained. Materials that break after a few pulls will not pass the system's inspection at all. Trying to fool the system definitely won't work. Li Xing had no choice but to go look elsewhere next time, so he returned to the camp. At this moment, Chen Fei's steamed fish and fried fish were ready, filling the entire camp with delicious aromas. This has never happened before. These fish have a lot of spices, and they are spicy and fragrant when eaten. Brother Xing, you all eat first, I'm going to prepare grilled fish. By the way, if you want spicy, I have chili sauce made from the spices Brother Xing found. Dipping it really lifts the cap off your head. Chen Fei handed over a small bowl with mustard-colored spice fragments and juice inside. Li Xing took a piece of steamed fish, dipped it in the green sauce, and chewed it. Sure enough, a burst of spicy flavor hit him. It felt so delightful and appetizing, better than mustard, and slightly milder than chili. Still retaining the fragrance of the plants. Chen Fei, good job. You truly deserve to be the chef. There's some animal fat in this, right? Yes, but unfortunately we have very little animal fat. Ha, I will head to the tribe this afternoon and bring back a bunch of fat. I hope those wild people haven't eaten it all. Li Xing said, recalling that he had mostly eaten meat-eating dinosaurs before, which indeed had little fat, but that brontosaurus must have thick layers of fat. That's great. Brother Xing, we also need some fat for making soil explosives. At this moment, Zhu Wei raised his hand, just like an employee applying for funds. All right. Li Xing nodded in agreement. Chapter 111, Well-fed and well-clothed. After the meal, Li Xing wasted no time and immediately rode the Stegosaurus towards the tribe. This time he brought a super raincoat, which was transparent and had top-notch water repellency, 3 times better than a lotus leaf. Generally speaking, fat can stick to a lotus leaf, but this raincoat wouldn't let it stick, making it perfect for wrapping the fat. In half an hour, Li Xing arrived at the tribe. The tribe was filled with a bloody smell, but they had laid down the horse fences to protect the entrance to the canyon. So even if the wild beasts caught the scent of blood, they couldn't get in. Moreover, the 2 trained Irelosauruses and the dragon python were guarding outside the horse fences. They were all well fed by Wednesday. When the tribe's wild people saw Li Xing coming, they hurriedly opened the horse fences to let him in. Turning a corner, he saw a huge skeleton in front of the cave entrance of the tribe. It was the skeleton of a brontosaurus. It had been cleaned out by the wild people, and the massive skeleton made Li Xing feel like he was looking at dinosaur fossils in a museum. But this time it was real. The pungent smell that hit him, along with the ground stained red with blood, felt just like an open slaughterhouse. The brontosaurus skin had been cut into large pieces, each about the size of a cowhide. The women of the tribe used bamboo strips to spread them out like kites, then scraped the fat off the skin. The wild people couldn't store all that fat in their bags combined. But they had their own preservation methods. They found a large pit inside the cave, cleaned it of rubble and dirt, and poured in the melted fat. Filling a whole pool with fat, it would completely solidify into beautiful mutton fat white by winter. Whenever the wild people needed fat, they would directly dig it out to eat. And the meat sourced from the brontosaurus was cut into pieces and laid out inside the cave. The ventilation in the cave was strong, and with the wild people burning fires around, creating a lot of smoke day and night, the dragon meat would soon develop a layer of oil film on the surface, helping to preserve it. However, this method made the cave scent incredibly mixed. For the wild people, saving food was far more important than the smell. The brontosaurus's internal organs had been shared out yesterday. Of course, they couldn't finish them all, and the organs couldn't be preserved either. So they had to throw them to the 2 Irelosauruses to eat. They couldn't finish that either, so everything rotted in the canyon, attracting a lot of flies and some scavengers. The Irelosauruses and the dragon python were so full that they showed no interest in entering the tribe. Thus, they did not take action against those animals. The people in the livestream were shocked to see that the wild tribe could handle so much dragon meat. Men, women, and children in the tribe were all busy, each doing their own tasks. I never expected the wild people's food processing capability to be so strong. Theoretically, they shouldn't have excess food and should not know how to handle meat. Did you forget? Wednesday lived in Li Xing's tribe and watched how Li Xing processed food. He had also used body enhancement agents, and his mind was already very sharp. He could learn anything easily. Oh, right, so that's how it is. Although the barbarian's leg injury hadn't healed, he didn't stay idle. He helped with some tasks he could handle. Now, he was incredibly anxious to make his tribe as powerful as this one, to also have a god guiding them. Li Xing did not plan to stay here long. Wrapped in a raincoat, he carried over 50 pounds of untreated fat and scraped a bag of potassium nitrate in the cave. This bag of potassium nitrate was found in a deeper place, almost where the triceratops licked salt. Above here was a sinkhole cave. Inside there were many bats and some birds that liked to live in caves, and plenty of dead tree branches blown in by the rain and wind. It was precisely in these places that large amounts of potassium nitrate could be found. With the necessary items, Li Xing hurried back. He could completely leave the matters here to Wednesday. Upon returning to the tribe, Li Xing unloaded the fat and potassium nitrate. Chen Fei and Zhu Wei were overjoyed. With oil, our meals will be much tastier from now on. Zhu Wei grabbed a handful of potassium nitrate and sniffed it. This bag was enough to make a lot of soil explosives. Brother Xing, let me handle the explosives from now on. Zhu Wei said happily. All right, doing what you're good at is the best. Li Xing nodded and smiled. He thought, once the team here got powerful, he would go to Area 2 and Area 3, but first, he needed to blow up all the Japanese who were approaching here. to fire the first shot, so that others in different timelines would know that their dragon kingdom was not to be messed with.
Besides, if their dragon kingdom in that timeline had not been destroyed, it should receive the news of the deaths of those 20 Japanese. In this way, they would know that a new war had begun. At night, Chen Fei decided to indulge a little and made fried fish for everyone. This dish could only be enjoyed during banquets in the southern countryside. Compared to other countries, even those from parallel timelines, no one could taste such delicious and well-preserved food. Chen Fei knew that Li Xing was often out, so he fried a lot of fish, which Li Xing could take out when hungry, both fragrant and filling. The foreigners in the live stream were really envious and jealous after seeing this. They are all eating fried fish. This is really ridiculous. Today, Li Xing brought back oil which all went back to the Dragon Kingdom. Now the Dragon Kingdom also has a large reserve of oil.
I really can't envy that.
Right now, none of the participants from any country have obtained so much oil.
If Li Xing monopolized the oil in the tribe, the Dragon Kingdom would be truly rich. Can't Li Xing pretend to take it all?
It's not that easy. The universe program would judge that. Otherwise, the Thunder Dragon Li Xing killed would have long gone back to the Dragon Kingdom, and even what wasn't brought back to his camp wouldn't count as his food. However, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom didn't care. As long as Li Xing made a slight effort, he could make the people well-fed and clothed.
Now, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom felt very proud in front of the foreigners.
Comparing with those who had gone abroad made them feel a bit embarrassed, as they were laughed at everywhere for being fools, leaving such a good country to become third-class citizens abroad. If they stayed in the Dragon Kingdom, they wouldn't worry about food and clothing at all. Moreover, the money they considered important had basically lost its value in such a world. Most people were engaging in barter, and these individuals had nothing to exchange. They hid in their homes, crying, waiting for their recognized country to grow stronger, or hoping to see Li Xing and the others fall into misfortune. But none of it could go as they wished. This left them with a belly full of anger. At night, Li Xing and the others went to bed early. Li Xing planned to start taming the wind god pterosaur tomorrow. He was filled with anticipation.
Chapter 112, A Big Electric Eel.
The next day, Li Xing got up early. He crawled out of the tent and found that the temperature today had dropped compared to yesterday. It should be early winter now. The air had clearly become drier.
Su Yao also got up.
She had said she would go fishing with Li Xing today. Li Xing didn't say anything, quickly prepared what was needed, and brought the armored dragon out.
"Little brother, are we leaving without breakfast?" Su Yao walked over to ask. "Chen Fei deep-fried a lot of fish yesterday, I brought it along. We can eat while we hurry, so let's get moving,"
Li Xing said. The armored dragon lay down, and Li Xing climbed on, followed by Su Yao. The armored dragon was very familiar with this route, and soon they arrived at the edge of the cliff. It was still the same place. Su Yao was preparing the fishing rod, while Li Xing started whistling, and before long, the pterosaur arrived at their side.
This was Su Yao's first time seeing Li Xing's pterosaur, and it was quite fresh and exciting.
"Little brother, this is much harder than taming a hawk. It's so big that its wingspan is longer than a small car," Su Yao said. Li Xing smiled. "This is something you can't learn, I can only tame this one. Taming more is difficult." After saying this, he had already tied a rope around the pterosaur's neck.
"Go!"
At Li Xing's command, the pterosaur started to get busy. Half an hour later, the pterosaur returned, spitting out many small fish. Li Xing collected these fish into a net, while Su Yao had also caught quite a few fish by then, thanks to the lake being so full of fish. After all, these natural lakes had not been fished by humans. Only some pterosaurs and fish-eating dragons caught a few, so they basically had no natural enemies in the water. Plus, the crocodiles on the shore sometimes became prey for dinosaurs. If a dinosaur was bitten and killed, it was dragged into the lake, which then nourished a large number of fish. In short, the food was abundant, and the wide water area was a great place for raising fish.
"Oh no! Little brother, help! I feel like I've caught a big fish."
Just as Li Xing was sorting the small fish, Su Yao shouted. Li Xing quickly grabbed the fishing rod with her. These were items sent by the system, unbreakable, so there was no need to worry about it snapping, but it was still very dangerous because if they didn't have enough strength, they could lose such a good catch. Though the combined strength of Li Xing and Su Yao was enormous, without leveraging the force, it was simply the weight of the two people against the friction with the ground. Li Xing held the fishing rod in one hand, and grabbed the armored dragon's tail with the other.
"Su Yao, go ride the armored dragon and pull from the side,"
Li Xing commanded, and Su Yao quickly understood, securing the fishing line before she immediately climbed onto the armored dragon.
With the armored dragon's pull, a huge eel was dragged out from underwater.
It was only when Li Xing dragged it to the edge of the cliff that it finally stopped. Li Xing immediately ran over. The big eel was still buzzing with electric sounds.
"It's actually an electric eel."
Li Xing was very excited, estimating that this electric eel weighed about 300 kilograms. Its shiny body was covered in mud and bits of leaves and branches, and it kept rolling in place.
Li Xing picked up a wooden stick and struck it hard, directly killing the big electric eel. Chen Fei will definitely have many dishes with this electric eel. Let's take half back, and I'll take the rest to feed the pterosaurs. Li Xing said, taking out a large knife and cutting the electric eel into several pieces, packing it into the fishing net with Su Yao. I actually caught a big electric eel, this is amazing. Su Yao praised herself. Yes, let's go back and have Chen Fei make you an eel rice bowl. Li Xing smiled. Li Xing and Su Yao tied these fish catches onto the back of the armored dinosaur, leaving a few big fish for the pterosaur to eat before heading back. When they returned to the camp, everyone was extremely happy to see the day's fish catches. Chen Fei, the camp's chef, was glowing with excitement upon seeing the big electric eel. There's an electric eel, and such a big one. There are many delicious ways to cook eel. Chen Fei, pick out some tasty fish, and I'll take the rest to the mountaintop to feed the pterosaur, Li Xing said. Okay. Chen Fei was very happy and quickly began choosing fish. After they finished picking the fish, Li Xing took the thick hemp ropes that Su Yao and the others had woven, which were half as thick as regular ropes. Li Xing tugged at it and felt it was very strong. Su Yao, are you coming? Li Xing was ready and asked Su Yao, who was busy with Chen Fei handling the fish. I'm not going. I can grill eel soon, you go by yourself. Su Yao said, her mouth watering, not wanting to go feed the pterosaur at all. Li Xing chuckled and sat back on the armored dinosaur's back. Brother, I'll go with you. Lu Yichu said with great interest. After all, she had only seen the pterosaur from a distance and wanted to get a closer look at its magnificence. Then hurry up and get on the dragon, Li Xing said, and Lu Yichu nodded, stepping onto the armored dinosaur's back. Before long, they arrived at the mountaintop with the fish catch. The pterosaur was indeed waiting there, it could smell the fish's scent from afar and appeared quite excited. Seeing the pterosaur up close for the first time, Lu Yichu, like the others, was very shocked, feeling an overwhelming fear from the massive creature. Can you imagine a giraffe with enormous wings? What a sight that would be! So big! Lu Yichu gasped in astonishment. Girl, stay back and don't get too close. Once you see it finish the fish, then throw over the meat, he instructed. He held one piece of fish in one hand and the rope in the other, walking forward. His rope was already tied in a slipknot. Once the pterosaur stepped into the loop, it wouldn't be able to break free no matter how it struggled. At that moment, Li Xing could tame it using his dominant aura and secure the dragon's saddle onto its back. As Li Xing got so close for the first time, the pterosaur was still a bit alert, screeching sharply and shaking its head, ready to attack Li Xing. But Li Xing immediately threw a big fish at it. Tempted by the food, the pterosaur focused on eating the fish first. Taking this opportunity, Li Xing reached its feet and tossed the rope loop behind its legs. Li Xing had already estimated well. He immediately released his dominant aura, which was an invisible force that made the pterosaur tremble and instinctively step back. It perfectly stepped into the rope loop, and Li Xing quickly yanked the rope, binding its foot. Hurry, tie the other end of the rope to a tree. Li Xing shouted. Lu Yichu reacted quickly. After discussing it beforehand, she immediately tied it to a nearby big tree. By the time the pterosaur realized it wanted to leap and fly, it no longer could take off. Li Xing continued to approach. His powerful dominant aura made the pterosaur act like a frightened rooster, flapping its wings and stirring up clouds of dust. Girl, throw the fish over here. Li Xing shouted, and Lu Yichu quickly passed the fish. Li Xing threw fish one by one in front of the pterosaur, trying to stabilize its emotions. He needed to work hard to establish a connection. Once the connection was formed, 70% of the taming would be complete. Chapter 113, Evolve, Pterosaur. What the heck, it doesn't eat a single fish. Li Xing didn't expect this pterosaur to be so stubborn. After all, I have fed it a lot of fish, so I have my own hardships even if there are no contributions. The rope creaked as it was pulled. Li Xing and Lu Yichu were in chaos in the wind, as the wings of the wind god pterosaur beat against them, making it hard for them to open their eyes. Since you don't want to drink the good wine, don't blame me for being rude. Li Xing rushed forward with the other end of the rope tied in a knot, then threw the rope loop high up. After several throws, the loop finally slipped over the neck of the wind god pterosaur. Li Xing tightened the loop and jumped up forcefully, landing directly on the back of the wind god pterosaur. The smooth, waterproof feathers on the back of the wind god pterosaur made it hard to ride, but Li Xing clamped his legs around its chest muscles. The wind god pterosaur struggled even harder. However, Li Xing remained firmly on its back, clinging on like a stubborn adhesive that couldn't be shaken off. Lu Yichu watched with wide eyes, his heart racing, and his fists tightly clenched. The audience in the livestream was also extremely anxious. They had never seen Li Xing tame such a difficult dinosaur before. The wind god pterosaur was too proud. It was not like any other animal. After all, it even dared to eat the young of Tyrannosaurus. Li Xing directly rode on its back, letting it struggle for a full half hour until it was completely exhausted before it finally calmed down.
However, Li Xing still did not connect with its spirit. Its arrogance had exceeded his expectations. It seems I have to conquer it in the sky that it prides itself on, or it won't obey. Li Xing immediately wove a dragon's saddle with the rope, which went from its neck to its chest, and then buckled around its wings. It was like putting a sexy mesh vest on the wind god pterosaur. The whole process was challenging, especially since this was done without any training. It took a full hour to get this little vest on it. Li Xing pushed his arm through the mesh, grasping the top netting, and secured his feet into the mesh as well. It felt secure now. At the same time, Li Xing also tied a safety rope, which was the same rope he used to loop the pterosaur's neck. He untied it, tied it to the saddle, and then the other end to himself. "Girl, you can untie the rope now. I'm going to take him up high for a spin," Li Xing said. "Brother, is this really okay? Isn't it too risky?" Luichu asked with concern. "It's fine, just wait for me to come back," Li Xing said firmly, and Luichu no longer hesitated, immediately untied the rope. As soon as the rope was released, the wind god pterosaur leaped up and dove down toward the cliff, the cold wind making it almost impossible for Li Xing to open his eyes. Just when they were about to crash to the bottom of the cliff, the wind god pterosaur flipped its wings and glided away, then shot back up. It felt just like riding a roller coaster. If it were an ordinary person, this would be enough to scare them unconscious. But Li Xing was not an ordinary person. He shouted out excitedly instead. The wind god pterosaur flapped its wings, climbing high into the sky, then began to dive down again, but this time rotating downwards. Li Xing was hunched over on its back, unable to stick to it. But his hands and legs were firmly secured in the net. Seeing that it still couldn't shake Li Xing off, the wind god pterosaur once again flipped its wings and soared through the wind, flying over the forest. It still did not give up and flew toward the distant volcano. Li Xing's imposing aura continued to suppress it, making the pterosaur struggle in fear. Maybe, after it exhausted its efforts, it would lower its proud head. Woohoo! Li Xing howled into the wind. At first, he felt a bit dizzy, but now he only experienced the ultimate joy of flying. Pilots in planes can enjoy the freedom of the wind, but Li Xing riding on the wind god pterosaur could. The viewers in the live broadcast room also enjoyed a taste of freedom flying in the wind. So cool! I'm watching with smart glasses. It feels like I'm sitting on the back of a dragon flying. Wow, what a rich person. When I reach the new planet, I want to ride a dragon too. If I could ride the wind god pterosaur, I would have no regrets in this life. At this moment, even the foreign viewers could empathize. Longing for the sky is an innate human desire. Everyone is the same. Even those bent by life's burdens occasionally look up at the sky, thinking of the birds flying freely. Li Xing's eyes slowly adapted to the speed of flight. He looked down at the lush forest, feeling an unprecedented excitement in his heart. This is a feeling that can only be experienced by humans looking at the world from high above, quickly elevating human vision and mindset, like rapidly growing into a giant, seeing the world from a giant's perspective. The things that once caused pain and suffering now seem so small. This is freedom that cannot be felt in skydiving. Li Xing closed his eyes, savoring the thrill of flying. After more than 10 minutes, Li Xing felt the spirit of the wind god pterosaur. Connection successful. Li Xing was overjoyed and immediately sent it information about himself, that he meant no harm and could provide food. This information would become signals it could understand. As long as it accepted Li Xing's thoughts, the system would bind them together, turning it into one of his tamed beasts. The wind god pterosaur ultimately accepted Li Xing. He could control its flight direction and some of its actions through his mind. Let's fly back to replenish our strength, Li Xing thought, immediately controlling the wind god pterosaur to fly back toward the cliff. When the wind god pterosaur landed, Luichu was filled with disbelief. Li Xing actually succeeded. Li Xing jumped off the dragon's back and released the saddle, as he couldn't wait to inject it with the enhancement serum. Brother, you really succeeded. Luichu excitedly walked over and said. Yes, I succeeded. Get me a potion from the bag. Li Xing said to Luichu, who nodded and opened the military pack, taking out a second-tier enhancement potion. Without hesitation, Li Xing approached the wind god pterosaur, found a vein under its wing, and directly injected it. The pterosaur squatted there like a wooden chicken, but after a moment, Li Xing saw its wings undergo a tremendous change. Not only did its wingspan grow larger, but the wing membranes also widened. Its wing muscles became stronger. Its smooth and waterproof fur changed from a dull brown to a green-blue camouflage pattern. And surprisingly, its body became lighter. The most remarkable change was in its claws. The toes became longer and more powerful, resembling bat-like claws. When it walked, it retracted its wings to support the ground, moving with its hind limbs. When taking off, it still used its fore and hind limbs to leap. So beautiful. Luichu sighed in admiration at the completed evolution of the wind god pterosaur. Indeed beautiful. If it evolves a second time, it might be even more stunning. Dehei became so strong because of its second evolution, Li Xing said, walking over to reattach the saddle. Li Xing noticed that the pterosaur's body had slimmed down, but the muscles and bones related to flight had changed significantly.
This clearly enhanced its flying load capacity and improved flapping ability. Brother, can I go up too? Luichu was still tempted. Hardly anyone could resist the chance to conquer the sky. Especially as a young person. Alright, come up, let's see what it can do. Chapter 114, The Formation of an Air Force.
Tamed adult wind god pterosaur, achieved survival achievement, obtained lottery chance.
Do you want to draw a lottery?
At this moment, Li Xing finally received the system's prompt.
Draw.
Li Xing immediately responded.
Lottery is in progress.
Congratulations, host, you have won 10 times Eagle Eye. Li Xing was shocked in his heart, and the next moment, his eyesight suddenly became extraordinarily good. He could even see a green bug on a leaf of a tree far below the cliff.
Wow, this eyesight, 10 times Eagle Eye.
Li Xing couldn't help but tremble in his heart.
He looked around and found that in the world of 10 times Eagle Eye, everything appeared so high definition. Everything was different.
All the images were like a 4K giant screen displayed in front of him, even the distant sand was clearly visible. This was not just enlarging his view, the view remained the same, but when he focused, he could see the details far away. It was as if he had a pair of high-definition binoculars, but the view of the binoculars wasn't wider than his eyes, and looking at things up close remained unaffected, and Li Xing wouldn't be.
System, what is the 10th survival achievement mission?
Li Xing excitedly asked.
1. Kill a giant.
2. Make 30 recurve bows of 30 pounds and 150 arrows with metal tips.
3. Domesticate an adult T-Rex.
Li Xing wasn't surprised when he saw the third mission, but an adult T-Rex would definitely be harder to tame than a wind god pterosaur. Nonetheless, it was still tameable, but it would be difficult to find it in this place and climate.
It might be in the subtropical areas in the south.
Fortunately, he still had the second task to complete. Tomorrow he would teach the wild people to smelt iron ore and show them how to make standard arrows with metal tips, which wouldn't require much effort.
As for the bow limbs, he could use elm wood, and the bowstring material could be dragon tendons.
30 pounds was not a problem at all, it just needed some time to carve the bow limbs, which could be given to the wild people to do. He only needed to teach them once. The final bows would be for those wild people to use. It would be great for them to do it themselves. I'll take the second task. Li Xing told the system, and the system directly locked the task.
Hold on tight.
Li Xing let Luichu sit in front of him, allowing her to climb on the dragon's back like he did, wrapping her hands and feet through the mesh and grabbing the safety rope, while also securely tying the safety rope around her. Li was behind her, pressing his body forward onto her. As Li Xing sent the takeoff signal to the wind god pterosaur, it immediately moved toward the cliff, then pressed its front limbs downward and jumped up with force. The wind god pterosaur took off directly. Now, the wingspan of the wind god pterosaur was larger than before, making its flight even more powerful. Luichu closed her eyes, thinking they would be flying down, her racing heart was ready. However, the flight turned out to be exceptionally smooth, with only the cold wind blowing on her face. She opened her eyes and saw the beautiful scenery in the sky, feeling especially happy.
Brother, I'm so happy. Luichu looked at everything around, and her tears were blown away by the wind. You're happy, yet you're crying? Li Xing asked in confusion.
Because I miss home, but I also know that it might take 10 years before I can reunite with my family. I feel very suffocated, but now I feel much better.
Luichu said. Don't worry, believe your family is watching you right now. You can send them your regards. Luichu looked at the floating ball following her.
Dad, Mom, sister, brother, I miss you all, but you don't need to worry about me.
I'm here with brother Xing and sisters Suya and Suya. Life is not too bad.
I will work hard to learn more skills and strive to survive. The audience in the live room couldn't help but feel touched. They all thought about how to see Li Xing and the others grow stronger but never considered the pain of longing for family in an alien world.
Luichu's family was also wiping their tears watching everything. Brother, aren't you going to say something to your family? Luichu turned her head to ask. I don't have family anymore. Now you all are my family, the motherland is my home.
Li Xing smiled and said. This remark touched the audience across the nation, as they wiped their tears and typed on the screen, "We are family." The high-ranking officials of Long Country saw this scene and decided to gather the contestants' families at the military district, allowing each of them to record a message to be sent at a later, convenient time. Although this time they did not send intelligence, they did send the warmth of the soldiers. Li Xingfei returned to the mountaintop, leaving all the fish and meat for the wyvern. Then he rode back to the camp on the armored dragon with Luichu. At this time, the camp was filled with delicious smells. It turned out that Chen Fei was grilling eel meat, and the pieces of grilled eel, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, made one's mouth water. Good brother, sister Ichu, have you tamed the wind god wyvern? Suyao came over with a bowl full of eel meat, eating as she asked, while Li Xing reached into her bowl and took a piece, dipping it in spicy sauce. The eel was both tender and flavorful.
We have tamed it, I will ride it to find sulfur later. Li Xing said with a smile, he hadn't had enough flying yet. I want to go too. Su Yao, having enjoyed her meal, was also eager to play. No, its carrying capacity is limited. I need to bring back more sulfur, you can play next time. Li Xing replied. Alright, but you must take me next time. No problem, this eel meat is so delicious. Li Xing outright snatched Su Yao's bowl. Ever since Chen Fei arrived at the camp, everyone has been eating well and sleeping well, even worried about getting fat from all the food. Chen Fei, you are really something. Li Xing walked to the charcoal grill made by Chen Fei, where skewers of eel slices were prepared. Chen Fei used a bamboo brush to paint spicy oil on them. Looking at this, Li Xing was drooling. Brother Xing, all these ingredients were brought back by you guys, without them, I couldn't make anything delicious. He. Chen Fei humbly said. After the meal, Li Xing and Su Yao returned to the mountaintop once again. He rode on the wyvern and shouted to Su Yao. You take the armored dragon back, I will fly straight back to the camp. Li Xing said. Should we take the cubs back too? Su Yao asked. We haven't built a nest for the wyvern yet, you can clear a large enough area for the wyvern to take off and land, and get a dragon's nest nearby. Li Xing explained. Okay, I understand. Su Yao looked at the 5 wind god wyvern cubs, thinking that in 3 to 5 years, they would grow up, and she would have a wyvern to ride. I'm off, wait for me to come back. Li Xing said and immediately flew away. He soared towards the volcano, enjoying the thrill of flying, with his eyes overlooking the entire forest, no animals could escape his sight. Li Xing decided to find sulfur first, then go to the tribe to teach the wild people how to smelt and make recurve bows. Chapter 115, Enough Explosives on Monday. The wind god wyvern flies at an average speed of 40 to 60 km per hour, if it dives, the speed can exceed 100. Li Xing was now riding on its back, moving quickly, watching the forest swiftly retreat beneath him, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but recall the slow pace of walking through the primeval forest, even riding a tendon dragon couldn't compare to flying. This direct flight that crossed all obstacles was simply exhilarating. Though the distance was still far, Li Xing took out fried fish and slowly enjoyed it while riding on the wyvern's back, feeling so relaxed. Below the wind god wyvern, many huge dragonflies were buzzing around. When they got tired, they would rest on the treetops. As the wind god wyvern flew past them, sometimes it would open its mouth and swallow a dragonfly whole. Though these dragonflies were large, they were quite light and didn't fill the wyvern's stomach, it simply caught them out of boredom. Most flying birds would avoid the place where the wind deity pterosaur passed. After all, the wind deity pterosaur is the ruler of the sky, like the tiger in the forest, no one wishes to encounter it. Even some small dinosaurs on the ground quickly avoided when they saw the wind deity pterosaur. After an hour of flying, Li Xing felt a bit tired, but remembering that he had covered the same distance others took several days to travel, he was in a good mood. No one dislikes efficiency. Li Xing circled above an active volcano. The surroundings were barren, covered in black sediment, which included volcanic ash, weathered soil, and obsidian formed from cooled lava. With his powerful vision, Li Xing spotted a sulfur mine and ordered the wind deity pterosaur to dive down, looking for a relatively flat place to land. Li Xing jumped down and picked several quality pieces of sulfur to put into a leather bag. He wanted to bring more because he also needed to give some to the Wildman tribe, allowing them to use sulfur to smoke dragon meat, as there was way too much dragon meat, and just relying on drying and smoking might still lead to some spoilage. Li Xing picked up 2 bags of sulfur and hung them on either side of the pterosaur. Take off! Li Xing shouted softly, and the wind deity pterosaur leaped up, its wings flapping powerfully into the vast sky. Li Xing checked the map on the floating ball, confirmed the direction, and flew straight toward the tribe. After another hour of flying, Li Xing finally reached the sky above the tribe. The appearance of the pterosaur frightened the wild men in the tribe. They thought a pterosaur was about to attack them and prepared for defense. It was only when Li Xing, cloaked in terrifying bird feathers, appeared in their sight that they realized the man riding the pterosaur was their deity, and on Wednesday, the people fell to their knees singing their tribe's hymn. Now, in their eyes, Li Xing was already an omnipotent god. The barbarians saw Li Xing riding the wind deity pterosaur, his eyes widening. To them, the wind deity pterosaur was a sky god, and now it was being ridden by Li Xing. Little did they know how this batch of wild men would interpret Li Xing in the future once they evolved into a civilization. How would they understand the deity in their eyes? Would they also just perceive it as a myth? Li Xing jumped down from the pterosaur and approached Wednesday, throwing a bag of sulfur in front of him. Then he taught him how to use it. All they needed to do was light a small piece of sulfur and throw it into the smoking meat area, ensuring that people did not stay inside the cave while smoking. After Li Xing finished explaining, Wednesday quickly took it to ignite. The wild men inside all came out. Next, Li Xing taught them how to smelt iron, which was also quite simple. They just needed to collect the burned iron particles. Once they had collected enough, he would come over to make arrowheads. They needed to collect for several days just to have enough material for 150 arrowheads.
Li Xing stayed at the tribe for 2 hours, finishing all the instructions before taking the sulfur and returning. The wind deity pterosaur flew over the tribe, which had cleared a large area below next to the wooden houses. That area was quite large, at least over 90 square meters. It could be seen that during the 4 hours he was gone, the people in the camp had not had a moment of idleness. When the wind deity pterosaur landed on the cleared area, everyone outside was deeply shocked by the sight, especially Chen Fei and Zhu Wei, who had never seen a wind deity pterosaur before. They could hardly believe that such a creature could be ridden. Standing at 1 meter 8, Chen Fei was still far from reaching the pterosaur's head in front of its beak. Humans looked like model toys beside it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they could not believe that such beasts could be tamed by humans. On one side of the clearing, there was a dragon's nest woven from brushwood, topped with materials from their original nest, where 5 little pterodactyls were playing joyfully on top. The wind god pterodactyls emitted sounds of acceptance upon seeing their offspring settled here. Zhu Wei, here is the sulfur you wanted. I got it from the volcano. Is it enough? Li Xing said as he tossed the bag of sulfur to Zhu Wei. It's about enough, but we still need to make more explosives for preparation, and also get some more potassium nitrate back. Zhu Wei replied. Upon hearing this, Li Xing looked at Zhu Wei in surprise. Zhu Wei forced a smile, because Sister Suya said that if you plan a surprise attack in the future, the more explosives you have, the better. Otherwise, you won't have enough to throw. Okay, finish making these first and then I'll go get more. Remember to be careful and don't cause any accidents. Li Xing said. When will you need it, Xinggo? What did the country's leaders say around noon? Where have those Japanese people gone? Li Xing asked Suya, as he had forgotten to check the national intelligence today. By today, they should have reached the southern edge of Zone 1. The latest position at noon was towards 5:30. Suya replied. Then we will use it on Monday. Tomorrow is Sunday, just fishing. Li Xing said. Zhu Wei nodded, I will prepare enough for you by Monday. Good, don't put pressure on yourself. Those Japanese people do not pose a threat to us. I just want to see their situation in that timeline and catch one alive for interrogation. Li Xing said. Li Xing's words brought a sense of security to everyone present. They knew he never spoke big words. Everything he said came true. However, when these words were broadcasted live, they scared the Japanese, making their faces turn as black as pig liver. Tomorrow is Sunday. I wonder what privileges we will have this time. Su Yao said. I don't know. I'm looking forward to it as well. Li Xing rubbed his hands together in excitement, feeling that this world was becoming more and more interesting. He wondered what the end of the competition would be like, capturing a contestant from a parallel timeline in Japan to ask a few questions. The more information he knew about the competition, the more he could plan for the future. Also, how far his survival master system would evolve and what kind of changes it would bring him. What was the purpose of the system? Why did it fall on him? Did it have something to do with the universe's programming? These were all things he wanted to understand. Chapter 116, Can't Be Idle Today. After the sun set, Zhu Wei put on a static electricity wristband and placed it on his hand. Then he gathered many small bamboo tubes, crushing the potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal he brought back into powder, mixing them in proportion to fill the tubes with gunpowder. Moreover, to achieve the best effect of the explosives, he collected some smashed stones and added them to the bamboo tubes. After 3 hours, he finally completed assembling all the gunpowder. But it was still not enough, as the fuses and wooden plugs were not ready, and the gunpowder inside the bamboo tubes needed to be compacted. The compaction step was quite dangerous and required experience. Zhu Wei did not plan to rest yet, he was also making fuses. He peeled several layers of beast skin and rolled the properly mixed gunpowder in it. This kind of fuse was very sturdy and would not misfire when wedged between the wooden plug and the inner wall of the bamboo tube. Li Xing and the others helped, and they didn't finish until midnight. However, the plugs and compaction needed to be done tomorrow. The next morning, everyone's minds echoed with the brain broadcast. This week's leaderboard. First place, Dragon Country. Second place, Bear Country. Third place, Star Spangled Country. It was the same as last week, everyone was no longer surprised by this, as everyone's living conditions had begun to stabilize. This week's privilege reward, the top 3 participants from the countries will receive a 50% increase in basic physical fitness. Again, it's an enhancement to physical fitness, which is quite good, at least it can reduce the chance of getting sick. Li Xing thought to himself, but for him, this already meant a 550% strength increase in basic fitness. However, there was one thing that worried Li Xing: the people from parallel dimensions, after experiencing so many rewards, their physical fitness must have reached an unimaginable level. After all, from what you can see now, there have been 2 weeks of privileges that have enhanced physical fitness. No one could guarantee what future rewards would be like. National leaders, please check as much as possible whether those people from the parallel dimensions have super strong physical fitness. If their fitness far exceeds that of normal people, please tell me in the noon report. Li Xing spoke to the hovering ball. The national leaders had naturally received this message. They had been observing the people from the parallel dimension of Japan.
Do you think those people in the parallel dimension have super strong physical fitness? The commander asked those observation analysts.
From our observations, these Japanese people's physical fitness is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people, but compared to Li Xing now, they are still quite lacking. It's likely that Li Xing is worried about weekly rewards increasing physical strength. It indeed raises concerns, 2 weeks of physical strength rewards already. Every dimension has 30 countries, the top 3 may not necessarily be from Japan, it could be people from other countries. So, from just observing these Japanese people, we can't draw any conclusions. The audience was also worried about this issue. If the enemy's physical fitness keeps strengthening like this, wouldn't they become superhumans? Even beasts couldn't handle them. However, someone in the comments started analyzing. It's impossible to keep rewarding physical fitness, otherwise, the program could instantly grant 100% or more, no need to repeat. Moreover, I believe there is a limit to human genetic strength, it can't keep strengthening endlessly. Who cares? At least those Japanese from the parallel dimension don't have super strong physical fitness, whether others do is hard to say.
Didn't you notice?
They could easily find Lewis and the others who stepped out of the competition area. This must be a power gained from the privileges, otherwise, with such a big world, how could they find them so accurately?
An insightful analysis.
This proves that it can't always be physical enhancement, but rather other rewards.
Li Xing thought to himself, it seemed he couldn't relax today.
He had to take Wednesday out to misuse the bow arm, he planned to refine arrowheads anyway. Since the system didn't specify that metal arrowheads had to be large, he could make the front a bit smaller, with a cross-section shaped like a flat rhombus, taking as much as he can. He wanted to quickly complete the 10th survival achievement to earn a title.
Today, I'm going to the tribe and will come back early tomorrow. Li Xing told everyone. He brought along a strengthening potion.
He initially thought it wasn't necessary to strengthen the cobra, but now it seemed necessary.
Brother Xing, remember to bring back some potassium nitrate for backup.
Zhu Wei said, and Li Xing nodded. Be careful when making explosives, don't rush. What I want is safety, don't put yourself in danger.
Li Xing reminded, and Zhu Wei nodded.
After Li Xing arranged his gear, he crossed the single plank bridge and reached the place of the wind god pterosaur, calling it out.
He jumped straight up. Let's go.
With Li Xing's command, the wind god pterosaur leaped up and flew into the blue sky. The morning wind was especially cold, hitting Li Xing's face like an ice knife. Li Xing pulled down his bone mask to reduce the harm from the cold wind, so as not to have his skin blown apart. Now that he had the pterosaur, reaching the tribe would only take a few minutes. The pterosaur swooped over the canyon and landed in the open space of the tribe, causing a huge wind that made the wild people shiver. Li Xing jumped down from the pterosaur, and a group of wild men knelt around, singing welcoming songs. Wednesday stepped forward, and Li Xing directly checked how many iron particles had been produced. They had collected the iron particles in a bamboo tube. Li Xing picked it up and weighed it. It turned out to be about 3 pounds. One arrowhead used 10 grams of material, and 3 pounds was enough for 150 arrowheads.
Faster than I imagined.
Li Xing was excited and immediately found some clay used by the wild men for pottery, then carved an arrowhead shape from bamboo, making 50 molds in total, creating 3 sets of molds. Li Xing instructed Wednesday to pack all the iron particles into a pottery container and heat it in the kiln. While waiting, Li Xing made a fire tong from wood, which he would use to pull the pottery container filled with molten iron out later. This time, Li Xing did not let Wednesday operate. Making arrow shafts and complete arrows would require the help of these wild men. When the molten iron was ready, Li Xing poured it into the 3 molds to cool. The molten iron cooled quickly, and Li Xing knocked the molds apart, forming a grating-like arrowhead shape in the iron. Li Xing cooled it once more in water, then individually snapped off each arrowhead by hand. Wednesday saw these items but didn't know their use until Li Xing polished the arrowheads and tied one onto an arrow shaft, then he finally realized. One end of the arrow shaft was concave, perfectly holding the arrowhead, which was then secured with fine strings. Wednesday, I need these arrows. Wednesday immediately understood. With 150 arrowheads, it naturally meant making 150 arrows, and although the wild men did not understand math, they knew how to do it. Li Xing decided to go into the forest to cut 30 branches to make the bow arms.
So he set out with 2 Aralara dragons.
Li Xing thought he could make the bow and arrows by tonight, who knows what title the system will give him.
Chapter 117, Completing the 10th Achievement.
Li Xing rode on the neck of the dragon python, with the Aralara dragons protecting him on either side. Soon, he arrived in the forest. After searching for a while, he found a type of tree that was particularly tough. Li Xing selected some straight branches to use for the bow arms. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Now, all that's left is the bowstring. There are plenty of dragon tendons in the tribe, which is just right. Li Xing bundled all the branches together and planned to take them for hunting since they couldn't eat the preserved meat like the wild men. Moreover, the pterosaur hadn't eaten meat yet today, and they were all hungry. The dragon python had eaten a small thunder dragon, so it wouldn't be hungry for 10 days or half a month, but the Aralara dragon needed to eat every day. This need for food made it impossible for Li Xing to tame too many predatory dinosaurs, otherwise, just taking them out for hunting would consume a lot of time. The wild men also couldn't afford that. Only the terror wolves, which could eat the same food as humans, were the easiest to raise. It was already early winter, and the herbivorous dinosaurs active in the forest had clearly decreased. It took 2 or 3 hours to find some stegosauruses. But the stegosauruses were covered with bony spikes, making them impossible to approach. Even the dragon python had to avoid their sharpness. In the end, Li Xing led them to a group of terror birds, but the terror birds had almost no natural enemies, and the Aralara dragons did not dare to attack them. After all, these terror birds were taller and larger than them. Li Xing immediately unleashed his dominating presence to intimidate them. When they tried to escape, he ordered the 2 Aralara dragons to pounce. Since the 2 Aralara dragons hunted one terror bird, they succeeded. One of the Aralara dragons caught the terror bird by its neck. Another sneak attack from the back. In an instant, this terrifying bird, close to 500 kilograms, was knocked down to the ground, with 2 Aralara dragons acting like fierce hunting dogs, tearing into it wildly. The surrounding terrifying birds were utterly suppressed by Li Xing's overwhelming presence and had no ability to attack the 2 Herrera dragons. This allowed the 2 Herrera dragons to successfully feast. This is really bad. Soon, the food in this forest will dwindle, and the wild men won't be able to feed them at all. The key is they also refuse to eat those dried meats from the wild men. Li Xing sighed and decided to let these 2 Herrera dragons go to the south to find food. While they were eating, Li Xing injected a needle into the dragon python. As the medicine entered, the dragon python underwent a massive transformation. Its scales completely hardened, turning into pieces of armor. Its limbs became more robust. What once resembled crocodile claws now looked more like the legendary Kirin arms. The people in the live streaming room went wild. Isn't this the legendary Azure Dragon? It really is. This is so damn cool. I wonder if it can fly. Flying is impossible, it doesn't have wings. If it could fly, even Newton's coffin lid wouldn't stay down. That's true. The high-ranking officials of Lone Country were also stunned by this scene. Some scholars took out the classic of mountains and seas and some legends describing the Azure Dragon. This is the legendary Azure Dragon. Aside from not being able to fly, it looks just like it. Could this planet possibly be the one our ancestors had seen before? Or was our previous planet like this, with such creatures that later went extinct? This could be a coincidence. After all records about the Azure Dragon mostly describe it as a flying creature, but without wings, how could it fly? Legends cannot be used as evidence. Many have elements of artistic exaggeration. Led by the Star-Spangled Country, when they saw the changed dragon python, their experts were equally shocked. They had been studying why this planet resembled ancient Blue Star so closely during this time. Of course, they could be certain this was absolutely not ancient Blue Star. Even parallel universe ancient Blue Star would not be possible. Because from their archaeological data, all the creatures that appeared on this planet showed up in different periods. Some were separated by tens of millions of years. Yet they all appeared in the same period on one planet. Moreover, many creatures did not exist on Blue Star either. There was an even more important piece of evidence. Although they could not see the entire planet's size and ecological environment, clever scientists had already calculated, through the maps and planet curvatures they possessed, that this planet was 5 times larger than Blue Star. However, the gravity was still similar, indicating its internal structure and elements were different. Li Xing looked at the transformed dragon python with his mouth wide open. This was his first time seeing a real dragon. It had 2 antler-like horns on its head, long hairs on its ears, and long dragon whiskers on both sides of its mouth. It looked exactly like the Azure Dragon in legend. This must have some connection with the legends of Blue Star, otherwise, how could it look exactly alike? Humans cannot imagine things they have never seen. Moreover, the appearance of the Azure Dragon felt completely natural, as if it was meant to look like that, rather than pieced together from various animals. This was Li Xing's thought. Half an hour later, the dragon python had completed its evolution. I need to give you a new name. You shall be called Azure Dragon, said Li Xing. The dragon python nodded in agreement. Your intelligence has also grown. Li Xing was greatly shocked. He jumped onto the Azure Dragon's back and grabbed its dragon horns. Preparing to return home. With the remaining meat of the terrifying bird, Li Xing had Qinglong swallow it directly into his stomach to take back. When they returned to the tribe, Qinglong spat out the terrifying bird, and Wind God Pterosaur didn't mind, eating it quite deliciously. Li Xing laid the branches he brought back on the ground and began to carve the bow arms, making sure each one was exactly the same. Then he took the dragon tendons and bent each bow arm, tying them up before roasting them over the fire.
This busy work lasted until noon.
Li Xing received intelligence from the country that the people of the parallel dimension, the Japanese, did not have superhuman physiques.
But it still couldn't deny that others might not. No matter, let's deal with those 21 enemies tomorrow first. Li Xing continued repairing the bow arms.
He worked until 5 p.m., and the arrow shafts were also repaired. With the remaining time, he directly assembled everything. Li Xing worked together with several warriors to handle the arrows, using the feathers from the terrifying bird to make fletching, and by 8 p.m., Li Xing finally completed 30 recurve bows and 150 arrows.
System, I have completed the task, please check.
Li Xing said to the system.
Checking.
All bows and arrows are quality products, although the craftsmanship is rough, durability is low, and range is short, it counts as a survival achievement, gaining a lottery chance.
After drawing the prize, a title will be selected. Draw it quickly.
Li Xing said.
Drawing lottery. Chapter 118, Gaining a Title.
Li Xing was very excited, the system had never disappointed him during a lottery.
This time would be no exception.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining left arm strengthening. The strengthened left arm looks unchanged, but in reality, it is invulnerable and immensely strong. Hearing this, Li Xing was taken aback and instinctively looked at his left hand. The left hand indeed appeared unchanged, but in terms of strength, he could feel the difference in his left arm. He casually picked up a stone and quietly squeezed it with force. The stone was crushed into powder by him.
This is terrifying.
Li Xing was shocked by this change in himself. With such strength in his left hand, and being indestructible, even when facing dinosaurs, he would have a fighting chance without a gun.
Selecting title. Hunter assessed with a 35% probability. Beast Tamer assessed with a 65% probability. Survival King assessed with a 45% probability. Comprehensive evaluation shows that Beast Tamer is currently the best title.
Beast Tamer can directly communicate mentally with any beast, controlling beasts within 50 meters, and is absolutely unharmed by any beasts. Congratulations, Beast Tamer host, you have gained 10 points of influence.
Influence can directly enhance lifespan by 10 points, equivalent to 10 years of lifespan. Each title has only 10 points of influence.
The next title assessments are Hunter, Survival King, and Farmer.
What abilities does Farmer have? Li Xing asked curiously.
The farmer's ability allows any crops to grow at 10 times speed, and once a piece of land is designated, the crops and animals within will absolutely not be harmed by any creatures or weather. Li Xing was stunned, this was simply too incredible. Although he had plant taming abilities, that only ensured his plant seedlings were good. But he couldn't guarantee that the growing process would not be harmed by animals or weather. Most importantly, it could make any crops grow 10 times faster and could designate land to raise dinosaurs and plant. Li Xing now understood that the evaluation of titles was mainly based on what he had done during this period. The fact that he had tamed many wild beasts was why he became a beast tamer. It seemed that once he had some free time, he could set up a farm and eventually become a farmer. The next survival tasks are: 1. Kill a giant. 2. Tame an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. 3. Cultivate 3 plots of land, each 1 acre in size. Upon seeing these 3 tasks, Li Xing immediately thought of cultivating 3 plots of land, which meant 3 acres.
Using my beast taming skills, I will forge an iron plow. This task should be completed quickly.
However, taming an adult Tyrannosaurus seems even quicker. Once I find one, I can do it in an instant.
After all, I am a beast master.
Except the second task, tame an adult Tyrannosaurus. Li Xing immediately made a decision. As long as he rode the wind god pterosaur south, he would definitely find the Tyrannosaurus. Task locked. After completing all this, Li Xing was not in a hurry to do anything else. The most important thing was to have a good night's rest. The next morning, Li Xing prepared some potassium nitrate and immediately flew to the camp on his pterosaur. He didn't bring the Azure Dragon, after all, its crawling speed on the ground was too slow. Flying, he could not bring it along. So, he left it in the tribe. On the way, he let the wind god pterosaur fly low and controlled some small raptors to fly up and be eaten in one bite by the pterosaur. Returning to the camp, everyone was already having breakfast. When Shu Wei saw Li Xing return, he immediately pointed to a big bundle of bamboo tubes filled with explosives and said, "Brother Xing, do you think that's enough?" "That's enough, thank you. I will go check on those guys soon, and it's just the right time to test how effective your explosives are," Li Xing said with a smile. "Brother, you need to be careful, those people might already know you're coming, and if they have guns, they could hurt the pterosaur," Lu Yichu said worriedly. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Li Xing naturally understood that since they knew he was coming, they would definitely be prepared. "Li Xing, we couldn't help much, we are really sorry," Suya said with some guilt. After all, Li Xing had given so much, and although she had been busy in the camp,
it was just labor, not the decisive work. As the captain, she felt she had only a hollow title. Thinking back to when she called herself the captain in front of Li Xing, she felt quite embarrassed. No, your work is also very important. Look, everything in the camp, every brick and tile, was built by you. I didn't do anything in this regard. Li Xing was speaking the truth. Without the women, he wouldn't finish the camp work every day. Where would he find time to go out on missions? Good brother, you are truly understanding, Su Yao said at this moment. Li Xing smiled, he understood people even better. In the future, the camp will rely on you. I need to help other teammates and may not come back often. Li Xing said. You need to be careful outside too. After parting with everyone, Li Xing left with explosives and some food and water. According to the information from yesterday afternoon, those parallel world people from Japan had entered the direction of 5:30 in Area 1. Li Xing checked the map using a hovering ball. Then he rode the wind god pterosaur, climbing to an altitude of 500 meters. At this distance, his 10 times eagle eye could still see clearly into the forest, while it was almost impossible for people on the ground to shoot a pterosaur at 500 meters high. Shooting upwards was vastly different from shooting sideways. Half an hour later, Li Xing arrived at the edge of Area 1, where he began to fly around the area, keeping his eyes on the surface of the forest. At this time, it was still early. If they made a fire, they would soon be exposed. Viewers in the live stream became anxious watching Li Xing circle above the enemy. Brother Xing is flying too high, it's hard to see them. They haven't started a fire. Yes, the forest around here is too dense. Are you silly? What if we fly too low and get shot? They have guns in their hands. They were discussing, while the higher-ups in the Dragon Country and the Star-Spangled Country nervously stared at the screen. Let's see who gets discovered first. Li Xing's eyes are just ordinary human eyes, he shouldn't be able to see the targets below. However, if those below knew that the pterosaur was riding Li Xing, they would definitely shoot. It all comes down to whether their marksmanship is accurate. If they hit, Li Xing might fall from the sky and be turned into mush. But Li Xing's eyes were not anything they could understand. Li Xing finally spotted the triceratops in the forest. Those triceratops were munching on grass, but ropes were tied around their mouths and bodies, and there were saddles on them. So that's where they are. Li Xing saw a small creek nearby where a triceratops was eating bushes. And those people from Hua country were hiding in the woods. They hadn't made a fire because they had just woken up, and they didn't expect Li Xing to arrive so early. Therefore, no one looked up at the sky at all. Chapter 119, Strengthening Everyone by 200%. Li Xing's mouth curled into a smile. He lit the fuse of all the explosives and then controlled his pterosaur to glide low above them. When he was about to reach above them, he threw the explosives directly down, and they fell through the treetops to the center of their camp. A part of those Hua country people had just emerged from their tents when they saw a smoking bundle falling from the sky. Before they could react, someone even stepped forward to check. When they smelled the gunpowder, they screamed. It's explosives. But it was already too late for them to prepare an emergency response. With a loud bang, a massive explosion echoed through the forest. The nearest Hua person was blown apart, his intestines hanging from the surrounding treetops. The people inside the tents around also had their eardrums ruptured and struggled to breathe from the shockwave. Some people who were farther away were not seriously hurt, only experiencing a buzzing in their ears. Those within 5 meters almost lost their combat ability in a very short time, and the frightened triceratops scattered in all directions. After Li Xing's pterosaur glided over this area, it immediately jumped off the dragon ridge onto a hill ahead. He wanted to rush back to their camp quickly and catch them off guard. The viewers in the livestream cheered wildly. This was the first time they saw a land bomb showcased while watching live. This bomb is awesome. If there were steel balls, the lethality would be even stronger. Yeah, at least 5 people were blown to death, and 10 more were injured. The Hua country people watched the scene, their faces grim. They had imagined countless scenarios of encountering Li Xing, but they never expected it would be like this. How did Li Xing spot them from high in the sky? This was simply an enigmatic existence. Li Xing, we have to admit he is powerful, but he is ultimately just one person. Isn't he afraid of challenging so many masters and not returning? Everyone, don't worry. Li Xing just has the advantage of surprise. It doesn't mean he is certain to win. The Dragon Country people had great confidence in Li Xing's combat ability. After all, he dispatched those opponents as if cutting through vegetables. The only concern was that all of these people had guns. When Li Xing glided over them, he had already gathered intelligence on all of them with divine vision. Sure enough, each of them had rifles, but so what? They were merely moving prey. Having one more gun wouldn't change their fate. After entering this area, Li Xing immediately mobilized the surrounding bullet ants, scorpions, centipedes, and other venomous insects and snakes to advance toward their camp. And Li Xing followed behind these poisonous creatures. Before long, those Hua country people in the camp noticed something was wrong.
Originally, they were still guarding against the sky, but when they saw no sign of the pterosaur, they decided to evacuate immediately. However, as they were packing their luggage, they discovered a large number of ants, scorpions, centipedes, poisonous bees, and snakes all surged into the campsite like a tide. These things shocked them greatly. They kept hitting things, forgetting to escape. And this was exactly Li Xing's purpose. After stalling their footsteps, it became much easier for Li Xing to attack them. Li Xing found a good sniping position. He shot them down one by one like they were a group of wild boars. Some among them wanted to escape, but they were bitten by poisonous snakes, screaming in pain as they ran, hoping to find a deserted place to inject the antidote. However, they had no idea who they were dealing with. Their smell was locked onto by those poisonous creatures, they simply could not escape, and Li Xing could also hunt them down by smell.
That guy is on that small hill.
One of them spotted Li Xing and shouted immediately, urging everyone around to concentrate their fire on that small hill. However, Li Xing was not in a hurry at all. While they were shooting at themselves, the surrounding poisonous snakes rushed up, biting them until they cried and cursed.
There are ghosts. There really are ghosts. How could these poisonous creatures suddenly attack us? Baka Yoru. Are we facing a person or a ghost?
Their faces were filled with fear, a terror they had never experienced since arriving in this world. Because all of this had exceeded their understanding. Not just them, but the viewers in the live broadcast were also dumbfounded.
What the hell? What's up with these animals? Could it be that they are all controlled by Xingu? Could Xingu have become a god? This really cannot be explained scientifically. What kind of benefits has the cosmic program rewarded Xingu with? The high-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were also left in a daze. The most bewildered were the Japanese in the parallel universe. They thought this operation was almost guaranteed success. If they killed a participant from the parallel universe, the participants from their country would collectively strengthen by 10%. This was the potential rule of the cosmic program. This was one of the reasons why people from parallel universes like to enter others' competition areas. What the heck are these Dragon Kingdom people in the new competition area? They didn't disclose any information. Baka Yoru.
It's over. If this continues, our Japan in this time frame will disappear. There are only 50 participants from our Japan left in this time frame, and now, 20 are being killed all at once. This is simply going bankrupt.
Calm down, don't get involved anymore, reserve the remaining participants, otherwise, our Japan will really vanish from the map.
Their Star-Spangled Country teammates in the same time frame continuously received news about the Japanese being killed. These Star-Spangled people were the strongest team in the second time frame, having gathered all participants in one base to survive. They had plantations, water conservancy, and animal training grounds. However, they did not expect to deal with a new competition area and end up having 20 Japanese people wiped out by a Dragon Kingdom person.
What kind of strong person is there in this new competition area that can wipe out 20 Japanese all at once? Captain, we've run into a tough opponent.
I want to see what that person's abilities are. The Dragon Kingdom people in the second parallel universe still had more than 20 left, hiding from the pursuit of the Star-Spangled Country and others, hiding in caves. At this moment, seeing the Japanese suddenly lose 20 people, they were also greatly shocked. They encountered our Dragon Kingdom's strong person in the new competition area. It seems the Dragon Kingdom in the third parallel universe has an almost abnormal strong person.
Captain, should we contact them?
I'd like to, but they don't even know where the new competition area is. That strong person killed 20 of our time frame's Japanese participants, which should grant everyone a 200% physical enhancement, and his personal relation to our time frame's program.
He should be contacting us.
At this moment, Li Xing received a reminder from the cosmic program. Kill 20 participants from the second dimensional temporal Japan. All participants from Dragon Nation will receive a 200% physical enhancement. Li Xing personally obtains the second dimensional temporal association program. The floating ball will display the brief information of nearby second dimensional temporal participants in real time. So this is why they come to our competition area to kill people. Judging by this, the physical strength of participants from the first and second dimensions has indeed been enhanced to a terrifying level, but those Japanese sent over are merely the dregs.
Li Xing couldn't help but feel a certain threat.
He decided he must determine their positions when he had the time. After all, he was flying in the sky, scouting their location was simply too satisfying.
Chapter 120, Heading South.
Li Xing walked into the battlefield and saw a group of dead Japanese soldiers and smiled faintly. Among them were two teammates from the Stars and Stripes Nation. They were Louis and John, who were now also dead. They originally wanted to leave the competition area and live a self-sufficient life, but ended up encountering this unfortunate incident, dying unjustly.
Li Xing looked at the equipment on these people.
All were uniform M16 rifles, with very few bullets left, and there were no spare bullets, indicating they had no extra ammunition supply. They wore one-piece camouflage suits, different from the ones in his dimension. Besides the ammunition, there were also a few compound bows. With so many items, he surely couldn't take them back with the Wind God Pterosaur, but he couldn't waste them either. He could bring them to other competition areas for fellow countrymen to use. So, Li Xing tied all the firearms together and loaded all the bullets into 3 magazines. He could take one of the 3 compound bows along with 10 arrows. He removed all their clothes and used their tents to wrap everything up. After 30 minutes of busying, Li Xing finally tied up all the supplies. At this moment, Li Xing used his tamer's ability to summon back the 10 triceratops. Each triceratops had ropes tied on them. The supplies were divided into 5 portions and tied onto the triceratops. Keep going in this direction. When you reach the lake, just go to the end of the lake. Someone will come to assist you. Li Xing patted one of the triceratops. His tamer ability allowed him to communicate with the beasts, and these triceratops understood Li Xing's intention and headed north. The people in the live broadcast room were stunned. They thought Li Xing would take these triceratops back. After all, capturing so many supplies and having 10 triceratops was a huge fortune. Who knew, Li Xing actually let the triceratops walk north by themselves. Wouldn't they get lost?
Brother Xing, what's going on? Are you letting the beasts find their way back to the camp by themselves? Brother Xing, it's not that I don't trust you, but this is too outrageous, letting the triceratops go back alone? Exactly, even if they are obedient, they wouldn't know the way. The viewers in the live broadcast room were truly baffled, but Li Xing indeed did not follow these triceratops. Instead, he took a compound bow and 3 magazines and left. The Japanese soldiers at this moment were still in pain from losing their comrades. They were extremely shocked by Li Xing's mysterious actions because their fear of Li Xing had already surpassed normal levels. Every action Li Xing took must have its reason. Thus, they absolutely did not believe Li Xing was just fooling around. Rather, they thought Li Xing truly had the ability to control these beasts to find a route, until the supplies were delivered back to his camp. Could such a direct approach to godlike ability really be possessed by a human? What privileges did the cosmic program give Li Xing, allowing him to control beasts? From a scientific perspective, if human brainwaves could communicate with animal brainwaves, it is indeed possible to communicate with beasts through instruments. So, their first feeling was a miracle, and their second thought went to the cosmic program aspect. They knew it was the effect of that floating ball. It transformed Li Xing's language into electrical waves that animals could understand. The high-ranking officials of the Star-Spangled Country were not thinking about Li Xing's special ability at this moment, but were anxious like ants on a hot pot, because Li Xing was now killing gods when seeing gods, killing Buddhas when seeing Buddhas, and was riding a dragon to fight his way to other competition areas. By then, they would no longer have any partners in the parallel time and space. The audience in their country, however, was discussing Li Xing intensely. This Li Xing, I suspect he is a bioengineered human created by the Dragon Nation, otherwise, how could he have such terrifying abilities? The Dragon Nation actually has such technology. I'm afraid it's not just us who are finished, but even the Star-Spangled Country in parallel time and space will be finished. What should we do? Immigrating won't help us ordinary people. You know how precious the Dragon Nation's green cards are. You can't even get one on the black market unless your woman marries someone from the Dragon Nation. Now, this is the only way to obtain a Dragon Nation green card in a short time. Those who had once left heard these discussions, and their hearts felt like they were being cut by knives. What they had abandoned was now a treasure more precious than gold in the hearts of people around the world. It was impossible for them to get it back now. All they felt was regret and hatred. They cursed, asking why the Dragon Nation didn't reveal such powerful technology earlier, causing them to abandon their household registration. They cursed heaven and earth, but never cursed their own greed. However, the bitter fruit they caused themselves, they still had to bear. Who told them they were brainwashed to believe that foreign lands were better? Only when they arrived where they thought was paradise did they realize that this was far from paradise. Everything is sealed and stamped. However, this type of person has one characteristic: even though they live in hardship, they still pretend online to say how glorious their lives are. Unfortunately, it is no longer an era of information closure. Alien live broadcasts expose all their predicaments. Li Xing summoned back the wind god pterosaur. Riding it, he flew south, wanting to know where those enemies in parallel time and space were located. Although it was impossible to find them all at once, he must eliminate those closest to his competition area, letting them know that his Dragon Nation is not to be trifled with. Even the thought of attacking you will turn you to ashes. At the same time, Li Xing also wanted to find an adult Tyrannosaurus in the south, tame it, and complete his 11th survival achievement. According to the system, the influence that comes with the title can extend one's lifespan. If he obtained 1,000 points of influence, wouldn't that mean he could live for 1,000 years? But are there really that many titles? During the flight, Li Xing began to ask the system various questions. Although it didn't answer a lot of them, he thought he might as well try his luck. System, do you have any relationship with the cosmic program? Li Xing asked another question, expecting the system to refuse to answer again. But this time, it responded. Host, the universe is a vast system. The cosmic program is just a program written by higher dimensional beings within the universe, created using the laws of the universe, and I am one of them. What? You mean, you are also a program written by higher dimensional beings? You all have the same master? Li Xing asked in shock. No, higher dimensional beings, like you, have many countries and factions. I and the cosmic program were not created by the same master. Upon hearing this, Li Xing roughly understood what was going on. Since this world can gather multiple parallel time and space, then is crossing from a parallel time and space to this college student's body. It was a system arrangement to come to this world as a spy. Or rather, to help this world, the Dragon Kingdom. Only this can make sense. So, why do the people behind the system want to help the Dragon Kingdom? This is yet another unsolved mystery. Only by completing the ultimate task of the system can one possibly connect with higher dimensional humans. The further south I fly, the warmer it gets. The south is certainly more comfortable. What a pity we're not in the same competition zone. As Li Xing left his competition zone, the other participants with privileges from different time and space immediately recognized it. Monitoring detected someone leaving the competition zone heading toward us, and their speed is remarkably fast. Could this guy really fly? The personnel stationed at the southern base of the Eagle Kingdom couldn't help but show their confusion. After all, they had never heard of anyone capable of flying. Chapter 121, A Tingling Scalp. Li Xing's permissions could only display brief messages about enemies in nearby parallel time and space. He couldn't identify contestants leaving the competition zone like they could. They used the kind of method to pinpoint Lewis and the others. Li Xing already learned this from the National Intelligence yesterday. However, their privilege has a flaw. They cannot locate contestants once they enter the competition zone. Li Xing's privilege, on the other hand, is different, whether in the competition zone or outside. As long as it's within the display range, it will show relevant information. As for the range, Li Xing was still unsure. Of course, obtaining this permission isn't difficult. One just needs to kill the contestants from that time and space to gain it. Currently, they haven't acquired this ability. Thus, the information gap is what Li Xing had to utilize. An hour later, he arrived at the seaside. He soared over the coastline and immediately commanded dozens of various pterosaurs to fly alongside him, forming a magnificent natural spectacle in the sky like a flock of geese. But Li Xing wasn't just playing, he was trying to know the enemy's location through the thoughts of these pterosaurs. This is the communication ability of a beast tamer. As long as they had seen a human, they would certainly inform Li Xing. Along the way, Li Xing continuously communicated with various dinosaurs and finally learned there was a human base nearby. Li Xing wasn't in a hurry to act, he decided to fly over the base first to scout. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Kingdom human base, some of the personnel possessed identification program privileges and had already located Li Xing's arrival, but as Li Xing got closer to their base, the location disappeared. Because their base was within their competition zone. Meanwhile, Li Xing's floating ball sent their messages directly into Li Xing's brain. Base 1 of the second time Space Eagle Kingdom, 15 members, finally the border squad. There are 2 snipers among them. This was the information Li Xing obtained. No location, but he had the number of people and main force quantity, and the type of base. This was already quite good. Li Xing used his tenfold eagle eye to observe from 500 meters high. For safety, he controlled other pterosaurs to fly around nearby to avoid attracting the attention of snipers. Although it was hard to get hit, being hit once would indeed be very dangerous. However, Li Xing's arrival still prompted the personnel at the Eagle Kingdom base to prepare early. And since Li Xing was very fast, they didn't dare to believe it, but still thought he came from the air. So, they disguised their entire base. Captain, target spotted. It's quite strange, that guy is really riding on a dragon's back. One of the observers, looking through a telescope at the flying pterosaurs, soon caught sight of Li Xing. It was perfectly normal for Li Xing not to discover them first, as they had all camouflaged themselves. Looking from above, there were too many disturbances on the earth, while looking from the ground to the sky was just a backdrop, incredibly easy. This guy can ride a pterosaur, he must not be an ordinary person. He alone can hold off 1,000 troops. We must kill him. Captain Smith among them said. Prepare all, everyone aim at that guy's pterosaur. Ready, aim, fire. With Smith's command, a large number of bullets flew into the sky. In that instant, Li Xing also saw the flames from the gun muzzle below. Almost at the same time, Li Xing controlled the pterosaur to swerve to the side. The bullets still hit the pterosaur's wing, creating small holes on both wings. Fortunately, the body was not shot. Li Xing immediately commanded the pterosaur to dive down, flying to a mountaintop 300 meters away. Standing on an open space on the mountaintop, Li Xing jumped down from the dragon's back. That was close. Li Xing checked the pterosaur's injuries. Although it did not suffer fatal wounds, the joints in the wings were hurt, which affected its ability to carry passengers. It needed to heal well. Little wing, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. You can go play by the beach for now.
After sending the pterosaur away, Li Xing ran down the mountain, heading towards the Eagle Country camp. On this journey, he called forth all the snakes, insects, mice, and beasts hiding in the nooks and crannies, letting them accompany him to their camp.
This area had a much warmer climate, with many large centipedes, grasshoppers, mosquitoes, scorpions, and poisonous ants.
However, these creatures did not move fast, so Li Xing had to let some slower-moving poisonous insects crawl onto the centipedes and snakes. Just then, he stumbled across a terrifying bird. This terrifying bird became a vehicle for those snakes, insects, and poisonous creatures. All of these creatures crawled onto it, and the terrifying bird spread its twin wings to hide even more toxins.
This scene gave the live stream viewers goosebumps. Brother Xing is completely done pretending, directly exposing his godlike abilities. So awesome. I can't believe this is something a bio-human can do. This is godly, using some kind of divine power. Brother Xing is truly opening our eyes. I'm sure the countries opposing our dragon country are now trembling in fear. Indeed, those countries that were against dragon country went from shock to ultimate fear. They could no longer explain the abilities Li Xing was demonstrating. If the universe program could report contestants cheating, the reporting hotline would surely be overwhelmed. In Brother Star's livestream, people from the Star-Spangled Country in Japan saw this, and their faces turned pale, unable to smile while sitting in their office chairs. Does the dragon country have some mystery, with extraordinary beings or skills? How could this be? Why is this happening? Their citizens also cried out in despair. The viewers in the second space livestream still did not know who they were facing. They were discussing whether someone really rode a dragon. After all, this was too absurd. Their competition had already ended, and for so many years, they had never seen anyone riding a pterosaur. What chance was there for such a strong person to appear in a new competition area? Soon, Li Xing and those poisonous creatures arrived at the Eagle Country camp in the second space, where there were many barbed wire and traps. But Li Xing avoided all of them, as if he had a heavenly eye. Unfortunately, this scene could not be seen by the audience in the second space, otherwise, they would surely have been scared out of their wits. Li Xing focused his thoughts, and the terrifying bird immediately burst out from the bushes, jumping over the barbed wire. The competitors in the camp were frightened by this scene and immediately aimed their guns at the terrifying bird to shoot. However, as the terrifying bird was killed, a large amount of poison crawled out from its body and feathers, spreading like a black tide in all directions. And a swarm of flying insects rushed out from the bushes, attacking their faces. The contestants from the second time zone, seeing this scene, went crazy, fleeing in all directions. The viewers in their live broadcast room were all dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. They had never seen such a scene before. There were also two snipers who hid very well, but Li Xing's godlike vision had already spotted them, so he sent large, painful biting ants to crawl into their clothes and slowly chew. Chapter 122, Occupying the Camp. Last time, we didn't catch a live one. This time, we must leave one alive. Li Xing glanced at the people, finally fixing his gaze on a blonde woman. For interrogation, a woman's will is weaker than a man's, so capturing a woman is better than capturing a man. The patience of the two snipers was quite good. They did not dare to move despite being bitten by so many biting ants. But they did not know that Li Xing had already seen them. However, Li Xing needed to distract one of them so that he wouldn't be aimed at by the other sniper while shooting. So, he called over a few venomous snakes. At this moment, the two snipers couldn't hold back anymore and picked up their daggers, ready to slay the venomous snakes attacking them. Just then, Li Xing fired his gun. Bang! Bang! 2 shots took out the 2 snipers. Immediately after, other fleeing contestants fell one after another under Li Xing's pursuit. In the end, only the blonde woman was left. She was surrounded by venomous snakes, terrified and completely frozen in place. At this moment, Li Xing couldn't care about her because he had just killed 14 contestants from the second time zone, and then he heard the brain broadcast again. All members of the Dragon Country, physical fitness enhanced by 140%. Li Xing did not expect such a huge harvest today. As long as he killed this woman, his own physique would reach 850% of the basic physique. Li Xing appeared behind the woman and knocked her unconscious with a swift palm strike. When she woke up, all her clothes were gone, and she was tied up under a tree. In front of her was Li Xing, roasting a campfire, eating food he had found from the camp. Fuck! Are you a human or a ghost? The woman cursed rudely, but Li Xing only sneered. I can let you go, but you must answer some of my questions. Of course, don't think about deceiving me. I can read your micro-expressions. Once I think you're lying, I will cut a piece of flesh from you. I hope you won't do anything stupid. Li Xing spoke calmly. Hearing this, the woman felt a glimmer of hope. What do you want to know? She asked eagerly. Li Xing smiled. He liked straightforward people like this, saving him from having to show some violent means to scare off the children. Did you complete the competition? Li Xing asked. Yes, we completed the competition 2 years ago. Now it's the evolution competition. What is the evolution competition? It's the second competition held after the survival competition, which is not about tickets but about the evolution of the contestants.
Explain the content of the evolution competition in detail. The evolution competition is simple, it involves killing people from other time zones to strengthen the physique of the contestants from your own country. Then this should be called the strengthening competition, not the evolution competition. No, a person's physique cannot be infinitely strengthened. After reaching 10 times the basic physique, a person can undergo the first evolution.
Has anyone successfully evolved?
Of course, many people from the first time zone have successfully evolved.
What did the evolution turn them into?
Li Xing asked, shocked.
Giant state. After the physique reaches 10 times, a person can actively transform into a giant.
You can also transform into a giant after being injured, and when you become a giant, your body will self-repair. This is a characteristic of gene reprogramming.
Li Xing finally understood what the giant in the mission was about.
It turned out to be the giant transformed by the contestants.
Just now you mentioned the first evolution, can there be a second evolution?
Yes, the second evolution is 20 times the physical strength. Killing a contestant from another competition area can earn you 10% of physical strength, and to reach 1000%, you need to kill 100 contestants from parallel universes to evolve once.
So killing 200 will allow for a second evolution?
That's right. In the first evolution, the physical strength killed by each team member can be shared.
This means as long as the entire national team kills 100 contestants from parallel universes, it can be done.
In the second evolution, kills are not shared, whoever kills gets the credit.
What will happen in the second evolution? Still a giant?
I don't know. Currently, even the contestants from the first universe don't have the strength to kill 100.
Will you still have airdrops now? There won't be any more. Once the survival competition ends, there will be no more airdrops. Everything depends on surviving by oneself. Then how can you locate me?
That's because after the survival ends, the rewards from the universe program include positioning abilities for everyone outside the competition area. After Li Xing understood this, many things became clear to him.
Will you let me go?
The woman asked Li Xing anxiously, and Li Xing smiled slightly, cutting the rope off her hands. Leave my sight quickly, before I change my mind. Li Xing said coldly, and the woman hurriedly picked up her clothes and dashed into the forest. Li Xing watched her leave, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth.
Let's go, once you find your base, I will take my time to kill.
Li Xing controlled 5 dragonflies to follow the woman in the air. As long as she found the base, she would return to report to him. Li Xing thought that his current physical strength was 840%, and killing 16 more contestants from parallel universes would suffice. Li Xing collected the supplies here and discovered that there was everything, so there was no need to move anything.
He just needed to transfer his teammates here later.
In one of the medicine boxes, Li Xing found a box of healing agents. Evidently, these should be airdrop supplies.
A single dose could allow critically injured people to recover quickly. Both humans and beasts could use it. This is a good thing.
Li Xing immediately called back the wind god pterosaur. The injured wind god pterosaur limped over and landed in the clearing of the camp. Li Xing took the medicine over and directly injected it into it. With this injection, in less than 10 minutes, the injuries on the wind god pterosaur visibly healed at an accelerating rate.
This thing can save lives. If there is something like this on the battlefield, how many soldiers could be saved?
Without a second thought, Li Xing downed a whole bottle. Before long, the Dragon Nation received this type of healing agent.
Comrade Li Xing, always remember the mission of the nation. This is worth learning for every one of us.
Senior officials praised Li Xing endlessly. The nations led by the Star-Spangled Country felt struck by lightning upon seeing this, realizing that all high-tech biological agents had been taken by the Dragon Nation. It would be impossible to compete with them in the future. Li Xing looked at the food in the camp. He found that they had also achieved something in this world after surviving for several years. Many rice-like foods were placed in the super tent. However, they couldn't find rice patties here. It seemed that supplies came from elsewhere. There were also many triceratops in the camp, likely for transport and riding, along with vegetable fields and wild boar pens. It seemed they had survived quite well. But now, it all belonged to him.
Chapter 123, Training the Tyrannosaurus.
In Li Xing's view, everything in the world has its purpose.
In the cosmic program, holding these two competitions, was his true purpose really to help a crumbling civilization? If the first competition was to help a civilization on the brink of collapse, then what about the second competition? Was it a form of entertainment for high-dimensional life? Did they see us as beasts, to find out who the king of beasts is? Or did they consider us as experimental subjects?
All of this remains unknown unless one becomes a part of them. After lunch, Li Xing rode the wind god pterosaur, flying nearby as he searched for traces of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Fortunately, the Tyrannosaurus was not a particularly rare species, and soon Li Xing found it.
This king of dinosaurs was naturally aggressive and exceptionally fierce. When Li Xing discovered this Tyrannosaurus, it was preying on a Brachiosaurus weighing over 20 tons, and with one swift bite, it snapped the long neck of the Brachiosaurus. That massive creature fell to the ground with a thud. A large group of predatory dinosaurs stood behind the Tyrannosaurus like little brothers, waiting for it to finish before daring to approach and enjoy the leftovers. In such a situation, the Tyrannosaurus did not mind. This was a survival method in the ecosystem. For the Tyrannosaurus, preying on smaller dinosaurs required more energy, as they usually moved quickly, but these long-necked Brachiosaurus dinosaurs moved much slower. It was enough to catch one and snap its neck. After all, an adult Tyrannosaurus often weighed over 10 tons, so dealing with herbivores that were 2 or 3 times heavier was not a difficult task. Li Xing landed next to the Tyrannosaurus, immediately attracting the attention of surrounding dinosaurs, especially the Tyrannosaurus, which raised its head and stared closely at the wind god pterosaur. It is known that wind god pterosaurs like to eat Tyrannosaurus hatchlings, so there was actually a species hatred between them. Li Xing was now a beast tamer, needing no imposing presence to establish a connection with the mental world of the Tyrannosaurus. A beast tamer is like a god to wild beasts, the will of a god cannot be rejected. This powerful Tyrannosaurus was tamed by Li Xing. Li Xing jumped down from the pterosaur's back and stepped toward the Tyrannosaurus, his body looking like a doll in front of the massive creature. However, despite this, the pressure Li Xing gave the Tyrannosaurus was immense, much like how humans felt before a deity, with no possibility of retreat. Even the dinosaurs that were eating nearby stopped all their movements, each one pausing to watch. The viewers in the live broadcast stared wide-eyed. This was the first time they witnessed that Li Xing could tame a Tyrannosaurus without any means at all. Brother Xing is incredible, so strong that science can't explain it. Even the Tyrannosaurus is completely frozen in his presence. We can no longer explain this to foreigners. Will they think all of us in Dragon Country have this ability to tame beasts? It's unbelievable. I feel like Brother Xing stands among them like a god. International viewers now completely understood. Li Xing was truly a beast tamer, and his ability surpassed human understanding. Just with a glance, even this terrifying existence, the Tyrannosaurus, showed no sign of resistance. While everyone was astonished, Li Xing walked step by step to the side of the Tyrannosaurus, gently touching its rough scale armor. The Tyrannosaurus then sat down. This should be the first time in human history anyone has seen a Tyrannosaurus sit down, right? Li Xing leaped up and jumped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus. However, as he had not yet installed a saddle, he couldn't balance himself properly, and he only wanted to experience what it felt like to ride on the back of a Tyrannosaurus. Li Xing's heart surged with uncontrollable excitement. This was unlike riding on a herbivorous dinosaur. Because herbivorous dinosaurs did not run fast, nor did they have that natural dominance. The only discomfort came from their smell. Li Xing took out a strengthener and applied it to the Tyrannosaurus rex. The Tyrannosaurus rex felt the change in its body and its emotions became a bit irritable, but under Li Xing's suppression, it did not go crazy. However, its body quickly began to change. The changes in the Tyrannosaurus rex's body were different from other dinosaurs. It did not become larger, but rather more muscular, with its scales becoming thicker and more keratinized. Li Xing noticed that after evolution, the scales on the surface of this Tyrannosaurus rex had become thicker and smoother, and the scales on its head had grown into something like armor. Li Xing estimated that the changes on the surface of this Tyrannosaurus rex could completely withstand attacks from ordinary knives and guns. Because its scales were thick enough, and its muscles were well developed, bullets hitting the smooth scales would simply slide off. It was completely a moving meat tank. Using ropes from the camp, Li Xing quickly made a safe and sturdy dragon saddle. The audience in the livestream was completely enslaved by Li Xing's abilities. So strong, Brother Xing is really not pretending anymore, finally revealing himself as a wild god. I really want to know what it feels like to ride a Tyrannosaurus rex. Now, I wonder who can challenge our Li Xing. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country went from shock to speechless, from initial skepticism to now being utterly unable to explain it scientifically. Indeed, whether domestically or abroad, no one could explain Li Xing's beast-taming behavior. Before, taming the Triceratops and the Ankylosaurus made some sense, but now it was done with just a glance. How could that be something humans could accomplish? This was clearly divine. Li Xing's existence had completely shattered humanity's belief that gods did not exist. Those hostile countries, despite wanting to collaborate with the Dragon Country, simply did not have this qualification and could only remain enemies. They could only think of ways to kill Li Xing, with no other possibilities. However, the abilities Li Xing displayed had already made them realize that apart from hiding, there was no way to confront him. Even the other competitors from the Dragon Country had become stronger as they followed Li Xing to kill competitors from parallel universes. All cooperating countries, please note, we must avoid the competitors from the Dragon Country. The only thing we can do is to survive, otherwise Li Xing will crush all our hopes. The high-ranking officials of the Star-Spangled Country immediately issued an announcement. Other cooperating countries had long wanted to do this, and now they were just waiting for the boss's orders. After all, no one dared to touch Li Xing's bad luck now. Whoever touches him dies. Just look at those proud competitors from parallel universes who ended up on the ground. Provoking him definitely would not end well. Complete survival achievement, gain lottery qualification. Would you like to draw? Draw. As Li Xing rode the Tyrannosaurus Rex back to the camp, the system finally prompted him. I wonder what kind of reward I will get this time. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained super hearing. Li Xing was not too surprised by this reward from the system. He had already received tenfold eagle eyes earlier, and now it was super hearing. As the system's voice fell, the world around Li Xing transformed into another scene. The distant sound of waves seemed to be right beside him, the sound of nearby leaves falling, the sound of ants crawling on the leaves, and so on. A multitude of sounds intertwined to form a three-dimensional world. Although Li Xing had divine vision, this divine vision needed to be activated, which meant, when not in use, it won't start on its own, nor does it have any warning function. However, the super hearing is different. Sounds have a warning capability. Even when asleep, any unusual noise nearby will be captured by the ears. Moreover, it can accurately locate the enemy's exact position. Li Xing quickly adapted to the super hearing. It felt just like normal, and wouldn't be difficult due to too many or chaotic sounds, as the brain automatically processed this sound information. Li Xing rode the T-Rex along the coast toward the camp. This beach not only had pterosaurs and seabirds, but also some bay crocodiles lazily basking in the warm sun of the afternoon. Li Xing also contentedly looked at this coastline. However, his mind was thinking about something else. I'm currently outside the competition zone. Surely the strong ones from the first and second time spaces can sense my presence, and since I have killed so many people from the second time space, it won't be long before they come looking for me. Li Xing thought this to himself. Just as he thought, because Li Xing had killed people from the second time space, his location was marked like a red dot on the map. Nearby people would definitely rush toward the camp. However, the camp is precisely located in the second time space's competition area, making it impossible to know Li Xing's location in real time. In the late evening, Li Xing was roasting sausages when that dragonfly flew back, informing Li Xing of the woman's landing point. Li Xing smiled, not in a hurry to get up, but finished eating the shiny sausages before standing up. T-Rex, come here. Li Xing didn't ride the pterosaur to set off, not because he couldn't ride at night, but because the camp where the woman was might have experts. The wind god pterosaur taking him over might not help at all. The T-Rex came before Li Xing, and with a powerful leap, he jumped onto the T-Rex's back, then controlled it to rush toward the woman's landing point. The jungle's insect sounds at night were pleasant, surrounding them in darkness. Normally, no one would dare to walk mountain paths on such a night. But now, Li Xing felt completely safe. Because the most dangerous guy was right by his side. The T-Rex's danger level was T1, wherever it went, the animals had to make way. Otherwise, the T-Rex wouldn't mind casually biting a few clueless creatures to death. In the live broadcast room, the audience was quite relaxed. Some viewers took out their treasured sunflower seeds, sitting back like watching a big movie, casually watching Li Xing's livestream. Star Brother isn't here to survive, he's simply here to enjoy. Thanks to Star Brother, we've enjoyed the delicious sausages he has too, they're really so tasty. Not to mention, for us young people, sausages are legendary. The survival progress in the second time space is pretty good. I want more sausages after this one. Star Brother, can't you eat a few more? Star Brother, next time I want some white-cut small thief dragon. Star Brother, tomorrow is the 15th of August, we live well on Blue Star, you should have a good time too. The country should give us benefits, we want good food. The higher-ups of Dragon Country listen to the people's opinions, having factories process the previously hunted dinosaur meat into sausages and cured sausages to distribute to the public for the holiday tomorrow. After all, in the past 30 years, Dragon Country hadn't really celebrated any holidays. It's not that they forgot their roots, but they simply couldn't produce good food to celebrate. Li Xing looked at the night sky. This world had no moon, and he remembered that tomorrow was the 15th of August. In previous years, he had spent it alone. This year was no exception. He didn't have much expectation for the holiday, or perhaps he just couldn't feel that warmth. At the same time, the blonde woman had run to the base of their Eagle Nation. The main camp is located on the hillside, beside a stream. They have lived here for a long time, and much of the land has been cultivated into good fields, growing some wild rice that does not yield much. A few days ago, they had just harvested it, and now only straw remains in the fields. Besides the wild rice, they also grow tubers and taro crops. Such a home is what all survivors dream of. After all, going from nothing to what they have now is truly not an easy thing. They were gathered around the bonfire in front of the wooden house, with a woman leading the discussion. Is what you said true? Can that person really control those creatures to attack our team? The leader of their camp, Smith, asked with a serious expression. It's true. Otherwise, how could he possibly have killed so many of us alone? Also, he flew here on a wind god pterosaur. The woman nodded repeatedly. He must have gained some kind of wizard powers, right? I don't know.
The new area has only developed for a little over 3 weeks, there shouldn't be anyone who has gained wizard powers.
Moreover, airdropped wizard potions come much later. If one's body does not reach 1000%, the death rate is 100%. Even when reaching 1000%, the death rate only drops to 50%.
It's impossible for anyone in the new area to reach such a level. So, this is very strange. Vivian, you are our wizard.
Can you feel where he comes from?
Smith asked, looking at a woman dressed in a black robe, with green eyes and brown hair. This woman had become a wizard by chance after reaching 1000% physical condition. Her abilities included danger sensing, food location sensing, potion making, and more. These abilities were considered extraordinary powers, and the potions she made held magical strength. Therefore, a wizard's position in such a new tribe was quite important. Many had risked using wizard potions to compete for survival in the past.
It's very dangerous.
This person exists in my danger perception like an abyss, unfathomable.
Vivian, what should we do? Smith asked. We can't beat him, and we can't escape.
He's coming toward us now, I can sense his approach. Vivian said, eyes closed as she sensed.
How can he find us? The crowd anxiously asked. Don't forget, he can control animals. He might be using them to track us. Vivian said. What should we do?
We can't escape, and we can't kill him. I have a way, if used well, it might help us resolve this danger.
Vivian said. Chapter 125, The Sniper on the Hillside.
The Tyrannosaurus walked for 2 hours and finally arrived near the camp. He let the Tyrannosaurus walk up the ridge and looked across the valley 500 meters away. The dragonfly on the Tyrannosaurus's head told Li Xing that was their camp. Li Xing saw it too, there was smoke on the hillside.
And there were fields in the valley.
Li Xing looked at these fields and thought about his next task. It seemed that occupying this land could directly complete the mission.
Are there people in the fields?
Li Xing saw a wooden house in the middle of the field, and an oil lamp was lit inside the house. Li Xing immediately moved his ears and focused on listening to the sounds coming from inside the wooden house. There were cheerful voices of both men and women, and there was more than one woman. In a tribe with more men than women, this man could actually have the affection of 2 women. His status must be unusual.
Why would he be left here to guard the fields?
Li Xing listened again to the sounds from the hillside. Although it was 500 meters away, the valley echoed, and with Li Xing's exceptionally strong hearing, he could still hear the voices of the people on the hillside discussing. They were talking about nothing else but the situation of him invading their other camp. However, they mentioned a wizard and the Japanese camp. Among them, a man was complaining. Smith arranged for the 2 women in the camp to accompany the Japanese man. Li Xing was also puzzled. Why did this Japanese man have such a high status in the Eagle Nation's camp, and why was he even invited here? Li Xing decided to go down and see what kind of skills this man had. Li Xing had the Tyrannosaurus take him to the edge of the valley, then he sneaked over by himself. Of course, on the way, Li Xing controlled thousands of poisonous creatures to follow him, and now they were also sneaking along with him. Soon, Li Xing reached within 50 meters of the wooden house. With God's eye vision, he observed the Japanese man inside. This man looked like an ordinary Japanese, but his muscles were very strong. Also, there was something puzzling. His chest had golden meridian tattoos. These tattoos didn't look like they were drawn on, they seemed to be something that grew with his skin. Let's see what skills he has. Li Xing immediately controlled a large number of poisonous creatures to crawl into their wooden house. Since the house was well made with only small gaps, only a few small centipedes, scorpions, and ants could get in. The other poisonous creatures stopped outside the door. The man inside quickly sensed the change. He immediately got off the 2 blonde women. The 2 women, seeing the poisonous creatures coming in, jumped out of bed and screamed. But the man ignored the poisonous creatures and jumped out of bed, walking straight toward the wooden house door. The poisonous creatures bit at the man's feet, but there was no blood, and he didn't care at all. He, naked, arrived outside the wooden house door. He looked around and didn't spot Li Xing, because Li Xing was lying under the edge of the field, blending into the darkness like a pile of weeds. Baka Yoru! The man shouted loudly, seemingly aware that these poisonous creatures had been deliberately placed there. Of course, it was too obvious, the poisonous creatures outside the door were all surrounding him and biting him. Li Xing saw that the poisonous creatures couldn't harm this Japanese man, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. What exactly was this guy? What kind of enhancement had he undergone? Li Xing quickly took the composite bow off his back and, as the man turned around, shot an arrow at the Japanese man's back. The arrow instantly pierced through his body, embedding itself in his heart. But the scene Li Xing expected, with the man falling down, didn't happen. The people watching the livestream were also shocked, their eyes wide. What's wrong with this little Japanese? He got hit by an arrow but didn't fall down, is this a performance?
Look closely, his golden meridian tattoos are glowing. Damn, what's going on with this guy? Did he get some unbelievable potion from an airdrop? His skin is cracking. Damn, he's growing bigger. The high-ranking officials of Dragon Nation were also watching closely. They noticed that this little Japanese man's body was growing at a visible speed. The arrow in his chest was directly pulled out by him. The man supported himself on the ground with his hands, and his body kept changing. His muscles kept expanding. Scales, like those of a crocodile, started growing on his skin. But they were like the gray, dinosaur-like skin. His head also began to transform into a dinosaur's head, with a long mouth and rows of sharp teeth. Giant. Danger level T0. Li Xing's system recognized it. Li Xing's face changed, realizing that he had encountered something tough. Tyrannosaurus. Charge. Li Xing immediately ordered the Tyrannosaurus to charge out from the forest at the edge of the field. The Tyrannosaurus rushed out like a moving meat tank and bit down on the transforming Japanese man. The Japanese man had a grim expression. He hadn't completed his transformation yet. The Tyrannosaurus bit down on his shoulder, causing a large amount of scalding blood to splatter out, with one drop even landing on Li Xing's face. It was hot. Just as Li Xing thought the Tyrannosaurus would win, the Japanese man had already completed his transformation. 5 meters tall, with limbs proportioned like a gorilla. Its skin turned gray. The visible veins transformed into glowing bands, with golden energy seemingly flowing within them. The giant embraced the Tyrannosaurus Rex by the neck and executed a heavy shoulder throw, smashing it into the ground. The Tyrannosaurus reacted quickly, leaping up from the ground and biting down on the giant's finger. It was smart, knowing that biting large areas wouldn't cause harm. With that bite, it indeed severed 2 of the giant's fingers. Blood sprayed out. However, it didn't take long for Li Xing to notice that the wound on the giant's shoulder had already healed. The giant's fingers were swallowed by the Tyrannosaurus, yet they were still visibly growing back. High-speed healing and regeneration ability. Li Xing couldn't believe that he couldn't kill it. He quickly took out his gun and shot at the back of the giant's head. Bang! Although the rifle had a silencer, it still echoed in the dark valley. The bullet hit the giant's head, but it still didn't fall down. Li Xing was sure the bullet had entered its head. Yet the bullet was pushed back out. Can't even kill it like this? Just as Li Xing was in shock, a gunshot came from the mountainside across. A bullet shot down from the mountainside, hitting Li Xing's left arm. But the bullet ricocheted off his left arm. His arm was indeed indestructible. Damn! There's a high-level sniper on the mountainside. Li Xing didn't expect the enemy to lock onto him with a single shot. It seemed they were well prepared. At that moment, the giant also noticed Li Xing. Its huge eyes turned to glance at Li Xing, but its body was restrained by the Tyrannosaurus, unable to move over to attack him. Li Xing temporarily ignored the giant and aimed his gun at the spot where the enemy had just shot. If he didn't deal with this sniper, he would be in danger soon. Chapter 126, Return to Kill Again. Li Xing fired a shot at the location on the mountainside. But uncertain if he had killed the target, he immediately rolled over to another side of the field. Li Xing quickly controlled the poison to head toward the mountainside, while he needed to find a way to escape. The giant couldn't be killed by a gun or even by poison. Although he didn't succeed this time, he at least learned what the giant was. Unable to confirm if the sniper was still there, he couldn't get up to flee, and the battle between the giant and the Tyrannosaurus was making the latter gradually suffer. It wouldn't be long before the Tyrannosaurus would be killed. He had to find a way to save the Tyrannosaurus. Using a healing agent to save it would work. Li Xing whistled. The wind god pterosaur circled in the sky, receiving Li Xing's order and immediately swooping down. Controlling the wind god pterosaur to sweep over the fields, Li Xing grabbed the saddle on top and flew into the forest. At the same time, seeing Li Xing leave, the Tyrannosaurus also broke free from the giant and fled from there. Li Xing stopped at the peak of one mountain. He didn't expect the giant to be this strong, and most importantly, it couldn't be killed. If I can't find the giant's weakness, then I will become the giant that should let me know its weakness. Li Xing gritted his teeth and decided to return to kill again. He immediately descended from the mountaintop and walked toward the mountainside of their tribe. Along the way, Li Xing continuously gathered nearby creatures from the forest, including some venomous bees. Li Xing loved these venomous bees because they were like little drones equipped with poison needles. They were easy to kill. The more venomous bees, the better. I'll return to kill now, they definitely won't see it coming. Li Xing thought to himself. In the pitch-black wilderness, Li Xing used his strong physique to traverse mountains and valleys, quickly arriving at the enemy's peak. Along the way, he controlled 2 swarms of bees. He also controlled 5 terrifying birds, 2 saber-toothed tigers, and 2 allosaurus. And countless tiny poisons and venomous snakes. However, things did not go as smoothly as Li Xing hoped. As soon as he arrived at the back of the enemy's hill, he heard an ambush in the valley. The priest said the enemy would come from this direction. I hope our defenses will work, otherwise, we'll be bitten to death by those poisons. These are all airdrop supplies, the protective suits we wear against poison and stabbing should be fine. Li Xing heard this voice and realized how he was discovered. Their tribe had a priest who could predict the enemy's location. This was very strange. Why would a modern tribe have a priest? Li Xing couldn't understand for now. But he would not give up. Tonight, he had to make a name for himself and couldn't let them think he was scared away. Li Xing immediately commanded the terrifying birds, saber-toothed tigers, and dinosaurs to charge toward the ambush point. He decided to use these large beasts to tear through the enemy's defenses first. The beasts charged into the valley, and Li Xing saw the defenses they set up behind the slope. There were a lot of barricades, blocking the large beasts' attacks. They also had firearms, quickly shooting down the two terrifying birds that charged in front. Li Xing immediately ordered the rest of the large beasts to retreat. Li Xing didn't dare to shoot recklessly. After all, he wasn't sure if there were snipers on the opposite hill, and if he shot carelessly, he could be killed. There were many tiny sounds in the forest. It was hard for Li Xing to pinpoint the sniper's position with his hearing, as the sniper might be lying still, and even slight movements could be drowned out by other sounds, leading to misjudgment. Now, all he could do was mobilize the small bugs around the forest, using them to cover the entire hillside and then understanding the enemy's position through the brainwaves of these bugs. Although the opponents had a priest and giants, they did not know how powerful Li Xing, the Beastmaster, was. The viewers in the livestream saw that Li Xing's progress was not going well and grew worried. After all, these beings from parallel dimensions were not easy opponents. They could even predict Li Xing's arrival. And there were terrifying beings like giants as well. Moreover, the tribe's defenses were excellent, making it difficult to break in easily. My little bugs finally have news. A few small bugs flew to Li Xing's ear, reporting the situation to him. There was indeed a sniper positioned at a certain spot on the mountaintop. And he was wearing protective gear. Ordinary poisons find it hard to break through his protective gear unless it's a large beast. However, if the large beasts approached, he would immediately shoot them down. Li Xing quickly commanded a terrifying bird to approach the sniper while rapidly moving his position to follow behind the bird. The sniper, lying in ambush on the hillside, was certain that his previous shot had hit Li Xing, but why was he still able to escape? How could he dare to return now? This was beyond his understanding. How could a contestant from the new zone have such strange things happen? Even if the opponent was a priest, their abilities couldn't possibly render them bulletproof. After all, most of the abilities that priests possessed were perception-related, and very few were combat-related. He observed the movements in the valley and did not see any animals continuing to attack the teammates below. He suddenly realized the problem. Since this guy dares to kill and come back, he certainly won't give up easily. He's likely coming in my direction. This sniper had a strong sense of crisis. He decided to change his position immediately. As he moved to another sniper spot, he suddenly heard a terrifying bird's call behind him, along with its hurried footsteps. Damn it! He immediately understood that he had been targeted by Li Xing. Indeed, he couldn't care much. He quickly climbed up the tree ahead. Although there would be no retreat once discovered in the tree, if he shot at the terrifying bird from the ground, he would die. Being in the tree would allow him to avoid the bird and swiftly locate the likely following Li Xing. His thoughts were indeed not wrong, and they were quite clever, born from the experience of life and death. However, Li Xing was not an ordinary person. He utilized the swarm to reposition the sniper's location, realizing he was no longer in his original spot. Sure enough, he ran up a tree. Li Xing had a bit of respect for such an enemy. After all, he had a high level of awareness and combat skills, and being taken down by him in this way felt a bit disgraceful. Li Xing carved a message with a knife at his hiding place, then turned and left. Moreover, Li Xing needed this person. Chapter 127, Killing Giants. The viewers in the livestream had no idea what Li Xing was planning. Under the observation of the floating ball, they could see that Li Xing could easily kill the sniper, yet he deliberately refrained from acting. What is Brother Xing doing? Why let the tiger return to the mountain? Brother Xing must have his own plans. Everyone relax, let's see how Brother Xing handles these people. The high-ups of Dragon Country also didn't quite understand Li Xing's actions. They all watched in silence, waiting to see what would happen. Meanwhile, the audience from Eagle Country felt a tight knot in their hearts, although this camp wasn't theirs, but from a parallel universe. If Li Xing killed another batch of participants from that universe, then the participants from Dragon Country would be unmatched in strength moving forward. Li alone had significantly boosted the physique of the participants from Dragon Country. Their survival in this world became completely pressure-free. Previously, if they encountered each other, they might scramble for a fight, but now, upon meeting, they'd have to flee for their lives. The current Li Xing was obviously not letting the tiger return to the mountain. Instead, he quickly circled over the mountain top to their side of the camp. Then, Li Xing sent the remaining fierce beasts and poisonous creatures to attack their camp.
The people in their camp were also wearing protective suits and carrying firearms. The giant beasts would be shot dead upon attack, but the poisons had already infiltrated their tents and clothes. Dealing with this issue would be quite troublesome for them. Taking this opportunity, Li Xing launched a sniper assault on them. One shot, one kill. Their people were positioned lower on the mountainside, making it difficult for them to find targets up high. This terrified them, forcing them all to hide inside the super tent. That tent was bulletproof. So, Li Xing couldn't attack the people inside the tent. At that moment, the Japanese man transformed back into a giant and came out of the camp, looking to hunt down Li Xing. Li Xing was waiting for this moment. He retreated while luring the giant to chase after him. The giant was fearless, crashing into anything in its path. All trees and bushes along the way were snapped apart, and its speed was remarkably fast. It did not slow down due to its size, which was exactly what made giants so terrifying. Li Xing's physique had not yet reached 1000%, he had just killed 5 people, and his current physique was at 890%. He needed to kill 11 participants from the parallel universe to transform into a giant. Come on, I see you're living pretty well, you don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Li Xing coldly laughed as he ran through the forest, with the giant tightly following behind. The Japanese viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene. The crowd cheered collectively, thinking that Li Xing was finally going to meet his end this time. But they did not know that this was exactly the effect Li Xing wanted to achieve. He wanted to observe whether becoming a giant had a time limit, whether there were other weaknesses, otherwise, it would be too unfair if he couldn't kill it. Now Li Xing is in big trouble, chased so tightly in the forest, even the pterosaur can't save him. Of course. He is just too arrogant, thinking he could control creatures and be invincible. After 2 sneak attacks on others, this time he's bound to kick a nail. This parallel world of Wa country is not bad at all. If Li Xing hadn't killed 20 people, it could definitely be better. At least there is an indestructible giant. No matter how bad it gets, it wouldn't go too wrong. Li Xing discovered that the giant could see in the dark, otherwise, it would have been impossible to chase him down in the forest. After chasing for so long, it hasn't shown any signs of fatigue. Could it be that giants don't tire? Li Xing thought to himself, with his current physique and weight, it was still bearable to run a kilometer, but the giant's weight was so huge, maintaining the same speed after chasing a kilometer was astonishing. Even the Tyrannosaurus would be exhausted if chased by him. Li Xing didn't believe the giant could keep chasing forever. From the map, Li Xing knew that ahead was a river, where he could find many carnivorous dinosaurs. This was exactly his goal. After running another 500 meters, he finally reached the riverbank. The river in this primeval world was full of terrifying creatures. Shark-toothed dragons, emperor crocodiles, heavy-clawed dragons, spiked dragons, and so on. They completely disregarded any density rules of jungle creatures because the precious freshwater resources forced them to roam this area. Li Xing ran along the riverbank and soon controlled a shark-toothed dragon and a group of emperor crocodiles. Li Xing stopped and used the emperor crocodiles and shark-toothed dragons to attack the giant. They dragged the giant towards the river. I'll see if you really can't die. There are plenty of piranhas and crocodiles in this water. Though the giant was strong, after being bitten by the shark-toothed dragon and knocked to the ground, large numbers of crocodiles bit at his hands, dragging him towards the river. He completely lost control. At that moment, the giant realized he had been tricked. Desperately trying to break free from the beasts around him, but no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible. Because there were too many crocodiles on his body, every piece of flesh was held, and he couldn't even turn over. Now it was like a piece of dead meat being dragged by ants, slowly being pulled into the river. The river's water was very turbulent, quickly washing them into the middle of the river. Although he could regenerate, the crocodiles and piranhas in the water wouldn't care about that, they would keep eating as long as there was food. Li Xing didn't believe his regeneration ability was infinite. This doesn't comply with the law of conservation of energy. The giant in the water suffered immensely, constantly thrashing the water's surface while waves of blood red rippled on the dark water. Numerous piranhas kept biting his body. His flesh was not invulnerable, it was just much tougher than human flesh. Under the strength of these savage beasts, his regeneration ability seemed so weak. Baka Yoru. The giant wanted to swim back to the shore, but each time he was dragged and couldn't move, he couldn't help but curse out loud. The arrogance he had just displayed while chasing Li Xing in the forest had completely vanished, replaced only by a hatred to tear Li Xing apart. Li Xing stood by the shore, quietly watching like a tourist observing beasts tear each other apart. In that moment, he understood just how foolish and arrogant he had been. It was his own arrogance that had led to his demise. He still wouldn't die easily, as his regeneration ability prevented him from dying quickly, but precisely because of this, he was in immense pain. The Wa country people in the live broadcast. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's over, even the giant is no match for Li Xing, we miscalculated. Li Xing is too cunning. But the people in the Dragon Kingdom livestream were grinning, they knew Li Xing wouldn't be so simple.
Since he dared to kill his way back, he definitely would not surrender easily. He came back this time to kill this giant. It seems he is about to achieve that. However, Li Xing still underestimated the giant's strength. That giant was dragged into the water, biting for a full half an hour, and still did not stop. Under normal circumstances, these beasts would have been full by now. But Li Xing controlled them, making them only bite but not eat. The purpose was to keep biting continuously. At the same time, it could also drag him to the bottom of the water, to see if he could be drowned. It hasn't died yet.